Chapter 1. Where am I? My head hurts. Am I not dead? How'd I end up here? Zhou gazed at the unfamiliar surroundings, his mind flooded with questions. Could it be that I have crossed over to another world? Zhou pondered, recalling that he had just finished work. While crossing at a traffic light, he heard the blaring of a car horn near his ear. Then, a sharp pain struck him, and suddenly, he found himself in this place. Realizing his predicament, Zhou looked around and discovered that the area was enveloped in darkness. However, his vision was remarkably unimpeded. At the same time, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Host has awakened. Goblin Premium Evolution System activated. Zhou exclaimed, "What is this? You startled me." Ding! Reporting to the host, "I am your system. You have now departed from your original world and arrived at the continent of Satakala. Your current identity is that of a goblin, and I shall assist you in becoming the most powerful goblin in this realm." Zhou replied, "What do you mean? A goblin? Is that the little monster that can be easily slain in games?" "Indeed, host. If you look in a mirror, you will see your current form. Moreover, there is no need to vocalize your thoughts, simply think them." Oh! Upon hearing the words of this so-called premium evolution system, Zhou searched his surroundings for a mirror to discern his appearance. However, after surveying the area, he found that there was truly nothing but a wooden board that barely resembled a bed, which was where he lay. Yet, due to Zhou's efforts to see clearly in the darkness, he noticed that he was surrounded by black rock walls, suggesting he might be in a cave or underground. Just as Zhou contemplated how to escape, a sudden, piercing pain shot through his head, as if he had been pricked by a needle. The agony was swift in its onset and equally rapid in its departure, yet Zhou had no desire to experience it again. Then, a fragment of memory surfaced in his mind. This was the original memory of the boat's previous owner. After reviewing this memory, Zhou finally understood his current appearance and realized that goblins in this world were not as wretched as he had initially thought. In this realm, goblins were not merely fodder for novices, they were a species of magical beast with considerable potential. The strongest known goblin had already reached the 8th tier level. Furthermore, goblins were among the few magical creatures that maintained a friendly relationship with humans. Thus, even if Zhou appeared in human town as a goblin, he would not be captured as a monster. However, the sudden transformation into this green-skinned creature left Zhou feeling somewhat disconcerted, and he fell into a contemplative silence. As if sensing Zhou's melancholic mood, the system's voice suddenly returned to his ear. "Ding! Please do not worry, host. You are currently just an ordinary goblin, and with the assistance of this system, you will soon evolve into an elite goblin. The appearance of an elite goblin is almost identical to that of a human, save for the difference in skin color. There is no need for sorrow." After hearing the system's words, Zhou responded in his mind, "Thank you. I still don't know your name." "Ding. You may call me number 1. Zhou replied, "All right, number 1. Thank you. I feel much better now. Could you provide a detailed introduction to your functions? I used to be a programmer in my previous life, so I should be able to comprehend what you say." "Ding. Host, this system operates similarly to typical games. You must have played online games before." "Zhou, I have." "Ding. In that case, host, I will display your system interface for you to review." Zhou nodded. Soon, a blue screen appeared before him, featuring a depiction of Zhou himself, illustrating his current appearance: large head, green skin, short limbs, and rather unattractive. Zhou felt quite dissatisfied. However, he found solace in the thought that evolution might alter his appearance. Surrounding the character were numerous options, with recharge prominently displayed in the upper right corner. Below the recharge option was a promotional message. "Dear user, recharge any amount of magic stones to receive a welcome gift worth 128 magic stones." Familiar tactics, Zhou thought. He had played numerous mobile games in his past life and often spent money on them. While he was not averse to game purchases after all, developers needed to make a profit. The effects of spending money were undeniably significant, placing paying players in a completely different league than non-paying ones. Beneath the promotional message were sections for character attributes, achievements, and a shop. Zhou opened the character attributes interface, and a plethora of information appeared before him. Name, T. Race, Goblin. Rank, First tier creature, each level up increases all attributes by 1 health and magic increased by 5, and 1 free attribute point is gained. Level 1 100,100. Attack 2. Defense 2. Health 20 plus 5 from 1 free attribute point. Magic 10 plus 5 from 1 free attribute point. Free attribute points 0. Skills: Throw Stone 10100. Gathering 101,000. Detection 101,000. Lying 995346810000000. Evolution requirements: Evolution Fruit X5. Evaluation: a weak yet exceedingly cunning goblin. After reading the evaluation, Zhou felt his face flush. The description of exceedingly cunning likely stemmed from the level 9 in lying. After all, having lived for so many years in his previous life, telling a few lies seemed quite normal, didn't it? Zhou asked, "System, don't most games offer a beginner's gift pack? Don't you have one?" Ding. Reporting to the host, this system does have a beginner's gift pack, but it can only be obtained after your first recharge. Zhou, what is this? Isn't the usual approach to provide some initial incentives, gradually leading players to spend more? Why do you jump straight to demanding payment? Ding. So, will you recharge or not? Zhou, I will recharge. After some debate, Zhou chose to submit to the system's pressure. Just as he was about to inquire further, a strange language suddenly echoed from outside the door. To his surprise, Zhou found that he could understand this language. T, are you awake? If you're awake, come out and eat. Zhou, he should now be called T, responded in Goblin language, drawing from his newfound memories. Okay, he'll be right out. Without further ado, T disregarded any questions for the system, as his stomach had been growling for quite some time. He followed his memories and exited the cave, stepping into the world beyond. As he emerged from the cave, a blinding light struck T's eyes. Initially uncomfortable, he gradually adjusted to the brightness. T carefully surveyed his surroundings and finally beheld the nature of the world he had entered. Before him lay a thriving village, adorned with numerous caves and quaint wooden houses, precisely as depicted in his memories. Just as T was about to fully appreciate the place he would inhabit for a while, a booming voice pierced the air. "You little rascal, are you not going to eat? The food is getting cold. Hurry up and come eat." Upon hearing that voice, T recognized it as that of his mother in this life, and quickly replied, "Coming, coming." He dashed to the familiar dining table. However, upon arriving, T was taken aback. The table was completely bare. He then asked, "Where's the food?" T's mother responded, "Don't worry, it's almost ready." T. After about a minute, T finally encountered his first goblin meal. It consisted of leaves from an unknown plant paired with some meat, all cooked together, a typical goblin dish. The appearance was acceptable within the realm of his acceptance. He picked up a wooden bowl and took a sip. The taste was decent. The goblins in this world, much like humans, had organization and discipline. Most importantly, they had a habit of consuming cooked food, sparing T the need to eat it raw. This thought relieved him immensely. Seated at the table, T faced his father, named Tyr, who was also the village chief of this goblin settlement. Tyr was a large goblin, an evolved form of the species. Taya scrutinized his father closely. There was a significant distinction between a great goblin and a common goblin. The stature of a great goblin was nearly 3 times that of a small goblin. Taya stood at merely 1 meter tall, while his father towered at an impressive 3 meters. Moreover, unlike their goblin kin, who possessed short and stubby limbs, the limbs of a great goblin were proportionate to its imposing physique, rendering it a truly fearsome sight. The goblins were not overly particular about their meals. Taya lifted the wooden bowl before him and commenced devouring the food with gusto. Despite the absence of any seasoning, the meal was not particularly unpleasant. Just as Taya was voraciously consuming his meal, Tel suddenly interjected, "Taya, you have turned 12. For us goblins, 12 signifies adulthood. Tomorrow, you shall embark on your first hunt. Thus, you need not train with Telong today. Take this time to prepare adequately." Taya. What hunt? He had only just arrived in this world and was utterly clueless. After a moment of reflection, he recalled that there indeed existed a tradition of joining the hunting party upon reaching adulthood. Consequently, Taya replied, "Oh, all right then." Noticing Taya's demeanor, Tell found it somewhat peculiar. However, he refrained from probing further, hastily finishing his meal before heading out to hunt. Their village primarily relied on hunting for sustenance. Although goblins were considered a somewhat organized race, they did not possess currency. Their existence was rooted in the most primitive means of survival. Hunting was imperative, as everyone needed to eat. Once the meal was concluded, Taya enjoyed an ample amount of free time. Being the son of the village chief, his household boasted the most abundant reserves, and he was seldom required to engage in labor. With leisure time at his disposal, Taya promptly inquired about the system, silently contemplating system. How can I recharge? Ding. Please open the recharge option to commence the process. A friendly reminder. The more you recharge, the stronger you shall become. Disregarding the system's superfluous remarks, Taya accessed the recharge page and found options for 6 magic stones, 18 magic stones, 30 magic stones, 66 magic stones, 98 magic stones, 198 magic stones, 1988 magic stones, and a maximum of 19,888 magic stones. Staring at this recharge interface, Taya was momentarily taken aback. It felt all too familiar. There were no flexible recharge options, with the minimum set at 6 stonesa, well-known ploy for extorting money. Taya, so, system, how can I obtain magic stones? Ding. Please refer to the magic stone exchange table located at the bottom of the recharge section. Taya peered down at the recharge page and, indeed, discovered an inconspicuous little table. It read, recharge 10 gold coins to receive 1 magic stone. Recharge 1 low-tier crystal core to obtain 1 magic stone. Recharge 1 first-tier crystal core to acquire 10 magic stones. Recharge 1 second-tier crystal core for 30 magic stones. Recharge 1 third-tier crystal core for 90 magic stones, and so forth. Ding. Given the current circumstances, the most viable option for the host to obtain is the low-tier crystal core. Taya, how does one acquire a low-tier crystal core? Ding. The host can obtain it by defeating wild monsters and utilizing the gathering skill. Taya, I see, the gathering skill is it? With this newfound knowledge, Taya began to formulate plans for tomorrow's hunt. Before reaching adulthood, goblins were prohibited from straying more than 5 miles from their village, as their surroundings were generally safe, with few wild monsters lurking about. However, Taya was still keen to test his mettle, for ordinary beasts were indeed found in the vicinity of the village. Thea hastened back to retrieve a spear, a gift bestowed upon him by his father when he was merely 11 years old. Although it was not a formidable weapon, it was undeniably superior to the armaments wielded by his peers. Detection technique name: ordinary iron spear attack power, 3 attack speed, 10 durability, 99/100. Glancing at the spear's attributes, he deemed it satisfactory. Most of the goblins of his age in the village still relied on wooden spears. It was only he, the son of the village chief, who possessed an iron spear. Upon reaching the entrance, he encountered 2 goblins on duty that day. Goblin Zaya, is that not Thea? What brings you out today? Having anticipated the guard's inquiries, Thea confidently replied, Uncle, I shall come of age tomorrow. I wish to gather some herbs in preparation. Each goblin, upon reaching maturity, was responsible for procuring their own materials. Thus Thea felt it sufficient to concoct a plausible excuse. Upon hearing Thea's words, the guard promptly responded, Very well, Thea, you may proceed. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask us. After all, Thea was the son of the village chief, a figure of considerable stature among the goblins, and they could not afford to offend the chief. Thea nodded and ventured forth, his objective clear, a rabbit burrow situated approximately a mile from their village. This burrow had been discovered by Thea's original self, and thus his target for the day was indeed these rabbits. Previously, Thea had inquired of the system, and it revealed that any ordinary wild creature could potentially yield a low-tier crystal core, and rabbits were no exception. Therefore, the rabbit burrow became the focus of his pursuits. For Thea, traversing a mile posed little challenge. He soon arrived at the mouth of the rabbit burrow, whereupon he observed 3 or 4 rabbits grazing nearby, with roughly 20 burrows in sight. After all, as the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and they often took refuge in their dens. Thea refrained from charging in, as such an approach would easily frighten them away. Instead, he concealed himself amidst the grass, patiently awaiting the opportune moment, his green skin providing him with impeccable camouflage. He watched as the little rabbits frolicked before him, akin to a multitude of low-tier crystal cores dancing in his presence. Yet, he remained composed, opting to utilize his detection technique to ascertain the attributes of a rabbit. Name: ordinary wild rabbit, low-tier beast, attack, 1 defense, 1 health points, 5 ding. Detection technique successful. Experience gained, 2. Magic power reduced by 1. Like a seasoned hunter, Thea crouched silently in the grass, biding his time for the perfect moment to strike. Before long, a rabbit approached within a short distance, lowering its head to graze. This rabbit was exceptionally cautious, frequently raising its head to survey for potential dangers. Should Thea choose to strike now, he possessed a reasonable chance of slaying the creature. However, he opted to continue his silent vigil. Thea's skin tone allowed for near-perfect concealment among the grass, rendering him undetectable to the vigilant rabbit. At last, when the rabbit surveyed its surroundings and ascertained no immediate threats, it resumed grazing. In that fleeting instant, Thea's iron spear glinted with a flash, akin to a silver lightning bolt, and with a swift thrust, it pierced the rabbit's skull, killing it instantly. The other rabbits, alerted by the commotion, darted toward their burrows, yet Thea paid them no mind. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a low-tier rabbit, gaining 7 experience points. Thea glanced at the lifeless rabbit before him and declared, utilize gathering technique. Ding! Gathering successful, 1 gold coin acquired. Gathering technique experience 2. Magic power reduced by 1. Ding! Gathering failed. Gathering technique experience 1. Magic power reduced by 1. Ding! Gathering successful. Obtain complete rabbit meat. Gathering technique experience 2. Magic power reduced by 1. Each prey could be gathered thrice, and upon success, not only would different items be acquired, but experience points would also be doubled. The higher the tier of the prey, the greater the experience gained. However, correspondingly, the chances of failure would increase. Thea surveyed the gold coin in his hand, pleasantly surprised. He had not anticipated that slaying wild creatures could yield coins, given the challenge of defeating a Tier 1 beast. It seemed prudent to accumulate more wild beasts. With a stroke of luck, gathering 60 coins might not prove too arduous. Thea decided it was time to change locations, as he surmised that no more rabbits would appear here today. Nevertheless, he was aware of other locations. By the end of the day, Thea had successfully slain 7 ordinary beasts, 3 hedgehogs, 2 rabbits, and 2 mice, resulting in a total of 17 gold coins, 1 low-tier crystal core. In their respective meats, he garnered 54 experience points, while his gathering technique accrued 31 experience points. Due to the limited magic power, his detection technique only gained 11 experience points. The low-tier crystal core had been a contribution from a small hedgehog, and Thea had been somewhat taken aback upon obtaining it. Nonetheless, Thea was quite content. He had cured the meats, transforming them into jerky for tomorrow's provisions, upon returning to the village and enjoying a familial dinner. Thea felt a surge of excitement. In his previous life, he had lived for an extended period, yet solely for the sake of his family. To his astonishment, he had been reincarnated and granted a second chance at youth. A notion he had never envisioned. In this life, he yearned to live more vibrantly, even as a goblin. The prospect of tomorrow's hunt filled Thea with anticipation. Alongside him, 7 other goblins were also coming of age. According to village customs, whenever 5 or more goblins reached maturity simultaneously, a hunting competition would ensue, with the victor receiving a reward. He vividly recalled the last reward: 2 Tier 1 crystal cores, equivalent to 20 magic stones. How could he not be excited? Yet, amidst his exhilaration, he understood the necessity of rest. Otherwise, he would lack the energy for the following day's hunting competition. With nothing further to discuss, the night passed uneventfully. Early the next morning, Thea rose with eagerness. Arriving promptly at the village center, the traditional venue for hunting competitions. By the time he arrived, 3 goblins were already present, alongside a gathering of onlookers, including his parents. However, his father was not merely there for amusement. As the village chief, he was the officiant for this competition. Upon spotting Tell, Thea greeted his surrogate father, who acknowledged him with a nod before returning to his duties. Surveying the surroundings, Thea noted the gathering goblins. An intriguing phenomenon occurred. Although these goblins shared similar features, green skin, short limbs, and large heads, he could easily discern their individual attractiveness that in inheriting this body, he also adopted its original aesthetic preferences while retaining his own. Yet within the crowd, he also observed other towering goblins. It became evident that he was not the sole large goblin in the village. As several others existed, numbering around 10, the village's total population was approximately 300, constituting a reasonably sizable goblin community. Before long, the remaining 4 goblins slated to participate in the competition arrived. Once Tell confirmed their presence, he cleared his throat and announced from the stage, "Fellow villagers, as you know, our custom dictates that whenever 5 or more goblins reach maturity simultaneously, a hunting competition shall be held. Today, we have precisely 8 goblins of age, fulfilling the requirement. The rules are familiar to you. The higher the tier of the slain prey. The stronger the competitor, the better the ranking. The champion of this competition shall receive 3 Tier 1 crystal cores as a reward." Upon hearing about the 3 Tier 1 crystal cores, the participating goblins erupted with excitement. Such a generous reward had never been offered before. Typically, only 1 Tier 1 crystal core was awarded, but perhaps the larger number of participants warranted a more substantial prize. Thea shared in their enthusiasm. After all, 3 Tier 1 crystal cores equated to 30 magic stones. This would suffice for his initial investment. Under the scrutinizing gazes of his fellow competitors, Tell declared, "The competition begins." Instantaneously, 8 green figures dashed toward different directions. With Thea opting for the east, where he knew a Tier 1 beast, a wild boar, roamed. Although confronting such creatures felt somewhat daunting at this moment, he was determined to face the challenge. After all, he is currently only at level 1. And the highest level for first-tier beasts can ascend to level 10. Given Taya's current strength, he can still manage to fend off a level 2 wild boar with a spear in hand. However, should he inadvertently encounter a level 3 wild boar, he might very well meet his demise. Nevertheless, during his journey to the wild boar territory, he occasionally stumbles upon some ordinary 0-tier beast domains. And defeating these commonplace creatures would be sufficient for Taya to elevate his level to 2.8s for the other goblins. They have no intention of hunting first-tier beasts. After all, their strength is roughly on par with Taya's, and their equipment is inferior to his. When weighing the rewards against the risk, life takes precedence. Not long after Taya set out, he encountered his first prey, a ram, which is merely an ordinary beast. Yet, as they are social creatures, if Taya were to be surrounded by them, he would still be in considerable danger. Fortunately, this particular ram appears to be alone, so there should be no issues. After using his detector to assess the ram's strength, he noted it had a substantial 10 points of health. Unless Taya could strike its vital point or target its limbs, it would be quite easy for the ram to escape, as it possesses considerable speed. Taya meticulously observed the surroundings of the ram and discovered a plantain in his direct line of sight. Plantains are one of the ram's favorite foods, and it would surely come over to eat it soon. Taya merely needed to wait here. As anticipated, it wasn't long before the ram noticed the plantain. Upon seeing it, the ram became utterly exhilarated, bounding over as if it had discovered treasure. In that moment, it failed to heed the lurking dangers around it. In the instant the ram leapt in front of the plantain, Taya swiftly thrust his iron spear, striking the ram's throat and delivering a fatal blow. Although Taya's attack power, combined with the spear, was only 5 points, targeting the throat resulted in quadruple damage for a critical hit. Thus, slaying the ram in one strike was entirely within reason. A notification from the system chimed in his ear. He received a total of 17 experience points for killing the ram. Furthermore, due to the ram's considerable size, he could utilize his gathering skill 4 times. Taya's fortune was quite favorable this time. All 4 attempts were successful, yielding 4 gold coins, a 0-tier crystal core, a pair of ram horns, and a small vial of magical potion. This small vial of magic potion can restore 20 points of magic, with 10 points being instantaneous, while the remaining 10 will replenish within half a minute. This was Taya's first encounter with a magic potion drop, which proved to be quite beneficial. allowing him to employ his gathering skill an additional 20 times in a short span. The pair of ram horns could serve as spoils, to be submitted at the conclusion of the hunt. Taya collected the plantain, intending to use it to craft a trap, since the presence of rams indicates a nearby ram herd. The plantain would serve a significant purpose. After wandering the vicinity, Taya eventually traversed through a vast thicket and discovered the ram herd. He counted approximately 50 rams in total. It was evidently impossible for him to confront all 50 head-on. Taya first set down his pack, which contained the remnants of his previous day as hunt, deeming it inconvenient to carry. The system hadn't even provided him with a backpack, leading Taya to lament its lack of consideration. Ding! The system detected the host's concerns regarding the backpack. Upon completing the initial recharge, the backpack system will be unlocked. Well then, it seems I need to spend some money, setting aside his grievances with this money-grubbing system. Taya retrieved a length of rope and tied the plantain, hoping to lure a ram out. While meandering near the ram herd, he spotted a ram that was relatively distant from the group. Although this ram appeared larger than the others, possibly the herd leader, Taya felt confident in his ability to handle it. After consuming the plantain, it would experience a drowsy effect, inducing a strong desire to sleep. While rams possess some resistance to the plantain, they would still exhibit signs of lethargy. Taya's intuition proved correct. This ram was indeed the leader of the herd. Its distance from the group stemmed from its role in watching over them, ready to alert them should any beasts approach. As it observed its herd feasting, it suddenly caught a whiff of a delightful aroma, one that felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of past meals that eye in an instant. It forgot its duties, its body instinctively following the scent, oblivious to the unusual behavior it exhibited. Unbeknownst to its kin, the ram leader wandered further away from the herd, eventually spotting the plantain. The moment it laid eyes upon the plantain, the ram leader charged forward in excitement. However, as it took its first bite, it felt a sharp pain in its throat, as if something had pierced through it. It attempted to cry out for help, desperately trying to produce sound, but the piercing wound rendered it voiceless. It frantically kicked its legs, hoping to attract the attention of its kin, but it strayed too far, and its calls went unheard. As blood flowed from its wound, the ram's movements grew increasingly sluggish to ensure its demise. Taya approached and delivered a final thrust to secure the kill, preventing any unforeseen complications. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the ram leader. You have gained 50 experience points. A surge of experience flooded Taya's body, instantly elevating his level by 2 tiers. Subsequently, he employed his gathering skill on the ram leader's carcass, managing to use it 6 times. With 4 successful attempts that he acquired a total of 21 gold coins, 1 0-tier crystal core, a pair of ram horns, and 2 vials of small magical potions. Truly, the spoils from the ram leader were plentiful. After ascending 2 levels, Taya did not unlock any new skills. He allocated a point to his attack attribute. His current attack power, combined with the spear, now stood at a formidable 7 points, making the hunt for prey considerably easier. Ding! The system detected that the host possesses sufficient assets to recharge 7 magic stones. Would you like to proceed with the recharge? Without a moment's hesitation, Taya selected to recharge, and the process completed instantaneously. Ding! Recharge complete. The initial recharge gift pack has been credited. Please check your inventory. The novice gift pack has also been credited. Please check your inventory. Having completed the initial recharge, the backpack system has been unlocked. Taya let out a deep sigh of relief, exclaiming, "Finally, it's arrived." In the upper right corner of his interface, the count of magic stones read 7. Taya first examined his backpack, discovering both the novice and initial recharge gift packs within. The backpack boasted a total of 20 slots, with identical items able to stack infinitely. After placing all his items into the backpack, Taya felt an immense sense of relief at no longer needing to carry a cumbersome pack. Taya 1. Open the novice gift pack. Ding! The novice gift pack has been opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving 2 evolution fruits, an unidentified mithril spear, an additional 5 backpack slots, 10 magic stones, the unlocking of the alchemy skill, 1 lottery chance, 10 small magic potions, and 10 small life potions. Upon receiving his rewards, Taya was somewhat astonished, never expecting the novice gift pack to contain such a bounty in that moment. The rewards from the hunting competition paled in comparison. He recognized most of the items contained within, yet the unidentified mithril spear piqued his curiosity. Sensing Taya's confusion, one suddenly suggested he use the detection skill to identify the mithril spear. Taya, oh, so that's how it works. Honestly, you didn't need to tell me. I already knew. Observing Taya's pretentious demeanor, one chose not to expose him. Retrieving the mithril spear from his backpack, Taya examined it closely. It was indeed quite aesthetically pleasing. The spear measured an impressive 2.5 meters in length, adorned with intricate silver filigree that rendered it visually striking. Its only drawback was its excessive length, making it somewhat unwieldy for Taya's current stature. Subsequently, Taya employed the detection skill on the mithril spear. Ding, detection failed. 10 experience points added to detection skill. Magic points decreased by 1. The failure to detect took Taya by surprise, and the sudden boost of 10 experience points suggested that the spear possessed a high level. Determined, Taya continued to use the detection skill repeatedly. Due to the recent upgrade, Taya's magical power has now reached 15 points. However, after consecutively attempting the detection spell 15 times, she encountered failure each time. The level of this silver spear is simply too high. Taya consumed a small mana potion and continued her appraisal. Yet after using up all her mana again, she still could not identify the silver spear. Ultimately, on her 99th attempt, Taya had consumed a total of 5 small mana potions when she heard a system notification. Ding! Congratulations, the detection spell has leveled up by 2. Taya couldn't help but curse. Damn it, even the detection spell leveled up, yet I still couldn't identify it. One last attempt. If I fail again, I'm done. Ding! Identification successful. Experience for detection spell increased by 20. Finally, she succeeded in the appraisal, and Taya eagerly examined the attributes of the silver spear. Name: Silver Spear, Green Weapon. Requirements: Level 8 Attack, 20 Attack Speed, 50 Additional Skill. Stab Durability, 1000. After glancing at the attributes of the silver spear, Taya, infuriated, dropped it on the ground, exclaiming, "What the hell? After all this time, I can't even use it." After a while, she picked up the silver spear and wiped it off, saying, "Forget it, I can use it when I level up." Subsequently, Taya checked her alchemy skill. Alchemy, Level 1, has a 100 success rate for crafting Level 1 potions, a 20 success rate for Level 2 potions, and a 1 success rate for Level 3 potions. Higher level potions cannot be crafted. After reviewing the attributes of alchemy, she found it acceptable. Although the success rate for Level 1 potions is only 50, it suffices for now. The rewards from the beginner's gift pack were already quite abundant, and Taya could hardly wait to open the first recharge gift pack. Ding! The first recharge gift pack has been opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving Attribute Fruits 5 and unlocking the blacksmithing skill. Just these 2 items. Taya had expected more rewards, yet it truly was only these 2 things. The blacksmithing skill is similar to alchemy, but it pertains to weapon crafting, corresponding to gray, white, and green weapons. With the same probabilities, Taya took out 1 attribute fruit and examined its effects. Attribute fruit randomly increases free attribute points by 1 to 5 points. Upon seeing the effects of the attribute fruit, Taya exclaimed, "This is a great deal. If all 5 fruits grant the maximum of 5 attribute points, that's a whopping 25 points." Filled with excitement, Taya washed her hands and began to consume the attribute fruits. Ding! Congratulations, the host used attribute fruit 1. Free attribute points increased by 1. But what does this mean? It must be my eating posture that is wrong. Let me change my position. Free attribute points increased by 1. Damn it, let me change my posture again. Free attribute points increased by 1. Let me try another position. Free attribute points increased by 2. Taya. I'm tired and I'll just eat the last one casually. Free attribute points increased by 5. Taya. From now on, I'll use this posture for eating. The 5 attribute fruits increased her free attribute points by 10. After some contemplation, Taya decided to allocate all the points to her attack power. Thus, coupled with the spear, her attack power reached 17 points, which is generally the level attained by first-tier magical beasts at level 7 when maximizing their attack power. What she truly lacks now is attack power. If her attribute panel included agility, she would have allocated her points there long ago. Overall, Taya was rather satisfied with these 2 gift packs, although they seemed somewhat meager compared to those from mobile games she had played before. Having something is always better than having nothing, right? She was already quite content with the built-in advantages of a reincarnation. The nettle had not yet been fully consumed by the horned sheep leader. And Taya, using the same method, had slain 6 horned sheep. She obtained 6 pairs of sheep horns, 3 zero-tier crystal cores, along with 104 experience points, 27 gold coins, 5 small blue potions, and 3 small red potions. The harvest was fairly good, and it seemed the sheep horns had a 100 drop rate. Taya stored these items in her backpack. In fact, with her current spoils, returning to her territory would almost guarantee her victory. After all, the best record in past hunting contests was merely 10 beasts. Ultimately, goblins are a weak race, only capable of preying on ordinary beasts that barely qualify as first-tier magical creatures. Hence, during each hunt, those goblins dare not venture too far from their territory, resulting in meager gains. Nonetheless, Taya still aimed to gather more prey, not only for herself, but also to enhance her standing. Having more kills would grant her greater influence within the village. However, her nettle was now depleted, and the horned sheep herd had become increasingly wary. Their leader and numerous companions had vanished, causing the sheep to huddle closely together. If Taya were to approach now, she would be trampled by the panic horned sheep. Thus, she needed to shift her focus to another target. While searching for her next objective, Taya suddenly recalled that she had received a lottery opportunity when she opened the beginner gift pack. Taya, number 1, I wish to draw. Number 1. Understood, host, you are about to enter the lottery page. Immediately, she was engulfed in a whirlwind, and then Taya found herself within the system interface, facing a grand lottery wheel adorned with 8 prizes. There were 2 white, 2 green, 2 blue, 1 purple, and 1 orange. Only the 2 white and 2 green items were visible. The other 4 merely displayed their colors, suggesting that their contents could only be revealed upon winning. Ding! Host, this is your first ordinary lottery. I would like to inform you in advance that the probability of drawing a white item is 50, a green item is 30, a blue item is 15. A purple item is 4.9, and an orange item is 0.1. Taya dismissed the 0.1 chance of obtaining the orange item, estimating that she would be content with a green item, as it was unlikely she'd draw a white item. Taya noticed that among the white items, there was a skill called Crow Sits on a Plane, originating from the character Black Tiger Afu in Orange Dragon Adventures. Taya truly did not wish to acquire this skill. Pressing the central lottery button, the entire wheel began to spin rapidly. After a full minute, the pointer's speed gradually decreased. Eventually, it slowed to the pace of a second hand on a clock, yet Taya felt uneasy. It seemed as though the pointer was about to land on Crow Sits on a Plane. Taya had watched Orange Dragon Adventures while accompanying her friends, and she certainly did not want to yell Crow Sits on a Plane during a fight, then awkwardly sit on her opponent's head. Taya fervently prayed that it would not land on that option, and perhaps the heavens truly heard her plea, for the pointer slowly glided past Crow Sits on a Plane. The pointer gradually settled on the orange item, and Taya's eyes brightened. Could her luck truly be that good? She had drawn the 0.1 chance item. However, the pointer ultimately glided past the orange box, landing on the purple one, prompting Taya to emit a triumphant roar. Though it wasn't an orange item, a purple item was still quite commendable. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained the Hero League Domination Rune page. What? Upon hearing this, Taya was taken aback. Hero League wasn't that the most popular game from her previous life. Although she hadn't played it much herself, she regretted not having tried it earlier, after the lottery concluded. The contents of the orange box revealed themselves, which turned out to be a complete set of Hero League rune pages, causing Taya to feel as if she had lost a fortune. Taya opened the newly acquired domination page, and once again, she heard the system's notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have obtained the Hero League Domination Rune page. The host can freely activate 1 rune on the Domination Rune page. Upon hearing the system's notification, Taya quickly grasped the significance. Taya, wait, what do you mean by free? Must I spend money on items I have drawn myself? Taya's emotions were in turmoil. What a money-sucking system this was. To think that he had to spend his own coins on something he had obtained. However, number 1 merely responded in a mundane manner. Yes, host, as the Master Rune page is exceedingly powerful, What you have acquired is merely the qualification to unlock the master page. Illuminating the skills above still requires the expenditure of magic stones. Listening to number one's flat tone, Taya felt as though he had struck a punch into cotton, a sense of helplessness enveloping him. He glanced at the master page. Master, all attributes 1. Upon unlocking the next rune, further attribute bonuses could be obtained. After reviewing all 12 runes, Taya ultimately decided to activate the Dark Harvest rune. The effect of the Dark Harvest rune was that with every enemy kill, there was a 50% chance to increase his attack power by 0.25, and it could stack infinitely. Taya was primarily attracted to its infinitely stackable attribute. Thus, he chose Dark Harvest. He was uncertain if the Dark Harvest in League of Legends had the same effect. The other 11 runes also left Taya envious, prompting him to inquire. Number 1. How many magic stones are required to unlock a rune? Ding. Reporting to the host, each rune activation requires 10,000 magic stones. Simultaneously, it clarified the host query. The League of Legends rune page you drew is modified in certain aspects. Upon hearing the price of 10,000 magic stones, Taya fell into silence, calculating that it was simply unaffordable. Nonetheless, the system's attitude remained commendable. At least number 1 answered all his inquiries without charge. However, an unprecedented sense of poverty washed over Taya, making him acutely aware of what it felt like to be broke. Truly distressing. Taya, number 1, is there a way for me to quickly acquire magic stones? After a brief silence, number 1 finally replied with 2 words. Recharge. Taya, noticing that number 1 hesitated for a moment, initially thought it was genuinely trying to find a solution for him, only to be met with such a response. Taya, isn't that tantamount to saying nothing at all? Number 1, however, host, the fastest method to acquire magic stones is indeed through recharging. The more you recharge, the stronger you become. Taya, fine, let's drop it. Thinking about it is just a reminder of my poverty. He found himself utterly unable to counter this number 1 that after receiving his rewards, Taya eagerly set out to find his next prey. After all, he now possessed the Dark Harvest, and the more prey he killed, the higher his attack power would rise. Although the chance of Dark Harvest activating was only 50%, he was still quite satisfied. In the forest where Taya resided, the most abundant creatures were beasts and magical beasts, and he had just encountered a herd of horned sheep. Now, he stumbled upon a first-tier magical beast, the blackback pig. The blackback pig was a carnivorous creature, a formidable presence among first-tier magical beasts. Currently, the blackback pig had its back turned to Taya. Seizing the opportunity before it noticed him, Taya quickly employed a detection spell to examine the blackback pig's attributes. Species, blackback pig, first-tier magical beast. Level, 4 attack, 11 defense, 7 health, 60 skill. Ironback. This blackback pig was surprisingly at level 4, making it relatively strong among first-tier magical beasts. Unfortunately for it, it had crossed paths with Taya, who, despite being only at level 2, had elevated his attack power to 22 through various attribute bonuses. With the activation of Dark Harvest, the Master S All Attributes bonus of 1 had transformed into 5. Although he was slightly underleveled, the blackback pig had yet to notice Taya, and with the advantage of a sneak attack, he was confident he could defeat it. Armed with a spear, Taya stealthily approached the rear of the blackback pig. The senses of these magical beasts were quite sharp. To avoid wasting this chance, Taya did not hesitate and thrust his spear forcefully into the rear of the blackback pig. However, the moment Taya moved, the blackback pig sensed something amiss and turned its head just as Taya struck. Consequently, instead of merely poking its rear, the spear plunged directly into its nostril. This inflicted severe injury upon the blackback pig. Awakening its ferocity, a furious roar erupted from the creature, but due to the spear lodged in its nose, the weapon was pushed even deeper, exacerbating its wounds. Taya swiftly withdrew his spear and turned to flee. An enraged blackback pig was not an easy foe to confront. Having left a significant gash on its snout, any movement would aggravate its injury and weaken it further. As long as Taya kept running, he could wear it down. Indeed, the moment Taya pivoted, the blackback pig launched a fierce pursuit. However, due to its injuries, it could not keep pace with Taya. Moreover, as it ran, it bled profusely, and soon, a pool of blood marked its trail. Sensing the blackback pig's speed diminishing, Taya executed a swift counterattack, piercing the other nostril with his spear. The already exhausted blackback pig descended into a state of rage. Eye in its eyes, there was only Taya, the wretched goblin that dared to attack it repeatedly. It loathed him intensely. Yet as time passed, the blackback pig grew increasingly feeble. Its once formidable iron back provided no protection. Taya wasted no time, seeing that the blackback pig was at its limit. He thrust his spear into its eye, penetrating straight to the brain, delivering a fatal blow and ending its suffering. Taya was no saint. In his past life, he had slaughtered numerous pigs in his youth, and thus he felt no guilt or disgust while taking a life. He had grown accustomed to it. The system's notification chimed in his ears, informing him that the blackback pig had granted him 132 experience points, leaving him just over 60 experience points short of leveling up to level 3. Taya approached the fallen beast and used his harvesting skill, successfully collecting 6 times. 4 of those attempts yielded results, granting him a total of 31 gold coins, blackback pig meat, blackback pig tusks, and 3 bottles of mana potions, though he did not receive a first-tier crystal core, which left him somewhat disappointed. However, he did hear a special notification. Ding. Dark Harvest triggered, with a stack of 1, permanently increasing the host's attack power by 0.25. With Dark Harvest activated, Taya no longer felt the need to increase his attack power. He preferred to allocate all enhancements to health, ensuring that he could outlast any opponents. After placing the spoils in his backpack, Taya sought a place to rest for the night. The evening had already cast its shadows, and the forest could be perilous at night. He certainly did not wish to meet an untimely end, so he needed to find a secure spot to recuperate. The darkness enveloped the forest swiftly, and before Taya could locate a safe haven, the light had faded. Fortunately, goblins could see clearly at night, yet Taya still needed to find a secure resting place to maintain his energy for tomorrow's hunt. Wandering through the forest, Taya finally discovered a cave an hour after darkness fell. The cave did not appear very large. Even if it had an occupant, it likely would not be a creature of considerable size. Given Taya's current strength, he could not claim absolute safety, but could handle most first-tier magical beasts. Fortunately, the cave seemed uninhabited. Once inside, Taya blocked the entrance with a large rock, leaving a small hole for ventilation. After completing all these tasks, Thea found himself both weary and famished. He kindled a fire and set to roasting a pair of ram legs. Having transformed into a goblin, Thea's appetite had notably increased, prompting him to cook 2 legs simultaneously to satiate his hunger. During his daytime hunting, he had collected various spices, including fiery red leaf grass and the fragrant green herb that mitigates gamey flavors. Utilizing the fat from the blackback pig, he rendered some lard, just managing to gather the necessary ingredients to produce 2 golden, crispy roasted lamb legs. Although lacking salt, Thea relished this meal, finishing the roasted legs in a mere 10 minutes. Subsequently, he gently slipped into slumber, mindful of his solitary presence in the forest, which necessitated a cautious rest. In the early morning, a beam of golden sunlight filtered through the small opening Thea had created the previous day, awakening him from his slumber. After cleaning his teeth with the leftover charcoal from last night's fire and washing his face, Thea embarked on a new day of hunting. Today marked the 2nd day of the hunting competition. Unaware of how others fared, he was confident that none had it better than he, particularly since he was equipped with a system that enhanced his abilities. Unless those goblins had also acquired some extraordinary advantages, it was unlikely they could surpass Thea. Upon rising, Thea did not rush into hunting, but first roasted a rabbit, followed by foraging 2 wild fruits, indulging in a delightful breakfast before continuing on his journey. After all, a person is akin to iron, and food is steel. One cannot function well on an empty stomach. Fully nourished, Thea soon spotted fresh prey, water deer, a low-tier magical beast typically found in small herds of around 10. Given their herbivorous diet, their levels tended to be relatively low, usually hovering around levels 2 or 3, allowing Thea to hunt them with confidence. The hunt progressed beyond his expectations. The docile water deer, upon sensing Thea's approach, chose flight over confrontation. Thanks to his enhanced attributes, Thea outpaced the deer, bringing down 5 of them, earning a total of 612 experience points, which elevated his level to 4. However, The experience required for the next level, 800 points, caused him some concern. Would the experience needed double with each level? If so, advancing in the later stages would be a formidable challenge. The 5 water deer provided Thea with 3 first-tier crystal cores, along with various miscellaneous items. The effect of the Dark Harvest ability stacked 3 times, permanently augmenting Thea's attack power by 1 point. In light of the rewards from the hunting competition, Thea felt increasingly confident. He allocated 2 free attribute points to his health, boosting it by 10, bringing his total to 70 points, 20 base health plus 5 from level up, totaling 15, with the Dominator's all-attribute bonus. He gained an additional 25, summing up to 10. This enhancement brought his attributes nearly on par with level 8 or 9 wild beasts of the same tier, despite the system's monetary demands. Its benefits were undeniably significant. Just as Thea prepared to pursue new prey, he was startled by familiar sounds emanating from the eastern thicket. Unable to resist, he stealthily approached the source of the noise. His green skin providing excellent camouflage amid the foliage, rendering him nearly invisible. As he peered through the underbrush, he discerned a group of humans, 3 men and 1 woman. The woman donned a flowing red robe and wielded a long staff, suggesting she was a mage. The 3 men appeared to be a rogue, a warrior, and a cleric, forming an adventurer party. Before them stood a first-tier wood lizard, which appeared to be at least level 9 based on its size. This novice adventurer party seemed ill-prepared for their first battle, and Thea had no intention of intervening. Although goblins generally maintained amicable relations with humans, often engaging in trade, Thea preferred to avoid entanglements. Should a mutual conflict arise, he would not hesitate to seize the opportunity for himself. With this thought, he settled quietly in the thicket. The wood lizard proved a formidable foe for the inexperienced adventurers, easily dispatching their tank. While the mage and rogue managed to inflict some damage, their attacks were insufficient to pose a significant threat to the lizard, and the cleric's healing spells proved ineffective. The naivete of this human team exceeded Thea's expectations. They ventured into the dangerous kegging forest, displaying a reckless bravado characteristic of the inexperienced. After considerable reflection, Thea ultimately decided to assist them, despite his newfound identity. He found it challenging to adopt a cold-hearted demeanor, especially as memories of his previous life surfaced upon seeing these humans at that moment. The human warrior lay gravely injured, while the wood lizard charged at the mage, who had been relentlessly bombarding it with fire spells. The lizard, eager to eliminate her, bore down upon her with its menacing jaws that, in a split second, a green figure emerged, thrusting a spear deep into the lizard's maw. Thea felt the creature's mouth was surprisingly resilient, offering considerable resistance to his strike. The sudden appearance of a goblin left the adventurers momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated a goblin coming to their aid, especially during their inaugural quest. Snapping them out of their stupor, Thea bellowed, "What are you dawdling for? Come and help." Finally roused, the adventurers sprang into action. The cleric bestowed buffs upon Thea, the mage resumed her fiery assaults, and the rogue launched a surprise attack, while the warrior, too injured to fight, remained on the sidelines. Under the combined efforts of the group, the wood lizard fell, and seizing the moment, Thea delivered the final blow. The lizard's demise granted him over 900 experience points, propelling him to the next level. In the wake of the lizard's defeat, the adventurer party fell into a stunned silence, awaiting Thea's next move. In this world, goblins were among the few beings that interacted with humans, and almost all humanoid creatures understood the human tongue. Unsure how to express their gratitude, the adventurers watched as Thea quietly collected the lizard's remains before departing. Once Thea was gone, the injured warrior remarked, "That goblin was remarkably powerful. We were fortunate he saved us. Otherwise, we might have perished." The mage wholeheartedly agreed, having narrowly escaped the lizard's jaws. The cleric praised Thea as well, while the rogue remained pensive, lost in thought. After discreetly distancing himself from the human adventurers, Thea placed the wood lizard's body on the ground and employed his gathering skill. Remarkably, he succeeded only twice out of 6 attempts, obtaining a first-tier crystal core and a tooth from the lizard. Thea collected these materials, aware that he had awakened both alchemical and blacksmithing skills, envisioning the potential to craft potions from these components in the future. Currently, he possessed 5 first-tier crystal cores. With 5 more, he could exchange them for 100 magic stones to acquire an evolution fruit from the shop. As Thea peruses attributes, he noted that the evolution fruit was priced at 100 magic stones each, while the regular lottery cost 1,000 magic stones per draw. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, it seemed unlikely that Thea would resort to the standard lottery anytime soon. After all, the odds of drawing high-tier items are exceedingly low, and acquiring merely a common white item would be a significant loss. Given that first-tier magical beasts can only be leveled up to a maximum of 10, Thea is now in urgent need of elevating her rank. Within the confines of the kegging forest, first-tier magical beasts are perpetually at risk of being dispatched by their higher-tier counterparts. Regardless of the reasoning, Thea must hasten her ascent to the second tier. The span of a day is fleeting, and in the blink of an eye, after vanquishing a wooden lizard, she encountered no new first-tier magical beasts, only ordinary wild creatures. Currently, she finds herself at the periphery of the kegging forest, and encountering that wooden lizard was already a rare occurrence. Thea begins to ponder whether to continue her cautious existence or to delve deeper into the forest. Ultimately, she decides it is wiser to play it safe, for an inadvertent encounter with a second-tier magical beast could spell disaster. During her final day of hunting, Thea starts her journey back, encountering some ordinary beasts along the way. Although these creatures are merely common, they can still activate her Dark Harvest ability at present. Thea's Dark Harvest has reached level 11, providing her with an impressive boost of 2.75 in attack power. Earlier, she had considered exploiting a loophole in the system by seeking out an anthill to slaughter small ants en masse. But the system awarded her no experience points, nor activated Dark Harvest. The conclusion she arrived at is that only creatures of certain strength or size can yield experience points and trigger Dark Harvest. Currently, if Thea were to fully redeem the crystal cores and gold coins she possesses, she could anticipate acquiring 97 magical stones, yet she is in no rush to do so. The previous night, while perusing the system interface, she encountered a feature called the monthly card, which requires a one-time recharge of 300 magical stones for activation. Upon activation, she would instantly receive 300 magical stones and subsequently earn 30 magical stones daily. Thea is still some distance away from being able to recharge 300 magical stones and must accumulate resources for a while longer as she travels back to the village. Thea employs her detection spell on the various flora encountered along the way, reading their attributes. For instance, she discovers the properties of a grass she is currently examining, red heart grass, which restores a small amount of health when consumed and can be used to create minor health potions, and blue heart grass, which replenishes a small amount of mana upon consumption and serves as an ingredient for crafting minor mana potions. She collects a plethora of these herbs, as well as some slightly toxic plants, such as paralysis grass, which can be used to concoct poisons. Thea intends to prepare these poisons and apply them to her weapons, thereby expanding her arsenal of offensive strategies against foes. The 2 goblin guards at the entrance spot Thea from a distance and exclaim, "Thea, why are you back so early? There is still some time left. Perhaps you could hunt a few more prey." Thea replies, "Rest assured, the prey I have gathered is sufficient for me to secure victory." The guards, glancing at the bulging package Thea carries, trust her words and permit her entry into the village. Typically, participants return only the following morning, making Thea's early return somewhat unusual. However, she notices that another goblin has arrived even earlier than herself, surprising her. Could it be that this goblin, like her, possesses the confidence to claim victory and thus returned prematurely? In truth, the situation is not as Thea assumes. This goblin, shortly after the hunting competition commenced, encountered a second-tier ironclad scorpion not far from the village. Fortunately, having been near the village, he swiftly escaped back inside, where the larger goblins drove off the scorpion, allowing him to survive. However, due to receiving assistance, his participation in the competition was halted at that moment. When this goblin sees Thea returning so early, he mistakenly assumes she, too, faced a formidable magical beast, prompting her early return. Thus, each harbors their own thoughts as they sit a short distance apart, quietly awaiting the arrival of the next day. Until all participants have gathered, they cannot leave this place, as returning early and departing could imply a possibility of cheating by seeking assistance from family. Consequently, both Thea and the goblin must remain until the following morning. With nothing to occupy her time, Thea decides to enter the system space and practice her alchemy skills. The experience required to level up both alchemy and blacksmithing skills is 10,000, suggesting a lengthy endeavor before reaching the next tier. Thea has collected over 100 red heartgrass, 80 blue heartgrass, and 50 other herbs, which should suffice for her practice, though it cannot truly be called practice. It is more akin to grinding for experience. An observer, Thea appears to be in a meditative state, eyes closed, radiating an aura that discourages intrusion. The goblin, previously terrified, dares not approach her. Within Thea's mental realm, a large alchemical furnace materializes, complete with a crafting button. By placing the desired materials inside and pressing the button, the furnace will automatically concoct the potion. However, the inscription above the furnace reads Basic Alchemical Furnace. A sense of foreboding washes over Thea, prompting her to call upon her system companion. Number 1. What does Basic Alchemical Furnace mean? Host, it means precisely what it states. Number 1 replies. Are there other types of alchemical furnaces besides the basic one? Thea inquires. Indeed. Congratulations, host. You are correct that in addition to the basic alchemical furnace, there are also intermediate and advanced alchemical furnaces, among others. These can significantly enhance your success rate in alchemy and improve your experience points, as well as increase the quality and quantity of the potions produced. To acquire these, you need only invest a modest amount of magical stones. Are you intrigued? If so, simply redeem your crystal cores now. Once your total reaches 1,000 magical stones, you'll receive a complimentary intermediate furnace. Get lost. I'm broke, Thea retorts. Tisk. Number 1 reacts. Did I miss here? Did you just make a sound? Thea questions. You must be mistaken, Number 1 insists. With a sigh, Thea laments the system's new money-grabbing scheme. Needing to pay for an alchemical furnace seems absurd, and she wonders if the blacksmithing hammer also incurs a fee. Regrettably, she refrains from voicing these thoughts to Number 1, for he would undoubtedly reply affirmatively, a notion that might push Thea over the edge. With a heavy heart, Thea begins using the basic alchemical furnace. She casually tosses a red heart grass into the furnace and presses the crafting button, initiating the automatic alchemy process. As the process commences, a red beam of light flows along the furnace's intricate designs. Once the light completes its circuit, a notification chimes from the system. Ding, crafting successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a standard small bottle of health potion 1. Alchemy experience points 2. Mana points -1. The basic alchemical furnace yields a 50 success rate for potions of the same tier as Thea's alchemy skill. For each level above her skill, the success rate decreases by 20. Conversely, potions of lower tiers yield a 100 success rate. Having successfully crafted her first potion, Thea feels fortunate. The time required for creating first-tier potions is minimal, taking merely a minute. After 5 hours, she completes the crafting of all the herbs she collected, achieving a total of 169 successes and 131 failures. In total, she produces 61 small health potions and 53 small mana potions. Those 6 were consumed mid-process due to running out of mana. Additionally, she concocts 31 paralysis poisons and 23 stun potions. Upon opening her eyes, Thea realizes it is already deep into the night. With dinner sent over by the village goblins beside her, though the food has grown cold, she does not mind and consumes it heartily in just a few bites. Afterward, she closes her eyes for a brief rest. Before long, dawn arrives, and the remaining 6 goblin participants return to the settlement. The village residents gather to observe the results of the competition. Among the 8 goblins, one contestant's package appears particularly large. Even larger than Tea's. This naturally piqued curiosity about what prey was concealed within his package. Several goblins speculated that since this contestant's bundle was the most substantial, he must have claimed victory. Had Tea not participated this time, this assumption would indeed hold true. Observing the reactions of the surrounding villagers, Tell decided to dispense with any suspense and promptly opened the largest package. He was equally intrigued about its contents. As the package was unveiled, the goblin within displayed a flicker of excitement, casting a challenging glance at Taya. which left Taya feeling rather perplexed. In truth, most of the goblins competing in the hunting contest regarded Taya as their rival. Perhaps due to the notion that he was merely the village chief's foolish Owen as the package was opened. The onlookers finally beheld its contents, an array of ram's horns, seemingly more than 20 pairs, leading one to wonder if this individual had slaughtered an entire herd. Nevertheless, his achievements were commendable. Indeed, a contestant gasped in astonishment, as the majority had only managed to hunt 1 or 2 creatures. Making his haul of over 20 ram horns a remarkable feat, Tell then proceeded to announce the results. Temu, loot, 21 pairs of ram's horns, total score, 21 points. The competition utilized a scoring system. 0-level beasts earned 1 point. First-level monsters accrued 10 points. Second-level creatures totaled 100 points, and so forth. The subsequent scores from other contestants were considerably less impressive. Tessin, 6 points. Telling, 4 points. To 0 points. Upon hearing the final score, Taya was astonished. There was indeed a contestant with a score of 0, and that goblin was the one who had returned early at last. It was time to showcase Taya's package, and all eyes were fixated on it. After all, Taya was the chief's son, and his package was only slightly smaller than Temu's, making it highly probable that he would surpass Temu and seize the championship. Tell was also quite anxious, as this was his son's package, and he hoped fervently for Taya's victory. Tell's hands trembled while unfastening the package. Only Taya seemed to notice. Soon, Taya's package was opened, and upon revealing its contents, the crowd was momentarily stunned. Temu, the contestant in question, was utterly flabbergasted, exclaiming, "How is this even possible?" He had anticipated that Taya might surpass him, but never to such an extent. Tell's expression remained inscrutable, yet his trembling legs betrayed the excitement within. He had never realized just how exceptional his child was. With lizard fangs, 1 row, worth 10 points. Water deer antlers, 5 pairs, worth 50 points. Black-backed pig fangs, 1 pair, worth 10 points. Ram horns. Taya's final score, 137 points. The goblins below erupted in astonishment. This score could very well be the highest recorded since the inception of the hunting competition. In just 3 days, Taya had managed to hunt such an impressive array of prey. Tell, brimming with enthusiasm, called out to Taya, "Taya, come up here and let everyone see you." Without hesitation, Taya ascended to the stage. In truth, this was not all of his spoils. His backpack held many more trophies that he had not yet revealed. After all, had he showcased all of his loot, his package would have been far too small to contain it all. The goblins in the audience were mostly familiar with Taya, and Tell simply wished to flaunt his son, allowing everyone to witness his achievement. The crowd was willing to indulge Tell, yet amidst the admiration, there were always a few sour grapes who could not bear to see others succeed. Temu's gaze was filled with jealousy as he thought, "If it weren't for this guy, I would be the center of attention up there now." However, the focus remained on Taya, and no one paid any heed to Temu. After receiving his accolades, Taya suddenly felt an intense gaze fixed upon him. Following this feeling, he quickly discerned Temu's resentful stare, leaving Taya perplexed as to why he was being glared at. Yet he paid little mind and turned his attention elsewhere. This act provoked Temu's ire further. Throughout his life, he had always been the object of concern, and without Taya, the spotlight would undoubtedly be on him. Fueled by indignation, Temu's simmering rage culminated in a loud declaration. "Taya, I challenge you." Upon hearing this shout, all eyes shifted from Taya to Temu. Satisfied by the attention, Temu reveled in the spotlight he so craved. Taya replied, "Did I hear you correctly? You wish to challenge me?" "Indeed, I challenge you," Temu affirmed. The crowd, now fully aware of Temu's proclamation, cast incredulous glances his way, many internally questioning whether he was unable to accept defeat. However, the spectators were eager to witness the forthcoming battle, anticipating a display of Taya's prowess. Feeling the weight of the crowd's scrutiny, Temu's anger escalated, and he shouted again, "Will you accept or not?" Taya responded, "Since you insist, I shall accept your challenge." With Taya's affirmation, Temu smirked. He felt no inferiority to Taya, confident that he had already reached the 2nd level of 1st rank, doubting Taya had attained the same level. Unlike Taya, These goblins could only elevate their status through extensive training and the consumption of cores or rare herbs. Time, location, Taya inquired. What time and location? Temu retorted. Are you dense? I meant for you to choose the time and place for our battle. I am no pig. Pigs cannot match the might of goblins, since that is the case. Let us fight here. Come on, Taya. After hearing Temu's response, Taya felt exasperated, finding it tiresome to explain matters to someone lacking in intellect. Very well. We shall fight here. I have no desire to waste time. The surrounding goblins perked up at the notion of a duel. Their monotonous lives made the prospect of such entertainment irresistible. Taya stretched his wrists and neck, then addressed Temu. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. You may strike first, that I fear that if I make a move, this battle will end swiftly. Who do you think you are looking down upon? Temu began, but before he could finish, a massive green fist materialized before him, rapidly closing in. With a resounding crash, Temu was sent flying. Taya dusted off his hands and remarked, Ah, youth, just a few words and you fall for it. Did you genuinely believe I would allow you to strike first? As Temu writhed on the ground, clutching his mouth in agony, the goblins watching could only roll their eyes, thinking to themselves how despicably cunning Taya was. Meanwhile, Temu struggled to comprehend his situation, his mouth feeling foreign, his brain consumed by pain, rendering him unable to articulate a sound. The goblins' disdain for Taya grew more pronounced as they observed Temu's plight. When Taya turned to meet their gazes, the atmosphere grew awkward. Nevertheless, he appeared unfazed by his actions and earnestly addressed the crowd. Everyone disperse. There's nothing more to see. The competition has concluded, and contestant Temu has surrendered. The audience fell silent, momentarily speechless. Yet, from the direction of Temu came a faint voice. I haven't conceded yet. Due to his mouth's disfigurement and the loss of a few teeth, Temu's words were barely intelligible. However, Taya understood clearly. He had initially intended to teach Temu a lesson, but now he resolved to administer a more severe punishment. Filled with rage, Temu could not accept that Taya had dared to ambush him. He sought vengeance, recklessly charging at Taya, and for reasons unknown, the onlookers suddenly found themselves hoping Temu might triumph over Taya. There exists no alternative. Taya, that wretched individual, is truly despicable for resorting to a sneak attack. Yet, as the onlookers silently prayed for Temu to prevail against Taya, the cruel hand of reality delivered a harsh slap to their hopes. After enduring excruciating pain to reach Taya, Temu was sent flying with a single punch. Taya scoffed. Huh. Pathetic. He then leapt upon Temu, spat on his palm, wiped it clean, and bellowed to the heavens, Turtle Fist. Subsequently, a resounding slap struck Temu's face. Temu gasped in disbelief. The gathered goblins muttered in dismay. What happened to the Turtle Fist? How? Is it merely a slap? Taya proceeded to unleash a brutal beating upon Temu, causing even the more compassionate goblins to turn their heads away in distress. Ultimately, it was Tel who approached and said, Enough, Te, it's time to cease. We are all from the same village. Spare him. Taya replied, but isn't he conceded yet? Just as he uttered these words, a faint, raspy voice emerged from beneath him. I concede. With that, Taya delivered another slap to Temu's face, stating, See, he still hasn't surrendered. The spectacle left the observing goblins with an even deeper frown upon their faces, silently vowing never to provoke the twisted Taya, as they wished to avoid a fate akin to Temu's. Finally, it was not until Temu lost consciousness that Taya relented, claiming his reward of 3 first-tier crystal cores before departing. The onlookers sighed heavily as they regarded the unconscious Temu. One larger goblin lamented, What a tragedy! If Temu's father sees this, what shall we do? Another replied, Fear not. Taya's father is the village chief. He has no reason to fear Temu's father. After all, wasn't Temu's father once bested by Chief Tel? Taya was aware that perhaps his actions today were not entirely commendable. Nevertheless, Temu's murderous gaze had been unmistakable, compelling Taya to instill a lasting fear in him, ensuring he would no longer dare to provoke him. This would also serve as a means of establishing his authority, deterring those who envied him from causing trouble in the future. Upon returning home, Taya toyed with the 3 crystal cores in his hand, contemplating his departure from the village in a couple of days. Once goblins reach adulthood in their village, They may choose to remain and join the hunting team or venture out to roam freely. Taya naturally preferred the latter. Finding the village stiflingly dull, he yearned to explore human towns, where despite their lower status, goblins could live legally and engage in trade. Goblins were one of the few races permitted to transact with humans, even if they were merely low-tier magical creatures. Thus, during dinner, Taya broached the subject with Tel and his mother. After a moment of silence, Tel finally said, "Go ahead. I approve. Our village is ultimately too small, and it would be beneficial for you to explore the world beyond. However, should you ever tire, you are always welcome to return. This will always be your home." Taya's eyes glistened with moisture upon hearing Tel's words. Although he had not spent much time with his parents in this life, he could still feel the profound care embedded within Tel's sentiments. In his previous life, his parents had long since passed, and he had not experienced such parental affection in ages that he struggled to find the words to express his gratitude, ultimately nodding solemnly and replying, "Understood." The next morning, Taya stealthily departed from the village, ensuring that no one saw him off. Shortly after he left, from a nearby hill, a voice emerged. "Let us go. He has left." The voice belonged unmistakably to Tel, and it was evident he was speaking to Taya's mother. "You say that so easily. He is my only son. What if something happens to him out there?" Tel replied, "Shall we have another?" A blush suddenly crept across Taya's mother's green face, and she shyly acquiesced. "Very well." They then retreated into their cozy home, engaging in intimate activities during the daylight. Taya, of course, remained blissfully unaware of this turn of events, but when he returned, he might very well find himself with a younger sibling. Meanwhile, Taya wandered through the kegging forest, unfamiliar with the terrain and uncertain of which path would lead him out. Damn it, I should have asked for directions or consulted those humans I saved that day. Taya's agitation escalated. Such a volatile mood easily clouded his thoughts, and as expected, he lost his way. After 2 hours, Taya found himself staring blankly at a massive tree, marked with 3 claw marks, his own, as he had returned here for the 4th time. His emotions were conflicted. Initially, he had merely been a bit lost, but now he was thoroughly disoriented, with no sense of where he was. Yet, as the protagonist, Taya soon heard familiar voices and followed them. Before him appeared a small adventurer-esque party, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed the same group he had saved 2 days prior. Eagerly, he approached them to request their guidance, but the party's priest suddenly warned, "Stay alert, everyone." At her command, the group tensed as faint rustling sounds emerged from the nearby bushes, every sense heightened in anticipation of the impending appearance of a beast. The leading warrior swallowed hard, anxiety coursing through him as he silently prayed that whatever emerged would not be a formidable monster. After all, their recent encounter with a monstrous wood lizard had left him severely injured and still healing. Should they face such a beast again, their lives would be in jeopardy. However, when the creature emerged from the underbrush, all 4 members froze in surprise. It was merely a goblin. Instantly, they relaxed, knowing goblins were among the few allies they could encounter in Kegging Forest. Occasionally, these adventurers would seek refuge in a goblin village to evade the pursuit of monsters, though such sanctuary came at a steep price, often beyond the means of average adventurers. The mage girl suddenly exclaimed, "ISNT that the goblin who saved us 2 days ago." The realization dawned on them. Indeed, this goblin was all too familiar. The warrior stepped forward and addressed Taya, "Esteemed goblin, may I inquire what brings you here?" Taya replied, "Nothing of great importance. I merely wish to visit a human town. I happened upon you all and thought to accompany you back. What say you?" The mage girl beamed. "That would be splendid. With such a formidable goblin alongside us, we are sure to return safely." The others nodded in agreement. Taya sighed in relief. He could finally escape this wretched forest. Ultimately, with mutual consent, a party consisting of 1 goblin and 4 humans was formed. As they journeyed together, Taya felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Standing at merely 1 meter tall, he was dwarfed by the humans, even the shortest among them, the mage girl, who stood at 1.5 meters. This disparity was disheartening for Taya, as he yearned to quickly evolve into a larger goblin, and the thought of his 3-meter-tall father firmly took root in his mind. As they traveled, the mage girl struck up a conversation with Taya. Greetings, esteemed goblin. My name is Lilith. These are my companions, the priest Muyun in white attire, the warrior Mu Chun, and the knight Mu Yu. What is your name? Taya replied, Taya. Lilith exclaimed, Ah, so your name is Taya? What a lovely name. May I ask what brings you to the human realm? Taya simply stated, to take a look. Thus, the cold and aloof Thea and the loquacious mage girl conversed along the way. Thea found it quite remarkable that despite his icy demeanor, their dialogue continued seamlessly. Did this girl truly fail to read his expressions? The other three men looked on helplessly. They had long since discerned Thea's disinterest in Lilith. Although they harbored affection for her, and she appeared keenly interested in Thea, they remained unconcerned, for it was inconceivable that Lilith would take a liking to a diminutive, green-skinned goblin like him. However, there was a sense that Lilith was somewhat overstepping her bounds, causing them to worry that she might provoke Thea's ire. Yet, this scenario did not unfold. Despite Thea's perpetually indifferent attitude, he consistently responded to Lilith, leading one to assume that this was simply his way of communicating that in truth, Lilith did not harbor any genuine affection for Thea. Her curiosity stemmed from the novelty of conversing with a goblin. Although she had seen goblins in the town before, they had always been strangers, and she had felt a tinge of fear. After 2 hours of travel, Thea suddenly inquired, How much longer until we reach your little town? Lilith replied, No hurry, Mr. Thea. We shall arrive in just an hour. An hour? Thea silently mused. His curiosity piqued about what a human town might look like. Would it resemble a quaint medieval European village? He had always admired such architectural styles, though he had never seen one in person in his previous life. The thought filled him with anticipation. As they journeyed toward the human settlement, they encountered no unforeseen incidents, and Thea and his companions arrived at the human town without difficulty. Upon arrival, however, Thea felt a pang of disappointment. The town was not the charming medieval village he had envisioned, but rather a collection of bizarre buildings. Most of the structures were round or triangular, with square architecture being a rarity. This peculiar anti-human design left Thea feeling quite unsettled, and he inwardly shouted in frustration. Upon seeing the town, Lilith quickly addressed Thea. Mr. Thea, we have arrived. Let us part ways here. I shall return home now. With that, she hastily took her leave, followed suit by the other humans, who bid farewell to Thea before swiftly departing, leaving him alone amidst the chaos of his thoughts. Thea felt akin to a mere tool, used and discarded. Yet he found solace in their absence, relishing the newfound peace. He then ventured into the human town, where the two soldiers at the entrance paid him little mind, evidently accustomed to the comings and goings of goblins. Once inside, Thea quickly spotted other goblins, including some larger ones. Although the architecture struck him as strange, the town appeared to thrive. He meandered about until he approached a vendor, stating, Sir, I would like an apple. The vendor responded, Certainly, sir. Here is your apple. That will be 2 copper coins. Thea rummaged through his bag and produced a gold coin, handing it to the vendor. The vendor froze upon seeing the gold, exclaiming, Sir, I cannot provide change for this. Thea replied, Oh, then convert it all into fruit for me. The vendor surveyed his stall before packing up 100 apples, a large bag of bananas, and an assortment of other fruits for Thea, leaving him astounded by the purchasing power of a single gold coin. As Thea prepared to leave, the vendor advised him, Mr. Goblin, you may exchange for some change at our town's bank. It will make transactions more convenient for you. The vendor's unexpected kindness impressed Thea, who noted that despite the vendor's darker complexion, he had been quite decent and helpful. The vendor even provided directions to the bank. Thank you, sir. I shall return to patronize your stall. Thea said gratefully, Very well, Mr. Goblin. Safe travels, the vendor replied, in high spirits. Thea made his way to the bank, where he was greeted by a lovely young woman at the front desk, further uplifting his mood. As the bank was relatively empty, Thea approached the counter and said, Excuse me, miss, could you assist me in exchanging some copper and silver coins? The receptionist blinked in surprise, asking, Who? Who is speaking? I'm down here. Could you lower your head? Upon hearing his request, she quickly complied, spotting Thea and apologizing. My apologies, Mr. Goblin. I did not notice you before. Not a problem, that I wish to exchange some coins. Thea replied that of course, Mr. Goblin. He produced 5 gold coins and handed them to her, stating, Please exchange for 45 silver coins and the remainder in copper. The currency exchange rate was 1 gold coin for 10 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equated to 100 copper coins. However, a processing fee applied to exchanges at the bank, leaving Thea uncertain of the total copper amount he would receive. The receptionist, surprised by the 5 gold coins, did not expect such wealth from a goblin. She handed him 45 silver coins and 490 copper coins, explaining, "Mr. Goblin, we charge a 2 per 1,000 processing fee for currency exchanges, hence the deduction of 10 copper coins. Should you possess proof of residence in our town, the fee would only be 1 per 1,000. Upon hearing about the identification, Thea inquired, "Lovely receptionist, where might I obtain such proof?" The receptionist blushed at the compliment, delighted despite it being from a goblin. After providing directions to the identification office, Thea took his leave. Obtaining the identification cost him 15 copper coins, which stung a bit. Subsequently, he rented a mid-range room at the inn for 15 copper coins a night, paying for a month up front. As he had the funds, he also gathered various information about the town from the innkeeper, including the location of the mercenary guild and where to exchange prey for gold coins. As well as discovering the town was named Herzalel. By the time Thea absorbed all this information, night had fallen and fatigue washed over him. He descended to the inn's restaurant to dine. Upon entering, he spotted an empty table and took a seat, calling, "Sir, I would like to place an order." The surrounding patrons did not ostracize him for being a goblin, which pleased Thea, indicating the town's commendable order and the high quality of its citizens. Almost immediately, a charming little girl with golden hair approached, cheerfully offering him a menu. "Mr. Goblin, here is your menu. May I take your order?" Her voice trembled slightly, suggesting a hint of fear towards Thea, prompting him to reflect whether he appeared too intimidating. After perusing the menu, he mustered a smile and gently replied, "Little lady, I would like the black pepper beef rice for 15 copper coins and a mango juice for 5 copper coins. Thank you." Unfortunately, his smile resembled that of a fairy tale monster, leaving the girl visibly shaken. "And no need to thank me, Mr. Goblin. It's my duty," she stammered before swiftly retreating. Thea furrowed his brow, pondering whether he truly looked that frightening. Just as he was lost in thought, a nearby patron abruptly stood and shouted, "You scoundrel! If you dare to harm Sarah, I will kill you, Thea." Thea felt utterly speechless. Was it his fault for looking menacing? He certainly did not intend to. However, recognizing the patron's good intentions, he simply replied, "Oh," and chose to disregard the outburst. Moments later, the little girl named Sarah returned with Thea's meal. He glanced at the black pepper beef rice, noting the generous portion, well worth its price. Then, Thea scooped a large spoonful and, after tasting it, found it quite delectable. He began to eat heartily, occasionally sipping on mango juice. There was no denying that the culinary skills here were exceptional. He had never savored such exquisite black pepper beef rice before. In just 10 minutes, he polished off the enormous serving before him. Noticing that Thea had finished, the little girl approached him and said, "Sir, that will be a total of 20 copper coins. Thank you." Thea pondered briefly before retrieving 22 copper coins and handing them to the little girl. After counting, she remarked, "Sir, you have given too much. Allow me to return these 2 copper coins to you." Thea waved his hand dismissively and replied, "No need. Consider it a tip. I apologize for startling you earlier. I didn't realize my laughter could be so intimidating." Upon hearing Thea's apology, the little girl widened her eyes in surprise. The goblins she had encountered in the past were all uncouth and exceedingly rude. Her human adventurer team often received assistance from goblins in the forest, saving many adventurers. Consequently, their lord held goblins in high regard, granting them numerous privileges within the territory. However, this had led to many uneducated goblins developing a brazen demeanor, causing ordinary residents to suffer in silence after being bullied by them. Ironically, these goblins were quite cunning. They would never provoke someone stronger than themselves. This resulted in widespread disdain for goblins among the common folk. Yet their town relied heavily on adventurers, and the goblins ensured their survival in the wild, thus sustaining the town's economy. They could hardly afford to confront the goblins. Therefore, when Thea apologized to Sarah, she was taken aback and, after uttering a simple "it's fine," hurried away. Thea scratched his head, wondering, am I really that frightening? Oh well, never mind, I'm tired. It's time for bed. Meanwhile, Sarah watched Taya ascend the stairs, contemplating how this goblin seemed unlike any she had encountered before, far from fierce and rather polite. Unbeknownst to Taya, the little girl had already revised her opinion of him. He fell asleep the moment he hit the bed. The following morning, Taya woke early, and the hotel was already bustling with activity. After enjoying a delightful breakfast of fruits he had purchased the previous day, he set out. All of his fruits were stored in his backpack, which kept time frozen within it. Thus, any food stored there would never spoil. Taya first made his way to the place the hotel owner had mentioned, where he could sell his prey. Upon glancing at the sign, he noted it was called the Kegging Trading Company, a rather casual name derived from the kegging forest. However, once inside, he found the facilities quite satisfactory. Early in the day, numerous mercenaries and hunters were selling their gathered materials to the trading company, while many others were purchasing goods. As Taya approached the sales area, he discovered they were selling monster cores and decided to check the prices. The first-tier fire attribute monster core was priced at 6 gold coins. The first-tier wood attribute monster core at 7 gold coins, and the first-tier wind attribute monster core at 5 gold coins. Taya exclaimed. His heart raced with excitement. The cores were astonishingly affordable. If he exchanged all 157 gold coins he possessed for cores, he could acquire at least 25 monster cores, coupled with the few he already had. He would amass enough to recharge 300 magic crystals. This revelation thrilled Taya immensely that he approached the front desk and inquired, "Hello, I would like to purchase that first-tier wind attribute core. How many do you have available?" Opting for the most economical option, he chose the wind attribute core. The receptionist responded, "Good day, Goblin sir. We have over 100 wind attribute cores in stock. How many would you like?" Upon hearing there were still more than 100 wind attribute cores, Taya felt a surge of exhilaration and promptly produced 155 gold coins, stating, "Please give me 31 wind attribute cores." The receptionist was momentarily taken aback by Taya's display of wealth. She had not expected a mere goblin to possess such riches, especially not 155 gold coins. His actions attracted considerable attention from others present, who were astounded by the financial prowess of this goblin. Some even entertained ulterior motives. Noticing the receptionist's astonishment, Taya couldn't help but prompt, "Hello, can we proceed with the exchange?" The receptionist snapped back to reality, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "Please wait a moment. I will fetch the cores for you." Her enthusiasm was justified. With 155 gold coins, she could earn at least 5 gold coins in commission, a tidy sum for her. Shortly after, she returned with 31 cores and accepted Taya's gold coins. Subsequently, she presented him with 2 cards, saying, "Sir, this is a premium membership card and a gold savings card from our store. You can store your gold in this card, which is accepted nationwide. Additionally, with the premium membership card, you will receive a 20% discount on ordinary purchases and gain access to our monthly auction events." Taya accepted the cards with mild surprise, pleased to have received such unexpected rewards. After securing the cores, he hurriedly departed, as he sensed someone had begun to take an interest in him. Lingering any longer might lead to complications. He swiftly returned to the hotel and entered his room, mentally reciting, "Number 1, I wish to recharge." A voice echoed in his mind. "Understood. How many gold coins would you like to recharge?" Taya replied. 31st tier cores. He had chosen this quantity thoughtfully, considering the possibility of future offers for higher value recharge packages. Ding! Congratulations, host. Recharge successful. You have gained 300 magic crystals. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 300 magic crystal recharge gift package. Upon hearing the recharge was complete, Taya eagerly commanded, "Number 1, open the 300 magic crystal gift package." Ding! The 300 magic crystal recharge gift package has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have received the following items: 3 lottery chances, 5 evolution fruits, and the skill gentle breeze kick. After opening the 300 magic crystal gift package, Taya was thrilled to find he had acquired 5 evolution fruits, which had initially been on his shopping list. This discovery extinguished his desire to purchase any. Now he possessed 7 evolution fruits and was about to consume 5 of them when a sudden system notification interrupted him. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your single recharge has exceeded 300 magic crystals. The system is undergoing an update. Taya then observed a progress bar appear on the system interface. 2 hours later. Ding! System update complete. The system interface has been refreshed. Please review at your convenience. Taya chose not to investigate immediately. The system update had rendered his backpack temporarily unusable, preventing him from accessing the evolution fruits he had yet to consume. Frustrated, he hastily retrieved 5 evolution fruits and devoured them 2 at a time. To be honest, their flavor was quite pleasant, reminiscent of peaches, which Taya particularly enjoyed. After consuming the 5 evolution fruits, Taya suddenly felt an immense surge of energy accumulating within him, infiltrating every organ and layer of skin. He could distinctly sense the ache in each of his muscles, yet he was exhilarated, acutely aware that his strength was gradually increasing. This delightful agony was utterly addictive. The sensation lasted only about 10 minutes, during which Taya's physique expanded dramatically, ultimately stabilizing at a height of 3 meters, the standard form of a great goblin. The growth of Taya's physique has ceased, and his evolution has reached completion. Following this transformation, Taya sensed a profound change within his body that he accessed the system interface to review his attributes. Name: Taya Race, Greater Goblin Class. Tier 2 Creature, Level 53211600, Strength 18 Constitution, 15 Agility, 15 Spirit, 15 Health Points, 75. Each point in Constitution increases health by 5 magic points. 75. Each point in Spirit adds 5 magic, free attribute points. 18 Skills. Gentle Breeze Kick, Green Skill, 0 500 Power Strike, Green Skill, 0 500 Frenzy. Green Skill, 0 30 Gathering Skill, 1 874 1000 Detection Skill, 275 5000 Lying Skill, 995 3478 10000000. 0. Evolution Requirements. Evolution Fruit 30. 100 Flower Fruit 1 Evaluation. A Cunning Greater Goblin. Taya discovered that all his attribute points have been reset, granting him an opportunity to reallocate them. Not only that, but Dark Harvest also underwent a transformation. Its attack enhancement now increased strength. Currently, Dark Harvest has stacked to 12 layers, resulting in his strength exceeding his other attributes by 3 points. After careful consideration, Taya allocated his points in a 2:1 ratio, distributing them entirely to Constitution and Agility. Consequently, his Constitution soared to 27, while his Agility reached 21, enhancing his health by a total of 60 points. Taya's rationale behind this allocation was clear. With Dark Harvest, strength could be infinitely stacked, that he prioritized Constitution as it not only bolstered his health, but also likely influenced his stamina. Moreover, without a sufficiently robust Constitution, he feared his body might not withstand the continuous increases in agility and strength. As for neglecting Spirit, Taya had no desire to become a spellcaster. He aspired to be a warrior, believing that if mana were lacking, potions would suffice. After all, he had ample mana potions at his disposal. After contemplating these matters, Taya felt an insatiable hunger. He retrieved the fruits from his backpack and consumed over 20, soon finding the act of eating fruit somewhat monotonous. Thus, he ventured to the tavern's dining area, ordering 2 generous servings of black pepper beef rice and a glass of wine, indulging in a hearty meal. Today, he was not attended by the charming little girl named Sarah, but rather by the tavern owner. Taya, now a greater goblin, emanated an aura that imposed an invisible pressure. The moment he entered the restaurant, patrons turned anxious, fearing he might cause trouble, as the reputation of greater goblins in their town was notoriously poor. However, Taya was not the type to act recklessly. He noticed the atmosphere and swiftly finished his meal, settled the bill, and departed for his room. The tavern owner looked on in astonishment as Taya returned to his quarters. Realizing that the seemingly ordinary goblin had evolved, he murmured, "I never expected he would undergo such a transformation, that I hope he can remain docile and not cause any disturbances. Otherwise, my humble establishment cannot withstand the tumult of a greater goblin." Much to the owner's relief, Taya maintained a tranquil demeanor, routinely descending for breakfast, strolling about the town to familiarize himself with its affairs, and returning each evening to dine before retiring to rest, his presence a soothing balm for the tavern owner. However, a week later, while enjoying breakfast, a boisterous group of half-orcs stormed into the tavern, bellowing for the owner to emerge. Taya, bewildered, wondered what was transpiring. The tavern owner hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Lord Tiger, you've arrived." The half-orc, referred to as Tiger, regarded the owner and demanded, "It's time to pay this month's dues." The owner nodded fervently, replying, "Lord Tiger, I prepared breakfast for you. Please enjoy while I fetch this month's payment." He dashed to the counter to retrieve the money. Upon witnessing this scene, Taya understood the gravity of the situation. He had previously believed the tavern security was commendable, yet it seemed that no matter where one was, the world harbored such detestable scoundrels. Just as he was about to confront the ruffians, the system's voice echoed in his ear. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have triggered a side quest. Eliminate the Tiger Gang. Please assist the kind tavern owner in resolving this trouble by driving away the Tiger Gang members." Quest rewards: 2 small experience fruits, unlock daily quests. Quest failure penalty: decrease in height by 5 centimeters. Taya's intention to assist the tavern owner solidified upon hearing the penalty. Losing 5 centimeters was a significant cost. As he approached the vile group, the owner had already presented a bag of gold coins to Tiger, stating, "Lord Tiger, this is this month's dues. Please count it." After inspecting the bag, Tiger abruptly kicked the owner, sending him sprawling, and snarled, "Damn it, is this all? This paltry sum won't suffice for my brothers to drink. Are you trying my patience?" As the owner lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. He was a mere ordinary man, unable to withstand the full force of a half-orc's kick. Suddenly, Sarah dashed out, embracing the owner while weeping. "Uncle, please don't be hurt." Her tears intensified upon seeing the owner's condition, and the half-orcs, noticing her, were momentarily captivated by her beauty. The Tiger's eyes gleamed with malicious intent as he approached Sarah, suggesting, "I didn't realize you had such a lovely niece. Since you can't provide sufficient funds, why not let her entertain my brothers for a few days? You won't have to pay this month's dues. How about that? Quite the bargain, isn't it?" "Ha!" Horrified by Tiger's shameless proposal, the owner tried to protest, but the pain for his injuries rendered him speechless. Tiger, interpreting the owner's silence as acquiescence, seized Sarah's hand, intent on abducting her. Witnessing this, the tavern owner's eyes widened in horror as he clutched Sarah tightly. Yet his strength was insignificant against the half-orc's might. Sarah, despairing, cried, "Let me go, you fiends!" Tiger laughed, screamed, "Little girl, the louder you cry, the more excited I become." The owner, desperate, wished for someone to rescue his niece. He would gladly sacrifice himself if it meant saving her from such beasts. Just as Tiger reached to caress Sarah's face, a colossal figure emerged behind him, seizing his hand with an immense green grip. This figure was none other than Taya. Upon witnessing the owner's despair, he could no longer contain his fury, his rage having peaked. Observing the depravity of these scoundrels, he silently condemned them to death. Taya could not fathom why such wretches existed in the world. He yearned to obliterate them completely. Upon realizing his hand was captured, Tiger roared, "Which bastard dares to meddle in the affairs of the Tiger Gang?" However, at the very moment when the fierce Tiger turned around, it beheld a pair of crimson eyes, brimming with ferocious emotions. To its astonishment, the owner of these blood-red orbs was none other than a colossal ogre. The ogre belonged to the second tier of creatures, while these half-orcs were merely first-tier beings, utterly incapable of confronting the likes of Taya. Standing an imposing height of 3 meters, Taya dwarfed the half-orcs, whose stature reached only 2 meters before Taya. Their once formidable forms appeared diminutive. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the fierce Tiger hastily exclaimed, "Ah, it is the esteemed ogre. I was merely jesting with you moments ago. Please, consider me as inconsequential as a passing breeze." Yet, Taya maintained a relentless gaze upon the fierce Tiger. Witnessing the fury in Taya's eyes, the Tiger gulped nervously, aware that it might meet its demise this very day. Taya seized the Tiger's head with one of his massive hands, enveloping it completely, and began to apply pressure gradually, eliciting agonizing cries from the creature beneath his grasp. "Ah!" However, Taya did not kill him at once. Instead, he instructed the owner, "Cover Sarah's eyes." The owner complied without delay. At this moment, the fierce Tiger's 2 companions, paralyzed by fear, stood frozen. Given their cooperation, Taya did not disappoint them. With 2 swift slaps, he rendered them unconscious, then, gripping the Tiger's head with one hand for instance. The fist of the purple rain and the giant's belt can be combined to create the frost hammer. Subsequently, Thea ventured into the system's marketplace and discovered an additional subpage had appeared, dedicated to the League of Legends equipment shop. Upon browsing, Thea noted that the most affordable item, the healing gem, required a staggering 1,500 magic crystals. After glancing at the equipment prices, Thea decided to leave, muttering to himself that it was simply too expensive to afford. Nonetheless, Thea felt quite satisfied with the system. Despite the slight financial drain, it provided him with valuable items and answers to his inquiries without the need for prolonged exploration. Equipping the Fist of the Purple Rain, Thea experienced a boost of 15 points in strength and an increase of 150 health points. He then completed his second task and consumed the 3 small experience fruits awarded to him, finally elevating his level to 8. Following his upgrade, all of Thea's attribute points rose by 2, and he allocated the 2 bonus free attribute points in a Constitution. As a result, his Constitution now stood at 37 points. With the enhancements from the Fist of the Purple Rain, Thea's health soared to 335 points, and his strength also reached 37 points, making him a formidable force with high damage output. Now that he had ascended to level 8, Thea was finally able to equip the silver spear he had earned as a reward in his previous endeavor. Due to the system's updates, the attributes provided by the silver spear had also undergone some changes, now offering a boost of 20 in strength and 15 in agility, with the skill lunge remaining unchanged. Consequently, with a considerable enhancement of 15 points in agility, Thea's mobility significantly improved. Determined to register as a mercenary at the Mercenary Hall, Thea descended the stairs and happened upon Sarah and the tavern owner, who greeted him with a smile. Since Thea had rescued Sarah and her companions earlier that morning, she had come to realize that he was not a villain. However, due to his intimidating appearance, she still harbored a modicum of fear, yet mustered the courage to hide behind the tavern owner and greet Thea. Thea returned their greeting before departing from the tavern. After leaving the tavern, Thea made his way to the Mercenary Hall, which was conveniently located not too far away. He reached the hall in just 10 minutes, and according to Earth time, it was approximately 10 a.m. Coinciding with the peak hours of the Mercenary Association, many individuals were present, eager to undergo the mercenary assessment and earn their titles in this realm. Becoming a mercenary required not only a fee of 1 gold coin, but also passing an evaluation to attain the lowest rank. E-class mercenaries could only undertake simple tasks such as locating lost pets or cleaning the streets, while only those who achieved D-class rank could accept missions involving the hunting of beasts. Depending on one's performance during the assessment, it was possible to directly attain C-class status. After waiting in line for a full hour, Thea finally reached the front, the individual responsible for evaluating him. Upon noticing that Thea was a great goblin, promptly instructed him to participate in the C-class assessment by entering the door on his left and proceeding straight ahead to the evaluation area. Nodding in acknowledgement, Thea departed, eager to seize the opportunity to become a C-class mercenary without settling for E-class. Following the directions given, Thea continued forward until he spotted a door marked as the C-class assessment area. Realizing this was indeed the location indicated, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon entry, Thea observed 3 individuals already waiting there. They were all human and appeared slightly taken aback upon seeing Thea. It was uncommon for a great goblin to aspire to become a mercenary. Most great goblins from the town typically opted to join the personal guard of their lord, who had a notable affinity for goblins. To this end, the lord had established both a regular goblin army and an elite great goblin guard. The presence of a great goblin like Thea introduced an element of pressure in the room. Shortly thereafter, 4 more individuals entered, and the leading figure announced, "We are the evaluators for the C-class assessment. If you can endure for 10 minutes under our supervision, you will earn the title of C-class mercenary. You may freely choose your opponents. Now, without further ado, let the assessment begin." Utilizing his detection skill, Thea examined the attributes of the 4 evaluators. Their strengths were relatively comparable, with only the one in the middle displaying slightly lesser prowess. Name: Huang Long, 2nd tier. Level: 15, Strength, 37, Agility, 37, Constitution, 37, Spirit. 37 to Huang Long was the most formidable among them, with his attributes evenly distributed. Although Thea, equipped with a mithril spear, stood a good chance of winning against him. He felt inclined to test his own abilities, confident that he could last the full 10 minutes without difficulty. Initially, Thea intended to challenge Huang Long, but before he could make a selection, another individual hastily stepped forward to challenge Huang Long. This challenger appeared to be the weakest of the group, and judging by his demeanor, it seemed unlikely he would pass the assessment. Thea sighed quietly. It was a choice made by the challenger himself, and he felt no obligation to intervene. Consequently, Thea selected the individual to Huang Long's left as his opponent. This person, named Huang Yu, was only slightly weaker than Huang Long upon realizing that Thea had chosen him. Huang Yu was taken aback. Of all the candidates, he had least desired to face Thea, who emanated a formidable aura, for great goblins were generally stronger than their human counterparts. However, Huang Yu was not one to shy away from a challenge. And he addressed Thea. "Are you ready?" Thea nodded in affirmation. Huang Yu continued, "In that case, you may attack first." Taken aback by the evaluator's unexpected request, Thea inquired, "Are you certain?" "I am certain," Huang Yu replied confidently, dismissing the notion that a great goblin could possibly best him. Drawing the spear he had obtained from the lottery, Thea executed a powerful strike toward Huang Yu. In truth, the spear was not ideally suited for Thea. Weapons like a mace or a hammer would have been more fitting, yet he made do with the spear for the time being, as the spear descended toward him. Huang Yu regretted his decision the moment Thea initiated his attack. He thought to himself, what was he trying to prove? Even if he managed to block the strike, it would not be without consequence. Thea's powerful strike skill doubled his strength, but consumed 5 points of magic. Huang Yu realized he could not evade the attack, and hastily drew his long sword to defend himself. However, due to the rushed nature of his response, he was pushed back several meters by Thea's spear. Observing Huang Yu, Thea inquired, "Evaluator, shall we continue?" Huang Yu's hands were numb from the impact. Had Thea pressed the attack, he feared he would surely be defeated. Recognizing that Thea was affording him an opportunity to withdraw gracefully, Huang Yu quickly replied, "No need, no need. You have passed the C-class assessment. Please take this token to register." After handing Thea a plaque inscribed with assessment passed, Thea exited the room. Upon stepping outside, he noticed the other 3 candidates had already emerged, and judging by their expressions, it seemed they had all failed the assessment. Just as Thea was preparing to register, one of the 3 clapped him on the arm and remarked, "Brother, don't be disheartened. None of us passed the assessment. You, as a great goblin, will surely succeed next time that I failed 4 times in a row. There's no need to feel downcast." However, just as he finished speaking, Huang Yu rushed out to tell Thea, "Thea, I forgot to mention that C-class mercenaries do not need to queue during registration, which saves a considerable amount of time." Upon hearing Huang Yu's words, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. The individual who had patted Thea's arm froze momentarily. Realizing that Thea had exited the assessment room at the same time they had, and had assumed he too had failed to endure the 10 minutes, suddenly, it dawned on him that Thea must have passed without enduring the full duration, leading him to suspect that Thea might have cheated. His gaze toward Thea shifted to one of disdain. Thea was puzzled by this sudden change in demeanor directed at him. However, despite the disdainful glances directed at him, Thea paid them no heed and brusquely bumped into the shoulder of the individual, then departed. The person, after being jostled by Thea, muttered indignantly, "Who would have thought that one could cheat in a mercenary assessment now?" This outburst left not only Thea but also Huang Yu momentarily taken aback. Huang Yu inquired, "What do you mean by that?" The individual retorted, "What else could it mean? This big brother goblin like us couldn't even last 10 minutes before exiting. Yet he somehow passed the assessment. There must be some collusion on your part. I can't believe the mercenary guild would stoop to such practices." The commotion drew the attention of the 3 other examiners, prompting Huang Long to ask, "What has transpired?" Upon seeing Huang Long approach, the individual quickly reiterated his previous statement. Huang Long, frowning, turned to Huang Yu and asked, "Is this true?" The individual watched Huang Yu with a gleeful malice, knowing well that Huang Long was notorious for his sternness, and he was eager to see how Huang Yu would respond. Huang Yu chuckled lightly. He indeed did not last 10 minutes, but before he could finish, Huang Long interjected, "If he hasn't lasted 10 minutes, how can you declare him passed?" Huang Yu replied, "Please allow me to finish. He did not last the full 10 minutes because he defeated me within that time." "What?" The revelation stunned everyone present. They could scarcely fathom that Taya possessed the prowess to vanquish an examiner. The individual, taken aback by Huang Yu's response, found himself mulling over the statement. He defeated an examiner. He actually defeated an examiner. Taya, uninterested in the ongoing discourse, proceeded to collect his C-rank mercenary badge after Huang Yu clarified the situation. Ignoring the others, Taya strode confidently to the front, and while others harbored discontent, they dared not voice their grievances, recognizing Taya as a formidable big brother goblin. Upon reaching the front desk, he presented his assessment completion token. The receptionist, momentarily stunned, exclaimed, "Sir, congratulations on passing the C-rank mercenary assessment. Please present your identification." The surrounding mercenaries gasped in astonishment. This seemingly youthful big brother goblin had indeed passed the C-rank assessment. As Taya produced his identification, the onlookers regarded him with incredulous eyes. After verifying Taya's identification, the receptionist stated, "Very well, Mr. Taya, here is your mercenary badge. You are now eligible to accept tasks of C rank and below." After affixing the badge to his right chest, Taya ascended to the second floor, where B rank and C rank tasks were accepted. While the first floor catered to E rank and D rank tasks, the C rank mercenaries could also take on certain special B rank tasks, but Taya had no intention of doing so at the moment. The instant he reached the upper floor, he caught the attention of several individuals in a corner. Two people were conversing. "One new face. I wonder which mercenary group he will join," the other replied. "He is a big brother goblin. He will likely join the monster mercenary group." Upon hearing this, the first individual nodded in agreement. Taya approached the task board, preparing to select a mission, when suddenly someone stepped in front of him and said, "Hey brother, I see you possess considerable strength. How about joining our blood battle mercenary group? We offer the best benefits." Before he could finish, another half-orc interjected, "Brother, don't listen to him. Join our monster mercenary group instead. We are all like you, non-human, and will surely get along better." Given the amiable demeanor of those attempting to recruit him, Taya held a favorable impression of them. However, he preferred to work independently and feared revealing his abilities if he mingled with others due to his unique system. Thus, Taya responded, "I apologize, but I currently have no intention of joining a mercenary group." He did not wish to sound too definitive, as he was new to this environment and did not want to offend anyone. Ideally, the individuals would grasp the essence of his words. Fortunately, the mercenary groups were not overly aggressive, and upon realizing Taya's lack of interest, they tactfully withdrew. After all, not joining now did not preclude future considerations, and there was no need to create a negative impression that could lead to complications later. Once they departed, Taya scrutinized the tasks displayed on the board, most of which involved slaying magical beasts, exactly what he required. After careful consideration, Taya ultimately decided to accept the task to kill black-backed wolves, which entailed bringing back 10 wolf hearts as proof. The reward was 50 gold coins. This task suited Taya perfectly, as the hearts of black-backed wolves were excellent alchemical materials, and there were often bounties for them. Moreover, since black-backed wolves were first-tier magical beasts, they fit Taya's current needs. However, due to their pack mentality, few would dare accept such tasks alone. Thus, when the individual who had previously attempted to recruit Taya into the monster mercenary group saw him choose this task, he warned, "Brother, you might want to reconsider. That task is too dangerous." Taya, however, shook his head in refusal, stating, "I specifically need to take on this task." The individual, seeing that Taya was resolute, ceased his attempts at persuasion, recognizing that it was not his place to intervene in Taya's choices. Taya took the bounty slip to the front desk and declared, "I would like to accept this task." The receptionist replied, "Very well, Mr. Taya. After you accept this task, no one else will be able to take it for 72 hours. If you have not completed it by then, others will be allowed to undertake. As you are a C-rank mercenary, we will deduct 5% as a service fee." After hearing the receptionist's explanation, Taya understood the rules governing task acceptance, which seemed quite reasonable. After all, if he were to meet an untimely demise, someone would need to fulfill the task. He found the 5% fee acceptable. After accepting the task, Taya exited the mercenary hall. He was determined to reach the Kegjin forest before afternoon, allowing him ample time to slay 10 black-backed wolves and complete his daily mission by the following day. Once outside the mercenary hall, Taya sprinted fervently, reaching the outskirts of Kegjin Forest by midday. The territory of the black-backed wolves was not far from the perimeter, and with the map he had previously purchased. He swiftly arrived at their domain. Shortly after entering the black-backed wolf's territory, Taya spotted one. This particular black-backed wolf appeared exceptionally robust, so to err on the side of caution, he checked its attributes. Black-backed wolf leader, second-tier creature, level 9 strength, 27 agility, 27 constitution, 18 spirit. 18. Taya was somewhat surprised to discover it was a second-tier creature. However, he was confident it posed no threat to him. Armed with his mithril spear, he lunged at the black-backed wolf. The wolf instinctively sensed impending danger, but alas, its speed could not match Taya's, though it reacted. Its body failed to keep pace as Taya attacked from the wolf leader's rear. His spear plunged fiercely into its vulnerable spot. Awoo! The mournful howl of the wolf echoed throughout the black-backed wolf's territory. This particular black-backed wolf leader was merely the head of a small pack, consisting of perhaps a dozen wolves. Countless such packs roamed this territory. After being struck, the black-backed wolf leader could barely move. Paralyzed by excruciating pain, Taya, however, was undeterred. He twisted the spear within its wound before yanking it out with force. Awoo! Another agonizing howl resonated as the black-backed wolf leader turned to bite at Taya. Yet its speed was hampered by its injuries, with Taya already possessing significant advantages and attributes, and the wolf now severely wounded. He executed a thrust. With a swift motion, Taya executed the thrusting skill inherent to his mithril spear. Piercing directly through the heart of the black-backed wolf leader, a chime resonated, announcing congratulations to the host for slaying the black-backed wolf leader, earning 951 experience points. The Purple Rainforest Fist grants an additional 5 health points, and the Dark Harvest level increases by 1. Subsequently, Taya commenced the gathering of materials from the fallen leader's corpse. During his time in the small town, Taya had elevated his gathering skill by 2 levels, successfully collecting from the black-backed wolf leader's body on 6 occasions. Among the spoils were the leader's heart, a crystal core, and a sum of 71 gold coins. The bounty from a single black-backed wolf leader had already surpassed the rewards of his previous task. The heart was not to be relinquished, as Taya intended to keep it for alchemical purposes, significantly boosting his alchemical experience. As for the second-tier crystal core, Taya promptly utilized it, acquiring 30 mana crystals, leaving him just 70 crystals short of completing his task of collecting 3. Due to the wolf's previous cries, a multitude of black-backed wolves had been drawn to the scene, recognizing their leader's corpse. Upon realizing Taya had slain their leader, they swiftly encircled him, preparing to launch a joint assault. Observing the 20 or so black-backed wolves surrounding him, Taya thought, "Oh dear, this could spell trouble. I am now completely surrounded and escape is impossible. I must confront them head-on." Positioned amid the throng of wolves, Taya took the initiative and attacked. In an instant, 5 wolves lunged at him, and he retaliated, managing to repel 4 while dispatching 1. However, as he fended off those attackers, several others surged forward, sinking their teeth into his flesh. A notification chimed. Host under attack, sustaining 5 points of damage. Sustaining 4 points of damage. In that fleeting moment, Taya lost over 20 points of health and hastily consumed a small health potion, driving back the encroaching black-backed wolves. Yet for every batch he repelled, another wave of wolves charged at him, rendering the potion's restorative capabilities insufficient. Within mere minutes, Taya had already lost over 100 points of health. Though he had also slain several wolves in the process at that moment, he felt an immense sense of relief for having allocated his attribute points to stamina. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to the relentless onslaught of the black-backed wolves. The wolves, witnessing Taya drenched in blood, began to harbor a tinge of fear. What manner of creature is this? With their collective strength, any ordinary prey would have been torn to shreds by now. Yet the being before them, despite being bloodied, radiated an aura of ferocity. Taya's valor caused the wolves to hesitate momentarily. During this brief interlude, Taya frantically consumed small health potions. His potions required no incantation. He merely had to click them in his inventory. The wolves' strategy was simple. They realized Taya was losing blood rapidly and deemed it unnecessary to sacrifice their comrades for a direct attack. They believed that if they waited for Taya to bleed out, he would inevitably perish. However, the situation unfolded contrary to their expectations. Minutes passed, and to the wolves' astonishment, Taya's wounds began to heal. In that short span, he recovered over 90 points of health, nearly restoring himself to full vitality. This sight caused the blackback wolves to gape in disbelief, and a hint of retreat flickered in their eyes. Yet, Taya would not let them escape. He brandished his mithril spear and thrust toward one of the wolves, delivering a fatal blow. The remaining wolves exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a consensus, and abruptly turned to flee. Taya, taken aback by their sudden retreat, instinctively pursued them. Ultimately, he succeeded in slaying 13 of the fleeing wolves. A notification chimed, "Congratulations to the host for completing daily task 1, awarding 10 mana crystals and 2 small experience fruits." Following this, Taya utilized his gathering skills on the fallen wolves, collecting their crystal cores, hearts, and various materials in the end, Taya emerged from this skirmish with 13 first-tier crystal cores, 13 blackback wolf hearts, 375 gold coins, and an assortment of materials. Additionally, his Dark Harvest level increased by 7, reaching level 20. While the Purple Rainforest Fist granted him an extra 70 health points, Taya could not help but feel satisfied with his haul. Moreover, among the slain wolves, he discovered a medium health potion, capable of instantly restoring 50 health points and an additional 50 points over the next 30 seconds. After using 7 first-tier mana crystals for replenishment, Taya completed daily task 3, consuming all 5 small experience fruits. He ascended to level 9, enhancing all attributes by 2 points and allocating 2 free attribute points to stamina, augmenting his health by 10 points. This action propelled Taya's health to a staggering 410 points. With 10 first-tier blackback wolf hearts now in his possession, Taya saw no need to linger in the Kegjin forest. Although he was a goblin, spending the night alone in the forest was perilously unwise. After contemplation, he resolved to return to Hazel Town without delay, in the dead of night, as the mercenary hall was about to close. A colossal figure appeared at its entrance. The receptionist, upon noticing this imposing presence, remarked, "I'm sorry, it's quite late now, and we are about to close. If you have business, please come back tomorrow morning." However, upon spotting the C-rank mercenary badge adorning Taya's chest, the receptionist quickly added, "Esteemed C-rank mercenary, how may I assist you?" Seeing the stark contrast in treatment, Taya couldn't help but reflect on the advantages of holding a title. Approaching the reception desk, he presented 10 blackback wolf hearts along with the task reward slip, stating, "I wish to submit my task." The receptionist accepted the hearts and task slip, replying, "Very well, sir. May I have your mercenary badge?" "Please." Taya handed over his badge, and the receptionist recorded the details before informing him, "Mr. Taya, you have successfully completed your first task, earning 50 points. Once your points reach 1,000, you may formally apply for B-rank status." Nodding in acknowledgement, Taya received his task rewards from the receptionist and departed the mercenary hall, making his way back to the tavern. Upon arrival, he found the tavern closed for the night. Undeterred, Taya knocked on the door, and moments later, the tavern owner emerged to greet him. Upon recognizing Taya, the owner exclaimed, "Mr. Taya, you have returned." Taya nodded in reply. The owner continued, "It's quite late. You must be hungry. I prepared some food for you. Please have a seat in the dining area." Grateful, Taya responded, "Thank you." Indeed, he was famished after his hurried return. Having consumed little throughout the day, he had intended to nibble on some fruit, but thought it best to indulge more thoroughly the following day. Shortly thereafter, the owner presented Taya with a large bowl of black pepper beef rice, saying, "Mr. Taya, I notice you often order this, so I saved extra for you." Taya, delighted by the generous gesture, began to eat heartily, while the owner also provided him with a glass of wine to quench his thirst. In the end, Taya polished off the entire serving of black pepper beef rice. However, when it came time to settle the bill, the owner adamantly refused to accept his payment, insisting that Taya could eat and stay at the tavern without charge, stating that had it not been for Taya, he might have lost his life to the half-orc bandits. In the subsequent week, Taya maintained a rigorous routine, emerging early and returning late, completing a C-rank task each day with remarkable efficiency. His relationship with Sarah improved significantly, and she gradually lost her fear of him. Although the owner claimed he would not charge Taya for meals, Taya nonetheless placed an appropriate number of copper coins on the table after each meal, feeling it inappropriate to take advantage of the hospitality. In this brief span of 1 week, Taya accumulated a total of 1,000 mana crystals and acquired a basic alchemical furnace. The success rate of drug refinement has significantly increased. Meanwhile, within the span of just 1 week, he has already earned over 1,500 gold coins. His level has also ascended to level 12, marking a considerable advancement. Moreover, due to his frenzied task completion, he's garnered a nickname in the mercenary hall that aptly suits him: Task Maniac. No one can fathom why Taya is exerting himself so diligently. As Taya observes his levels steadily rising, he ponders whether he will acquire the necessary Baiwa fruit upon reaching level 20. He searched the shop for the Baiwa fruit, but to his dismay, he found none. Later, he inquired with the system, which informed him that the Baiwa fruit is a special item obtainable solely through tasks. Of course, Baiwa fruit also exists within the Kedkin forest. It remains to be seen if he can find it. In pursuit of this Baiwa fruit, Taya even took the initiative to post a task in the mercenary hall, offering a bounty of 1,000 gold coins for its retrieval. Many individuals accepted this task due to the generous reward, yet, as of now, no one has succeeded in finding it. Initially, Taya believed that his life would continue in this tranquil manner. However, unexpectedly, trouble sought him out despite his desire to avoid it. As he prepared to leave in the morning, he encountered a group of particularly aggressive half-orcs. A sense of foreboding washed over him at the sight of these half-orcs. Sure enough, the moment they entered the tavern, a notification tone echoed in his mind. Ding! Side quest 2 activated. Protect the tavern. Please ensure its safety from the claws of the Tiger Gang. Task rewards: 2 medium experience fruits and 1 red crystal. Task failure penalty: reduction of Ogene by 5 centimeters. Damn. Why must the penalty be a reduction of 5 centimeters for Ogene? It was already scant, and now it's diminished further. How could the system be so merciless? At the instant Taya received this task, he heard the sound of things being smashed within the tavern. He rushed inside and discovered the owner being grasped by the collar by a half-orc, who seemed poised to eliminate him. In this dire situation, Taya disregarded whether Sarah was watching and brandished his mithril spear, hurling it towards the half-orc, piercing directly through its heart. The half-orcs reacted swiftly. As soon as Taya made his move, they charged at him. For an ordinary person, their menacing presence might instill fear, but in Taya's eyes, their strength was insufficient that a total of 4 half-orcs armed with weapons barreled toward him, and he dispatched each with a single punch, sending them flying. Presently, Taya has earned a reputation as a formidable expert in Heseltown, rendering these minor thugs inconsequential in his sight. As before, Taya had no intention of leaving any survivors this time either. However, he feigned interrogation of the mastermind behind the scenes, though the initial half-orc remained tight-lipped. Ultimately, through Taya's rigorous questioning, the half-orc divulged that the Tiger Gang was indeed the orchestrator. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing side quest 2. Rewards: medium experience fruit 2, red crystal 1. Taya inspected the red crystal, noting that it is an item from League of Legends, capable of being synthesized into various high-level equipment, enhancing vitality by 150 points. Quite satisfactory. The medium experience fruits far surpass the smaller ones in efficacy. Each medium fruit grants 25,000 experience points, tenfold that of a small fruit. However, for Taya, who has already reached level 12, consuming both fruits would barely elevate him by a single level. After reaching level 10, the experience required for leveling up no longer multiplies by 2. Instead, the requirement for the next level has swelled by 50,000. Thus, ascending to level 13 now demands a total of 150,000 experience points. Taya consumed the 2 medium experience fruits, witnessing a significant rise in his experience bar, yet he remained unpromoted that moment. The system notification chimed again. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering side quest 3. Protect the tavern. To ensure its future safety, please eradicate the Tiger Gang entirely. Task rewards: 1 pickaxe, large experience fruit 10. Task deadline: 1 week. Task failure consequences: Taya dreaded to contemplate the penalties of failure, as they were exceedingly disheartening. Nonetheless, he felt anticipation for the task rewards. Completing it would grant him the pickaxe, red crystal, and the Fist of the Purple Rain, a trifecta of items that, when combined, could yield the Strax Challenge Gauntlet. A finished piece of equipment. Although Taya was unaware of its effects, he remained hopeful, for it is one of the premier pieces of equipment in the League of Legends universe. However, the task of annihilating the Tiger Gang would undoubtedly be formidable. Taya had gathered intel on the gang's leader, who appeared to be a half-orc of intermediate warrior status, corresponding to the second tier of strength. Yet, the gang boasted 3 intermediate warriors and over 50 first-tier novice warriors. If Taya possessed the Strax Challenge Gauntlet, he would dare to confront the gang head-on. Lacking it, he needed to devise a strategy. Over the past few days, while completing daily tasks, Taya had diligently gathered information regarding the Tiger Gang. Within approximately 3 days, he had thoroughly uncovered their details. After all, the Tiger Gang is merely a small faction, and investigating them is not particularly challenging. Every Friday, they dispatch designated personnel to collect protection fees from various locations. They oversee 10 such sites, with the tavern owner being one of them. The previous batch sent to the tavern had mysteriously vanished, prompting the gang's leader to target the tavern for destruction, leading to the half-orcs wreaking havoc. Regrettably for them, they encountered Taya. 3 days have elapsed, and it is likely that the Tiger Gang's leader is preparing to personally assault the tavern. Surely, he wouldn't bring everyone along. Taya resolved to forego any tasks for the remaining 4 days, opting instead to vigilantly guard the tavern. The following day, after finishing breakfast at the restaurant, Taya did not head to the task hall, as usual. Instead, he settled at the tavern's bar, ordering a large bottle of wine to savor slowly. It was the first time Sarah witnessed Taya enjoying solitude at the bar, prompting her to skip over and ask, "Taya, why aren't you going to the mercenary hall today?" Having grown entirely unafraid of him, she felt comfortable approaching. Taya replied, "I wish to take a day off and relax. I don't want to go anywhere." "Ah," she responded. The tavern owner chuckled and remarked, "Resting is indeed beneficial, Mr. Taya. You toil tirelessly every day. You must be quite fatigued. I have prepared some fine wine. Would you care to try some?" Initially intrigued by the prospect of tasting the good wine, Taya quickly reconsidered, aware that the Tiger Gang might arrive at any moment to trouble the tavern. Drinking could jeopardize his focus, so he declined, citing a recent bout of indigestion and opting for the milder wine instead. The owner expressed mild disappointment but complied, stowing away the stronger spirits. Just as he was reclaiming the drinks, a thunderous crash erupted at the entrance. As the tavern door was kicked open, Taya thought to himself, "Here they come." Subsequently, a horde of Tiger Gang members appeared at the tavern's threshold. However, this time was markedly different from the previous encounters. Instead of 4 or 5, a full 23 half-orcs had arrived. Among them was a particularly robust wolf-like half-orc, whom Taya surmised to be one of the Tiger Gang's 3 second-tier warriors. Upon entering, the wolf-like half-orc bellowed, "You lot are the reason our gang members have vanished." Hearing his words, the patrons in the tavern continued their meals, paying him no mind. They were quite fond of the trouble these half-orcs brought, especially with Taya present to handle the situation. The wolf-like half-orc was taken aback by their indifference. He wondered why they were so unafraid of him. Perhaps his entrance had been too lackluster? Just as he pondered this, Taya rose to his feet, and the half-orcs glared at him with palpable displeasure. Since there are those bold enough to take the lead, they have resolved to teach Thea a lesson. "Thea, are you all not tired of coming here repeatedly? Do you wish to vanish from this world like the previous 2 groups?" Upon hearing Thea's words, the wolf-like half-orc quickly responded, saying, "The little tiger and the red wolf were killed by you, Thea. And what of it?" Upon Thea's admission, the wolf-like beast man's eyes narrowed into slits, saying, "Since you acknowledge it, you must understand the fate that awaits you." Thea, unfazed by the wolf's declaration, even absent-mindedly picked his nose, retorting, "So what do you intend to do?" The flippant tone of Thea ignited the wolf man's fury, prompting him to command, "Attack! Kill him!" Hearing the wolf's order, his 22 half-orc subordinates lunged towards Thea. However, Thea remained composed as he drew his mithril spear and swiftly pierced the foremost half-orc with a thrust. After dispatching that foe, Thea glanced at the remaining half-orcs and, without a word, began to flee, leaving the tavern's patrons momentarily dumbfounded. Yet the wolfman quickly regained his composure, shouting, "Pursue him!" The half-orcs, now spurred into action by their leader's command. Raced after Thea. In truth, Thea did not run far. In such an open terrain, engaging in a brawl was decidedly disadvantageous for him. Thus, he ascended the staircase, where the confined space would hinder the half-orcs from mounting a full-scale assault. He would only need to contend with the enemies directly before him. The second-tier wolfman soon discerned Thea's strategy, cursing under his breath before charging forward to engage him, armed with a pair of wolf-claw gauntlets. The wolfman surprised Thea with his immediate aggression, yet Thea was undeterred. He advanced with his spear, and as their weapons clashed with a resounding echo, the anticipated stalemate failed to materialize. Instead, Thea effortlessly deflected the wolf's claws, driving his spear deep into the wolfman's abdomen. However, due to the presence of the wolf's allies, Thea was compelled to withdraw his spear to engage other adversaries. Meanwhile, the wolfman, clutching his injured abdomen in agony, collapsed to the ground. Thea could not spare him a moment's attention, as he needed to focus on the enemies at hand. The wolfman acutely felt Thea's formidable strength. The instant they clashed, he was overwhelmed by an irresistible force that his arms could hardly bear. To his astonishment, Thea's reflexes were lightning quick, and in an instant his abdomen was pierced. Desperately, he implored the nearby half-orcs, "Quick, take me away!" Upon receiving their leader's directive, the two half-orc subordinates hastily assisted the wolfman in his escape. Witnessing this scene, Thea resolved not to let them flee. Thus, he hurled his spear like a label at the retreating wolfman, striking him through, and in that moment, a second-tier wolfman met his demise. Simultaneously, the three dog-headed creatures before him plunged their weapons into Thea's body. The sensation of weapons embedding themselves was far from pleasant, and Thea felt blood begin to flow from his abdomen. Seeing this, Sarah cried out in terror. No! Her instinctive reaction stemmed not from concern for their fate, should Thea perish, but from a fear of never seeing this seemingly fearsome goblin brother again. However, in truth, Thea's injuries were far less severe than they appeared. His high defense rendered his flesh remarkably resilient, and the weapons only grazed him superficially. In his mind, he registered 3 damage notifications: a loss of 11 hit points, 15 hit points, and 17 hit points, while he entered a bleeding state. Silently, Thea consumed a small red potion from his inventory, beginning to gradually recover. This degree of damage was trivial for someone with over 400 hit points. Nonetheless, the half-orcs, initially demoralized upon witnessing their leader's injury, suddenly found their spirits lifted upon seeing Thea wounded. Though his injuries were exchanged for the wolfman's life, they were unconcerned. Their sole focus was on the prospect of slaying the goblin before them, believing that their leader, the little tiger, might elevate them to the position of the fallen third-in-command. Thus, emboldened by visions of a bright future, the half-orcs surged toward Thea, oblivious to the fact that his wounds were not as grievous as they had imagined. With his spear thrown, Thea was left without a weapon, forcing him to draw a large knife from his person. 2 minutes later, having cleaved a half-orc in two, the greedy half-orcs suddenly awoke to the reality that the creature before them was far beyond their capacity to resist. They had arrived as a group of over 20. Now, only 8 remained alive. Coming to terms with their grim reality, they began to flee, but Thea would not permit their escape. Utilizing his exceptional speed, he effortlessly dispatched the remaining 8 half-orcs, still boasting over 200 hit points, making the task exceedingly simple. But the moment Thea eliminated the last of them, Sarah rushed over and clung to him, weeping profusely. This display startled Thea, who quickly began to soothe her, asking, "What is it, Sarah? Did you get hurt during the fight?" Yet Sarah could only cry, unable to articulate her thoughts as she sobbed. After a time, she managed to say, "I was just worried about you. When I saw so many weapons lodged in you, I thought you would die, and I would never see you again." Upon hearing Sarah's words, Thea felt a warmth in his heart. "Do not cry. Look at me. I'm perfectly fine, so there is no need for concern," Sarah replied, "but you are bleeding so much from your abdomen. You won't die, will you?" In response, Thea hiked up his shirt, saying, "See, Sarah? There is no blood now." Upon witnessing that Thea truly had ceased to bleed, Sarah playfully swatted him, declaring, "Humph, you should have said something. You scare me to death." With that, she stormed off in a huff. Thea was left bewildered by her abrupt shift in demeanor, pondering the peculiarities of women and their seemingly irrational behavior. Subsequently, he employed his gathering skill on the fallen half-orcs, ultimately acquiring 530 gold coins and an assortment of odd items that he then set their corpses ablaze. Following this, Thea addressed the tavern owner, stating, "Tomorrow, I will eradicate the Little Tiger Gang, and you shall no longer need to worry about their harassment." The tavern owner, taken aback, was at a loss for words. He had long been accustomed to oppression, and Thea had appeared like a hero in his life, repeatedly rescuing both him and Sarah, leaving him unsure of how to express his gratitude. Observing the tavern owner's excitement, Thea reassured him, saying, "Do not be so overwhelmed. I am merely acting against those I find displeasing. You need not thank me." After finally placating the tavern owner, Thea retreated to his room. Awaiting the gradual restoration of his life forced by the afternoon, Thea's health had fully recovered. Meanwhile, the leader of the Little Tiger Gang, Little Tiger, began to sense that something was amiss. Turning to the half-orc beside him, he inquired, "Second, do you think Third has yet to return? Perhaps he has met with misfortune." The man known as Second hesitated before replying, "Boss, I share your concern. Two previous groups have disappeared in that tavern. It seems likely that Third has met a grim fate." Upon hearing Second's words, Little Tiger declared, "Regardless of the circumstances, I will not let anyone who dares to confront my Little Tiger Gang escape unpunished. Second, gather the brothers. We shall see who has the audacity to defy me." Second promptly cautioned, "Boss, I believe this is unwise. After all, even Third has fallen, and you know his strength. Although not as formidable as the two of us, he can still be considered a master in his own right. I believe it is prudent to first ascertain the identity of the aggressor before taking any further action. If our adversary proves to be someone we cannot contend with, we shall simply act as though nothing has transpired." After hearing the words of the second-in-command, the fierce tiger took a moment to compose himself and finally replied, "Let us proceed, as you suggest." Meanwhile, Thea was in his chamber, fervently concocting potions. Ever since acquiring a basic alchemical furnace, his efficiency had markedly improved, and he was on the verge of elevating his alchemical skills. The potion he was currently brewing was a paralyzing toxin. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully crafted a vial of paralyzing agent." This particular potion had been synthesized by Thea countless times, and he relished the idea of coating his weapons with it. Thus, anyone pierced by a spear would experience paralysis. His previous stock of paralyzing potions had already been depleted. As he prepared to confront the werewolves, he anticipated facing the formidable leader and second-in-command of the fierce Tiger Gang, whose prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of the third-in-command. He needed to be well prepared, but on the other hand, the fierce tiger had received news that the culprit responsible for dispatching his underlings was merely a high-ranking goblin. Enraged, he gathered his men and stormed toward the tavern, causing passers-by to instinctively avoid them at that moment. Thea had just completed brewing all of his paralyzing herbs, totaling 137 vials, each capable of being utilized 3 times, meaning that a single spear thrust could incapacitate 3 foes. He now awaited the inevitable confrontation with the members of the fierce Tiger Gang. Just as Thea contemplated this, the gang members arrived at the tavern's entrance, and he descended the stairs, ready to grab a bite to eat. Upon stepping down, he was met with the sight of the fierce tiger and his subordinates, creating an exceedingly awkward situation. The moment the fierce tiger laid eyes on Thea, he bellowed, "Seize him, kill him." Familiar scenes unfolded in a familiar place. The tavern owner remained unfazed, leisurely pouring himself a glass of wine and sipping it, confident that Thea would handle the situation. Thea, undistracted by the tavern owner's demeanor, readied his spear. Thea's spear featured a groove where he placed the paralyzing agent, then asked his companion number 1 to assist in automatically replenishing the potion, thus avoiding the need for Thea to pour each vial individually, which was exceedingly convenient. As he faced the oncoming half-orc, Thea executed a swift thrust, dispatching one with ease. Just as he prepared to dash toward the staircase to repeat his tactic, a ferocious roar erupted from behind the half-orcs. Suddenly, a tiger-like half-orc charged at Thea, wielding a massive spiked club that swung down menacingly toward him. Thea retaliated with his spear, but this time the fierce tiger did not falter. Instead, Thea was forced to retreat 2 steps, astonished by the overwhelming strength displayed by the fierce tiger. Before Thea could catch his breath, the second in command, Black Panther, seized the opportunity to ambush him. A shadow darting past. In an instant, 2 gaping wounds appeared on Thea's abdomen. This was no mere attack from the minions. This barrage inflicted a grievous blow, costing Thea a significant 100 points of health. Both the fierce tiger and Black Panther were taken aback. Any ordinary foe would have been severely injured by such a flurry of strikes. Faced with the predatory gazes of the 2 adversaries, Thea realized he had encountered a formidable challenge. However, at that moment, Thea's thrust skill became available again, and he aimed it directly at Black Panther, executing the maneuver with remarkable speed. Even the quick-reacting Black Panther struggled to respond in time. Although Thea's spear merely grazed him, it was sufficient to induce paralysis, feeling the effects of the toxin. Black Panther furiously shouted at Thea, "You treacherous scoundrel! You dare to resort to poison!" Hearing Black Panther's accusation, Thea rolled his eyes. "Who is the real scoundrel here? You lot have over 20 against me. And you dare call me treacherous?" Upon hearing Thea's use of poison, the fierce tiger's expression darkened as he charged at Thea once more. However, Thea was unafraid. His earlier retreat was merely due to being unprepared. Mighty strike, Thea unleashed another skill, doubling his strength. Though the fierce tiger was powerful, he lacked skills of his own and was sent reeling by Thea's assault. Following up with a wind kick, the fierce tiger sustained light injuries, leaving his subordinates stunned as they watched their leader being knocked back. Seeing his gang members frozen in shock, the fierce tiger bellowed, "What are you all standing around for? Assist me!" Their reactions were swift, as they quickly surrounded Thea. This left Thea in a difficult position. It was impossible for him to fend off so many attackers simultaneously. Glancing at Black Panther, who was struggling due to the paralysis, Thea lunged toward him. Black Panther, realizing Thea's intentions, attempted to flee, but the paralysis limited his speed significantly. Thea easily captured him. Brandishing his spear menacingly at Black Panther's neck, he shouted to the half-orcs, "Step back. Do not approach." Seeing their second-in-command in captivity, the half-orcs hesitated, fearful of harming him. At that moment, one individual raised a spear and hurled it toward Thea. It was none other than the fierce tiger. Thea quickly raised Black Panther's body to shield himself, and with a sickening sound, the spear pierced Black Panther. In disbelief, Black Panther looked at the fierce tiger, while Thea swiftly severed Black Panther's head. Thinking to himself, "At least I landed the final blow. The experience is mine. Apologies for the delay, brothers. I intended to update sooner, but will do so later tonight." The gang members stared in astonishment at their fallen leader. But the fierce tiger glared at them and roared, "What are you waiting for? Attack!" Obeying the fierce tiger's command, they rushed at Thea, having taken a moment to catch his breath while holding Black Panther hostage. Thea's health had slightly recovered, and he managed to however, his gaze remained ferocious. Even in a state of severe injury, the fierce tiger dared not act recklessly. He constantly felt that Thea still had some hidden trump card yet to be revealed. And indeed, this was the case. Thea had just utilized his sole medium-sized life potion, instantly restoring 50 points of health, and within 30 seconds, he would continue to recover an additional 50 points, should the fierce tiger charge in at this moment. He might still have a chance. However, if a few more seconds passed, allowing Thea's health to recover further, the prospect of defeating him would vanish entirely. The fierce tiger sensed that Thea was likely at the end of his rope. Thus, he spoke to the half-orc beside him. "Let us attack together." Upon hearing his leader's words, the half-orc felt a wave of despair. He glanced at the bloodied demon and had no desire to engage. However, under the fierce tiger's pressure, he steeled himself and advanced. As the two approached, Thea unleashed a powerful strike directly at the fierce tiger. The double force of the blow sent the fierce tiger flying, while the half-orc managed to stab Thea in the abdomen. Yet, Thea had endured such injuries multiple times and had grown accustomed to the pain. "Roar!" Thea bellowed at the half-orc, who stood frozen in fear. Unable to move, Thea then delivered a devastating punch to the half-orc's head, shattering it completely. The fierce tiger, flung away, stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The repeated collisions with Thea had caused him minor fractures, and now even the slightest movement sent waves of pain coursing through him. Thea, however, harbored no such worries. He steadily approached the fierce tiger. In a panic, the fierce tiger stammered, "Don't come any closer. I won't hold you accountable for killing my third brother. Please, just don't come near. I can offer you a great deal of money." Lots and lots of money. Taya seemed oblivious to the fierce tiger's pleas, continuing his advance, having regained a few hundred points of health over the past 2 minutes. The fierce tiger's fate was already sealed. Taya raised his spear and declared, "Save your words for hell." With that, he plunged the spear downwards, slaying the fierce tiger. The fierce tiger fell. Taya's level rose to 14. Simultaneously, he heard the system's notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest to eliminate the fierce tiger gang. You have received 10 large experience fruits and a pickaxe. Upon hearing the system's reward, Taya felt no elation. Instead, he collected the bodies of the half-orcs, utilizing his gathering skill to acquire a total of 1,500 gold coins, as expected of the leader of the fierce tiger gang. He was indeed wealthy. Afterward, Taya returned to his room to wash off the bloodstains before heading straight to the fierce tiger gang's main base. Having operated in Heseltown for many years, Taya was skeptical that they possessed only this meager wealth. Initially, he had intended to synthesize the Strax Challenge Gauntlet, but was dismayed to discover it required 7,250 magic stones. Despite having amassed 5,000 magic stones through his efforts, he still fell short of the required amount. However, if he exchanged all his gold coins for magic stones and reset, he would have enough. Yet, time was of the essence. Taya hurried to the fierce tiger gang's stronghold, where only 2 half-orcs were on guard. Unaware that their leader had perished, Taya approached them without giving them a chance to speak and swiftly dealt with them. Subsequently, Taya began to search the territory of the fierce tiger gang. Utilizing his detection skill, he uncovered not only 7,000 gold coins, but also 3 small chests, one belonging to the fierce tiger, another to the Black Panther, and the last to the lone wolf. Clearly, these were the treasure chests of the 3 leaders of the fierce tiger gang. Taya decided to open the lone wolf's chest first, as he was the weakest of the 3, wishing to save the mirror for last. With an excited heart, Taya opened the lone wolf's chest, only to be greeted by a facepalm moment. It contained a pile of bones, specifically large bones. Upon using his detection skill, he received the following appraisal: a treasured bone of the lone wolf. The third in command of the fierce tiger gang possesses a strong allure for canic creatures. This assessment led Taya to seriously question whether the TH upon reaching the 3rd evolution, Thea's attribute points underwent a significant transformation. Name: Thea race, elite goblin class, 3rd tier creature level, 2034371000000 strength, 177, base 60 Stralic 30 Mithril 20 Darkness 12 Dominance 5 Source of Power 50, Constitution, 135, base 60 Freedom 70 Dominance 5, Agility, 110, base 60 Freedom 30 Dominance 5 Mithril 15, Spirit, 65, base 60 Dominance 5, Health points, 1125, each point of Constitution increases health by 5. Mana points, 325, each point of Spirit increases mana by 5. Free attribute points, 0 skills. Gale Kick, green skill. 1. 98,500 Smash, green skill. 1. 77500. Berserk, green skill. 1. 030 Source of Power, passive skill. Increases strength by 50. Green Beast Body, special skill. No side effects. Doubles all attributes for 3 minutes. Dark Harvest. Level 48. Adds 12 points to strength. Stralic Challenge Gauntlet. Adds 450 health points. Giant's Might. Provides additional attack power equivalent to 50 of base strength. Savior's Spirit Blade. Automatically activates a life shield when health drops below 25. Capable of absorbing damage equal to 50 of maximum health. Shield lasts for 1 minute. Stralic's Fury. When Savior's Spirit Blade is triggered, size and strength increase by 30, providing a larger physique and 30 damage reduction, as well as control reduction. Lasts for 1 minute. Mithril Spear. 20 strength, 15 agility, gathering skill. 2957500 detection skill. 26355000 deception. 995397810000000 evolution requirements. Wood Essence 1. Flower Fruit 5, Evolution Fruit 120 Evaluation, a reasonably powerful elite goblin. Thea felt an unprecedented strength coursing through him, eager to engage in combat. Observing his formidable attributes, he was filled with exhilaration. Moreover, the appearance of elite goblins was markedly different from that of regular goblins. Thea stood at a height of 2 meters, shorter than the larger goblins, yet significantly more aesthetically pleasing. The round belly he once had transformed into a chiseled six-pack, with granite-like muscles exuding an aura of power. His facial features bore a striking resemblance to those of a human, and Thea took a moment to admire himself. Aside from his 2 tusks and green skin, he now resembled a robust human male. Just as Thea was admiring his perfect physique in the mirror, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. Puzzled, he wondered who could be visiting at this hour. With curiosity, he opened the door to find Sarah, pushing a small cart brimming with food, evidently here to deliver a meal. Upon seeing Thea, Sarah was taken aback, her mind swirling with questions. Who was this handsome stranger? Where was Thea? Was this individual also a goblin? Thea found her confusion amusing and, feigning seriousness, remarked, "Little sister, what brings you to my room? Are you seeking something from me?" His tone was that of a complete stranger, curious to see if Sarah would be frightened. To his surprise, Sarah's response was unexpected. "Who are you? Why are you here? Where's Thea? You can't possibly be my family's tenant. How did you get in? You aren't a thief, are you?" Thea was astonished. Sarah showed no fear and even accused him of being a thief. Had he truly become so striking that his intimidation factor had diminished? He explained, "Sarah, in truth, I am Thea. Can you not recognize me?" Upon hearing this, Sarah looked perplexed and asked, "Thea, is that really you? How did you change so much?" "The truth is, a lot of extraordinary events transpired that, in short, I am no longer a regular goblin. I am now an elite goblin." Sarah gasped in astonishment. "My goodness, an elite goblin! You actually became an elite goblin." It was no wonder she was so shocked. In the entire town of Herzel, there were only 2 elite goblins, both of whom served as lordly guards, regarded as top-tier experts. After all, Herzel had only 7 third-tier creatures in total. Divided among the 5 major powers, the mayor's household alone had 3, the 2 goblins and the mayor himself. With the other 4 powers each possessing one. However, the situation had changed with Thea's emergence as a newly minted elite goblin. Bringing the total to 8 third-tier creatures in Herzel, it was no surprise that Sarah was so astonished. Immediately, Sarah hugged Thea's leg, looking earnestly up at him. "From now on, I'll rely on you for protection." Thea, taken aback by her serious demeanor, thought the girl had some spunk. "All right, what is it that you need from me?" he inquired. "Oh, right. I almost forgot my main purpose. I can bring you food," Sarah said, pushing the small cart in front of Thea and unveiling the exquisite dishes beneath the cloth. "Thank you for eliminating the tiger gang. Our family no longer needs to pay for protection. Now that everyone knows we have a powerful elite goblin to guard us, they dare not bully us anymore. Why, Uncle prepared a feast to reward you, and he also plans to host a banquet tomorrow. You must come." Thea glanced at the sumptuous food and, feeling no need to be coy, eagerly dug into a plate of fried rice. He would not engage in any antics regarding payment. This was a sincere gesture of gratitude, and he would not let their kindness go unappreciated. Watching Thea devour the fried rice with gusto, Sarah felt a wave of happiness. She was genuinely grateful for Thea's assistance. After finishing the meal, Sarah scrutinized Thea closely, causing him to feel somewhat uneasy under her gaze. Suddenly, she exclaimed, leaving Thea bewildered. "Not to put too fine a point on it, Thea, now that you are an elite goblin, how can you still wear such tattered clothes? Look at you. You have become so handsome and your physique is remarkable. We should buy you some better clothes." Thea responded, "Huh? What are you talking about?" He had never perceived his attire as problematic. Merely a touch plain, how had it become tattered in Sarah's eyes? "What do you mean, huh? The banquet is tomorrow. You are coming with me to buy new clothes right now, understood?" "Okay." Half an hour later, a ruggedly handsome elite goblin accompanied by an adorable little girl appeared on the commercial street of Herzel. The passers-by, upon spotting this striking duo, turned their heads in sheer astonishment. However, most of the gazes were directed at Thea. It was evident they recognized him as an elite goblin, a legendary third-tier creature. In all of Herzel, there were only 7, and this was the first time they had encountered what they presumed was the 8th. Many speculated that the balance of power in Herzl might soon shift. Currently, the town's 5 major powers included the mayor's office, which possessed 3 third-tier creatures, making it the most potent force. However, the mayor's relations with the other 4 families were tenuous, bordering on antagonism. The other 4 families were the Mirza family, the Moore family, the Hayes family, and the Cook family. Among these, the Mirza and Moore families had formed an alliance, while the Hayes and Cook families had done the same. Thus, the 5 powers could be viewed as 3 major forces, each holding one another in check. Herzl had maintained a delicate state of peace, and Thea's arrival could potentially disrupt this equilibrium, especially given the mayor's well-known fondness for goblins. Thus, it is only natural for everyone to subconsciously believe that Thea would align himself with the mayor's faction in this scenario. The mayor's side would possess at least 4 third-tier powerhouses, compelling the other 4 prominent families to unite if they wished to contend with the mayor. At that moment, it could be said that Heseltown would be under the mayor's complete control. That it is precisely because such a situation seems likely that everyone feels a change is imminent for Heseltown. However, Thea, who was currently strolling through the streets, was oblivious to these thoughts. He was still engaged in conversation with Sarah, discussing how the clothing from a particular boutique suited him better. Sarah remarked, "Look over there. Do you see that store? It belongs to the Heisey family, and their boutique has always been the finest in Heseltown. Let us go inside and purchase some clothes." Thea glanced at the opulent decor of the shop, nodded in agreement, and replied, "Sure." Subsequently, the two entered the Heisey family's clothing store. Unbeknownst to them, the moment they appeared on the commercial street, they were spotted by the 5 major factions, who had already dispatched messages to their respective families about the emergence of a new third-tier powerhouse in Heseltown. The heads of the various families were taken aback by this news and immediately began devising ways to win Thea over to their side. Meanwhile, Thea had entered into a mode of fervent outfit changes. The sales assistant, observing Thea trying on different garments, was captivated, her eyes sparkling with admiration, for he looked exceptionally handsome in the new outfits. At one point, Thea donned a black trench coat, which, while concealing his perfectly sculpted physique, did not detract from his inherent charm. His body was a paragon of proportion, and although his skin was green, it was far from unappealing. His ruggedly handsome face, combined with an aura of masculinity, rendered him quite alluring. This was the first time the sales assistant had encountered such a dashing goblin. In the end, encouraged by both Sarah and the assistant, Thea purchased over 10 different outfits suitable for various occasions, alleviating any concerns he had about his wardrobe. Before long, the next evening arrived, and Thea donned formal attire. Despite being a goblin, he looked remarkably dapper. He then made his way to a tavern to see what delectable offerings the host had prepared for that evening's banquet. Upon entering, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of sumptuous food and spotted a massive roasted whole cow at the center of the gathering. Thea couldn't help but exclaim, "The host has truly spared no expense." The tavern was already bustling with patrons, consisting of regulars and local business owners. Upon seeing Thea, they all greeted him warmly. The owner exclaimed, "Ah, our hero Thea has arrived." Although flattered by this title, Thea felt somewhat bashful. Nevertheless, to these shopkeepers, he truly was a hero. Had it not been for Thea, they would still be living in the shadow of the Tiger Gang, which had previously driven some businesses to bankruptcy, with the town lords showing little concern for their plight. Thankfully, Thea's emergence had granted them the promise of tranquil days ahead. The tavern owner raised a large goblet of wine and declared, "To our hero, cheers." The crowd echoed, "Cheers." Thea also lifted his goblet and downed it in one gulp. The atmosphere then transformed into a lively celebration, with countless toasts directed at Thea. Even as a large goblin, he struggled to withstand the onslaught of drinks, ultimately losing track of how he made his way home. Upon awakening, Thea found himself in the tavern's guest room, sprawled on his bed. Rubbing his head, he thought, "I should refrain from getting so intoxicated in the future. It would be troublesome if something were to delay me." Just as he contemplated rising to freshen up, there was a knock at his door, accompanied by a somewhat timid voice. "Is Mr. Thea in?" Upon hearing this, Thea peered through the door and saw a slender young man standing outside, who appeared harmless enough. He opened the door and inquired, "Who are you? What business do you have with me?" The young man replied, "Oh, Mr. Taya, it's wonderful to see you. I have a letter addressed to you from the mayor." Taya responded, "Oh, a letter from the mayor? What does he want with me?" The young man continued, "I am not certain, but he likely wishes to recruit you. Mr. Taya, you are the third elite goblin to appear in Heseltown, and since the mayor has a fondness for goblins, he is undoubtedly seeking to enlist you. The benefits at the mayor's residence are quite generous. You might consider accepting his offer." Listening to the young man's words, Taya did not respond further, but simply thanked him and sent him on his way. Truth be told, he had long heard of the mayor's admiration for goblins and knew that the mayor's household offered excellent treatment. However, Taya had no desire to become entangled in the mayor's faction. Firstly, he wished to avoid any constraints, and secondly, Heseltown was simply too small. He could not envision himself remaining in this little town for long. Upon opening the letter, Taya discovered that it indeed contained an invitation for recruitment, clearly stating that the mayor would like to meet him the following day, assuring him that there would be no coercion involved. If Taya chose not to accept the offer, they could still be friends. The contents of the letter left Taya with a favorable impression of the mayor, who did not seem like the type to create difficulties for those who declined a summons. Thus, Taya decided to accept the mayor's invitation. Afterward, Taya washed his face and headed to the mercenary hall to accept the quest. The mercenary hall. The receptionist greeted him. "Are you Mr. Taya?" Taya replied, "Yes, that's me." "What is it?" The receptionist continued, "It is regarding your proactive completion of tasks. Your mercenary rank has now risen to B level. Here is your new mercenary badge. From today onward, you are officially a B-level mercenary." Taya gazed at the B-level badge upon his chest, feeling a surge of happiness. From this day forward, he was a B-level mercenary, and those around him congratulated him on his promotion. Consequently, Taya relinquished the C-level quest and promptly accepted a new B-level task, specifically one involving the hunting of magical beasts. Taya's income had become quite substantial, allowing him to amass several hundred magic crystals daily. Furthermore, after evolving into an elite goblin, the small experience fruits from his daily tasks had been upgraded to medium-sized ones. However, the amount of experience required for leveling up was staggering. It took an astonishing 1 million experience points just to advance from level 20 to 21. Taya calculated that at his current rate, reaching level 30 would take nearly a year. His immediate priority was to complete the B-level task, which required him to collect 5 hearts from giant wood lizards, a second-tier species that evolved from wood lizards. In order to accomplish this task swiftly, Taya purchased a horned horse, known for its speed and stamina. Within an hour, he arrived at the outskirts of the Kajin forest. After securing the horse, Taya ventured alone into the forest. Upon entering the Kajin forest, Taya proceeded westward, as the habitat of the giant wood lizards lay in the marshlands to the west, significantly increasing his chances of encountering them. 2 hours later, he reached the marshlands. And not long after entering, he spotted a giant wood lizard, an impressive creature measuring a full 4 meters in length. A true beast. The giant wood lizard noticed Taya, but did not recognize the elite goblin. To it, Taya was merely prey, and without hesitation, the lizard charged toward him. Taya drew his spear and struck, swiftly ending the battle. Ping! To his fortune, Taya obtained a giant wood lizard's heart from the defeated creature. However, he did not activate the Dark Harvest ability. Taya began to seriously doubt whether the triggering probability of Dark Harvest was truly 50%. He had defeated at least 200 wild monsters by now. Yet Dark Harvest had only stacked to 48 layers. By probability standards, it should have exceeded 100 layers by now. Was it possible that his contributions were insufficient? With no other recourse, Taya resolved to continue his quest and sought out more giant wood lizards. Fortunately, he quickly gathered the required 5 hearts. However, he did not depart. After the update of his daily tasks, the objective of slaying 10 first-tier wild creatures transformed into the requirement of defeating 10 second-tier beasts. With the task reward changing to 5 medium-sized experience fruits, it was not until midnight that Thea finally completed a task after vanquishing 10 giant wood lizards. Subsequently, he commenced his journey with utmost determination and, around dawn, returned to Hertztown, submitted his task, and retired for the night. After all, he had a luncheon at the mayor's residence the following day, so it was prudent to rest early. The next morning, around 10 o'clock, Thea awakened. He could not help it. He had stayed up far too late the previous night. Upon glancing at the clock on the wall, he realized it was already 10. Thea decided to linger in bed for a while longer, eventually rising at 11:30, hastily brushing his teeth and washing his face before dashing to the mayor's house. The mayor had been preparing the feast since early morning, and Thea arrived precisely at noon. The mayor's residence was quite impressive, not an odd triangular structure, but rather a beautiful medieval house that resembled a quaint castle. After dismounting, someone promptly took his horse, and he strode confidently into the mayor's home. Everyone was aware that the mayor was hosting an elite goblin today, and it was evident from Thea's demeanor that he was indeed the newly recognized elite goblin. Upon seeing Thea, the mayor's face broke into a broad smile. Thea observed that the mayor was quite portly, a jolly old fellow, exuding a warm and benevolent aura. Yet, Thea sensed a formidable presence emanating from the mayor, one that might even surpass his own. Suggesting that this venerable mayor was likely a peak level 30, the mayor extended his hand, saying, "Welcome, welcome. You must be Thea. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Thea reciprocated the gesture, shaking the mayor's hand and replying, "Greetings, Mayor Hertz. It is an honor to meet you as well." After exchanging pleasantries, they proceeded to the banquet, in attendance with the mayor's 2 sons and 1 daughter. In this world, gender equality reigned, and thus the mayor's daughter graced the dining table. Additionally, 2 other elite goblins were also present. Their gazes towards Thea were akin to that of proud parents observing their child, which made Thea feel quite awkward. After a brief period of dining, Mayor Hertz inquired, "So, Thea, have you given any thought to that matter we discussed?" Thea replied, "Mayor, I regret to inform you that I must disappoint you. I will be departing Hertztown shortly. Thus I cannot comply with your request." Upon hearing that Thea intended to leave Hertztown, the mayor expressed his disappointment, and the other 2 goblins shared a sense of loss as well. Mayor Hertz responded, "In that case, I shall not press the issue. Come, let us raise a toast to your journey ahead." Thea quickly clinked glasses with the mayor, and after the meal, he took his leave. True to his word, Mayor Hertz did not hinder Thea's departure. News of Thea's luncheon at the mayor's house soon reached the ears of the 4 major families, causing their leaders' expressions to darken considerably. The mayor had acted swiftly, and before the families could initiate any plans, Thea had already been won over. Indeed, in their eyes, Thea's safe exit from the mayor's residence signified his allegiance to the mayor's faction, which was alarming. With this alliance, the mayor now commanded 4 third-tier powerhouses, prompting the 4 families to grow increasingly anxious about their own security. Although the mayor had traditionally refrained from engaging in their conflicts, every rule has its exceptions, should the mayor's intentions have been to maintain stability. It was clear that they could no longer expect to remain undisturbed in Hertztown. Simultaneously, all 4 families dispatched assassins to eliminate Thea, who remained blissfully unaware of the impending threat. Upon returning to the inn, Thea, as usual, focused on completing his daily tasks. His second and third tasks had now morphed into a requirement to recharge 300 magic stones. The reward for the daily task remained unchanged. Now, the Baiwa fruit had appeared in the system shop, priced at a staggering 5,000 magic stones each, a truly exorbitant cost. After accepting a B-rank mission at the mercenary hall, Thea set out. However, the moment he stepped out of Hertztown, he sensed an ominous presence approaching. He quickly dismounted and executed a roll, narrowly evading a barrage of daggers that whizzed past him. Noticing the telltale green hue on the daggers, Thea's expression shifted to one of alarm. Poison. Someone was attempting to assassinate him. Just as he had dodged the daggers, an assailant lunged at him, and before he could react, a knife pierced his chest. Surrounding him were 3 groups of ambushers, who were equally stunned by the sudden appearance of the assassins targeting Thea. However, they quickly regrouped and attacked. In that instant, Thea was taken aback and couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell? Is this really what you call an assassination?" He was genuinely astounded, but the most pressing matter was to navigate through this perilous situation, as at least 40 second-tier experts were assaulting him. With little time to ponder the identities of his attackers, Thea resolved to eliminate them all, sending a clear message to those orchestrating this ambush. He was not to be trifled with. Leveraging his significant attribute advantage, Thea dispatched his foes with ease, now capable of obtaining several bottles of medium health potions daily. Thus he had amassed over 20 bottles of them. with this band of assassins. There was no way they could wear him down. As the assassins advanced, Thea stood his ground. Although the assassins were perplexed by the sudden influx of their number, their shared objective remained clear: to kill Thea. It seemed they had reached a consensus to cooperate in their assassination attempt. Observing the assassins, Thea wore a grim expression. Escape was not an option for him. They likely underestimated him, mistaking him for a mere third-tier creature. Yet he was a super third-tier goblin equipped with a premium system, an entity akin to a boss in their eyes. Defeating him would prove to be a formidable challenge. The 40 assassins, believing Thea was paralyzed with fear, launched a simultaneous attack. Yet Thea was far from intimidated. Brandishing his mithril spear, he swept it forward, cleaving 2 assassins in half. This single maneuver quelled their resolve, and Thea charged into their ranks, akin to a tiger among sheep. None stood a chance against him, even without his spear. The swords of the assassins struck him, but he seemed impervious, allowing their blows to land without flinching. In a mere 10 minutes, Thea had eliminated 20 assassins, though his health had dwindled to 1/3 of its total. This time, he refrained from using potions to recover, eager to observe the effects of triggering the Savior's Blade and Strax's Fury. However, after dispatching 20 assassins, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The remaining assassins began to flee, and Thea managed to pursue and eliminate only 7 of them, unable to do anything about the others who escaped. This left Thea utterly baffled. What was the meaning of this? Did they possess no sense of professionalism? Even if they could not kill him, they should have fought to the bitter end. The norm would be to poison themselves upon capture. Yet here they were, fleeing in terror. It was truly exasperating for Thea. Afterward, Thea utilized his gathering skills on the 20 slain assassins that, in addition to some gold coins, he discovered several notable items among their possessions. 4 tokens, each bearing the insignia of one of the 4 major families: the Heise family, the Myerxi family, the Kyuk family, and the Moore family. Upon seeing these 4 tokens, the identity of the mastermind behind this assassination plot became glaringly apparent. It was indeed the 4 major families. Although Thea had suspected them, he had initially leaned towards the mayor being behind it, especially since he had declined the mayor's previous invitation. Yet now, with the tokens of all 4 families present, the answer was abundantly clear. A cold smirk crept across Thea's lips as he thought to himself. So, is the 4 major families, is it? I shall remember you well. He would eventually seek revenge against the 4 prominent families, and the time would not be too distant. Thea firmly believed that, given a maximum of 1 month, he would possess the strength to confront any one of those families head-on. Just at that moment, a notification from the system rang in his ears, congratulating him for triggering a side quest: eliminate the 4 families. The reward was a low-level fruit of Experience 1 and a purple-grade Ancient Warblade. The quest deadline was 3 months, with a penalty of a 3-level decrease in rank upon failure. With the quest now issued, Thea was naturally inclined to annihilate the 4 families. He had yet to wield any purple-grade equipment. Frankly, his mithril spear was not particularly comfortable to use. After all, his attacks were primarily slashing, while the spear's method of attack was thrusting. Nevertheless, Thea's spoils from this endeavor were quite gratifying, netting him over 700 gold coins. And astonishingly, his Dark Reaper skill had leveled up to 12, directly enhancing his strength by 3 points. Over this period, Thea had also discerned the contributions of various attributes from his past experiences. Strength evidently pertained to physical power and attack potency. Agility was synonymous with speed. Constitution, on the other hand, formed his foundation. Without a robust constitution, his body could not endure tremendous force. Furthermore, as his constitution improved, his health regeneration speed would significantly increase, alongside enhanced stamina and defense, thus bolstering his resilience. Strength and agility would also receive certain enhancements, although this bonus would not reflect in his attribute interface. As for spirit, it not only augmented his mana, but also improved his vision, perception, and reflexes, albeit requiring a certain level of constitution to support it. Hence, Thea resolved to continue investing in his constitution. Having dispatched these assassins, his experience points only grew by 5%. The experience gained from slaying monsters was exceedingly meager. Thea discovered that as his level increased, the experience from defeating lower-level creatures diminished. which was a source of considerable frustration for him. He could only wonder how much longer it would take for him to reach level 21. Subsequently, Taya continued his journey to the Khajiit forest. Preparing to fulfill his quest, he needed to elevate his status to an A-ranked mercenary. Even within the kingdom, wielded a degree of authority, and he required this identity. Possessing it would greatly facilitate his future endeavors. After the assassins had fled, the patriarchs of the four families naturally realized that their plot to assassinate Taya had failed, causing a palpable sense of panic among them. They had not anticipated Taya's formidable strength. Typically, a newly advanced Tier 3 creature would have little chance of survival against the onslaught of 10 assassins. Yet, Taya had managed to turn the tables, forcing them to retreat in disarray. Moreover, it was rumored that several other groups were also attempting to encircle Taya, leading the patriarchs to surmise that these individuals were sent by their adversaries. However, this only heightened their concerns. 40 Tier 2 assassins had been routed by Taya, suggesting his prowess was indeed extraordinary, perhaps even surpassing their own. Yet, a week passed without any significant action from Taya, casting doubt upon whether he had yet uncovered the true masterminds behind the assassination attempts. Nevertheless, the four families remained vigilant, intent on eradicating any evidence and sullying Taya's reputation by casting suspicion upon the other three families. Little did they know, Taya was already aware of their roles as the hidden orchestrators. He simply lacked the strength to confront them directly, at least for the moment. During this week, Taya tirelessly engaged in quests, reaching level 21. With ample time remaining before the 3-month deadline, he had plenty of opportunity to bolster his strength. Another 2 weeks elapsed, and Taya outwardly maintained his routine, seemingly absorbed in his own affairs. Yet in secret, he was systematically targeting isolated members of the four families, and those he set his sights on rarely survived. The members of the four families began to travel in pairs, fearful of venturing out alone. The patriarchs soon suspected who was behind their troubles. However, they were powerless to act, for Taya was not encumbered by familial ties. He was a solitary figure, as the saying goes, the barefoot need not fear the shod. Taya could strike or flee at will, whereas they were bound to their base in Heartstown, making any potential relocation a cumbersome endeavor. In light of this predicament, they were left with two choices: either devise a foolproof plan to eliminate Taya or seek a truce with him, the latter of which seemed utterly implausible given their previous attempts on his life. Thus, the only feasible option remained to eradicate Taya completely. At this juncture, the four patriarchs convened to deliberate on their course of action. Ultimately, they unanimously agreed to eliminate Taya, convinced that he was not the type to easily negotiate a truce. Moreover, having lost numerous family members to Taya, they were no longer inclined towards peaceful coexistence. They decided to personally ambush Taya, believing that only a simultaneous assault of Taya found herself utterly speechless, exclaiming that this group of individuals possessed no sense of honor or decency in their dealings. "If you have the guts, come at me one-on-one," she declared, suddenly addressing the heads of the four prominent families. She added, "Oh, Mayor, you're here too." Upon hearing Taya's words, the leaders of the four families hastily turned to look behind them. However, there was no mayor in sight. When they turned back, they discovered that Taya had vanished. The faces of the leaders turned crimson with embarrassment, realizing how easily they had been deceived by Taya. It was a tremendous loss of face. The patriarch of the Heisey family bellowed in fury. After her, over 20 elite fighters began pursuing the direction in which Taya had fled. Yet, Taya's speed and stamina far surpassed theirs, and gradually, they found themselves trailing further behind, ultimately losing her altogether, watching Taya escape into the distance. The leaders of the four families understood that they had failed to capture her, which would undoubtedly lead to significant troubles in the future. Meanwhile, Taya had already ventured deep into the heart of the Khajiit forest. She had not anticipated that these shameless old men would not only confront her, but also summon others to assist them. What a ridiculous turn of events. She decided to remain hidden in the depths of the Khajiit forest for a while, planning to emerge only when the situation was more favorable to confront the four families. Upon returning to Heisey Town, the four families exhibited an unprecedented level of unity, merging their headquarters and fostering an unusually harmonious relationship. The mayor of Heezy Town recognized the shift and understood that they had failed to eliminate Taya. However, he had not expected that a single individual like Taya could drive them to such desperation, revealing her strength to be even greater than he had imagined. That moment, deep within the forest, Taya was being pursued by a massive fourth-tier lizard. Her luck seemed to have taken a turn for the worse. Just as she entered the depths of the Kajin forest, she encountered such a formidable creature. Fortunately, her agility allowed her to evade the lizard's relentless chase. After narrowly escaping the fourth-tier lizard, Taya began to catch her breath, reflecting on how perilous the situation had been. While fleeing from the four families, she had inadvertently stepped on a slumbering venomous giant lizard, which had been rudely awakened and pursued her for several minutes. Ultimately, Taya managed to escape by discovering a narrow crevice through which the giant lizard could not pass. Now, she found herself at the other end of that crevice. Upon entering, Taya realized the crevice was quite lengthy. And upon reaching its end, she was pleasantly surprised to find herself on the opposite side of the Kajin forest. This unexpected turn of events brought a glimmer of hope. After all, the venomous giant lizard was likely still waiting outside. Had the crevice not provided her escape, she would have been forced to remain within it for some time. Upon emerging, Taya found herself in unfamiliar territory, and to avoid attracting the terrifying attention of the venomous giant lizard, she moved with utmost caution. Despite her vigilance, she soon discovered that there seemed to be no monsters in the immediate vicinity. However, Taya's wariness remained. As she ventured further, Taya spotted a peculiar fruit tree ahead, adorned with 4 bright orange-yellow fruits that gleamed enticingly, igniting an impulse to devour them. Yet she refrained from acting impulsively, for she noticed a well-concealed venomous snake coiled within the branches of the tree. This snake had been detected during her routine scanning, a habit she had cultivated to ensure her safety. Thanks to this prudent practice, her detection skill had now risen to level 3, enabling her to easily ascertain the attributes of the snake. The blue-scaled serpent was a 4th-tier creature, and her system advised her to avoid confrontation. Taya received only this brief information, with the rest obscured by question marks. Acknowledging the system's warning, she knew she should abandon any notion of attacking the blue-scaled serpent. Yet, upon inadvertently uncovering the attributes of the fruit on the tree, she hesitated. The unripe green pepper fruit was still 4 days and 3 hours away from maturity, while it bore no benefits in its immature state. Once ripe, it could enhance an individual's attributes by 20 points and elevate the level of creatures below level 50 by 1. Each creature could consume only one. The potential benefits of the green pepper fruit stirred a sense of ambition within Taya. After all, there were 4 fruits on the tree, and since each creature could only eat one, there would be 3 remaining after the blue-scaled serpent consumed its share. Once the serpent took its fruit, it would likely depart, rendering the tree useless to that moment. Taya could seize the opportunity to claim the remaining fruits. After contemplating her options, she resolved to take a risk, believing that fortune favors the bold. If she hesitated, she might not know how long it would take for her to evolve to the 4th tier. As time passed, more creatures gathered around the green pepper tree, most of them being 3rd-tier beings, which caused Taya's expression to darken. She had not anticipated such a large number of creatures coveting the fruits. When only 24 hours remained until the green pepper fruits matured, 2 additional 4th-tier creatures suddenly appeared in the vicinity. Now, with 3 4th-tier creatures present and 4 fruits on the tree, it seemed unlikely that these beings would engage in conflict. Thus, 3 of the 4 fruit slots had already been claimed, leaving only 1 remaining. Inevitably, this would spark a fierce battle. Observing the surrounding 3rd-tier creatures, Taya's mind began to entertain some dubious thoughts. After all, these 3rd-tier beings were a source of experience. If she could defeat them all, her level could potentially rise by 3. However, it was unrealistic to think she could vanquish such a large number. Nonetheless, she could still take advantage of the chaos. Moreover, the cores of these magical beasts were like treasures in her eyes. 1 3rd-tier magic stone was worth 90 regular stones, and she wondered how many she could collect from this gathering. As time continued to pass, the green pepper fruits gradually ripened, yet none of the 3rd-tier creatures dared to make a move. Likely due to the looming presence of several 4th-tier beings. Soon enough, the green pepper fruits reached full maturity. The 3 4th-tier creatures each consumed one and departed. Their departure triggered a frenzy among the surrounding third-tier magical beasts, all of whom rushed towards the last remaining green pepper fruit. Unlike them, Taya seized the moment to harvest the lives of the third-tier magical beasts amidst the chaos. The intoxicating aroma of the ripened fruits was simply too alluring for the creatures, causing them to lose all sense of rationality. Taya effortlessly dispatched numerous third-tier magical beasts, and thus far, not a single one had managed to reach the green pepper fruit. The creatures at the back were frantically attacking those in the front, creating a ruckus. Positioned at the rear, Taya faced little danger. The scene resembled a hellish battlefield. She continued to reap the lives of the magical beasts around her. She steadily advanced towards the green pepper fruit. Gradually, the number of creatures dwindled, and with a satisfying chime, Taya's level increased to 23. After allocating her attribute points to physique and agility, she resumed her hunt. Taya's surprise. Even after half an hour had passed, no magical beast had consumed the green pepper fruit. Creatures continued to be lured by its allure, and Taya began to feel a twinge of anxiety. If she hesitated any longer, the arrival of a new fourth-tier creature would render her chances of obtaining the fruit non-existent. Determined, Taya steeled herself, activating her green beast form and entering a state of frenzy. Her magical energy plummeted, her body expanded, and she charged forward, tearing through the magical beasts in her path. The frenzy she unleashed caught the attention of many beasts, who began to attack her relentlessly. However, in her green beast form, Taya seemed invincible. The creature's attempts to inflict damage upon her proved futile. Ultimately, she reached the green pepper fruit, taking a hearty bite. Witnessing this, the surrounding third-tier beasts erupted in anger and began to pursue her frantically. Yet, Taya remained acutely aware of her circumstances, commencing her escape while devouring the green pepper fruit with fervor. Upon attaining a level increase, Taya promptly allocated the 20 attribute points from the green pepper fruit to his agility. Swiftly evading the pursuit of the ferocious beasts, after several evolutions, Taya discovered that each time he evolved, his free attribute points would reset. This meant that Taya had multiple opportunities to reallocate his points. Thus, even if he made haphazard choices now, it was of little consequence, as he still had chances to redistribute his points. Surveying the dense forest surrounding him, Taya inhaled deeply. The seemingly idyllic environment concealed hidden perils. Although he had now ascended to a third-tier beast, the threat of demise lingered in this world. In reality, Taya was still somewhat acclimating to his new form. After all, having lived as an elderly man for so long in his previous world, he often felt as though he were merely dreaming in this new life, fearing that one day he might awaken and find the dream at an end. Despite the absence of mobile phones and computers, and lacking various forms of entertainment, Taya had genuinely come to appreciate this realm, relishing the sensation of power it bestowed upon him. As he traversed the lush forest, he effortlessly dispatched a wood lizard hidden in the underbrush. Subsequently, Taya began to gradually distance himself from the carnivorous confines of the Kogan forest. After all, a formidable lizard still had its sights set on him, and there was no need for him to linger here, especially since the members of the four great families could not possibly remain on the periphery indefinitely. In Taya's eyes, the only ones among the four great families worth noting were their four respective leaders. The others were rather inconsequential. Having left the depths of Kogan Forest, Taya arrived at its outskirts, where he encountered numerous second-tier creatures and even some third-tier beasts. This area proved to be the most suitable for his leveling endeavors, as it posed little risk to his life. 2 months later, deep within the verdant expanse of Kogan Forest, a robust, elite goblin tore a giant python in two. Indeed, this elite goblin was none other than Taya, whose level had now reached 26. Furthermore, he had unlocked another talent within the domination rune, Greedy Hunter. The effect of Greedy Hunter allowed him to recover 1.5 of his health with each skill attack that dealt damage to an enemy, and it could grow, reaching a maximum of 5 tiers. However, the conditions for growth were somewhat stringent. Taya needed to slay one hero of a higher tier than himself to advance a level, with each tier increasing the healing amount by 1.5, ultimately allowing for a maximum recovery of 7.5 of his health. Currently, Taya's Greedy Hunter was at tier 0, as he had yet to defeat any prey stronger than himself. The thought of drawing runes frustrated Taya immensely. He had initially believed that he could choose the runes himself. However, after spending 10,000 magic stones, he discovered that the runes were drawn at random, and he had received Greedy Hunter, which irked him, as he had hoped to activate other runes first. Although Greedy Hunter was still a viable option, it was not his optimal choice. Nonetheless, there was little he could do about it. Having something was better than having nothing. Taya's balance still stood at over 8,000 magic stones, and he needed only 2,000 more to draw another rune. Initially, he had intended to head directly to Heseltown to purchase some crystal cores. However, he soon found that the cost of rune drawing had doubled from 10,000 magic stones to 20,000, a price increase that nearly caused him to choke in disbelief. Taya quickly inquired with Number 1 about the situation. Number 1 replied, "Ding. Host, this is a normal occurrence. The rune system of the League of Heroes is exceedingly powerful. To acquire corresponding strength, one must pay the requisite price. This is merely the beginning. Henceforth, each time you draw a rune from the Domination series, the cost will increase by 10,000 magic stones." After hearing Number 1's explanation, Taya was utterly disheartened, having hoped to leverage this domination talent to become stronger swiftly. Yet now, it seemed that he could not rely on this talent for the time being. However, after activating the domination talent, the Domination series runes increased his attributes from 5 to 10. He could only wonder how much his overall attributes would increase once he activated all of them in the future. For now, his pressing concern was to obliterate the 4 great families, as he had only 3 days remaining before the deadline for this task. Taya needed to act swiftly. Upon returning to Heseltown, he felt as though he had stepped into a different world. Life in Kogan Forest had been exceedingly monotonous. Every morning, upon waking, he would scour for traces of magical beasts, ensuring that none could escape his grasp. Thus, over the course of these 2 months, his life had revolved around hunting magical beasts, slaying them, sleeping, and eating, a routine that had become dreadfully dull. Therefore, upon his return to Heseltown, he found himself reflecting on how fortunate he was that the relationship between humans and goblins here was relatively amicable. Otherwise, he might have been doomed to endure a life of tedium indefinitely. News of Taya's return to Heseltown swiftly reached the ears of the 4 great families. Upon learning of his arrival, they naturally devised various schemes to eliminate him. After all, they had severely offended Taya and could not allow him to remain a threat. This time, they needed to be thoroughly prepared. Immediately, they besieged the 4 city gates of Heseltown, ensuring that Taya could not escape as he had previously by relying on his speed. If they allowed him to flee again, the opportunity might never present itself again. However, Taya had no intention of fleeing this time. Endowed with Greedy Hunter, he now possessed formidable endurance. Even if all members of the 4 great families engaged in a relentless assault, they might not be able to wear him down. Throughout the past 2 months, aside from slaying monsters, he had been diligently crafting potions in the system space during his nights, producing around 1,000 medium life potions and medium mana potions, making him exceptionally well prepared. Yet upon entering Heseltown, Taya headed directly toward the Hayes family residence. His audacious approach did not escape the notice of the 4 great families. By the time Taya arrived at the Hayes family's doorstep, the members of the 4 families had already gathered there. Moments later, Taya stood before the tightly shut gate. With a single kick, he shattered it, revealing the multitude within the residence who were poised to ambush him. Upon seeing them, Taya displayed no signs of shock. Instead, he disdainfully remarked, "Oh, you're all here. Splendid. That saves me the trouble of searching for each of you individually." Hearing Taya's dismissive words, the leaders of the 4 great families were naturally infuriated, wishing nothing more than to tear him apart. However, Taya was no longer the same as before. Not only had he gained a significant level increase, but he had also unlocked a new talent. Perhaps it was a lapse in judgment on the part of the leaders of the 4 families. Taya's audacity in confronting them openly indicated that he had made ample preparations. As he utilized his detection skill to observe the attributes of the leaders, he internally mourned for them, as their attributes were woefully inadequate in comparison to his own. It seemed that the 4 families were trapped in their own mindset, believing that a mere 3rd-tier creature like Taya could never triumph against their numbers. Yet, the moment the Hayes family leader clashed with Taya, His perspective shifted dramatically. Upon their weapons meeting, he felt an overwhelming force emanating from Tea's spear. Tea's proficiency in cleaving lent his spear technique a grandiose momentum. While this method might not have been ideally suited for a spear, the mithril spear was Tea's most formidable weapon. Though it did not feel entirely natural, it was still superior to any other armament. Tea perceived the Haze leader's strength as pitifully weak. Thus, it was only natural that he sent the Haze family leader flying with a single thrust. Witnessing Tea effortlessly dispatch a top-tier, third-tier opponent stunned the other three leaders, as the spectacle was nothing short of shocking. However, despite their astonishment, they did not cease their actions. After all, their lives hung in the balance. Seizing the moment when Tea had just engaged with the Haze leader, the three of them launched their assault simultaneously. A glimmer of determination flashed in Tea's eyes as he swept his spear in a counterattack, unleashing a powerful strike. Under the immense pressure of Tea's strength, the three leaders were forcibly pushed back. However, Tea was not invincible. The members of the four great families behind him thrust their weapons into his back. Nevertheless, due to Tea's exceptional physique, his flesh was remarkably resilient. Thus, their strikes failed to inflict significant harm upon Thea. Without a glance back, Thea thrust her spear backward, instantly slaying a second-tier clansman. After eliminating her foe, she licked the blood from her weapon, appearing both bloodthirsty and terrifying. The sight of such a sanguinary Thea sent shivers down the spines of the humans present. Aside from a few clan leaders, none dared to advance, and seizing this opportune moment, Thea did not hesitate. With her spear raised, she dispatched two humans in quick succession. As time progressed, the intensity of the conflict escalated, despite numerous wounds adorning her body. Thea exhibited an air of indifference, her grip on the spear unwavering. She resembled an invincible boss from an online game, instilling a sense of despair among her adversaries. Observing Thea's relentless rampage, Chief Heisey found himself contemplating escape. Albeit in search of a suitable opportunity, he began to subtly approach the exit, yet amidst the chaos, the others remained oblivious. Even Thea herself, members of the four great clans fell one by one. Chief Heisey drew closer to the entrance. Finally, after Thea had dispatched the leader of the Moor clan, Heisey flung open the door and fled. This sudden turn of events astonished both Thea and the remaining combatants, who had not anticipated that Chief Heisey would betray his comrades at such a critical juncture. However, Thea would not permit his escape. The failure of her mission due to his flight would be an unacceptable loss. Swiftly, Thea activated her green beast form, her physique doubling in size and her speed surging. Just as Chief Heisey reveled in his newfound freedom, a massive spearhead pierced through his back, emerging from his chest. As he felt the searing pain in his heart, the world around him blurred into a crimson haze, and fatigue overwhelmed him, leading him to succumb to unconsciousness, with the demise of two clan leaders. The remaining two recognized their utter disadvantage, yet their choices diverged. The leader of the Cook clan, like the child of the previous leader, chose to flee, while the leader of the Mirksi clan stood frozen in shock. Thea swiftly dispatched the Cook clan leader with a single strike. This scene did not escape the notice of Cook's son, Cook Sierra, who cried out in anguish for his father, but his cries bore no fruit. His father was already lost. In a fit of rage, he charged at Thea, who effortlessly eliminated him with another shot. Though the moment was poignant, Thea was unyielding towards her enemies. Methodically, she approached the leader of the Mirksi clan, whose face was etched with terror as Thea drew nearer. The Mirksi leader pleaded, "I beg you, spare me. I can offer you vast riches. Anything you desire, even myself." Hearing her desperate words, Thea scrutinized the Mirksi leader. A striking beauty, standing at 176 centimeters with a graceful figure, fair complexion, and an air of sophistication that could easily earn her the title of the most beautiful woman in Heseltown. The sight of her softened Thea's expression, causing a flicker of desire to stir within him. Sensing a glimmer of hope, the Mirksi leader relaxed slightly, believing she might yet escape death. However, in the next instant, she felt an excruciating pain in her abdomen. Looking down, she saw Thea's spear had pierced her, disbelief flooding her gaze as she prepared to utter more words. Yet, Thea denied her the chance, yanking the spear free before delivering a finishing blow. extinguishing her life. Simultaneously, Thea's mission reached fruition as the system's reward notification chimed in his ears. The low-grade fruit and ancient battle blade were placed into his inventory. The ancient battle blade was not a piece of equipment from the realm of heroes, but rather an ordinary weapon. Nonetheless, it was Thea's first encounter with a purple weapon, and possessing a blade thrilled him. After all, he had longed for a weapon suited to his preferred method of attack, finally able to replace the cumbersome mithril spear. He felt a surge of happiness. Yet, amidst his joy, Thea did not forget that many members of the 4 great clans still remained unvanquished. Drawing forth the ancient battle blade rewarded by the system, Thea commenced the slaughter of the remaining clansmen, leaving no potential enemies alive. The estate of the Heisey clan reverberated with the echoes of agonized screams. Within 2 hours, Thea had cleansed the premises of life. The blood of the Heisey clan members flowed like a small river, trickling from the estate. Subsequently, Thea emerged, drenched in blood, as the surrounding residents gazed upon him in terror, too frightened to utter a word or move. Only after his departure did they dare enter the Heisey estate, discovering a scene reminiscent of hell itself. All within had been slaughtered, and the ordinary residents, unaccustomed to such horrors, stood frozen in shock. Some retching while others, gripped by fear, lost control of themselves. The gruesomeness of the spectacle drove them to flee in haste. Following this, Thea ventured to the territories of the other 3 great clans. Meeting the same fate as the Heisey clan, none were left alive. Ultimately, he meticulously looted the treasures of all 4 clans. Upon completion, Thea couldn't help but reflect on their wealth. After his spoils were fully recharged, he found himself enriched by a staggering 170,000 magic stones. Such a sum was no trifling matter, capable of facilitating numerous endeavors. With his looting concluded, Thea promptly departed from Heseltown, acutely aware that his actions had rendered his stay untenable. Indeed, Thea's conduct had been exceedingly ruthless. In a single day, he had decimated over 300 individuals from the 4 clans, and he made no effort to conceal his deeds, acknowledging that concealment was futile. He chose to flee. Unbeknownst to Thea, after his departure, both the mercenary guild and various associations had issued a bounty for him. After all, he had ruthlessly slain 300 individuals, and, as a goblin, he was now classified as an S-level threat by numerous factions. Even the town mayor had reported the incident to his superiors, recognizing that Thea's actions had crossed a line, leaving him no choice but to disclose his identity. At this moment, Thea remained unaware that he had become a fugitive, having been placed on the human blacklist. He was currently bathing in a small pond within the kegging forest as the stench of blood clung to him. His recent actions had propelled him to level 27, and today his luck had surged. His Dark Harvest ability stacked to an astounding 200 layers, translating to a significant boost of 50 points in strength. No small feat. This newfound power marked a considerable leap in his capabilities, as he no longer fell short of some lower-tier 4th-tier beings. Thea had devised a plan. Before evolving to the 4th tier, he intended to slay 5 4th-tier creatures in the kegging forest, fully stacking his greedy hunter ability. At this moment, he finally took the opportunity to examine the attributes of his newly acquired ancient battle blade. The ancient battle blade, a purple weapon, boasted the ability to evolve. Its effects included an increase of 60 in strength, 60 in agility, and 30 in spirit, with a durability rating of 998 out of 1,000. It also possessed a special skill, Blood Blade, a purple skill. Compared to the Mithril Spear, the attributes of the Ancient Battle Blade were overwhelmingly superior. With the Ancient Battle Blade equipped, Thea felt a surge of confidence to confront the 4th-tier beings. However, the designation of evolvable intrigued him, prompting him to inquire within his mind. System 1, what does this evolvable attribute entail? Can this Ancient Battle Blade evolve through combat? As Thea expressed her inquiries, Number 1 swiftly responded, stating, "Report, host. Yes, the ancient battle knife will absorb the blood of every enemy you slay, thereby enhancing itself. The stronger the blood it absorbs, the greater the enhancement. Once it has absorbed a certain quantity of blood, it can undergo evolution, advancing directly to an orange weapon." Upon hearing Number 1's explanation, Thea felt a surge of joy. She had not anticipated that this ancient battle knife possessed such a remarkable trait. marking it as an unexpected boon. Subsequently, Thea gazed at the 170,000 magic stones, pondering how to utilize them. After a moment's reflection, she resolved to first draw from the ruler's series of runes. With 170,000 magic stones, she could draw 4 rewards, with an excess of 30,000 stones remaining. Without hesitation, Thea accessed the ruler rune page and commenced the rune extraction process. The 4 draws concluded swiftly, and Thea obtained the following runes: Taste of Blood, Ruthless Hunter, Eyeball Collector, and Electric Shock. To be fair, Thea was quite satisfied. She found these 4 runes to be quite commendable. Among them, Electric Shock inflicted thrice her maximum power and electrical damage to enemies engaged in combat with her after every 3 successful strikes. The Taste of Blood allowed her to recover 50% of the damage dealt with her next attack every 10 seconds during battle. The Eyeball Collector, on the other hand, was a skill that could grow, albeit with a cap. It automatically collected the eyeballs of enemies killed who were of equal or higher tier, stacking up to 20 layers. Each layer increased her base strength and agility by 1.5, with a maximum increase of 30%. Lastly, the Ruthless Hunter was another growth skill, akin to the Greedy Hunter, which could also stack 5 times, requiring the defeat of enemies 1 tier higher. Its effect added 3% to all her speeds, with each layer providing an additional 1.5. Thea was exceedingly pleased with these skills, and due to having activated 6 runes, her total attributes had surged to an astonishing increase of 150 after acquiring such an array of skills. Thea checked her attributes and found them to be somewhat exaggerated. Name: Thea Race, Elite Goblin Tier, Tier 3 Level, 283437900000 Strength, 466 Constitution, 316 Agility, 350 Spirit, 264 Health Points, 2030 Magic Points. 1320 upon witnessing her attributes after equipping the ancient battle knife. Thea was astounded. Her strength had far surpassed that of an average Tier 4 creature. Moreover, this was without fully stacking all her passive skills, leaving her to ponder the unimaginable power she could wield if she were to fully enhance these rune attributes. Additionally, her detection skill had risen to level 3. However, dwelling on it would yield no results. Only action would bring meaning. Thus, Thea began her advance into the depths of the Kegjin Forest, a place that no longer posed the peril it once did. After all, her current strength had elevated her above the majority of Tier 4 creatures. Surveying the tranquil forest around her, Thea cautiously observed her surroundings. Despite her formidable strength, she was not invincible. Caution was prudent to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. Upon entering the meat circle, Thea soon encountered 3 Tier 3 creatures. Without a moment's hesitation, she dispatched them all, subsequently utilizing her gathering skill to collect their magic crystals and gold coins. After completing her gathering, Thea pressed onward. Before long, she stumbled upon her first Tier 4 creature near a waterfall, a colossal water python, reminiscent of the legendary Titan boa, stretching an impressive 7 meters in length. Upon sighting this massive serpent, Thea employed her detection skill to ascertain its strength. Giant water python, Tier 4 creature level, 32 strength, 240 agility, 240 constitution, 160 spirit, 160 skills, water cannon, strangulation, Titan boa form, reinforced skin. After reviewing the giant water python's attributes, Thea concluded that Tier 4 creatures were not so formidable after all. However, the python's strength and agility were evidently superior to those of the average Tier 4 creature, likely due to its Titan boa form. After carefully surveying her surroundings and confirming there were no other creatures nearby, Thea confidently stepped forward. The moment she appeared, the giant water python took notice of her presence. Acutely aware that this elite goblin possessed strength beyond its tier. Thus, despite Thea being 1 tier lower, the python was visibly agitated. As Thea approached, the python emitted a hissing warning, signaling its intention to attack should she draw closer. Yet, it seemed Thea was oblivious to this warning, continuing her approach towards the massive serpent. With Thea's relentless advance, the giant water python's eyes glimmered with malice, and it opened its colossal jaws to lunge at her. In response, Thea swiftly reacted, brandishing the ancient battle knife, which sliced effortlessly through the python's scales as if they were mere tofu, penetrating deep within its body. However, due to not striking its vital point, the python sustained only minimal damage. Having evolved into a Tier 4 creature, the python had not felt pain in quite some time. Its scales had been so easily breached, and it let out a furious roar. The surrounding lower-tier creatures, hearing the python's enraged cry, understood that a formidable foe had provoked this terror and began to flee in panic. While others might be intimidated by this creature, Thea found the python's noise to be merely bothersome. Instantly, she raised her ancient battle knife, aiming for the junction of the python's upper and lower jaws that a flash of cold light illuminated the scene, and the python could not react in time. In an instant, one side of its jaw was severed from the other. A wave of excruciating pain surged through its mouth, causing the python to writhe in agony. Thea observed the flailing creature with indifference. The vast disparity in attributes made it clear that the python was no match for her. Disinterested in prolonging the encounter, she targeted the python's vital point and plunged her knife deep within. With a final, desperate struggle, the python departed this world. Instantly, a surge of experience flooded into Thea's being, and her ruthless hunter, GRE after all. The purpose of the low-level fruit is to elevate a level below 30 by 1 level. Beyond level 30, it becomes ineffective, making its benefits most pronounced when used at level 29. Taya glanced around, contemplating that it was time to depart from this place. His 4th tier and 3rd tier crystal cores had not been replenished. After all, the 3rd tier core could only be recharged with 90 magic stones in his system, while the 4th tier core could only be charged with 270 magic stones. However, in the human world, a single 3rd tier magic stone could fetch as much as 10,000 gold coins, and a 4th tier magic stone could astonishingly sell for 50,000 gold coins in reality, the exorbitant prices set by humans for 3rd tier and 4th tier crystal cores are understandable. After all, 1st tier and 2nd tier magical beasts are exceedingly common in the world. Yet, not every magical beast possesses a system of evolution like Taya's Goblin evolution system. Their chances of evolving are minuscule. Among 10 2nd-tier magical beasts, only one might evolve into a 3rd-tier beast, and the emergence of a 4th-tier beast is even rarer, occurring once in 30 3rd-tier beasts. The situation with 5th-tier beasts is even more dire, a fact Taya learned during his inquiries at the Kajin Trading Company. Thus, he understood perfectly well that in order to maximize his profits, he needed to hoard these crystal cores, converting them into gold coins before recharging them. Taya pondered for a moment. Since he could not return and had no desire to linger in the forest, he decided to proceed in any direction. Consequently, Taya resolved to traverse the Kajin forest, heading in the opposite direction of Hertztown. To avoid losing his way, he maintained a straight path. When obstructed by trees, he would chop them down and continue forward. If he encountered a river, he would swim across, and if faced with hills, he would climb over them. He was determined to maintain a straight course, believing it impossible to get lost in such a manner. However, 2 months later, a disheveled green figure appeared on the human highway, unmistakably Taya. Upon sighting the official road, he was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling up in his eyes. He vowed never to choose such a foolish route again. Had he known the path was so arduous, he would have simply returned to Hertztown and then proceeded. Given his strength at the time, no one could have stopped him if he had wished to leave. Nevertheless, these 2 months were not entirely without gain. 2 weeks prior, he had finally reached level 29. That moment, he consumed the low-level fruit, raising his level to 30. However, upon reaching level 30, he found he could no longer level up. Fortunately, the system informed him that the experience points he gained from slaying monsters would be retained and awarded to him once he leveled up again. This aspect of the system was quite considerate, and Taya felt inclined to commend it. After all, aside from its penchant for extracting money, the system excelled in other areas. Upon arriving at the highway, Taya began to advance along it. Before long, he stumbled upon a quaint tea house, a haven for weary travelers seeking a brief respite. As soon as he sat at a table, a server approached and inquired, "Sir, may I ask what you would like?" After ordering a pot of tea and some snacks, the server departed. Upon entering the tea house, the atmosphere seemed to shift, becoming significantly quieter, though many patrons continued to converse in hushed tones. Taya's curiosity was piqued. He sensed that they were discussing him. After evolving to the 3rd tier, His hearing had improved significantly. Thus, even though their voices were low, he could still discern their words that he listened intently to the conversation between two individuals nearby. One remarked, "Hey, did you see that goblin? Doesn't he resemble the one who was wanted recently?" To which the other replied, "What do you mean resembles? It's him. The butcher Taya. This guy is truly a demon. After slaughtering 300 people, he fled Hertztown. He's a B-class fugitive of the kingdom. A very dangerous character. We should finish our meal quickly and leave, lest this demon goes mad and slaughters us." Taya was taken aback by their conversation. He had become a fugitive? What was he to do now? How could he enter human cities or sell his crystal cores after being branded an outlaw? After deliberating, Taya decided to take a chance. Hoping to evade the guard's notice and enter the human city, he quickly finished his tea, settled the bill, and left the tea house, determined to see if he could blend into human society. Taya donned a cloak to conceal his identity and walked along the highway. Soon, he reached the city gate, only to find it heavily guarded. From a distance, he spotted a wanted poster affixed to the gate, clearly detailing his information that he was shocked to see his bounty listed. Taya, B-class criminal, bounty of 38,000 gold coins. Taya could hardly believe it. He was only worth 38,000 gold coins. He had invested over 100,000 in the game thus far. What did this 38,000 gold coins signify? Was he being looked down upon? However, it was evident that entering the city would be a formidable challenge. He realized that even altering his appearance might not suffice, as the wanted poster depicted an oil painting that bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Taya was astonished that such talent existed in this world, unless he evolved into a fourth-tier goblin. Changing his appearance, he could not enter. Yet, evolving to the fourth tier required something called the essence of wood, a substance he had never even heard of. What was he to do? Whenever faced with such dilemmas, he would consult the system. Soon enough, the system provided a response, its first reply as succinct as ever, igniting Taya's irritation. The mere suggestion of recharge made him want to lash out at the system. If the mall had the essence of wood, he would have purchased it long ago. Not long after, he heard the system's voice again. Ding! The host can purchase a dungeon quest with a certain amount of magic stones. Upon activating the quest, the host can enter various other worlds, and by completing the corresponding tasks, the desired rewards can be obtained. Furthermore, within the dungeon world, the host has a chance to acquire various high-tier items or a substantial amount of magic stones. After hearing the system's response, Taya took a moment to collect himself. The dungeon quest sounded rather appealing. However, he was unsure how many magic stones were required to activate a point 1. He inquired, "How many magic stones are needed to initiate this dungeon quest?" "Not much, host. Only 100,000 magic stones are required to commence this task." Taya nearly spat out his drink upon hearing the figure of 100,000. If the system were a person, he would have been tempted to strangle it, demanding to know why it hadn't mentioned this sooner. Where could he possibly amass 100,000 magic stones? Even if he liquidated all his crystal cores and gold coins, he would barely have 80,000. However, he realized that, despite his efforts, he could not infiltrate the city under such stringent scrutiny. Taya had no choice but to re-enter the Kajin forest and work diligently to accumulate 100,000 magic stones, enabling him to activate the dungeon quest, obtain the essence of wood, and subsequently evolve into a fourth-tier goblin, thus altering his appearance to gain entry. As he contemplated this, a wild idea struck him. Hunting magical beasts for magic stones was proving to be too slow. While hunting humans might yield enough spoils to cover the remaining 20,000 stones he needed in one fell swoop. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, having been a goblin for only a few months. It was terrifying to entertain such thoughts. "Amitba, what a sin," he muttered. With that, Taya plunged back into the Kajin forest, determined to strive for the remaining 20,000 magic stones that a week later, Taya was in pursuit of a fourth-tier blue heart deer. He had amassed 7,000 magic stones, earning roughly 1,000 stones per day, a commendable pace. However, due to his excessive hunting, the population of magical beasts around him had dwindled, making it increasingly difficult to encounter high-tier beasts. Today, he had finally spotted a blue heart deer and could not afford to let it escape. A flash of blue light surged beneath his feet, propelling him forward as he quickly closed the distance to the deer. Subsequently, Thea swiftly ended the life of the blue-hearted deer with a single strike. After employing the gathering technique on the deer, Thea departed from the scene, satisfied with her efforts. The blue glow that had previously appeared on Thea's leg was a manifestation of a new skill acquired from a 4th-tier black horse. This skill was encapsulated in a blue skill book named Shadow Step, which could enhance her movement speed by 50% for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 15 minutes. This was merely the effect at level 1. Yet Thea was already exceedingly pleased with it. Since acquiring this skill, her speed and success rate in hunting prey had significantly increased. Just as Thea was preparing to seek her next quarry, she suddenly heard human voices coming from a nearby thicket. A wanted fugitive. Thea instinctively concealed herself within a patch of grass. Thanks to her natural camouflage, it was nearly impossible to discern the goblin hidden within the verdant foliage. In the spot where Thea had been, 3 men and 1 woman appeared, seemingly engaged in conversation. Straining to hear, Thea leaned closer. One of the men, addressing the woman named Sally, inquired, "Sally, are you certain that the legendary butcher Thea is within this forest?" After the man spoke, Sally replied confidently, "Yes, I am certain that I witnessed him enter this forest a week ago. He must have seen his wanted notice and is afraid to leave. If we continue to search for him, we are bound to find him. Rest assured, Ivan." The man referred to as Ivan responded, "Very well. Let us search for a couple more days and see if we can locate him. I cannot fathom why an elite goblin would have a bounty of 38,000 gold coins. What could he have possibly done?" Sally interjected, "Do you not know?" Ivan shook his head. Subsequently, Sally recounted to Ivan the tale of how Thea had slain 300 humans. Upon hearing this, Ivan was taken aback and exclaimed, "No way. If he is that ruthless, will we be able to contend with him?" The other 2 men nodded in agreement, and Sally reassured them, "Fear not. No matter how formidable he may be, he is merely a 3rd-tier elite goblin. With 4 of us being 3rd-tier experts, we need not fear a single goblin." Reflecting on her words, the 3 men continued their hunt for Thea, surprised to learn that the topic of their discussion was none other than herself. Thea felt a surge of indignation. After all, these individuals were seeking her life. Subsequently, Thea employed her detection technique to assess the attributes of the 4 individuals. The strongest among them, Ivan, was at level 26, followed by the 2 men at level 24, and lastly, the woman at level 21. Thea found these 4 to be rather unimpressive. Their levels were far too low to pose any threat to her. Without further ado, she rose, brandishing her ancient warblade, and struck at the woman. Sally sensed movement behind her and turned to investigate, only to be met with a flash of crimson light as she was cleaved in 2 before she could comprehend what had transpired. The commotion drew the attention of the other 3 men, who, upon witnessing the scene, were consumed by rage. However, upon recognizing Thea, Ivan stammered, "You are the infamous butcher Thea." Thea bristled at this moniker. She had no intention of being labeled as such. Without responding, she aimed to strike at him. Ivan, quick to react, drew his weapon in a vain attempt to defend himself, but his speed paled in comparison to Thea's before he could fully unsheathe his sword. He was dispatched in an instant. The other 2 men, witnessing this, wasted no time fleeing, fully aware that even their strongest ally, Ivan, had been effortlessly eliminated. Their lives were at stake, and they had no choice but to escape. Yet Thea was not inclined to let them go. Activating Shadow Step, she swiftly closed the distance and dispatched both of them with 2 decisive strikes. Having killed these individuals, Thea's expression remained unchanged. She had grown accustomed to taking lives. Even when the slain were human, she felt no pangs of guilt. She then proceeded to gather the remains of the 4 corpses. After completing her gathering, Thea could not help but muse. Indeed, slaying humans is the quickest means of amassing wealth. From these 4 alone, she acquired 20,000 gold coins and 2,000 magic stones, bringing her just 11,000 stones away from the 100,000 required to unlock a dungeon quest. Once she converted all her gold into magic stones, Thea continued deeper into the forest. Unbeknownst to her, she had inadvertently exited the Kijin forest and had arrived in a completely new locale. However, due to her unfamiliarity with the area, she had no idea of her current position. Thus, Thea wandered aimlessly through the forest, lacking a specific destination, content as long as there were magical beasts to hunt nearby. Over the course of 3 days, she traversed the woods, slaying any magical beast she encountered, resting when fatigued, and feasting on their flesh when hunger struck. That on the third day, a massive python was in the midst of feeding, blissfully unaware that a pair of lizard-like eyes were fixated upon it from the grass behind. The owner of these eyes was none other than Thea, who was keenly observing the five-tier magical beast before her. To avoid any unforeseen mishaps, she planned to ambush the python at its most relaxed moment. Although Thea herself was merely a third-tier magical beast, her attributes had surpassed those of many five-tier beasts, including the python currently in search of prey. As the python consumed its meal, it remained alert, sensing that something was watching it. Just as Thea was preparing to strike, an arrow suddenly shot towards the python, piercing its eye and causing blood to stream forth. Infuriated by the injury, the python lunged toward the direction for which the arrow had come. Meanwhile, Thea remained concealed in the grass, intrigued to discover who dared to challenge the formidable creature. If fortune smiled upon her, she hoped that the attackers would weaken each other, allowing her to swoop in and reap the spoils. The python lunged into the grass nearby, revealing the silhouettes of 4 individuals. Initially thinking there was only one assailant, Thea was surprised to discover it was a whole team. Utilizing her reconnaissance technique, she quickly assessed their capabilities. Fu Long, level 44, Fu Tian, level 43, Fu Yi, level 43, Fu Yu, level 42. All 4 individuals surpassed level 40, categorizing them as 5-tier experts, which extinguished Thea's hopes of scavenging the aftermath. It seemed likely that the python would soon meet its demise at their hands. Yet, Thea remained motionless in the grass, wary of their considerable strength. If it were only one of them, she might have taken the risk, but with 4 present, she wisely chose to refrain from engaging. Under the relentless assault of the 4 attackers, the python soon found itself overwhelmed. Before long, it succumbed to their onslaught. After the creature's death, they began to skin it and extract its bones, displaying a level of skill that indicated they were seasoned hunters. Thea had initially assumed they would depart promptly after stripping the python of its valuable materials, but to her dismay, they settled in to rest, seemingly intent on spending the night. Observing this development, Thea felt a twinge of frustration. Could they not hasten their departure to allow her to escape? Was she to waste an entire evening in this predicament? Just as she was lost in her thoughts, the 4 individuals began conversing. Thea immediately perked up, eager to overhear their discussion. Fu Tian asked, "Fu Long, do you really think there are elves in this area?" Fu Long, "Of course, the information I received from Uncle Wong is undoubtedly true. After all, Uncle Wong has watched us grow up and would never deceive us." Upon hearing that the intelligence came from Uncle Wong, the man named Fu Tian seemed to relax. He said, "Indeed, Mother mentioned that Uncle Wong would assist us further. If the information is from him, there must be a territory of the elven clan nearby." Hearing their conversation, Thea felt a twinge of surprise. Was this the elven clan from the fairy tales? Images of pointed ears, large eyes, and translucent dragonfly wings flooded her mind, a whimsical tapestry of thoughts. The following day, as the 4 of them set out, Thea stealthily followed. She was unsure why she felt compelled to do so. Perhaps it was her yearning to witness the legendary elven clan for herself. After approximately 2 hours of trailing them, Fu Long suddenly whispered, "Shh, keep your voices down. Do you see our target?" He gestured towards a direction. Responding to Fu Long's words, the other 3 and Ye turned to look where he pointed. Sure enough, a beautiful elven maiden was frolicking in the forest. This was Taeya's first encounter with an elf, and she scrutinized the elven maiden closely. Standing at an estimated height of 168 cm, her figure was slender in all the right places, her features exquisite, and her skin gleaming like crystal. Taeya was thoroughly impressed. Awarding her a score of 9.5. It was indeed her first time seeing such a fair maiden. The elven clan certainly lived up to its legendary reputation, just as Taeya wished to admire her further. The 4 brutes in front of her had other intentions, producing a hunting net, evidently planning to capture the elven beauty alive. Taeya reflected on her strength compared to theirs, pondering whether, with her green beast form, she could triumph over them. After simulating countless scenarios in her mind, the conclusion was clear: she could not. For humans to advance to the 5th tier, they must learn specialized combat techniques, which would significantly enhance their attributes based on the technique's level. In this world, techniques are categorized into 6 ranks: yellow, Xian, earth, heaven, saint, and divine. Even the most basic techniques are exceedingly precious, typically held by prominent families or powerful factions, and rarely shared openly, ordinary individuals through physical training. Can at most reach the 4th tier. To achieve the 5th tier, they would have to join a faction. It was evident that the 5 individuals before Taya hailed from a particular faction, all having reached the 5th tier, and their techniques were likely not of the lowest rank, as their attribute points were exceedingly high. Just as Taya was lost in thought, the brutes made their move. Although the female elf possessed some strength, it was insufficient against 4 5th-tier experts. The elf, noticing the approaching humans, became exceedingly flustered. That moment, heroes emerged, but they were not Taya. Rather, they were a few male elves. Concealed within the grass, Taya assessed the attributes of these 3 male elves and found their strength comparable to that of the humans, albeit with 1 less in number. Should she intervene to assist them? It seemed there was little benefit in doing so, and the humans appeared formidable. Perhaps it was best to refrain from involvement. After all, it was none of her business. Just as Taya contemplated this, a notification from the system chimed in her ear. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have triggered a side quest. Save the Elven Maiden and assist the Elven clan in repelling the human squad. Successful completion will elevate the Elven Maiden's favorability to 80. You will subsequently be able to view others' favorability towards you. Failure will reward you with a permanent forever single buff. After hearing the system's prompt, Taya pondered for a moment and resolved to save the Elven Maiden. She was unperturbed by the prospect of the forever single buff, merely desiring the favorability viewing buff. Yes, that was her sole intention. That Taya surveyed the battlefield, realizing that the 3 male elves were being overwhelmed by the 4 humans, and the Elven Maiden, being only 3rd tier, lacked any real combat capability, relegated to providing healing support from the sidelines. Aware that she needed to act swiftly, Taya drew her ancient battle knife, activated her shadow step and green beast form, and charged towards the strongest human. Sensing movement behind him, the human swiftly turned to defend. However, as he raised his weapon, an immense force surged through it, nearly causing him to lose grip. That Taya would not allow him a moment to breathe. Seizing the opportunity while he was still disoriented, she unleashed a flurry of attacks, combining her blood blade with a series of swift kicks, leaving Fu Long gasping for breath. The surrounding elves watched in astonishment, having expected to meet their end that day, only to be unexpectedly rescued by a goblin. Yet, they remained vigilant, for the battle was still ongoing. As Taya drew the strongest enemy away, the elves seized their chance to counterattack. Realizing the situation had turned against him, Fu Long shouted, "Retreat!" Taya and her companions chose not to pursue, recognizing the formidable strength of their foes, and Taya's green beast form was nearing its end. The Elven Maiden, seeing Taya standing there in a daze, approached to express her gratitude. Just as she reached Taya, the duration of the green beast form expired, causing Taya's body to gradually shrink to her normal height of 2 meters. A mysterious force enveloped Taya, and she felt darkness encroach upon her vision before she fell backward. Landing in the embrace of the female ELF, in a flurry of concern, the Elven Maiden exclaimed, "What is wrong? Wake up! You must be all right." The 3 male elves, witnessing Taya's sudden collapse, rushed over, asking what happened. "Saja, why did he faint?" The Elven Maiden named Saja, equally flustered, replied, "I don't know. I was just about to thank him for saving us. And then he started shrinking and collapsed. I don't know what is happening." One of the male elves, after examining Taya's condition, stated, "This goblin is merely an elite goblin, only at the 3rd tier. The human was at least 5th tier. He must have forcibly used some special method to temporarily enhance his combat power, resulting in his current unconscious state. He saved us and should not be considered a villain. We must take him back to our territory for healing." Hearing this, the other 2 male elves nodded in agreement. They then carried Taya and hurried back to their territory. Throughout the ordeal, Taya remained conscious, yet her body felt uncontrollable. She questioned the system about this peculiar predicament. The system promptly replied, "Host, if you do not fall unconscious after battle, how will you increase the favorability of the maidens? Without increasing favorability, how can you hope to find a partner?" Taya, somewhat exasperated, retorted, "So you're genuinely concerned I might remain single?" Meanwhile, the system fell silent. Soon, they arrived at the elven territory. As they reached the entrance, an elven guard abruptly blocked their path, stating, "Lands, what is the situation with this goblin? Are you not aware that our elven clan does not welcome outsiders?" Lands replied, "Yeah, this goblin is our savior. He transformed in this manner to rescue us. Please allow us to pass. I must take care of him." After hearing Lands, Dia stepped aside, acknowledging that anyone who saved members of the elven clan could not be considered merely an outsider, at least not a villain. From the moment Taya saved them, he had become a friend of the elven clan. Before long, Taya was brought into a treehouse, where Saja remained to tend to him while Lands and the others went to gather fruits to host him. As Saja gazed at the unconscious Taya, she found herself captivated by his face, her cheeks flushing as she thought, "This goblin is so handsome. It's the first time I've seen such a striking goblin. And he is so powerful too. He saved me." The more she pondered, the redder Saga's face became, and her affection for Thea continued to rise steadily. Once it reached the remarkable score of 80. Thea awakened that moment. Their eyes met, and Thea's sudden awakening startled Saga, causing her to stammer, "Why, you're awake. Thank you for saving me. How are you feeling now? Is there anything uncomfortable?" Upon hearing Saga's words, Thea shook her head and, sounding somewhat weak, replied, "I'm a bit thirsty. Could you get me some water?" Concerned by Thea's frail voice, Saga nodded vigorously and said, "All right, just wait a moment. I will fetch it for you right away." With that, she dashed out in a flurry. Thea, meanwhile, gazed intently at Saga's retreating figure. In that fleeting instant after awakening, Thea had caught sight of Saga's face as well as the green number 80 hovering above her head. That 80 must be the affection level spoken of by number 1, and he had merely exchanged a couple of casual remarks with Saga, yet her affection had surged to 83. It seemed he had even flirted with her. How could her feelings have escalated so swiftly? What was happening? Meanwhile, as Saga prepared to fetch water for Thea, she mused to herself, "I wonder what his name is. This is the first time I've encountered such a handsome and formidable goblin." Lost in her thoughts, Saga hurriedly filled the water cup and soon arrived at Thea's door, eager to see him. However, upon reaching the threshold, she slowed her pace, took a deep breath, and opened the door. Spotting Thea sitting on the bed, she exclaimed, "Why are you up? Lie down immediately and don't overexert yourself." Saga was genuinely afraid that something might happen to Thea, especially since he had fainted to save her. Thus, without regard for his protests, she firmly pressed him back onto the bed, forcibly opening his mouth and blocking it with the cup to pour water in. Thea, gazing at Saga with an expression of utter despair, longed to say, "I'm fine, I want to get up," but his mouth was obstructed, rendering him speechless. Yet to Saga, Thea's woeful expression appeared as if he were gravely ill, which only deepened her feelings of guilt and, inexplicably, caused her affection for him to rise by 2 points. Bewildered by the sudden increase in affection, Thea was left in a state of confusion, wondering why it had escalated so rapidly when he felt he had done nothing to warrant it. Nevertheless, he decided to remain silent, observing the affection level climb. Once he finished drinking, an awkward silence enveloped the room. The main issue was that Thea, being an ironclad straight man, didn't know how to initiate conversation, while Saga, having spent most of her time in the elven territory, was unaccustomed to being alone with a male and was unsure how to navigate this situation. Eventually, it was Thea who broke the silence. Is there anything else?" he asked. "No," Saga replied. "Then why are you still here?" Thea inquired. "Oh, did I disturb your rest? I'm sorry, I'll leave right away," she stammered before hastily fleeing the scene. Just then, Thea heard a voice in his ear from the system. "Host, hurry and bring the elven girl back. Otherwise, you'll be single for life." "Why would bringing her back have anything to do with my being single?" Thea retorted. Number 1 remained silent. Before long, a knock sounded at the door, followed by a male voice saying, "Hello, Goblin sir. May I come in?" Hearing the male voice, Thea felt a pang of disappointment. Having hoped it was the elven maiden, he could only respond, "Come in," as soon as he finished speaking. Rance entered, carrying a basket of fruit. Upon seeing Thea, Rance exclaimed, "You're awake. I brought you some fruit. Thank you for saving us, by the way. My name is Rance. May I know yours? Thea, but I'm Thea. And no need to thank me. I simply have a fondness for the elven race, he replied. Rance felt pleased to hear Thea express his admiration for elves, as everyone enjoys receiving compliments. After enjoying some fruit, Thea engaged in conversation with Rance. Watching Rance converse so freely, Thea couldn't help but feel envious. Why hadn't he been reincarnated as an elf? The goblin appearance paled in comparison to Rance's. Thea thought to himself that if only he could possess even half of Rance's charm. Unbeknownst to Thea, Rance was also envious of Thea's abs, as the elves were all delicate-looking, and he wished to embody Thea's rugged appearance. Thea and Rance chatted animatedly. They remained unaware that Saga was outside the door. Listening intently to their conversation, she wondered why Rance could converse so easily with Thea while she struggled to utter a single word. However, their dialogue soon came to an end. Rance finally said, Thea, our chief would like to meet you. If it's convenient, of course. I'm feeling much better now. I can meet him whenever, Thea replied. Great. If you're ready, let us go now, Rance suggested, as they left. They encountered Saga at the door. Rance, noticing her, asked curiously, Saga, are you looking for Thea? What are you doing here? Saga, caught off guard, felt flustered, having just been eavesdropping on their conversation. She stammered, I don't know, blushing deeply. She muttered something about being annoying before bolting away. Thea and Rance exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of why Saga was so flustered, and they shared a smile before departing. Once outside, Thea finally beheld the entirety of the elven territory. Contrary to his expectations, there were no legendary elven trees or special lakes. Though everyone resided in tree houses, there was nothing particularly remarkable. Observing Thea's puzzled expression, Rance inquired, What is wrong? Well, I heard that elves have those grand elven trees. But it seems there aren't any here, Thea replied. The kind of elven trees you're referring to only exist in larger elven tribes, that we don't have those in our small tribe. Moreover, we don't have an elven queen. In our tribe, the strongest person is the leader, Rance explained. Having grasped the essence of their small community, Thea followed Rance to the largest treehouse. Along the way, he noticed around 90 elves, indicating that this tribe likely housed about 200 elves. Soon, they arrived at the largest treehouse, and before they could knock, a gentle voice beckoned from within, Come in. Upon entering, Thea immediately saw the back of a male elf. Sensing their presence, the male elf turned to face them and said, Hello, young man. Thank you for saving our elves. May I ask for your name? Thea quickly shook his head, saying, No need for thanks. It was merely my duty. The elven chief then introduced himself. Young man, I am Noah, the chief of this elven tribe. What is your name? Greetings, chief. My name is Thea. He replied, Oh, Thea. Tonight, we will be holding our annual elven dance. Would you honor us with your presence? Noah inquired. Of course. I would be delighted to attend. Thea responded eagerly. After chatting with Noah for a while, Thea took his leave, intending to return to his previous treehouse. However, on his way back, a cute little elf approached him, offering a basket of fruit and saying, Thank you for saving Sister Saga. With that, the little one scampered away. Holding the fruit basket, Thea felt a warmth in his heart. These elves were truly endearing. Subsequently, on the journey back, many elves were surreptitiously observing Thea, who resided in a place rarely frequented by other races. Even when there were visitors, they were typically gentle, herbivorous, magical beasts, allowing for harmonious coexistence. For many elves, it was their first encounter with Thea, this exceptional goblin, rendering the attention directed at him quite natural. Under such intense scrutiny, Thea returned to his recently occupied treehouse. Upon entering, he discovered Saga was also present inside. Just as Thea was about to speak, Saga suddenly interjected, Would you be my dance partner tonight? As she spoke, she nervously tucked her right hand behind her back. For Thea to take her hand would signify his agreement. Saga's hand lingered in the air for a considerable time, without Thea responding. Leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened, she couldn't help but wonder if he disliked her, hence his silence. Just as she was about to give up, a warm yet slightly rough hand clasped hers. Thea declared, Of course, I will be delighted, beautiful lady of the elven race. The moment he uttered those words, Saga's affection for him surged to a dazzling 90, an almost blinding green hue. The rapid rise in her feelings struck Taya as somewhat surreal. Upon hearing Taya compliment her beauty, Saga's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly introduced herself. "I am Saga. I will come to find you here tonight, and we must not miss each other." Taya nodded in acknowledgement. And soon after, Saga departed, leaving Taya with the impression that she was particularly joyful. Time swiftly passed, and as Taya began his preparations in the afternoon, there was a knock at the door. Puzzled, he wondered who could be visiting at this hour. Nevertheless, he opened the door to reveal Saga standing outside. "Taya, what brings you here?" he asked. "I came to deliver some clothes for you," Saga replied. "Clothes?" Taya echoed, glancing down at his attire. His current clothing was in a deplorable state. Having spent so long in the forest, and the garments from Herzl town had long since become tattered. "What kind of clothes have you brought for me?" he inquired. With a proud smile, Saga presented a set of deep brown attire. "Look, I just made this for you. Isn't it lovely?" As she spoke, she revealed a beautifully crafted outfit. Taya was immensely pleased upon seeing it. Saga had prepared an ensemble reminiscent of elven fashion, yet the deep brown hue lent a sense of gravity and formality. Rather than the ethereal lightness typically associated with elven garments, Taya was genuinely satisfied. Saga, brimming with excitement, urged, "Please put it on. You will look absolutely stunning." Observing her enthusiasm, Taya promptly changed into the outfit, requesting that Saga step outside during the process. Saga paced restlessly outside, eager to see how Taya would look in her design. Moments later, Taya's voice called from within, "All right, you can come in now." As Saga entered and laid eyes on Taya, her cheeks flushed, and she felt a sudden rush of warmth. It was no wonder she reacted this way. Taya was already strikingly handsome, and the new attire accentuated his commanding presence. Saga had invested considerable thought into the design. The shirt was unbuttoned and open, perfectly showcasing Taya's chiseled abs, while the lower half featured a male-styled skirt typical of their elven culture. Overall, Taya exuded an extraordinary charisma, making Saga's heart race, and her affection for him unknowingly increased further. In truth, reaching an affection level of 80 indicated a fondness, while 90 signified love, and as Saga gazed at Taya, she felt a burgeoning sense of romance. Taya, meanwhile, was taken aback by the escalating affection. Before long, evening descended, and the two attended the elven dance gala together. Upon their entrance, the other elves teased, eliciting an embarrassed blush from Saga. Noah, witnessing the scene, chuckled. Having conversed with Taya earlier, he sensed that Taya was a good-hearted individual, and if Saga were to marry him, it would not be a regrettable choice. As the gathering reached its zenith, Noah proclaimed, "I hereby declare the annual Elven Dance Gala open." At his words, excitement swept through the crowd. With numerous male elves inviting their desired partners to dance, Taya, too, extended his hand to Saga, honoring his promise. Surprised by Taya's gesture, Saga felt a thrill. According to a legend in their tribe, if two individuals who shared mutual affection danced together at the Elven Gala, they would ultimately unite. As she danced with Taya, her thoughts began to wander, but just as she was lost in reverie, a sharp pain on her foot jolted her back to reality. Looking down, she realized Taya had accidentally stepped on her foot due to his lack of dancing skills. Taya quickly apologized, and Saga reassured him, "It's all right, just follow my lead. I used to make mistakes too." Grateful for her understanding, Taya nodded, feeling slightly embarrassed for having stepped on her foot. After several dances, they grew weary, and Saga pulled Taya toward the bonfire, exclaiming, "Taya, did you know, there's a legend among our elven kind that if a man and woman dance together at the gala and share mutual feelings, they will end up together after the festivities. So, Taya, I like you, you like me." Saga's sudden confession left Taya momentarily speechless. The pace was overwhelming. Was it not too hasty to entertain such thoughts? Had they not known each other for less than a day? Was the elven race truly so audacious? Taya was not the only one taken aback. Saga herself was astonished by her boldness. Yet she felt no regret, believing she had genuinely fallen for Taya. That in their culture, emotions were pure, and one would only love once in a lifetime. She sensed that had she not spoken up, she would regret it forever. However, she also felt shy. Just as Taya was preparing to respond, Saga suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, don't answer. I already know the answer in my heart. You don't like me." With that, she hurriedly fled, leaving Taya bewildered in her wake. In truth, Taya had been inclined to accept her feelings. After all, he recognized that Saga genuinely liked him. That affection score of 91 was no trivial matter. It surely indicated a significant level of fondness. Watching Saga retreat into the distance, Taya sighed, thinking he would respond to her the next day. However, as the night passed, Taya's thoughts transformed. He had contemplated the matter throughout the night, and after careful consideration, he concluded that marrying at this juncture was premature. Firstly, now that he possessed the goblin evolution system, he needed to engage in extensive hunting to facilitate his evolution. He could not afford to squander such a golden opportunity. Secondly, the elves, in his perception, cherished tranquil lives. Should he choose to be with Saga, two scenarios would arise. Either they would embark on a nomadic existence together, or Saga would wait for his return. A return time he could not guarantee, which would ultimately waste her youth. Thus, after much deliberation, Taya resolved to reject Saga's affections. Saga, too, had spent a sleepless night pondering the situation. She recalled that Taya was supposed to provide her with an answer. Yet her hasty retreat left her regretting her decision. How was she to face Taya today? If only she had been braver the day before, she could have received his response. Ironically, just as Saga wished to avoid encountering Taya, she found herself face to face with him. Upon seeing Taya, he greeted her warmly, and she awkwardly returned the salutation. Then Taya suddenly said, "Saga, about yesterday's matter." Thea suddenly brought up the matter from yesterday, startling Saga, who quickly dispersed. Upon witnessing this, Thea understood that he must clarify the issue today. He could no longer linger among the elven clan, as his progress and strength was exceedingly slow here. A waste of precious time. Although there were many enchanting elven maidens, these were but illusions. Power was what Thea truly yearned for and needed most. Thus, he hurried to catch up with Saga, grasping her hand and solemnly stating, "Listen to me." Thea had initially believed that a stern demeanor would compel Saga to comply, yet her reaction left him somewhat exasperated. Saga retorted, "I want to listen. I want to." Thea, left with no choice, covered Saga's mouth and insisted, "Saga, please, hear me out." Seeing Thea's earnestness, Saga seemed resigned, her gaze no longer evasive as she silently awaited his response. Thea sighed, "I'm sorry, Saga, but I cannot accept your feelings. That I truly apologize. You are a wonderful girl, one I do not deserve." Upon hearing Thea's reply, a solitary tear, unbidden, streamed down Saga's cheek. Thea offered no consolation, instead departing directly, believing that enduring a brief pain was preferable to prolonged suffering. He hoped Saga would soon forget him. Little did Thea know that among the elves, one would only ever commit to a single person throughout their lifetime, though their acquaintance had been brief. Saga had already chosen Thea. Regardless of his reply today, she would not seek another partner. Watching Thea's retreating figure, Saga stood silently, bidding him farewell in her heart. Subsequently, after exchanging words with the clan leader, Thea prepared to leave, despite the leader's wish for him to stay a few more days. However, Thea's resolve was firm, leaving the leader with no recourse but to let him go as Thea departed. Saga quietly concealed herself in a corner, observing him leave. Gazing at Thea's silhouette, she seemed to have made a momentous decision. Hurrying to the clan leader's treehouse, like a tea that moment, Noah was sipping tea when Saga burst in. Prompting a puzzled inquiry, "Saga, what brings you here?" Saga replied, "Noah, clan leader, I have fallen for Thea and intend to pursue him, which is why I have come to bid farewell." Noah was taken aback, his teacup falling from his hand, fortunately unbroken as it was crafted from wood. After Saga spoke, she swiftly exited the treehouse, ready to chase after Thea. Only when Saga had left did Noah snap back to reality, rushing after her. Upon noticing the clan leader pursuing her, Saga asked, "Noah, do you wish to stop me?" "No, not at all," Noah quickly responded, producing a bracelet. "Saga, this is a unique bracelet from our clan. Should you encounter danger, shatter it, and it will summon a 6-tier treant to protect you. However, it is a one-time use, so please employ it with caution." Seeing the bracelet, Saga's eyes glistened with tears as she exclaimed, "Thank you." Clan leader, she then enveloped Noah in a heartfelt embrace, to which Noah gently patted her head, saying, "Child, do not cry. This will always be your home. If ever you tire, you are welcome to return. Now, go after Thea before he disappears." Nodding fervently, Saga accepted the bracelet and set off in pursuit of Thea. That night, Thea found a cave to rest after a full day of travel, feeling fatigued. Yet, an unsettling sensation gripped him, prompting him to shout towards the nearby bushes. "Who is there? Step forward." Realizing she had been discovered, Saga had no choice but to emerge from the underbrush. Upon seeing her, Thea was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "Saga, what are you doing here?" Saga, unsure of how to respond given Thea's prior rejection, resolved that a single denial meant nothing. If rejected once, she would confess twice, and if twice, thrice. Love must be pursued. Moreover, the clan leader had asserted that men find it challenging to resist a passionate woman, and she was determined to succeed. With that thought, Saga boldly declared, "Thea, I still like you you truly feel nothing for me. If you don't wish to stay in our tribe, I'm willing to wander by your side. As long as I am with you, I will do anything." Thea was taken aback by Saga's declaration, astonished at her willingness to go to such lengths for him that it was inconceivable for him to claim he felt no attraction. After all, few men could withstand Saga's allure. His rejection had been born of necessity, and now that she had approached him with such fervor, he felt he could not refuse without compromising his own masculinity. Thus, Thea responded, "Very well, Saga, I accept." Upon hearing his reply, Saga's heart sank momentarily, only to be followed by confusion. "Wait, Thea, what did you just say?" Thea reiterated, "I said I accept, Saga. Truthfully, I like you too. I feared that being together would bring you unhappiness. But witnessing your determination today has shaken me. That a girl willing to risk everything for love gives me no reason to hesitate." Tears of joy streamed down Saga's face as she exclaimed, "This is wonderful." Seeing her tears, Thea quickly said, "Saga, please don't cry. Did I say something wrong? If so, I apologize. I beg you, stop crying." Saga, touched by his concern, replied, "Silly, you haven't upset me. I am simply overwhelmed with happiness." Thea, sweating nervously, thought to himself how peculiar it was that girls cried for joy as much as for sorrow. Saga continued, "Thea, I'm so grateful I made the decision to chase after you. Had I not, I might have regretted it for life. You see, among the Elven clan, we only ever love one person, and I have chosen you. Had I not come to pursue you today, I would face a lifetime of solitude." Thea, upon hearing Saga's heartfelt words, felt a pang of fear. He was relieved she had followed him, else he might have ruined her life, he vowed. "Saga, I am sorry that I will not leave you again. I swear it." Saga's heart warmed at his promise, and the atmosphere grew undeniably intimate. Slowly, she closed her eyes. Despite being a man of steel resolve, Thea understood her intentions and leaned closer, inching toward her lips. However, an awkward moment ensued as his fangs accidentally grazed her cheek, causing Saga to shriek, abruptly shattering the tender ambience. Thea, feeling embarrassed, awkwardly asked, "Shall we continue?" Yet this time, Saga did not grant him any leniency. As Thea leaned in closer, Saga firmly pushed him back, leaving him in a state of despair. How could his fangs have ruined such a perfect moment? The two spent a week together, during which Thea's accumulation of magic stones approached a staggering 100,000, with only a final 1,000 remaining. Throughout this week, his bond with Saga intensified, culminating in them sharing nightly embraces as they slept. However, this presented a formidable challenge for Thea. While other men might have succumbed to Saga's soft allure, he refrained from crossing that line, determined not to taint her perception of him. Yet, sensing that the moment was ripe, he believed it was time to act, and he suspected Saga would not mind. Thus, Thea exchanged 200 magic stones for a precious elven fruit, known for its immense benefits to elves. Consuming this fruit could potentially elevate Saga to the 4th tier, especially as she had lingered at the 3rd tier for quite some time. The threshold for elves was not merely the 3rd tier, and perhaps this small external aid would enable her ascent, thereby making Saga a formidable ally for Thea. After all, Sagia excels in healing and supportive magic, both of which are of utmost utility to Thea. His offensive capabilities are sufficiently robust, rendering the need for a partner with formidable attack power entirely superfluous. As night swiftly descended, Taya and Sagia hastily erected a makeshift shelter to rest for the evening. Taya began to kindle a fire to prepare their meal, since the elven race abstains from consuming meat. Sagia was not skilled in the culinary arts. Thus, Taya prepared some wild fruits for her. In no time, Taya had concocted a hearty stew and roasted 2 rabbits. He retrieved a table from his storage space. And Sagia, having grown accustomed to such wonders, merely observed. After all, the elves had heard of storage rings, and it was plausible that Taya possessed such an item. During their dinner, Taya suddenly addressed Sagia, saying, "Sagia, I have prepared a surprise for you. I have a gift to present." Upon hearing Taya's words, Sagia was taken aback, for this was the first time Taya had prepared a gift for her. As Taya placed his hand behind his back, Sagia's anticipation grew. She was eager to discover what Taya had in store. Soon, Taya revealed the elven fruit from behind his back. Seeing the elven fruit, Sagia was utterly astonished. It was a gift she had never expected. Overjoyed, she impulsively kissed Taya, leaving him momentarily dazed. Subsequently, Taya revealed his primary intention for the day. Sagia, considering we have spent so many days together, may we indulge in that today? Sagia was perplexed by what Taya meant by that. However, upon a moment's reflection, realization dawned upon her, causing her face to flush crimson. What was Taya thinking? Nevertheless, Sagia nodded in response. Upon witnessing this, Taya hastily finished his dinner and excitedly took Sagia to engage in that activity. The following morning, Taya awoke early, a smile instinctively gracing his lips as he recalled the previous night's escapades, which had been utterly exhilarating. It was Sagia's first time, and she still lay asleep. Taya decided to prepare a nourishing breakfast for her. This time, he opted not to exchange anything overly extravagant from his system. Instead, he traded 2 magic stones for a ton of salad dressing and a ton of tomato sauce. The system was astonishingly generous with items that did not enhance his combat prowess. The reason for not exchanging for more valuable items was not due to stinginess, but rather the difficulty in explaining their origin. Moreover, the elven fruit should suffice for Sagia for the time being. Besides, wasn't it better to enjoy food alone? Any abnormal behavior could potentially expose the existence of the system. Had he not been overly excited the night before, he would have acted more prudently. Furthermore, with his enhanced strength, he could protect Sagia just as effectively. Thus, he resolved to refrain from exchanging items for others in the future, opting instead to gift only what he found in the real world. As for the breakfast he prepared for Sagia, given the limited options with the fruits, Taya arranged a fruit platter and made a bit of fruit salad using the salad dressing and tomato sauce he had exchanged. That was all he could manage. Sagia, still in a weakened state, soon caught the enticing aroma of the food. Reminded of the previous night's events, she felt a twinge of embarrassment at facing Taya. However, the delicious scent was irresistible, and she urgently needed to replenish her energy. While Taya was cooking, he suddenly heard Sagia's voice. "It smells wonderful. What are you making?" Upon hearing her, Taya rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, "You can smell the fragrance of fruit? Well, the elves do consume fruit daily, so perhaps it is indeed possible. This is fruit salad. To give a try," he replied. Sagia nodded and took a bite. Instantly, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she began to devour the dish voraciously. In no time, she had polished off an entire platter of fruit salad. Taya watched in astonishment. It was remarkable how quickly she consumed such a large serving. He had prepared enough for 3 elves, yet Sagia had finished it all herself, leaving him utterly astounded. Sagia soon realized she might have overindulged. Playfully, she stuck out her tongue, attempting to charm her way out of the situation. However, Taya had no intention of reproaching her. Eating well was a blessing, and he was merely astonished by her capacity. After ensuring Sagia was well fed, they set out to hunt, as there were still numerous high-tier creatures in the vicinity that remained to be slain. Sagia did not comprehend Taya's motives for hunting so many creatures, but she refrained from questioning him, knowing he had his reasons. Taya was only 1,200 magic stones short of accumulating a total of 100,000 magic stones that he had inquired about the first number, which indicated that time in the main world halted when he entered the dungeon realm. Thus, he need not worry about significant changes occurring in the main world due to prolonged stays in the dungeon. Before long, Taya and Sagia stumbled upon a marshland, a habitat for crocodiles and giant pythons. Typically, these creatures were of a high tier, and Taya had long ceased hunting first-tier magical beasts, focusing instead on second- and third-tier ones. After all, many first-tier creatures were merely juvenile forms of high-tier beasts destined to mature into formidable foes. He would return to hunt them once they had grown. Lost in thought, Taya suddenly spotted a well-hidden crocodile, camouflaged to resemble a floating log in the marsh that, if not for his detection spell, he might have fallen for the ruse. Taya assessed the crocodile's information. It was a third-tier magical beast, easily within his capacity to vanquish. Without any warning, he struck with a powerful blow and followed up with a regular attack, swiftly dispatching the crocodile. Upon defeating the crocodile, Taya acquired a third-tier crystal core, over 300 gold coins, and some miscellaneous items. The likelihood of encountering crocodiles in the marshland was substantial. By simply traversing the area, Taya was confident he could gather the remaining magic stones he needed. Before long, night fell, and Taya had amassed the required 1,200 magic stones. Without hesitation, he activated the dungeon realm. A notification sound echoed in his mind, announcing, "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have opened the dungeon realm. Would you like to enter?" Taya responded, "Enter." He certainly intended to. Without this dungeon realm, he may as well be banging his head against a wall. Soon, his form vanished from the main world, reappearing in what appeared to be an ordinary forest. At the same time in the main world came to a halt. As long as Taya did not return to this world, time here would remain suspended. Taya began to explore this new world and quickly encountered one of his kin, a goblin. However, unlike him, this goblin was short and stout, evidently a first-tier goblin. Furthermore, this goblin could not speak and appeared quite foolish, entirely unlike a sentient being. Upon spotting Taya, the goblin charged at him. Truth be told, although Taya's race was now that of a goblin, his appearance bore little resemblance to that of a typical goblin. Coupled with his formidable tusks, he resembled a robust orc even more. Without hesitation, Taya swiftly cleaved the charging goblin in two. He then employed his gathering skill on the goblin's remains. Before long, the system chimed, "Ding! Congratulations, host! Gathering successful. You have obtained 3 magic stones. Here, creatures could only be harvested once." And the yield was directly in the form of magic stones, with the corpses remaining intact post-gathering AT that moment. Another system notification sounded, "Ding! The dungeon realm has fully loaded. Congratulations, host! You have entered the Goblin Slayer world. Please check the dungeon task." Taya was taken aback. He had not anticipated entering the world of Goblin Slayer, where notorious demons specialized in hunting goblins resided. Would that fiend not also eliminate him along with the others? It is important to note that the protagonist of this world is capable of resorting to any means to vanquish goblins. As Taya pondered the affairs of this realm, a figure emerged before him, brandishing a short dagger and clad entirely in armor. Upon seeing this individual, Taya's heart skipped a beat, and he thought, could it be? As the saying goes, speak of the devil. And here was the protagonist. The moment Goblin Slayer laid eyes on Taya, he charged forward without hesitation, dagger in hand. Taya struggled to draw his ancient battle blade to defend himself. Although this adversary appeared to be poorly equipped, his strength was formidable. Seizing the opportunity, Taya employed a detection skill to assess Goblin Slayer's power. Name. Codename: Little Ghost Slayer. Strength: 110 Agility, 160 Constitution, 470 Spirit, 360. Taya observed that the attributes of Little Ghost Slayer were not overly daunting, especially considering this world could be classified as a low-level realm. Upon witnessing the protagonist's stats, Taya felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. He swiftly struck Goblin Slayer with the back of his blade and inquired, "Why did you ambush me?" Goblin Slayer, taken aback by Taya's ability to speak, was intrigued. It was his first encounter with a talking goblin. Indeed, despite Taya's appearance being far from that of a typical goblin, Goblin Slayer recognized him nonetheless. Thus, he continued his relentless advance. Taya, feeling a twinge of irritation, noted that he had already made it clear he wished to avoid conflict by using the back of his blade. Nevertheless, since this individual was so oblivious to his intent, Taya had no qualms about teaching him a lesson. Unbeknownst to Taya, his ancient battle blade had transformed into a colossal spiked mace, a trophy from a previous battle. Though merely a green-tier weapon, Taya wielded it with great proficiency, and he had no desire to kill Goblin Slayer. In his past life, he had quite admired this righteous green warrior from the anime. Thus, Taya aimed only to impart a lesson to him. Goblin Slayer, momentarily bewildered by the sudden transformation of Taya's weapon, pressed on, propelled by momentum and unable to halt his charge. Taya, gripping the mace horizontally, uttered a decisive command. Strike! The mace crashed heavily into Goblin Slayer's abdomen, and at the moment of impact, he felt as though his very insides were being pulverized, rendering him unconscious as Goblin Slayer lay unconscious. Taya fell into contemplation. It seemed he was in a forest, which appeared fraught with dangers if it were to leave Goblin Slayer here. There was no telling whether he would be found by morning. With this in mind, Taya hoisted Goblin Slayer's body and sought out a relatively safe cave to deposit him. Before departing, he used a stone to seal the entrance, preventing any creatures from discovering Goblin Slayer within. After completing this task, Taya had a sudden thought and fashioned 2 small holes in the stone for Goblin Slayer to breathe through. Once all was done, Taya exhaled, feeling a strange fatigue wash over him. He had expended quite a bit of effort over a mere Goblin Slayer. Before leaving, Taya took a moment to remove Goblin Slayer's helmet, curious to see what lay beneath in his previous life. He had never caught a glimpse of this character's true visage, as the animation often depicted him from behind, a grave oversight by the artists. Now, in this life, he finally had the chance to behold Goblin Slayer's true form. Upon removing the helmet, Taya was struck by Goblin Slayer's appearance, his eyes widening with envy. How could a man possess such striking handsomeness? Taya was genuinely astonished. Goblin Slayer's eyelashes were long, and his features were exquisitely defined, resembling a finely crafted piece of art. His serene visage was undeniably attractive, particularly to women. Had Taya been a woman, he would likely have found himself utterly captivated by Goblin Slayer. Alas, he was not. Having satisfied his curiosity about Goblin Slayer's appearance, Taya proceeded to check his task interface to see what missions the system had assigned him. Upon opening the task interface, he quickly noted the appearance of a white dungeon quest beneath the previously existing main and side quests, which were displayed in gray, indicating no current tasks. Upon clicking the dungeon quest, he discovered its details. Dungeon quest. Goblin Slayer task requirements. The host must slay 10,000 ordinary goblins and 1 Goblin King. Task rewards. Essence of wood. Mysterious reward went out upon reading this task. Taya set off in search of goblins, as he needed to eliminate 10,000 of them. The prospect of the Goblin King, which sounded formidable, reminded him of a scene from a manga where Goblin Slayer had suffered greatly at the hands of the Goblin King. Taya surmised that facing him would be a daunting challenge. Thus, he resolved to bolster his strength before encountering this Goblin King. That a day later, Taya found himself roasting provisions from his previous world within a cave. His day had not been particularly fortuitous. He encountered 2 giant lizards and an ogre, yet only managed to slay 13 goblins. With a task objective of 10,000 at this rate, it would take him nearly 3 years to complete it. Hence, Taya made a pivotal decision. He exchanged magical stones in the system for a full suit of armor to conceal his goblin identity. With his new disguise, he began to intentionally search the forest for humans. He realized that seeking goblins in this manner was far too slow. By joining a mercenary guild, he could undertake quests to pinpoint goblin gathering locations, vastly improving his efficiency. Fortuitously, within 2 days, he stumbled upon a group of humans. However, their condition appeared dire, suggesting they'd been besieged by goblins. To facilitate his entry into the human world, Taya resolved to rescue this group, while simultaneously dispatching a few goblins. That it was apparent that these humans were novices. They comprised a trio, 1 warrior, 1 mage, and 1 priest. Judging by their equipment, Taya perceived their configuration as somewhat lacking. With only 3 members and merely 1 melee fighter, they would be vulnerable if ambushed from afar. Currently, the warrior was entangled with 6 goblins, while the mage and priest had been assaulted. If this continued, the human party would inevitably face annihilation. Yet Taya refrained from rushing to their aid. He intended to intervene at their most desperate moment, preferably when one of them was teetering on the brink of death. Only then would his assistance be truly appreciated. If Taya were to assist them immediately, the outcome would differ greatly. While they would still express gratitude, it would not be as profound. They might even consider it a matter of course. After all, in his current guise, it would not be apparent that he was a goblin, and they would likely perceive him as a human, taking his help for granted. Such a scenario was not implausible. In this harsh forest, human malevolence was often magnified, and few could maintain their integrity. Just as Taya contemplated this, an opportunity swiftly presented itself. Several goblins had ambushed the rear, disarming the priest and the mage had been struck by a spear. Their demise was imminent, and this was their most perilous moment. As the mage gazed at the spear barreling toward him, he thought, "Am I to perish? Had I known, I would not have chosen goblins as my first quest." Just as he closed his eyes to embrace his fate, the anticipated pain never arrived. Instead, a peculiar and harrowing scream erupted from in front of him, and he instantly recognized it as the cry of a goblin. The wizard quickly opened his eyes, only to find a finely crafted spear embedded in the head of the goblin that had intended to attack him. The creature was clearly lifeless. Suddenly, a figure clad entirely in armor appeared beside him. With a swift motion, the figure withdrew the spear and, in a matter of moments, dispatched the remaining goblins with remarkable precision. Both he and the priest stood in stunned silence, for this individual was none other than Taya. After eliminating the band of goblins, Taya moved on to deal with those threatening the warrior. With equal ease, he dispatched them as well, leaving the warrior as awestruck as the wizard, intimidated by Taya's formidable prowess. Satisfied by their astonished expressions, Taya felt that he had achieved the desired effect. He then addressed the three of them. "Are you all right?" Upon hearing Taya's voice, they finally realized that it was this very person who had saved them. The wizard hastily exclaimed, "Thank you for rescuing us." To which Taya replied, "You're welcome." However, an air of peculiar awkwardness enveloped the group. All members of this party were male, and each shared a somewhat reticent demeanor, lacking the ability to lighten the mood. Yet it was precisely their shared character that had drawn them together. Nevertheless, in the current situation, such traits seemed ill-suited. Taya noted their silence with some confusion. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Why were these three fellows deviating from the norm? Surely, it was due to the absence of any female companions in their party. Indeed, that was the case. Men could be dreadfully dulled in an attempt to dispel the uncomfortable atmosphere. Taya initiated a conversation, saying, "You three clearly appear to be novices. What brings you to the monster forest to hunt beasts?" After Taya's inquiry, the three exchanged glances, and the warrior abruptly responded, "Well, sir, we are a newly formed adventurer team. Although our personalities are somewhat introverted, we desire to attract the attention of others. However, typical novice adventurers are limited to undertaking low-level menial tasks, and we did not wish to simply bide our time like everyone else. We aspire to earn the respect of our peers and garner their attention. Thus, we resolved to undertake our first mission by hunting monsters, carefully considering that goblins are likely the weakest creatures in the monster forest. We believe that if we succeeded in hunting goblins, we would surely catch the eye of others." Taya was rendered speechless by the warrior's words. Were today's youths truly so self-absorbed, so eager for fame? To venture into the perilous monster forest for such trivial reasons was beyond his comprehension. He then advised them, "You should collect a part of the goblin's body and return to submit your quest. I will accompany you back." The adventurer team could scarcely believe their luck. They had initially thought they would perish here, unwilling to accept death by goblin hands. Yet Taya, like a divine savior, had come to their rescue. Moreover, he intended to share the spoils with them and escort them home. In their eyes, Taya's stature had ascended to that of an angel. Unbeknownst to them, Taya's motivation for saving them was simply his unfamiliarity with the route, and he had deliberately waited until they were in peril to intervene. In essence, Taya's intentions were not entirely pure, yet it was undeniable that he had indeed saved them. Consequently, Taya began the journey back to the city with them, suddenly recalling a similar scenario from the past, though he had been completely unaware at that time. Before long, Taya and the group arrived at a human city, which happened to be the very city where the Goblin Slayer resided. However, Taya felt no apprehension about encountering the infamous Goblin Slayer. After all, he was so disguised that even he could hardly recognize himself. If the Goblin Slayer could still identify him, then he would accept that fate. As anticipated, Taya entered the city without incident. Upon entering, Taya's first task was to locate the Adventurers Guild, which he did without much effort, as it was the largest structure in the city, given the otherworldly nature of his surroundings. Taya had no intention of adopting an alias. He might never return, and concocting a false identity seemed unnecessary. I could see that moment. As Taya registered at the Adventurers Guild, the receptionist politely informed him, "Mr. Taya, you have successfully registered as an adventurer. You may now accept quests. Feel free to consult the task board nearby or inquire with me." Taya replied, "I would like to inquire if there are any quests related to goblins." Upon hearing Taya's request, the adventurers present in the guild, as well as the receptionist, were taken aback that in fact, from the moment Taya had entered the guild, they had found him strikingly familiar. However, as his armor was different and his name was not the same, they assumed he was merely a look-alike. Yet now, he expressed interest in hunting goblins, which led to speculation among the adventurers. Could he possibly be the Goblin Slayer in disguise, merely toying with them? The receptionist then addressed Taya, saying, "Mr. Goblin Slayer, please stop the charade. Haven tea you already passed on?" The nearby adventurers chimed in mockingly. "Goblin Slayer, have you changed your armor? Are you afraid of being killed by goblins?" "Ha! Here, goblins referred to the very creatures they had just encountered." Taya could not fathom the absurdity of their remarks. What was so humorous about slaying goblins? With patience, he explained to the receptionist that he was not the Goblin Slayer and that he was genuinely there to register. However, she dismissed his claims, insisting that he return the adventurer's badge she had given him. The receptionist insisted, "Mr. Goblin Slayer, please stop this nonsense and return the badge. Supplies are limited, and other newcomers are waiting." Taya's attempts at clarification fell on deaf ears. Just then, the doors of the guild swung open, and in walked the true Goblin Slayer, the original protagonist of this world. Upon seeing the Goblin Slayer, the crowd fell silent. Wasn't he supposed to be registering? Had they truly mistaken Taya for him? The receptionist, upon recognizing the Goblin Slayer, suddenly realized her error. The hand that had been attempting to reclaim Taya's adventurer badge had retracted without her noticing. While the Goblin Slayer paused momentarily upon seeing Taya, likely taken aback by the sight of someone so similar in appearance. However, he quickly returned to business, approaching the receptionist to accept quests related to goblins. The Goblin Slayer stated, "The usual." The receptionist, still in a daze, snapped back to reality at his call, responding, "Very well. Are you still only interested in goblin-related quests?" The Goblin Slayer nodded, and after completing his task, he departed, leaving the atmosphere in the guild enveloped in a strange awkwardness. Yet Taya seemed oblivious, his mind solely focused on exterminating goblins, rendering him indifferent to the surrounding tension. Taya inquired, "May I now accept a quest?" The receptionist, somewhat embarrassed, replied, Yes, Mr. Taya. Here are 3 goblin-related quests for you to choose from." She then presented him with 3 options. 1. Eliminate a goblin squad and collect their materials. 2. Rescue a village that has been ambushed by goblins. 3. Eradicate a medium-sized goblin nest. Among these, the task to eliminate the medium-sized goblin nest bore a red mark, indicating that it was extremely dangerous and could result in being overwhelmed by numerous goblins. Taya, however, felt no trepidation. His objective was simply to slay as many goblins as possible. Thus, he accepted the task without a moment's hesitation. Although the mission undertaken by Taya was of considerable difficulty, the adventurers within the Adventurers Guild regarded it with indifference, believing that goblins were merely the weakest creatures of the monster forest. No matter how numerous they were, they could easily be dealt with, one by one. Consequently, Taya found himself largely unnoticed by others. This suited him perfectly, as he had no desire for fame and preferred to remain under the radar. However, as he stepped outside, he discovered an acquaintance waiting for him. "It would be quite challenging for you to accomplish this task alone. Do you require my assistance?" Upon hearing these words, Taya was taken aback that in the original story, the Goblin Slayer was known for his few words, and yet here he was, engaging Taya in such an extensive conversation. Despite the rarity of the protagonist's invitation, Taya declined. After all, the Goblin Slayer possessed exceptional skills in slaying goblins, and bringing him along would likely result in Taya losing out on a considerable number of monsters, which was not advantageous for him. Thus, Taya resolved to undertake the task alone, without the Goblin Slayer. Upon hearing Taya's refusal, the Goblin Slayer appeared somewhat hesitant, ultimately uttering, "Then take care," before departing. Taya understood that although the Goblin Slayer was not verbose, he was in fact a warm-hearted individual. Otherwise, he would not engage in the arduous work of goblin hunting, nor would he have rushed to rescue the priestess's party in the past. This was undoubtedly tied to his previous experiences. Although Taya had declined the Goblin Slayer's offer, he still expressed his gratitude. Upon hearing Taya's thanks, the Goblin Slayer paused momentarily before seemingly making a decision, producing a piece of parchment made from cowhide. "Use this when you find yourself in danger." Taya was unsure what this item was, but soon he heard the system's notification sound. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired a 6th-tier magic scroll, Torrent." Upon hearing the system's prompt, Taya hastily attempted to return the cowhide parchment, saying, "Thank you, but this is far too precious. I cannot accept it." "You should keep it." Taya could roughly fathom the implications of a 6th-tier spell. At such a level, he would likely be eliminated in an instant. The Goblin Slayer's willingness to give it away indicated his extraordinary character. Seeing the resolute look in Taya's eyes, the Goblin Slayer recognized his sincerity. Thus, he did not press further and instead took out his own scroll. Subsequently, Taya set off on his journey. However, after this encounter, Taya's opinion of the Goblin Slayer rose significantly. He truly was a good person, willing to part with such a valuable scroll. Within the monster forest, Taya found himself hiding atop a large tree, afraid to breathe, as though any sound might disturb some fearsome creature lurking nearby. He had entered the monster forest the previous day and had been advancing according to the information provided to him. Initially, Taya believed that in this relatively shallow part of the forest, he would encounter no dangers. However, his perception changed when a colossal brown bear appeared before him. Below are the data he detected using his detection spell. Brown Bear Boss. Defeating it may yield special items. 5th-tier strength, 900 agility, 870 constitution, 1250 spirit, 550 skills. Berserk. Damage absorption, smash, bloodthirst, regeneration, B-spirit power. Taya had no knowledge of the rest, but he was acutely aware that he was certainly no match for this brown bear. Upon first seeing the bear's attributes, Taya couldn't help but swallow hard. It was utterly outrageous. Was this truly what was referred to as a boss? Previously, Taya had pondered whether, given that his system resembled a game interface and his life bore some resemblance to a gaming world, he might encounter creatures of boss caliber. If such entities existed, would defeating them yield loot? Now he had his answer. Yes, they did exist, and indeed they could drop items. However, the pressing issue was that he was no match for this creature, and even the slightest lapse in caution could lead to his demise. Taya now crouched behind the tree, steadily regulating his breathing, hoping that the massive bear would not detect him. The brown bear stood at an imposing height of 8 meters, its belly marred by a deep, ancient claw mark, likely inflicted by some creature long ago. The bear seemed to be searching for something, rummaging through the surroundings and uprooting trees with ease. Taya refrained from making any movements. Having heard that bears possessed an acute sense of smell, capable of detecting scents from dozens of kilometers away, he could only pray that it would not catch wind of his presence. After a while, the brown bear's nose twitched, as if it had caught a whiff of something. It began to move slowly in Taya's direction. Originally, the distance between Taya and the bear had been considerable, but now the bear was closing in, causing Taya to feel increasingly anxious. He did not believe he could outrun this creature, which boasted an agility of 870. As time passed, the bear's footsteps grew louder, and Taya's tension heightened. The surrounding area fell eerily silent, so much so that he could hear his own heartbeat distinctly. After a moment, the bear's footsteps ceased, yet Taya did not dare to peek around the tree, as he could sense that the bear had arrived right behind it. If he returned his head, he would undoubtedly lock eyes with the creature. Taya understood that he could not remain in this predicament any longer. He had to devise a means of escape. With a ferocious roar, the brown bear struck with its paw, cleaving the tree where Taya had taken refuge into. However, upon doing so, it found nothing in the vicinity, leaving the bear perplexed. It had clearly detected another creature's scent moments ago. Nonetheless, there were indeed no creatures present, and after a brief moment of confusion, the bear wandered away. Meanwhile, not far from the tree, a green figure leaped from a small pond. This figure was, of course, Taya. At the instant the bear attacked the tree, he had utilized his wind leg technique to kick off the bear's paw, leveraging both the bear's immense force and the recoil from his move to propel himself into the pond. The water effectively masked Taya's scent, allowing him to narrowly escape danger. Once ashore, Taya began to gulp down air, having nearly suffocated underwater. Fortunately, the bear had not lingered for long. Otherwise, he would have been discovered. After this encounter with the brown bear, Taya grew increasingly cautious within the monster forest. Upon his arrival in this world, he had instinctively classified its foes as goblins. Although the primary focus of this world was indeed the goblin slayer and goblins, this did not imply the absence of other formidable beings. He also found himself pondering the colossal brown bear. The bear's description had been explicit. If he could manage to defeat it, what sort of rewards might he reap? Taya was extremely curious about this. After all, in previous online games, defeating a boss had yielded bountiful rewards. 20 minutes after the bear's departure, Taya resumed his journey, opting for a different path, as he wished to avoid the terrifying brown bear. Fortunately, in this alternate route, he encountered no creatures of the same caliber, mostly facing first and second-tier weaklings. Taya wielded his large cleaver, dispatching each opponent with a single strike. 2 days later, Taya finally arrived at his intended destination, the Goblin Den. Upon reaching the entrance, he discovered that this so-called goblin lair was situated within an enormous cave. Just by observing the cave's mouth, Taya could sense that it likely housed hundreds of goblins, enough to significantly advance his task. Suddenly, Taya felt a sharp pain surging through him. The unmistakable sound of an arrow piercing flesh echoed as a sharp feathered arrow struck his left shoulder. He looked up to see a massive tree looming above, its branches occupied by more than a dozen pairs of eyes fixated on him. Without a doubt, these were the assailants, goblins stationed to guard the entrance of the den. In fact, Taya was not clad in armor that could provide comprehensive protection at that moment. After all, the attire was somewhat uncomfortable, and the armor provided little in the way of protection. Strangely, this group of goblins failed to recognize Thea as one of their own. Upon their first encounter, they launched a ferocious assault against him. Thea extracted the feathered arrow embedded in his flesh. The wound was shallow, as his robust physique, bolstered by significantly denser muscles, rendered him remarkably resilient. At present, Thea's body approached the hardness of iron, making it difficult for ordinary weapons to inflict any harm upon him. Roar. Thea emitted a primal roar, retrieving a massive spiked club from his backpack and hurling it with great force towards the goblins. Boom! The tree that served as their dwelling shattered violently, sending the goblins tumbling to the ground. However, upon landing, the goblins did not exhibit fear. Instead, they charged towards Thea with an air of excitement. Thea, showing no mercy, brandished his ancient battle knife and swiftly cleaved the foremost goblin in two. Witnessing this, the remaining goblins halted in their tracks, stunned by Thea's overwhelming prowess. Although they lacked intellect, they understood that the fallen goblin was their strongest, and if he could be so easily dispatched, they stood no chance. Thus, despite their numerical superiority, the goblins chose to flee in panic towards their lair. Thea, however, did not pursue them. Instead, he followed the chaotic trail they left behind, hoping to locate their stronghold without wasting time hunting them down one by one. Before long, Thea arrived at a vast open cave, where he discovered a multitude of goblins resting, at least 800 in number. The sight invigorated him. His mission was to eliminate 10,000 goblins, with the ultimate goal of defeating a goblin king. That if he could dismantle several such nests, he would surely fulfill his task. As for the goblin king, he believed they would cross paths in due time. Thea recalled a scene from his previous life, while watching Goblin Slayer, where a group encountered a similar horde of goblins. However, he could not remember the method they employed to immobilize them. Nonetheless, Thea felt no need for such tactics, as he possessed the advantage of a system. Even so, He was not foolish enough to engage 800 goblins in a frontal confrontation. Fully aware of the difficulty in overcoming such odds, from his bag, Thea produced a small yellow vial containing a low-grade tranquilizer he had brewed during his alchemical endeavors. This concoction could render beasts of Tier 3 and below unconscious for 20 minutes. Provided they did not sustain significant injuries, the effectiveness of the potion depended on the tier of the creature. For every tier above 3, the duration of unconsciousness halved while the activation time doubled. With creatures of Tier 6 and above being unaffected, Thea poured the tranquilizer slowly onto the ground, patiently waiting for it to take effect. Once it did, he would descend to deliver the finishing blows. Ensuring a swift and safe approach in the depths of the cave, a goblin was about to venture outside when it suddenly detected a pleasant aroma in the air. Unable to resist, it inhaled deeply, only to feel lightheaded moments later. Before it knew it, the goblin collapsed with a thud. However, no one paid him any mind, as most of the goblins present shared a similar fate, succumbing to the enticing scent and falling unconscious. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Thea leaped down, moving quickly as time was of the essence. Armed with his ancient battle knife, he swiftly dispatched each goblin he encountered, executing them with remarkable efficiency. Thea's movements were so rapid that they inflicted little pain, and each goblin met their end in an instant. As moments passed, the 20-minute window dwindled, and Thea had already slain over 400 goblins. Not only that, but his ability, Dark Harvest, had stacked to a staggering 40 layers. Thea found the 50% harvesting chance to be suspect, believing 10% to be more realistic, yet the system offered no clarification. Leaving him perplexed, he resolved to inquire about this anomaly after finishing off this batch of goblins. Although approximately 400 goblins remained, Thea felt no trepidation. While they were still disoriented, he seized the opportunity to eliminate another 20 goblins. However, he anticipated a fierce confronta. Upon casting a glance at the experience points required to elevate his gathering skill to level 4, darkness engulfed his vision, nearly causing him to faint a staggering 1 million experience points. He found this requirement utterly unreasonable. If ascending from level 3 to 4 demanded such an exorbitant amount, what would it entail for progressing from 4 to 5 and 5 to 6? Clearly, Taya was not in a position to utilize this function at present. After spending an entire hour gathering from all the goblin corpses, Taya had amassed a total of 4,059 magic stones. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Taya quickly inquired within his mind. 1. I have a lingering question I wish to pose. 1 responded, Please proceed. Host. Taya continued, Why does my Dark Harvest state that killing an enemy grants a 50% chance to accumulate a layer of Dark Harvest? Yet, I find I must slay 10 monsters to stack just 1 layer. What does this mean? Are you deceiving consumers? Listening to Taya's words, 1 replied, Host, please take a closer look at the effects of Dark Harvest. Taya asked, Examine closely? What do you mean? Nevertheless, he complied and scrutinized the effects of Dark Harvest. After a careful glance, he seemingly found no issue. Indeed, it did state that killing a creature offered a 50% chance to accumulate a layer of Dark Harvest. However, since the system had asserted this, there must be something he had overlooked. As he meticulously reviewed the description of Dark Harvest, it was clear he had not misread it. Suddenly, Taya noticed several tiny black dots on the right side of Dark Harvest. Upon enlarging them, he discerned a line of text. Note: the above effect applies when Dark Harvest is utilized against foes of equal rank, if the slain enemy is a tier lower than the host. The probability of acquiring layers of Dark Harvest from that enemy is halved. After reading this note, a large hashtag formed on Taya's forehead. This system was playing tricks on him. Just look at those minuscule letters. Who could possibly notice them? He had only discovered it after being prompted by the system. Otherwise, he would have remained puzzled about why the chances of accumulating layers through Dark Harvest were so low. Taya exclaimed, 1. This is consumer fraud. Such tiny text. Who could see it? 1 replied, Host, please refrain from defaming this system. IT merely employs smaller text. It is not that it was not written, but rather that you were not observant enough. After hearing 1's explanation, Taya could only fume silently to himself. Damn it, that line of text was barely the size of a few pixels, approximately 0.2 millimeters, Such diminutive writing made him think his eyelashes were obstructing his vision. However, there was no point in being angry now. To be honest, even had he known the nature of the Dark Harvest skill from the outset, he would still have chosen it. After all, its potential for growth far surpassed that of other skills. The sooner he acquired it, the greater its impact would be. Thus, even if he had discovered that line of text earlier, he would have still opted for it. Yet, the system's manner of concealment irked him. If it were an app on his former phone, he would have uninstalled on the spot just to see how audacious it could be. Now understanding the reasons behind the low probability of Dark Harvest, he concluded that asking directly was indeed the best approach. Otherwise, he would remain unaware of the system's insidious nature. He would need to be more vigilant in the future, lest he fall prey to its tricks again. After collecting various parts from the goblins to prove task completion, Taya commenced his journey back. That on his return, he encountered little of note, merely crossing paths with some ordinary first and second-tier creatures. Adhering to the adage that even the smallest mosquito is still meat, Taya dispatched them all. 2 days later, within the Grand Hall of the Adventurers Guild, a group of adventurers were engaged in boastful chatter. Suddenly, the main door of the guild swung open, and a fully armored figure bearing a colossal package strode in. It was none other than Taya. Upon hearing the doors creak, the gathering instinctively turned their attention toward the entrance. Upon seeing the returning individual, their interest waned. This was the same fellow they had encountered days prior, mistakenly identified as a goblin slayer. Although they held little fascination for him, curiosity piqued regarding the enormous package he bore. What materials could possibly be contained within to warrant such a haul? As Taya approached the reception desk, the receptionist greeted him politely. "Mr. Taya, welcome back. Are you here to submit a quest?" Taya nodded, placing his package upon the desk, declaring, "This is my proof of task completion." The receptionist, eyeing the enormous bundle, inquired, "Mr. Taya, may I open this package?" Taya assented, stating, "Certainly." Subsequently, he unwrapped the parcel, and as its contents were revealed, all present were taken aback by what lay within. The receptionist shared the same astonishment. One adventurer exclaimed, "How many goblins did you slay?" Indeed, Taya's package contained nothing but the left ears of goblins. The bodies had all been stowed in his backpack, intended for alchemical purposes. After all, since the backpack could infinitely stack the same type of item, he could carry as much as he desired. Taya proclaimed, "Here lie the left ears of a total of 823 goblins. That cave housed precisely 823 goblins. I have vanquished them all." Listening to Taya's nonchalant tone, the guild members could not conceal their astonishment. They understood that even the weakest goblins could become formidable in sufficient numbers. Over 50 would pose a significant challenge if their ranks exceeded 100. None could assure survival amidst such an onslaught. Yet here stood a man who, in a mere 4 days, had dispatched 800 goblins. None among them could claim such a feat, however. There is always someone inclined to provoke others in such moments. A rotund adventurer, lounging in a corner with a drink, suddenly remarked, "It's just goblins. Nothing extraordinary. Merely a coward who dares only to battle goblins. Is it worth your surprise?" The current state of affairs truly had devolved, allowing even the likes of him to astonish the crowd. Upon hearing the corpulent man's words, the others remained silent. They recognized him as Iron Tiger, yet due to his ample girth, he was privately dubbed Fat Tiger. Despite his influence, the adventurers dared not confront him, so no one rose to defend Taya. Yet, while they could tolerate the remarks, Taya could not. It was clear the man had targeted him. After all, this was not his primary world. Should trouble arise, he could simply withdraw from this realm. Did he truly fear this fat fool? Taya retorted, "You fat pig. Who are you referring to?" Iron Tiger shot back, "Watch your mouth. Who are you calling a fat pig?" Taya replied, "Whoever fits the description. Since you possess such self-awareness, I need not name names." Iron Tiger responded, "I see you are asking for trouble. Today, Iron Tiger shall teach you a lesson." With that, Iron Tiger charged at Taya, while the onlookers merely watched with excitement, eager for the spectacle. Given his ability to slay so many goblins in a short span, the armored figure before them undoubtedly possessed extraordinary prowess. At the very least, Taihu was no match for him. The locals had long harbored disdain for Taihu, and now that someone was willing to teach him a lesson, they welcomed the prospect with enthusiasm. Taya deftly cast a detection spell on the charging Taihu, instantly acquiring his basic information. Name, Taihu race, human, strength, 43 agility, 21 constitution, 27 spirit, 31. Upon seeing these pathetic attributes, Taya could not help but furrow his brow. How could this fool possess the audacity to mock him? Taihu, standing before Taya in a stupor, felt a surge of elation, thinking that this man must be intimidated by his imposing presence. Today he would surely display his might. However, just as Taihu dashed towards Taya, two crisp slaps resonated throughout the Adventurers Guild. Taya had struck Taihu on either side of his face, causing his already plump features to swell grotesquely. Feeling the searing pain on his cheeks, Taihu roared in anger. You insolent wretch! Do you even know who I am?" With that, he spat out two teeth that had been knocked loose, due to Taya's overwhelming strength. Taihu's speech became slurred and incoherent, yet Taya understood his words clearly. In response, Taya delivered another swift slap, sending Taihu flying. "I care not who you are. Should you dare to speak out of turn again, I shall silence you permanently." At that moment, the dazed Taihu had already lost consciousness, having been knocked senseless by Taya's might. The scene left the onlookers utterly astonished. They had expected Taya to merely discipline Taihu, but instead he had knocked the man out cold, his teeth scattered on the ground, a clear indication that Taya had not held back. Soon, someone rushed over to Taya, warning, "Brother, you must flee. Taihu has some influence in his family, and after what you've done today, he will undoubtedly seek revenge." Taya, unfazed, replied, "Thank you for your concern, but it matters not. Let him come if he wishes. Such a worthless individual is hardly worth my time." The man, shaking his head, understood that Taihu was indeed a fool, yet he knew that the young man's family was not to be trifled with. He had said his piece, but he could do nothing to dissuade Taya. Without a care in the world, Taya strolled to the front desk and inquired, "Miss, have you completed the verification? May I collect my reward?" The front desk attendant, blushing at being addressed as Miss, replied, "Mr. Taya, the verification is complete. Here is your reward." With that, she handed Taya a pouch filled with coins. This pouch contained 50 gold coins, a substantial sum in this world, far more valuable than the currency of Taya's original realm. Yet, as the conversion rate to the system remained at 10 gold coins per magic stone, Taya found little incentive to recharge. It seemed wiser to spend his newfound wealth here. As Taya prepared to leave, the front desk attendant suddenly called out to him. He halted and asked, "Is there something else?" With newfound courage, she said, "Mr. Taya, you are truly impressive, and I must add, you were quite dashing just now." Taya raised an eyebrow. Surprised. Was that all? After a moment of assessing her sincerity, he merely thanked her and departed. As he walked away, the attendant exhaled in relief, thinking, "He has gone. I was so frightened that I hope he remains safe." She genuinely admired Taya's actions, finding them incredibly satisfying, especially since Taihu often harassed her. The thought of Taya's helmet concealing an enigmatic face lingered in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush. With his pouch of coins in hand, Taya decided to explore the market, hoping to uncover some treasures. 20 minutes later, amidst the bustling crowd of the market, he appeared, clad entirely in armor. Many glanced at him in confusion, wondering why someone would venture into the market dressed so elaborately. Yet, their interest waned quickly as they diverted their attention elsewhere. After all, they had witnessed armored figures before. Taya began to wander through the market. His gaze fixated on the various wares displayed by the vendors. He paused occasionally, only to shake his head in disappointment before moving on. Indeed, he was employing his detection spell to assess each item, seeking something of value. However, thus far, he had found nothing worthwhile. Most stalls were filled with gaudy trinkets of little substance. It was only when he passed a seemingly ordinary youth that he chanced upon a worn ring on the stall that piqued his interest. Upon using his detection spell, he discovered its properties. Ring of paralysis, purple equipment, attributes. Increases all attributes by 30 points. Has a 15% chance to paralyze the opponent upon attack. Durability, 111. 1000. Upon seeing this ring, Taya abruptly halted. The young vendor, noticing Taya's interest, eagerly inquired, "Good sir, is there anything that catches your eye?" Taya feigned casual curiosity, asking, "This bracelet appears rather intriguing. How much is it? Seeing Taya's apparent intent to purchase, the young vendor quickly responded, Sir, your discerning eye is commendable. This is the finest bracelet I have on offer, known as the Obsidian Bracelet, boasting remarkable effects. Trust me, you will not regret acquiring it. Taya, after inspecting the bracelet's attributes, marveled at the young vendor's ability to embellish a mere trinket with such grandiose claims. If he could spin such tales about a simple accessory, one could only imagine the exaggerations he would employ for actual equipment. All right, just tell me the price of this bracelet, Taya stated. The young vendor replied, Sir, my stall is renowned for offering exceptional value. Thus, this bracelet is available for the promotional price of 50 gold coins. Upon hearing this, Taya rolled his eyes and retorted, Do you truly think me a fool? 1 gold coin will suffice, and you must include that rather shabby ring as well. Otherwise, I shan't be making a purchase. The young vendor scratched his head awkwardly, finally conceding, Deal. With that, Taya acquired the useless bracelet along with the coveted ring of paralysis and departed. After perusing the market for a while longer and finding nothing of interest, he decided to leave. His initial reluctance to purchase the ring stemmed from a desire to avoid drawing attention from the vendor that, in truth, the ring was the least appealing item in the stall. And had he asked for it outright, it would have undoubtedly raised suspicions. The price he would have to pay for such attention would far exceed a mere gold coin. Thus, he opted to distract the vendor by purchasing the extravagant bracelet, ultimately securing the ring for a minimal cost. Unbeknownst to the Na'vi vendor, who continued to mock Taya for his supposed lack of discernment, Taya was the true victor of this exchange. After acquiring the ring, Taya did not seek out lodging. Rather, he continued to explore the town, still in need of procuring additional items. However, it seemed that he had not encountered such items at the market. As he turned a corner on Thea Road, he was suddenly greeted by the sound of clanging metal. Upon hearing it, Thea realized he had found what he was seeking. Upon entering the turn, he was met with a seemingly ordinary blacksmith shop, which was precisely his destination. However, he was not there to forge weapons, but rather to purchase supplies. The owner of the blacksmith shop, noticing Thea's arrival at the entrance, hurriedly came out to greet him. Good sir, are you here to forge weapons? Thea shook his head and replied, Owner, do you have any fine iron for sale? The owner was somewhat taken aback to learn that Thea was there to buy raw materials. Judging by Thea's attire, he had assumed he was a customer seeking weapons. Nevertheless, their blacksmith shop did sell such raw materials. Thus, he guided Thea to their material storage, saying, Sir, this is our raw materials section. Feel free to browse and see if anything catches your eye. Thea's eyes lit up upon seeing the warehouse filled with ore, and he nodded eagerly as he began to inspect the various minerals. He picked up each piece of ore, examining it closely. On outsider, he appeared to be merely selecting, while in reality, Thea was employing a detection spell to assess the quality of the minerals. The silver ore was of low quality, with a silver content of 21%. The brass was also of low quality, containing 17% brass. The black iron ore was of medium quality, comprising 34% black iron. After examining most of the minerals, Thea felt somewhat disappointed, as the majority were of low quality, with only 2 pieces reaching a medium standard. One was the black iron ore containing 34% black iron, and the other was the mithril ore with 39% mithril content. These were the only 2 pieces that caught Thea's attention. After selecting these 2 pieces, Thea also found a fine iron stone with 29% fine iron and another with 26% fine iron. In the expansive warehouse, these were the only 2 pieces that appealed to him. Subsequently, Thea brought these 4 pieces to the blacksmith shop owner to settle the payment. Initially, the owner assumed Thea was an inexperienced outsider and was prepared to take advantage of him. However, upon seeing the quality of the minerals Thea had chosen, he recognized that Thea was indeed knowledgeable. Realizing that Thea was well-versed in ores, he refrained from deceit. Sir, you have an excellent eye. This black iron ore is priced at 20 gold coins, while the mithril ore costs 50 gold coins. The 2 pieces of fine iron stones are 10 gold coins each. The owner quoted the prices honestly, as Thea did not appear to be a novice. Feigning understanding, Thea nodded and swiftly retrieved 90 gold coins from his backpack to make the payment. The gold coins from Thea's primary world could be exchanged 1 for 1 with those in this realm, so he was not lacking in funds. His visit to the Adventurers Guild was merely for the convenience of locating goblin tribes. After purchasing the ores, Thea chose a charming little tavern near the Adventurers Guild to stay in, where the lodging fee was quite affordable at 20 copper coins per night. That in this world, 1 gold coin equated to 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equated to 100 copper coins. Thea generously paid for a month's rent up front, settling in comfortably. Upon entering his room, Thea was thoroughly satisfied. The space was approximately 80 square meters, designed in a Western medieval style, precisely to his liking, complete with a bathroom and all necessary amenities, which delighted him immensely. Once inside, Thea removed his armor and took a moment to assess his own scent. Instantly, he was overwhelmed by a wave of unpleasantness. It took him a while to recover. The odor was rather potent. He had not bathed for several days, and while in the forest, he had refrained from washing in the creek, fearing the sudden appearance of a water-based boss might spell disaster for him. Entering the bathroom, Thea discovered a tub filled with warm water, prepared for him by the owner upon his arrival. Without hesitation, he jumped as he settled in. The once clear warm water began to darken around him. After 15 minutes, Thea emerged from the bathroom feeling utterly refreshed. It had been ages since he had enjoyed such a comfortable hot bath. The water he had just bathed in had transformed into an eerie shade of dark gray, resembling a watery version of thick black sesame paste. Thea had no desire to engage in any further activities that day, so he simply had a light meal before retiring to bed. The next evening, Thea was roused by a knock at the door, accompanied by a voice. "Mr. Thea, are you there? I am here to change the water." Upon hearing this, Thea groggily opened his eyes and slowly donned his armor. "Coming," he called out. As he opened the door, he was greeted by a rather attractive young lady. The young lady, upon seeing Thea, was taken aback. It was rather unusual to find someone fully clad in armor within a room, which led her to classify him as eccentric. She quickly said, "Mr. Thea, I am here to change the water. May I come in?" After listening to her, Thea nodded, and the young lady wheeled in a large tub filled with water. As she entered the bathroom, a loud crash resonated from within. Suddenly recalling something, Thea dashed inside, and as he opened the door, an overwhelming stench assaulted him. To his surprise, he found the young lady unconscious beside the water tub. He quickly carried her out and laid her on the bed. Thea himself was astonished at the potency of the water he had used for bathing, but a few minutes later, the young lady regained consciousness and looked around in bewilderment. "Ah, you beast! What have you done to me?" she exclaimed, flinging a pillow from the bed toward Thea. The soft pillow landed harmlessly against him, even providing a slight comfort. Thea, eager to clarify the misunderstanding, quickly responded. "Please let me explain," the young lady retorted. "What can you possibly explain? Now I won't be able to marry. Woe is me." Thea urged, "Please calm down. Look, your clothing is neat and you feel perfectly fine. You suddenly fainted. So I allowed you to rest on my bed. That I swear, I have not laid a finger on you." After listening to Thea's explanation, she checked her clothes and found them indeed, as Thea described, clean and in order. She felt no discomfort. But why had she fainted? She vaguely recalled her grandmother mentioning that people sometimes faint after encountering something terrifying, leading their minds to erase the memory. Had she experienced something frightful? Yet, there seemed to be no issue with her physical state. Standing up, the young lady said, "I apologize, Mr. Thea. I may have indeed misunderstood. Do you know why I fainted?" Upon hearing her question, Thea felt his face flush and replied, "I did not know." He could hardly confess that she had been overwhelmed by the scent of his bathwater. As the young lady left with a puzzled expression, Thea finally had the opportunity to focus on his task for the day. He entered the system space and retrieved the paralysis ring. For today, S' objective was to repair it. He had always taken care of his own weapons. After all, with his blacksmithing skills, whenever his weapon's durability diminished, he would personally repair it. However, repairs required ore weaponry, which was precisely why Thea had sought to purchase minerals the previous day. The durability of the paralysis ring had dwindled significantly and could fail at any moment. Consequently, it would likely take an entire fine iron stone to restore it, since he would be repairing it directly within the system space. Thus, Ty need not worry about the sound of forging disturbing others. Forging differs from alchemy. For alchemy, he merely needs to place the appropriate materials into the cauldron. However, his forging skills require him to engage in the act of smithing himself, Knowledge pertaining to forging will seamlessly transport into his mind, guiding his actions. The system will automatically provide him with a basic set of forging equipment, which will enhance his efficiency and quality by 20% while simultaneously reducing material consumption by the same percentage. Naturally, should he wish to further improve his efficiency, he can purchase additional forging gear from the system at a price comparable to that of the alchemical furnace. Currently, Taya's forging level has reached level 2, making him a mid-tier blacksmith in this world. With his forging equipment, repairing a small ring is a trivial task. After heating the forge, Taya commenced his forging endeavor. 2 hours later, a brand new paralysis ring emerged before him, markedly transformed from its previous state. The repaired ring now boasted a pristine frame, adorned with a yellow gemstone at its center. However, the materials consumed were considerable, using up an entire block of refined iron. Yet such expenditure was justified, as a single block of refined iron costs merely 10 gold coins. Once the paralysis ring was restored, Taya promptly set out for the Adventurers Guild, eager to undertake a quest and test the efficacy of this new ring. This marked his second piece of purple equipment. Having already experienced the power of the ancient battle blade, he felt emboldened to challenge even a level 50 tier 5 creature with the addition of the paralysis ring. Due to the proximity of the tavern where he resided, he reached the Adventurers Guild in a short span of time. Upon entering, Taya was taken aback to see the Goblin Slayer, and notably, the party of the priestess from the anime also appeared to be present. Within their ranks, a warrior was vociferously shouting. It seemed that the plot of the Goblin Slayer world was about to unfold. After observing them for a moment, Taya turned his attention back to his own quest. He approached the counter and inquired, "Are there any quests related to goblins today?" As before, the counter attendant presented him with 3 tasks to choose from. However, the difficulty of these tasks was evidently greater than those he had encountered previously. Without hesitation, Taya opted for the most perilous task, exterminating a large goblin nest. The counter attendant, having anticipated his choice, displayed no surprise, confirming her expectation that he would select this particular quest. After accepting the task, Taya departed with the bounty notice in hand, seemingly oblivious to the words "extremely dangerous" emblazoned upon it. For him, the only requirement was the presence of sufficient goblins. The reverse of the bounty notice detailed the location of the large goblin nest. Upon reviewing the map, Taya furrowed his brow, as it was distinctly marked that the goblin nest lay adjacent to an ogre den. He had previously seen in the anime that ogres in this world were formidable foes, and it appeared that they held a hierarchical relationship with goblins. Should Taya venture into the goblin nest, he would inevitably encounter ogres. With this in mind, and to err on the side of caution, he first visited the herbalist to procure an ample supply of herbs, concocting restorative potions while on his way. Since the alchemical furnace required no manual operation, he merely needed to press a button. Thus, he could enter the system's space every minute. Although this process was somewhat cumbersome, it allowed him to effectively multitask. Upon entering the forest, Taya located a towering tree and climbed it, adjusting his vantage point before proceeding. This particular tree offered an excellent view, allowing him to clearly discern the distant terrain. Once he confirmed that his direction was correct, he continued his journey. Not long after, Taya encountered a small band of goblins that one of the most prolific species in this world. Encountering them posed little challenge. After swiftly dispatching them, he pressed on. As he drew closer to the large goblin nest, the number of goblins he encountered increased. On this occasion, he stumbled upon a small group of approximately 50 goblins. Upon sighting this horde, Taya's spirits soared. This indicated that the number of goblins within the cave would be substantial, significantly advancing his quest progress. After traversing for about half a day, Taya arrived at the entrance of a massive ancient ruin. The structure was cloaked in moss, suggesting it had been built long ago. However, Taya was no archaeologist and could not accurately estimate its age. Before, upon reaching the entrance of the ruin, several arrows were loosed in his direction. Taya surveyed his surroundings and discovered that he was encircled by those ominous, crimson-eyed goblins. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, for his defenses were formidable. The goblins emerged from the underbrush, their malevolent grins fixed upon him. Taya, however, displayed no signs of fear. With over 200 goblins present, he was undaunted. Though there might be more within the ruins, he felt confident in confronting this number. To be prudent, he charged toward the entrance of the ruins, preferring to face his foes head-on rather than allowing them to encircle him. The goblins stationed at the entrance attempted to impede his advance, but he effortlessly dispatched them, gaining entry into the ruins. As expected, by luring the goblins to this location, he could efficiently eliminate them. Moreover, due to his own goblin lineage, the dark environment within the ruins did not hinder his vision. He could still see clearly in the shadows. Among the goblins assailing him, not all were mere foot soldiers. There were also ogre goblins and elite goblins. However, the elite goblins of this world still bore a striking resemblance to their lesser kin. With little differentiation in appearance aside from their slightly more pronounced features, this realization brought Taya some relief, grateful that he had not been born into this world. The first to engage Taya was an elite goblin. The sole one among the 200 fortune favored Taya. During their initial clash, the paralysis effect was triggered. The elite goblin before him seemed to be seized by an unseen force, its body rendered immobile and tormented by the sensation of paralysis. Seizing this opportunity, Taya swiftly severed its head with a single strike, the elite goblin falling effortlessly to his blade. Unfazed, Taya acknowledged the potency of the paralysis effect. The elite goblin had intended to attack. But upon succumbing to paralysis, its movements had faltered, causing it to drop its weapon. Taya could discern that the elite goblin had been severely affected by the paralysis. Satisfied with this outcome, he continued to eliminate the oncoming goblins. However, due to his position at the entrance of the ruins, he occasionally faced surprise attacks from goblins emerging from within. Yet, these ambushes posed little threat, as their frequency was low and Taya's formidable attributes allowed him to counter them effortlessly. Moreover, thanks to the vampiric nature of his greedy hunter skill, his sustainability in battle was greatly enhanced. Provided he could secure a defensible position, he felt confident facing not just 200 goblins, but even 1,000. 3 hours later, Taya had slain all the goblins. The reason this encounter took a full 3 hours was not due to Taya's sluggishness, but rather the cowardice of his opponents. Once their numbers dwindled below 50, they began to retreat, and when their numbers fell below 20, they fled in panic, forcing Taya to chase them, which consumed additional time. Nevertheless, aside from the magic stones they dropped, the goblins had not come away empty-handed. They also yielded a skill book for him. Title: Block Effect. Reduces damage taken by 15 points. If the damage inflicted is below 15 points, the attack shall be rendered ineffective. Level: 101000. Upon witnessing the effects of this skill book, Thea felt a surge of joy within that if he were to elevate the level of this skill book, would it not mean he would no longer fear the tactics of overwhelming numbers? Such lowly creatures would hardly be able to inflict harm upon him. Just as Thea contemplated this, an arrow struck him. Ding! The host has been attacked, due to the damage being less than 15 points. The block skill has completely negated the attack, rendering it ineffective. Simultaneously, Thea's blocking experience increased by 1 point. Hearing the system's announcement, Thea rejoiced internally. His assumptions were correct. With the block skill activated, he would no longer suffer the frustrating penalty of losing a drop of health. Indeed, he would no longer need to dread the tactics of swarming foes. However, despite his elation, he would not let the assailant escape. He turned to gaze in the direction for which the arrow had come, only to find that it was not a goblin, but rather a human hunting party. Upon meeting Thea's gaze, the archer of the human team fell into a state of panic, having never encountered such terrifying eyes before. Feeling as though a mere glance would spell his doom, Thea was somewhat astonished that the adventurer team did not retreat upon seeing him. The damage dealt by the archer had been minimal, suggesting they were a novice group. Truly, the inexperienced are often unafraid of the tiger. This band of adventurers remained blissfully unaware of the formidable entity before them. Nevertheless, the team was quite well-rounded, comprising a priest, a mage, a warrior, an archer, and a rogue, with the number of warriors exceeding 3, a rather luxurious configuration. However, with such a large team, they would likely struggle to earn a significant profit from low-difficulty tasks. Reflecting on this, Thea shook his head. Why should he concern himself with their financial gains? Regardless, they had now seen his appearance, and Thea had no intention of allowing them to leave. He found himself in a rather precarious position. Lacking a helmet while still clad in armor, if they were to recognize him later, it would cause complications. Thus, to ensure his safety, Thea resolved to eliminate them on the spot, drawing his ancient battle knife. He charged towards the small group with astonishing speed. The priest, the leader of the group, witnessed Thea's incredible velocity and his pupils constricted in fear. Zwamu, Zwolin, block him! The priest commanded, and the two warriors swiftly rushed forward to intercept Thea. Yet their strength was no match for him. Thea crashed into their shields like a heavily armored vehicle, sending both warriors soaring into the air. The priest watched in despair as he realized that, as the leader, he had to maintain control of the battlefield. He had clearly seen the moment Thea collided with Zwamu and Zwolin's shields, their bones fracturing under the immense force. What kind of terrifying strength could achieve such destruction? He knew how formidable the Zwa brothers were. Even many seasoned warriors would struggle to match their might. Was this man before them truly a monster? However, fear was futile now. He hastily cast healing spells on the Zwa brothers, alleviating their injuries somewhat, though they would still be greatly affected moving forward. Although he understood that Zwolin and Zwamu were in no condition to continue fighting, the priest felt compelled to act. If they did not stand their ground, they would surely be unable to fend off this terrifying figure. Seizing the opportunity, while Thea was momentarily distracted, the archer and the mage launched their attacks. While the rogue had somehow circled behind him, thrusting a dagger towards his back. Observing their flawless coordination, Thea couldn't help but admire their teamwork. Had they not crossed paths with him, they might have developed into an exceptional team in the future. Alas, they had provoked him, and he was left with no choice but to eliminate them. Thea thrust the ancient battle knife backwards, piercing the rogue's chest. The rogue, feeling the searing pain, stared in disbelief at the blade embedded in his torso. Before he could even begin to reflect on his life, Thea delivered a swift kick, sending him flying, thus ending his life. The priest bellowed in fury upon witnessing the rogue's demise, while the other members of the team looked on in shock at their fallen comrade. Clearly, this was their first encounter with the death of a team member, and they struggled to comprehend the horror unfolding before them. Thea, taking note of their reaction, felt no sympathy for them. Following the rogue's demise, Thea swiftly severed the shield of one of the warriors and then beheaded him with a single stroke. Watching yet another team member fall, the adventurers teetered on the brink of collapse. The remaining warrior, witnessing his twin brother perish before his eyes, succumbed to despair. "I will kill you. I swear I will kill you." As he spoke, Zwamu charged at Thea. The priest realized too late that he could not intervene. The fate of this warrior mirrored that of his brother. With a single stroke, Thea ended his life as well. Seeing this, the priest urgently shouted, "Everyone flee!" He remained behind to buy time, which caused Thea to regard him with newfound respect. This man displayed a commendable sense of duty. In this world, priests possess a degree of melee capability, even serving as meat shields, yet unfortunately for him, he faced Thea. The archer who had initially ambushed Thea began to make his escape. While the mage stood frozen in place, seemingly in a daze, the priest, having no time to concern himself with them, was met with Thea's battle knife descending upon him, cleaving his weapon in two. As Thea's blade approached, the priest summoned his final reserves of magic to bestow a blessing upon the mage, then shouted with all his might, "Run!" With that, Thea's blade mercilessly bisected the priest. The priest's death seemed to infect the mage. Rather than flee, she stared resolutely at Thea, her eyes filled with a fierce desire for vengeance. In this world, mages are limited in the number of spells they can cast each day, a fact that contributed to Thea's belief that this realm was rather primitive. Raising her staff, the mage shouted at Thea, "Fire explosion!" This was her strongest spell, and if this could not defeat Thea, she would be left with no recourse. Thea did not make a deliberate effort to evade the mage's attack, as he deemed the spell far too weak. From her perspective, it appeared as though Thea had been engulfed by a sea of flames, leading her to believe she had successfully vanquished him. Overwhelmed with emotion, she cried out, "Zwamu Zwolin Muya, Captain, I avenge you." However, just as she believed victory was hers, a voice emerged from the inferno. "Thea, I fear I must disappoint you." Upon hearing this voice, the mage stared in disbelief at the flames, watching as a robust figure emerged from the blaze. Gradually, Thea stepped forth, and the mage could hardly fathom the reality before her. How is this possible? This cannot be. Yet, as Thea fully emerged, she was compelled to confront the truth. She was utterly outmatched. Realizing she could not inflict any damage upon him, she began to flee in a frenzy. However, in the midst of her panic, her foot was caught by a branch beneath her, causing her to fall. The sorceress attempted to rise and flee once more, but in that fleeting moment as she prepared to get up, she suddenly heard the heavy sound of breathing behind her. Thea, resembling a malevolent specter from the depths of hell, fixed her gaze upon the sorceress, who gradually turned her head. Upon encountering Thea's crimson eyes, a stream of tears involuntarily flowed from her own. Yet at that moment, Thea cared not for her weeping. Having effortlessly crushed her neck, Thea set off in pursuit of the fleeing archer, leaving the sorceress's face frozen in terror, even in death. In the forest, Thea moved with the agility of a nimble monkey, traversing freely. After approximately 10 minutes of pursuit, Thea's nose twitched as she caught the scent of the archer. Meanwhile, the archer was hiding behind a large tree not far from Thea, believing he had escaped far enough that the creature could not possibly track him down. Yet the reality proved otherwise, that in merely a matter of minutes, the monster had caught up to him. Forcing him to conceal himself behind a massive tree, he dared not peek out to see Thea's whereabouts. Feeling that even the slightest movement would reveal his position, he refrained from breathing, fearful that the sound of his breaths would betray him. Thea lingered in the area for several minutes, wandering aimlessly, while the archer experienced an unsettling stillness in the forest, allowing him to clearly hear Thea's every footstep. With each step that brought Thea closer, his heartbeat intensified. The sound of her approaching footsteps grew closer, and his heart raced louder. Wishing desperately for it to quieten so as not to be discovered, suddenly, a sharp crack echoed, causing the archer's heart to race even faster. Thump! Thump! He felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. Yet after that crack, the surrounding area fell silent, devoid of Thea's footsteps. An idea struck him. Had she perhaps departed to bolster his courage? Or perhaps to escape the torment of waiting? The archer resolved to peek out and assess Thea's situation. However, as he turned to look, the creature with crimson eyes and green skin appeared before him. Their faces nearly touching, separated by mere centimeters. Thea flashed him a sinister smile and said, "Hello there." Upon witnessing that grin, the archer's eyes dimmed with despair. He had surrendered all hope of resistance, watching helplessly as Thea's large hand reached for his head. With a gentle twist, Thea snapped his neck. Subsequently, Thea utilized a gathering spell on the archer's lifeless body. Ding! Congratulations, host has acquired Magic Stone 23. Congratulations, host has acquired Human Skin Mask 1. Upon realizing she had obtained something other than magic stones, Thea hurriedly examined the attributes of the Human Skin Mask. Name: Human Skin Mask, green quality. Wearing it allows one to assume a human appearance. Durability: 100, 1 point of durability consumed per day. Upon seeing the attributes of a human skin mask, Thea felt a surge of joy. With this mask, she could finally shed the cumbersome armor she had been forced to wear and no longer worry about being recognized as a goblin. Without hesitation, Thea donned the human skin mask. Instantly, her appearance began to transform. While her robust physique remained unchanged, her skin and face started to shift. The changes were subtle. Her skin took on a human hue, and her fangs vanished. Eager to see her new visage, Thea searched for a reflective surface nearby, but finding none, she resorted to relieving herself against a large tree to catch a glimpse of her appearance. Although her face was not entirely visible, Thea could discern that her current appearance closely resembled that of an ordinary human. The only notable difference was that in this world, most individuals sported colorful hair and heterochromatic eyes. While she had black hair and black pupils, in this realm, black hair and black pupils were exceedingly rare, considered an omen of misfortune, and often met with disdain. However, this also explained why Thea had felt compelled to wear a helmet at all times. With little concern for the stigma, Thea gathered her spoils and continued onward toward the goblin lair. Upon arriving once more at the ruins, Thea felt a heightened sense of caution. After all, she had recently engaged in a brutal skirmish here. The perimeter alone housed 200 goblins, and the number within was uncertain, but likely exceeded 2,000. Nevertheless, For Taya, the greater the number of goblins, the better. She needed to complete her task swiftly and acquire the materials required for her evolution to the 4th tier. As she ventured into the ruins, Taya meticulously observed her surroundings, aware of the high likelihood of traps in such ancient sites. Before long, she overheard the voices of 2 goblins conversing. Pressing her ear closer, she strained to decipher their words. Alas, she could not comprehend their speech, rendering the 2 goblins unnecessary. Taya unsheathed her ancient battle knife, its blade glinting ominously in the darkness. The goblins seemed to notice something amiss. As they turned their heads, a flash of white light signaled their demise, as they felt a sudden sharp pain in their necks, watching in horror as their heads separated from their bodies. Taya collected the corpses of the goblins into her system backpack, ensuring nothing went to waste for future alchemical purposes. After dispatching the 2 goblins, Taya pressed on. Soon, she arrived at a crossroads, leaving her in a quandary about which path to take. After several moments of contemplation, Taya opted for the most ancient method of decision-making. Extending her sacred right hand, she began from the right, reciting, counting the troops. Who shall I choose? Ultimately, Taya's finger landed upon the central path. Seeing the result, she resolved to follow her instinct and took the right path. Initially intending to proceed down the center, the sudden whiff of blood, a scent unmistakably human, wafted from the right, indicating that humans had likely fallen prey to goblins. Taya decided to venture right to rescue them. Truth be told, in this world, a woman captured by goblins would find existence more torturous alive than dead. Though not without his own moral failings, having just slain an entire group, Taya would not deliberately torment them. He would grant them a swift and merciful end. Upon arriving, if the woman tormented by goblins wished to survive, he would take her away from this nightmare. Should she desire death, Taya would oblige. As he made his way deeper into the abyss of the tunnel, the scent of blood grew increasingly pungent. Soon enough, Taya reached the source of the foul odor, where only left and right options remained. The left exuded a strong stench of decay, while the right was saturated with the goblin's scent and the thick aroma of blood. Undoubtedly, the left led to their food stores, while the right housed the imprisoned women. Without hesitation, Taya proceeded to the right. Upon entering, he immediately beheld 4 or 5 women bound and shackled, their limbs restrained, as the goblins engaged in unspeakable acts with their filthy hands. Just as one goblin prepared to continue its vile actions, it suddenly felt a sharp pain in its neck. Moments later, its head separated from its body. The commotion naturally drew the attention of the other goblins, who, upon sighting Taya, abandoned their previous endeavors and charged toward the uninvited guest. The fury of this horde of goblins escalated to a fever pitch. After all, being interrupted while engaged in such activities is indeed quite an irksome affair. However, their wrath proved to be of little consequence. The capabilities of this horde of goblins hovered around the 1st tier, making their confrontation with Thea akin to that of a robust adult battling a group of children under 5. With a swift stroke, Thea dispatched them with ease. Subsequently, Thea severed the chains binding the 5 women. Having just been embroiled in combat with the goblins, he had not paid close attention to the plight of these women. But upon witnessing their condition firsthand, his fury reached a boiling point. All 5 women were in tattered garments, their bodies marred by various wounds, 3 of whom were already with child. Their eyes, once bright, now bore a vacant sheen, and upon seeing Thea, they weakly uttered, "Kill me." Thea did not reject their plea. Sometimes, death may serve as a release, for living can be far more agonizing. He endeavored to end the lives of 4 of them with minimal suffering. Ultimately, only one survived. She bore the least severe injuries and still harbored a flicker of hope in her gaze. Thea retrieved a set of clothing from his storage space to help her dress. By this point, she was exceedingly weak, barely able to speak, but he managed to hear her whisper, "Thank you." Gently, he patted her head and said, "Rest well. Leave the ensuing matters to me." After Thea spoke, the woman finally succumbed to her exhaustion and fainted. He chose not to carry her away, but instead left her there, extracting a large box from his system backpack to place her within. The path he was about to tread was fraught with peril, and he could not afford to bring her along. However, this experience further tainted Thea's perception of the goblins in this world. It was no wonder that goblin slayers harbored such deep animosity towards these creatures. Even he could hardly contain his desire to obliterate them. Reflecting on this, he felt fortunate that the goblins in his own world were not of this ilk. Thea returned to the previous crossroads and resumed his journey down the path leading to the heart of the ruins. Soon, he encountered a new foe, but this time it was not a goblin. It was a colossal ogre. This was Thea's first encounter with an ogre, and true to its name, it was currently gnawing ravenously on a human leg. A truly repulsive sight that Thea wished to avoid, further observing that he utilized a detection spell to ascertain the ogre's attributes, wary of potential danger. Race: Ogre tier, 4th strength, 200 agility, 180 constitution, 200 spirit, 40 skills. Berserk. Upon reviewing the ogre's attributes, the situation became abundantly clear. A quintessential brute, this dim-witted creature, endowed with sheer might yet lacking in intellect, posed little threat to Thea. Although the ogre's strength was formidable among its peers, it was still insufficient to intimidate him. Upon noticing Thea, the ogre's saliva dripped uncontrollably. Thanks to the human skin mask he wore, Thea's scent was indistinguishable from that of a human. The ogre, living prey, was far more delectable than the dead. And having been deprived of fresh meat by the foolish goblins, it was understandably excited to encounter a living being. Thus, the ogre charged at Thea with reckless abandon. However, the moment their fists collided, the ogre sensed something was amiss. After exchanging a blow with Thea, its entire arm went numb. Yet, with a brain no larger than a walnut, it could not comprehend the situation and continued its futile assault. Dealing with such a dim-witted foe, whose strength was inferior, was exceedingly simple for Thea. With a graceful sidestep, he swiftly severed the ogre's arm. Surprisingly, the ogre did not scream. Its pain receptors were not particularly well developed, so the loss of its limb elicited little reaction. Next, Thea methodically decapitated the ogre's remaining limbs, yet the creature seemed oblivious to its condition, writhing towards Thea like a worm, its mind fixated solely on the thought of consuming flesh. Witnessing the ogre's behavior repulsed Thea, as it reminded him of the zombies from his past life. Both entities possessed alarmingly low intelligence, consumed by an insatiable hunger for flesh. Thea felt no inclination to empathize with such malevolent beings. He then plunged his blade into the ogre's brain, extinguishing its life. Upon vanquishing the ogre, his ancient battle blade began to absorb its blood, the once pristine blade transforming into a grotesquely vivid crimson. After a brief moment, it reverted to its original state. Thea was unfazed by this phenomenon. The ancient blade absorbed the blood of its adversaries with each kill. According to the blade's description, it had the potential to evolve. And this blood-sucking was likely a prerequisite for that evolution. To date, Thea had no idea how many foes he had felled with the ancient blade, yet there had been no signs of it desiring to evolve. Moreover, the blade lacked any sort of progress tracker, leaving him uncertain of how much blood it would require for evolution. The ogre did not yield any particularly rare items, much like the ordinary goblins, only producing a greater quantity of magic stones. After securing the ogre's corpse, Thea continued deeper into the ruins as he ventured further. The stench of decay from the goblins and ogres intensified, indicating he was nearing the core of the ruins. Sure enough, upon turning the next corner, he arrived at a grand hall, likely once a palace or lord's residence. Thea could not estimate the number of goblins present, but it was evident that they were numerous. Accompanied by over a dozen ogres. Among them, one ogre stood out, significantly larger than the others. Thea seized the opportunity to inspect its attributes. Race: Ogre Boss. Defeating may yield special items. Tier: 4th strength, 600 agility, 570 constitution, 1000 spirit, 300 skills. Berserk: Bloodthirst, ordinary regeneration, stomp. After reviewing the ogre boss's attributes, Thea could not help but feel a sense of awe. Indeed, another boss awaited him. While its power was somewhat inferior to that of the previous brown bear boss, it still far surpassed Thea's own capabilities. However, he harbored a glimmer of hope in overcoming this boss. Thanks to a new concoction he had in his backpack, Thea retrieved a bottle of a yellow-green potion. Name: Goblin Explosion Elixir. Tier 3. Effect: causes an explosion upon being thrown, with a 10-meter radius, dealing 300 damage. This potion was crafted from the remains of goblins, and Thea, possessed a staggering 185 bottles of it. Each 10 goblins could yield 1 bottle, while a large goblin could also produce one. An elite goblin, however, could yield a Tier 2 goblin explosion elixir, boasting 3 times the range and double the damage of a standard elixir. Thea had 3 such bottles, having succeeded in crafting them from 3 elite goblin corpses out of 4 attempts. The abundance of low-level explosive potions can be attributed to his primary alchemy furnace and the enhancement from his level 3 alchemy skill, which has elevated his success rate to over 95%, resulting in a 40% increase in yield upon success. Armed with such a plethora of explosive concoctions, Thea resolved to embrace the role of a bomb thrower. Demonstrating that explosions can indeed be an art form to facilitate the use of these potions, Thea donned a specially prepared vest, purchased from the local tailor in the town, equipped with leather potion slots capable of holding up to 40 vials, thus enabling Thea to utilize these potions with remarkable ease. After filling the slots, he seized over 10 bottles of explosive potions in his hands. With a swift motion, Thea hurled one of the explosive vials towards the most densely packed group of goblins. Boom! Though the vial appeared unassuming, it unleashed a staggering explosion upon contact with the ground. The blast obliterated nearly all low-level goblins within a 10-meter radius of the impact point, severely injuring even the larger goblins. The sudden eruption startled the goblins present, who quickly identified Thea as the culprit behind the chaos. He, too, recognized the perilous situation and promptly began to flee. Thus, a surreal scene unfolded. Thousands of goblins pursued a seemingly robust human, circling the ruins while Thea hurled explosive potions behind him. Strangely, despite an essence, Thea now only needs to endure for another 5 minutes. However, Thea's detection skill fails to reveal the duration of the ogre boss's berserk state. As she hurls explosive potions, she simultaneously activates the green beast form, which doubles all of her attributes. With the enhancement of her physique, Thea's health significantly increases along with her speed, allowing her to swiftly distance herself from the ogre. Yet at this moment, the explosive potions in her possession are nearly depleted, leaving her with only 17 ordinary explosives and 2 medium goblin explosives. During these 3 minutes, Thea meticulously conserved her supplies, using them one by one, each inflicting merely around 30 points of damage to the ogre, which proved to be rather limited. The 3 minutes passed swiftly, and Thea's green beast form faded away, while the ogre boss's berserk status began to show signs of dissipating. She could distinctly sense that the ogre's speed had noticeably decreased and its size was gradually shrinking. This was undoubtedly a morale booster. During those 3 minutes, Thea had regained her health to 80% thanks to the speed advantage of her green beast form and the replenishment from health potions. In contrast, the ogre boss's health had dwindled to only 30%. Although the ogre possessed a basic regeneration skill that restored 5 health points per second, it was evident that Thea's damage output exceeded the rate of the ogre's recovery. Ultimately, Thea managed to withstand the onslaught of the ogre boss for those 2 minutes at the cost of clashing with it twice. Upon using her detection skill to assess the ogre boss, she observed his weakened state, which indicated a 40% reduction in all attributes. However, the ogre boss seemed to have devised a countermeasure for such a situation. Bloodlust, his second transformation skill. While this skill did not amplify his attributes as significantly as Berserk did, it restored 20% of all attributes. This skill, however, had the advantage of maintaining clarity of mind after use and bore no side effects, with a remarkably prolonged duration. Yet, today luck was not on the ogre's side. Had he encountered others, or even different teams, this transformation would have been a nightmare for them. But for Thea, as soon as the ogre relinquished his berserk state, she was confident in her ability to obliterate him. Upon activating Bloodlust, the ogre boss cast an ominous grin at Thea and charged towards her with ferocity. In response, Thea activated her berserk state, her physique swelling dramatically, enhancing her attributes by approximately 40%. The transformation startled the ogre boss, as it was his first time encountering a being capable of consecutive transformations. Post-transformation, Thea did not completely lose her rationality, likely due to her high mental fortitude. She merely felt a surge of aggression without succumbing to madness. Seizing the moment of the ogre boss's momentary bewilderment, Taya swiftly struck him with her ancient battle blade, inflicting a wound that triggered the bleeding effect of her blood blade skill. Bleeding. Inflicting a wound on the opponent causes a bleeding effect, resulting in a loss of 20 health points per second for 1 minute, with the effect capable of stacking 5 times. Taya's blood blade skill possesses 2 effects. The first is lifesteal, which allows her to recover 10% of the damage dealt, and the second is bleeding. These effects can be interchanged at will. But due to her greedy hunter skill already providing a degree of lifesteal, she opted for the bleeding state. Although the wound on the ogre boss appeared minor, the bleeding effect caused blood to pour forth uncontrollably from it. Oblivious to the severity of the situation during the battle, Taya felt a surge of satisfaction upon noticing that the ogre remained unaware of the gravity of his condition. Taya then engaged in several more encounters with the ogre boss, deliberately creating additional wounds. The ogre now bore 3 wounds, losing 60 health points per second. This was a significantly alarming figure, and the ogre began to realize the gravity of the situation as he bled profusely. Taya appeared to multiply before his eyes, and he felt his strength waning, his eyelids growing heavier. Taya suddenly sensed something amiss with the ogre boss and promptly used her detection skill to assess his condition. The results revealed a state of severe bleeding, bloodlust, and weakness. Health, 7,808,000, decreasing by 60 per second. The ogre boss evidently exhibited a severe bleeding state. Even if Taya stood idle, merely waiting for him to bleed out would suffice to vanquish him. In fact, she did just that as the ogre staggered toward her, his numerous openings easily evaded by Taya. Then, while dodging, she inflicted a massive gash across the ogre's abdomen. Critical hit, -456 at this strike claimed a substantial portion of the ogre boss's health while he remained in a weakened state. Taya then patiently awaited the inevitable as the ogre succumbed to his blood loss. Although Woohin could not level up at present, the experience gained from defeating the ogre boss would be credited to her experience bar for future evolution. Subsequently, Taya drained the remaining blood from the ogre boss's corpse before employing her harvesting skill on it, for it was a boss, and she was eager to see what treasures it might yield. However, she did not rush to use her harvesting skill, as there remained a multitude of dying goblins and an unconscious ogre to deal with. She owed a debt of gratitude to the now-deceased ogre boss. Without his assistance, it would have taken her considerably longer to dispatch them. In merely half an hour, Taya eliminated the entire group of dying goblins and the unconscious ogre, just as she dispatched the final ogre. A system notification chimed in her ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving the Massacre of Thousands achievement, rewarding you with 3 intermediate lottery draws. Upon hearing the voice of the system, Taya paused, pondering, there are achievements in this game? She had not noticed this feature in the system before, but it was never too late to learn. Point 1. Please display the achievement system. Upon her command, a screen appeared before her, visible only to her. It was filled with various achievements, with only the Massacre of Thousands achievement marked as completed, while the uncompleted ones were grayed out, denying her any glimpse of them. This left Taya feeling somewhat disheartened, but it mattered little. After harvesting the bodies of all the goblins and ogres, she accumulated 29,765 magic stones. Yet to her dismay, none of the corpses yielded any special items. Had she exhausted all her luck earlier? Regardless, Taya was too weary to dwell on it, as there remained the body of the major boss yet to be harvested. Approaching the ogre boss's corpse, Taya rubbed her palms together and placed her hands upon the remains. Harvesting skill. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring 1 mysterious lottery draw. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 elite template job transfer book. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving purple equipment, ogre battle boots, right? Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring 19,867 magic stones. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Berserk Blue Skill Enhancement Scroll. The rewards from the ogre boss were thus revealed. Overall, Taya felt a sense of satisfaction, although she remained uncertain about the elite template job transfer book and the mysterious lottery draw. Opening her backpack, she examined the elite template job transfer book. Item name: Elite Template Job Transfer Book. Upon use, it allows the template to be transformed into an elite template. Elite template. The term struck a chord with Taya, and suddenly she recalled a time when she played an online game where there existed a type of minion stronger than ordinary creatures, yet weaker than bosses, which was referred to as an elite template. Would using this job transfer book truly result in such a transformation? To be on the safe side, Taya inquired with number one. Number one responded, "Host, indeed, as you have surmised, utilizing this elite template job transfer book will significantly enhance your strength. Specifically, each level will grant an additional 2 points to all your base attributes. For instance, if your base attributes at level 1 total 3, the elite template will elevate them to 5, that after listening to number one's explanation. Taya exclaimed in astonishment, "An additional 2 points to all base attributes." Upon hearing this, Taya's composure was instantly shattered. It is worth noting that he is currently at level 30, which implies that upon using this template, his total base attributes would surge by 60 points. Furthermore, this is merely the apparent enhancement. It is crucial to remember that he referred to base attributes. This means that the skills contributing to his enhanced base attributes would also provide an additional boost. Taya felt a surge of excitement, pondering just how formidable his strength would become after this multitude of enhancements. Number 1. I shall use the Elite Template Job Transfer Book. Ding! The Elite Template Job Transfer Book has been utilized. Please check your attributes, host. After the system's announcement, Taya first examined the attributes of the Ogre Boots. Ogre Boots, purple equipment, effect, agility 120. Yes, it's that straightforward. Quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? Subsequently, Taya applied the intermediate Berserk skill scroll, elevating his Berserk level by 2. With the support of various skills. Taya's attributes were as follows. Name, Taya Race, Elite Goblin Template. Elite Template. Each level grants an additional 2 to all base attributes. Rank. Tier 3 Entity. Each level up grants 3 to all attributes, plus 3 free attribute allocation points. Level. 30 Wealth. 20 million Strength. 712. Base 150 Geestrack 72 Goose 60 Darkness 155 Dominator 150 Source of Strength 50 Paralysis 30 Eyeball 45 Constitution 415 Base 150 Free 85 Dominator 150 Paralysis 30 Agility 614 Base 150 Free 59 Dominator 150 Goose 60 Paralysis 30 Eyeball 45 Ogre Boots 120 Spirit 360 Base 150 Dominator 150 Goo 30 Paralysis 30 Health 25. Each point of Constitution increases health by 5. Mana 1680. Each point of Spirit increases mana by 5. Free attribute points 0 skills. Jittle Wind Leg green skill 3 981500. Smash green skill 3 771500. Berserk blue skill 1 1030. Source of Strength, passive skill, increases strength by 50. Green Beast Body, special skill, no side effects, doubles all attributes for 3 minutes. Dominator. All 150 Dark Harvest, 620 Relentless Hunter, 10. 5 Speed, Greedy Hunter, 10.5 Lifesteal, Eyeball Collector, 30 Base Strength and Agility Electric Shock. Taste of Blood. Gistrax Challenge Gauntlets, 450 Health Giant's Might. Provides additional strength equivalent to 50 base Strength Savior's Spirit Blade. Automatically activates a life shield when health drops below 25. Capable of absorbing damage equivalent to 50 of the host's maximum health. Lasting for 1 minute. Gistrax Fury. When Savior's Spirit Blade is triggered, size and strength increase by 30, providing a larger frame and 30 resilience. Lasting for 1 minute. Equipment. Paralysis Ring. 30 to all attributes. Ogre Boots, 120 Agility, Ancient Battleblade, 60 Strength, 60 Agility, 30 Spirit Collection Techniques, 395750000. Detection Technique, 363550000. Deception 91059538100000000. Evolution Requirements. Wood Essence 1. Flower Fruit 5. Evolution Fruit 1. 20 Evaluation. Congratulations, you have reached the level of a minor boss. Upon witnessing his formidable attributes, it was impossible for Taya not to feel exhilarated. With his current strength, he would undoubtedly be considered a top-tier powerhouse in this world. Despite his excitement, Taya maintained his composure, as he still had 3 intermediate draws and 1 mysterious draw yet to utilize. The intermediate draw was significantly superior to the ordinary draw. with the worst outcome being a green item and the best potentially yielding a golden item. However, the likelihood of obtaining a golden item was akin to the odds of drawing an orange item from standard draw, which Taya had little hope for. Did as for the mysterious draw, Taya felt a sense of curiosity. Could he possibly obtain a boss template? Although he was already quite satisfied with the elite template, one must always look forward, for one never knows if the mysterious draw could yield a boss template. Rubbing his hands together, Taya opened the intermediate draws wheel, which prominently displayed 3 free draw opportunities. The intermediate draw consisted of 8 boxes, 2 green, 2 blue, 2 purple, 1 orange, and 1 gold, with probabilities corresponding to those of the ordinary draw. Without hesitation, Taya pressed the draw button 3 times, eager to discover what the mysterious draw would entail. Soon enough, the results of the 3 draws were revealed: 1 green, 1 blue, and 1 purple. Upon seeing the drawn items, Taya felt a sense of joy. After all, acquiring a purple item was a cause for celebration. He considered drawing a blue item as a safety net, while a purple item constituted a remarkable gain. Being able to draw a purple item left him feeling immensely satisfied. He then examined each of these 3 items. The green item was a high-quality, refined ironstone, which was quite decent. The blue item, however, was a bloodline, which excited Taya somewhat. Although merely a blue bloodline, it should still provide some enhancement. Item: human bloodline, blue quality. Description: upon using the human bloodline, the host can transform into human form without any cost. In human form, the host's attributes are reduced by 30, but their health regeneration ability is doubled. Note: humans are regarded as one of the most potent beings among all creatures. However, due to their low starting point at birth, they are prone to premature death and face significant challenges in growth, thus earning the classification of a blue bloodline. Upon seeing this bloodline, Taya couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia, realizing that he might one day have the opportunity to become human. Although the 100 increase in health regeneration was enticing, this human form seemed somewhat weak, given the 30 reduction in all attributes. However, after contemplating, Taya decided that it was acceptable. After all, he would certainly venture into numerous dungeon worlds in the future, and possessing a human appearance would prove to be quite convenient. It was worth noting that his human skin mask had been damaged during the recent battle, making this skill timely. Finally, he arrived at the last purple item. The final purple item was an egg. Item name: Purple Pet Egg. Requires 1,000 magic stones to hatch. Upon hatching, you can summon a battle pet to assist the host in combat. Upon seeing that it required 1,000 magic stones to hatch, Taya couldn't help but scoff. Sure, this is quite the pay-to-win system. Even hatching an egg costs money. Nevertheless, Taya, unable to withstand the boredom, promptly spent 1,000 gold coins to hatch it. As the hatching commenced, cracks began to appear on the surface of the egg. Cracked, a cute little paw protruded from within. As this paw emerged, it seemed to signal the rapid spread of cracks across the egg surface. Soon, a charming little wolf head peeked out. Upon its appearance, the little wolf began munching on the fallen eggshell, quickly finishing it off. Following this, the little wolf immediately ran over to Taya and affectionately rubbed its face against his leg. Witnessing such an adorable little wolf, Taya felt his heart melt. Ding! Hatching complete. This creature will automatically enter into a contract with a host. Please check its attributes, due to the host having a pet. The system has opened the pet shop. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Taya promptly accessed the attributes of the little wolf. Name: none. Race: nether wolf. Profession: battle pet. Rank: tier 6. Level: 1. Strength: 6. Agility: 6. Constitution: 6. Spirit: 6. Free attribute points: 6. Skills: clone, active, blue, 1050. Critical hit, passive, blue, 10100. Berserk, active, purple, 10100. After reviewing the attributes of the nether wolf, Taya felt quite satisfied. Its rank was impressively high at tier 6, which would undoubtedly suffice in the early stages. However, he needed to bestow a name upon this creature. After much contemplation, Taya ultimately decided to name it Dahe. Why Dahe, you may wonder? It was because the wolf's entire body was a striking black and red. Calling it Dahong felt oddly peculiar, hence the choice of Dahe. Additionally, as it was Taya's first pet, it would belong to the Dud generation, should he acquire any other black pets in the future. They would be named Xiao He, and those even smaller would be Xiao Xiao He. Reflecting on this, Taya couldn't help but marvel at his own ingenuity. Thus, the nether wolf acquired its own name. Taya gazed at the nether wolf and declared, "From this day forth, you shall be known as Dahe." Upon hearing the name bestowed by Taya, Dahe, although unaware of its meaning, was filled with joy, wagging its tail incessantly beside him, occasionally leaping to lick his face. However, Taya was too preoccupied to indulge him, saying, "Dahe, go play. I have important matters to attend to." At Taya's words, Dahe promptly scampered off. Seemingly oblivious to the way back, Taya, indifferent, quickly addressed Number One. "Number One, I wish to partake in that mysterious lottery." Number One replied, entering the mysterious lottery interface. "Please check on your own, host." After Number One's announcement, a contraption resembling a slot machine materialized before Taya, featuring a total of 21 rewards, including 10 orange items, 10 purple items, and one mysterious question mark that in summary. All were excellent prizes, and Taya would be content with any draw. Among the orange rewards, he recognized only one item, the Boss Template Job Change Book. He was uncertain about the other's quality. However, obtaining the Boss Template Job Change Book would certainly be advantageous if he were to specify an item he did not wish to draw. It would be the dragon's dandelion gun among the purple items, as it overlapped with his ancient battle blade. He had no need for this weapon. After surveying the rewards, Taya pressed the lottery button, and the slot machine began to spin rapidly. After a full minute, the beams above the machine began to slow, gradually appearing as though they would land on the Boss Template Job Change Book. Taya's heart raced, wishing fervently for the beam to halt in time. Alas, the beam mercilessly passed over the Boss Template Job Change Book, leaving Taya indifferent to the outcome. However, it then seemed to slow down. Landing on the dragon's dandelion gun, Taya's heart sank. Should it land on the dragon's dandelion gun, he would indeed be despondent. The beam began to flicker, pausing intermittently, and finally settled upon the dragon's dandelion gun. Oh no! Just as Taya was about to utter an expletive, the beam moved past the dragon's dandelion gun, and his mouth fell agape. Ultimately, the beam came to rest before the mysterious question mark. Taya had no knowledge of what this mysterious item could be, but he felt it unlikely to be of poor quality. Soon, the system's prompt echoed in Taya's ears. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have won 3 lottery chances." Upon hearing the system's notification, Taya could hardly believe his ears. What astounding luck! He had initially thought the mysterious reward would yield a pile of magic stones. To his surprise, it turned out to be consecutive chances. This was splendid news, as he no longer needed to fret about drawing something subpar. Even if he were to draw the dragon's dandelion gun, it would matter little. After all, with 3 chances, he was bound to obtain something worthwhile. Upon re-entering the interface, the items displayed remained unchanged. The mysterious question mark lingered. Taya fantasized about the possibility of drawing the mysterious question mark himself. With this thought in mind, he pressed the lottery button once more. And 3 beams illuminated the slot machine simultaneously, marking 3 concurrent draws. However, this time, the beams did not land on the mysterious question mark, but instead fell upon 2 purple items and 1 orange item. The 2 purple items were the Elite Template Job Change Book and a skill called Rapid Recovery. Taya was already familiar with the Elite Template Job Change Book, so he examined the attributes of Rapid Recovery. Boss skill. Restoring 1% of health per second, requires Boss Template to utilize. Upon seeing the Rapid Recovery skill, Taya felt a pang of envy. Yet regrettably, this skill could only be used by bosses at the current stage, and thus he had to set it aside for now. Now, to inspect the final reward, the solitary orange item, he was quite excited as this was his first orange item. The final orange item turned out to be not an extraordinary skill, nor a formidable piece of equipment or even a miraculous bloodline, but rather a pair of wings, ordinary wings. White can be upgraded infinitely through magic stones. Effect can fly 10 kilometers per hour. Upon seeing the effect of these wings, Taya was left speechless. What was this? White? A green pair would have sufficed. He could have accepted a green pair. But what did white signify? And moreover, it required money for upgrades. Taya glanced at the shabby little wings in his inventory, unable to bear the sight. The wings were not only of low level, but also diminutive in size, reminiscent of Cupid's wings. Taya simply could not fathom the image of himself donning those wings. Number one, how many magic stones are required for wing upgrades? I want to upgrade them immediately. Ding. Host, the first upgrade of the wings requires 500 magic stones, the second requires 5,000 magic stones, and the third requires 50,000, and so forth. After hearing number one's explanation, Taya glanced at the 57,000 magic stones remaining in his inventory and felt utterly helpless. Was this system designed to deceive him? He had so few magic stones left, and now they wanted to take more. Alas, what choice did he have? Strengthening his power was paramount. Number one, upgrade my wings to purple. Ding. Upgrading the wings to purple requires 500 magic stones. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Upgrade complete. Please check your inventory. After the system's announcement, Taya glanced at the wings in his inventory, and they were no longer the shabby little wings he had received earlier. They had evolved into a pair of magnificent black feathered wings, exuding an air of grandeur. Item name: Dark Wings, Purple, Speed, 1,000 kilometers per hour, Skills, Divine Movement, Wing Shield. Although these wings conferred no additional attributes, Taya was already immensely satisfied. After all, with the wings, he had gained the ability to fly, and with the ability to fly, he would be invincible against ground creatures in open spaces. After equipping the wings, Taya concealed them, as he still needed to bring a woman back to the town, and it would not bode well for her to see them. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded from outside. Meng'er was filled with fear. Ever since being captured by goblins, she had endured their torment daily. Not long ago, someone had finally rescued her, but upon waking, she found herself confined within this dark, cramped space. Now, with the knocking resounding from outside, she was genuinely terrified. What if the person who saved her was a human trafficker? With such thoughts racing through her mind, Meng'er contemplated ending it all, just as she was about to bash her head against the box in a desperate attempt to end her life. Taya happened to open the box, resulting in Meng'er colliding directly into his chest. Taya looked down at the girl nestled against his chest and couldn't help but think, please, don't be so forward. I have a wife, and I'd rather not be compelled to err. Though she wished to think otherwise, Taya nonetheless inquired, are you all right? Upon opening her eyes, Meng'er gazed upon the gentle visage of the man before her, and a thought crossed her mind. Had she truly not been sold? Indeed, Taya was inhabiting a human form, rather than that of a goblin. After all, the goblin's physique proved somewhat inconvenient in this world. Taya reiterated, are you all right? If so, let us hasten our departure from this place. Upon hearing Taya's words, Meng'er surveyed her surroundings in terror, realizing they were still ensconced within the terrifying goblin's lair. Let us flee. She exclaimed, I cannot bear to linger here any longer. Following this, Taya retrieved a set of male attire from his backpack and offered it to Meng'er, saying, please don these clothes. I possess only male garments. And I hope you do not mind. Meng'er, flustered, shook her head vigorously and replied, not at all. Thank you. She quickly donned Taya's garments. Observing her state, Taya refrained from comment, understanding she had just emerged from a nightmare. Subsequently, he guided her out of the ruins. Once outside, he glanced back and noted that the girl had begun to weep. However, Taya chose not to utter comforting words, allowing her to express her emotions freely. After 2 minutes, the girl ceased her sobbing and turned to Taya earnestly, saying, thank you, sir. Had it not been for you, I might have perished within. Taya replied, it is nothing. It is my duty. Any person would extend a hand to assist upon witnessing your plight. Suddenly, at the entrance of the ruins, both Taya and Meng'er heard the sound of barking emanating from within, causing Meng'er to feel a surge of anxiety, and Taya felt similarly apprehensive. The barking led Taya to wonder if there were still monsters lurking within the ruins. However, as the source of the sound emerged, both Taya and Meng'er exhaled in relief. The barker was none other than Dahe, whom Taya had previously allowed to roam freely while he himself engaged in a lottery, from which he had drawn a mysterious question mark. In his excitement, he had nearly forgotten about his pet. Upon seeing Taya, Dahe dashed to his side, playfully tugging at Taya's pant leg with his sharp little teeth, earnestly trying to lead him in a particular direction. Realizing Dahe wished to show him something, Taya glanced at Meng and suggested, "It appears my pet has discovered something within the ruins. Perhaps you should wait for me here." Meng, filled with urgency, protested, "No, please do not abandon me." With that, she clung to Taya, for he was the one who had rescued her from despair. In this perilous forest of beasts, he was her only source of security. The thought of him leaving her side would surely lead her to collapse. Seeing the girl's distress, Taya could not refuse her. "Very well, you may accompany me. Remember, should any danger arise, stay behind me." Upon hearing Taya's words, Menger nodded vigorously, fearful of being left alone. Observing her response, Taya introduced himself. "I am Taya. What is your name?" Menger replied, "I am Menga. Very well, Menga, let us set forth." With that, the two followed Dahe back into the ruins. Dahe led them into a shadowy tunnel. Taya found himself puzzled, wondering how he had previously overlooked this passage. Nevertheless, it mattered little now, as he was indeed here, after traversing the tunnel for approximately 10 minutes. Taya and Dahe reached its end. Before them lay a solitary path to the left, and as Taya appeared in that direction, he was momentarily taken aback. Quickly, he covered Menger's eyes and instructed, "Menga, stay here and do not look." "All right." Menger nodded in compliance, not daring to disobey Taya for fear of being abandoned. Once she agreed, Taya ventured down the left path, where he encountered a multitude of goblin pups. Unlike their adult counterparts, these younglings lacked the malevolent gaze characteristic of grown goblins. They appeared exceedingly adorable, reminiscent of small animals. Should a person unfamiliar with goblins suddenly encounter such a charming sight, they might very well be enchanted. At that moment, one of the goblin pups clung to Taya's leg, gazing up at him with wide, innocent eyes. Yet, Taya exhibited not a shred of tenderness. Instead, he mercilessly crushed the pup's head underfoot. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have slain one goblin pup. Detection indicates you possess a pet. Therefore, you receive an additional 10% experience points. Each time you engage in battle alongside your pet, it shall share 30% of the experience points with you." Taya paid no heed to the system's notification, fully aware of its significance. He was preoccupied with more pressing matters. The surrounding goblin pups trembled in fright, huddling in the corners, appearing utterly pitiful. However, Taya was unmoved by their feigned vulnerability. Though they seemed small and endearing now, in due time they would mature into the despicable creatures that preyed on the weak. Within the lair, the anguished cries of goblins occasionally echoed, striking fear into Menger, who remained outside. Yet she obeyed Taya's command and refrained from entering. An hour later, Taya emerged, reeking of blood, having eradicated all the goblins within, leaving no survivors. Though his actions were undeniably ruthless, Taya felt no remorse. His actions today had spared countless women from potential persecution by goblins in the future. Turning to Menger, who stood with her back to him, he said, "Let us depart." Upon hearing Taya's words, Menger quickly turned around, only to be met with the sight of Taya, stained with blood. Realizing his condition, she suddenly exclaimed, "I am a water magic user. Allow me to wash you off." Taya, taken aback by this revelation, had not anticipated that she was a water magic user. Surveying his bloodied appearance, he acknowledged that a cleansing was indeed in order. "That would be most appreciated," he replied. Menger eagerly responded, "Not a bother at all." As she spoke, she invoked her water magic, and gentle streams cascaded over Taya, washing away the grime and granting him a sense of refreshment. This prompted Taya to contemplate whether he should consider traveling with a water magic user in the future for the sake of convenience. However, this notion flitted through his mind for but an instant before he swiftly dismissed it. Solitude suited him best. The risk of exposing his system was too great. Once clean, Taya addressed Menger. "Let us go, Meng. It is time to return." Menger nodded in response. The following day, at the entrance of a human town, a handsome man bearing a gentle demeanor appeared, carrying a large backpack, accompanied by a half-meter-tall wolf and a young girl. This man was none other than Taya, who now bore the bloodline of a human. Having seen his own reflection, he felt quite satisfied with his appearance. However, upon the guard at the town gate catching sight of Taya, he frowned. With his black hair and black eyes, such features were deemed ominous in this land. Consequently, the guard felt a wave of irritation upon encountering Taya, though he said nothing and ultimately allowed them entry. Taya, aware of the guard's scrutiny, chose to remain unperturbed, as the guard had not impeded his passage. After returning to the town, Taya turned to Ming'er and said, "Ming'er, you should return home now. I have my own matters to attend to, and we shall part ways here." Ming'er hesitated, her words caught in her throat. However, when she regained her composure, Taya had already departed. Taya then made his way to the Adventurers Guild. Upon entering, he contemplated for a moment before ultimately deciding to don his helmet and other gear, as it would enhance his visibility to as before. Upon entering the guild, all eyes were drawn to Taya, who strode in with another large pack. It was evident to all that Taya had undoubtedly embarked on yet another perilous mission. Just as Taya was about to unveil the contents of the package, everyone gathered around, eager to witness the number of goblins he had dispatched this time, given the size of the package. It seemed that the tally might exceed that of his previous endeavor. As Taya opened the parcel, the onlookers were captivated by what lay within. Rather than the expected goblin parts, their eyes were immediately drawn to the enormous head of an ogre, beneath which were various body parts of both ogres and goblins. The crowd was taken aback by the sight. Taya had only been gone for a mere 3 or 4 days, yet had managed to slay so many magical beasts. Was he not weary? However, the receptionist, upon seeing Taya's catch, quickly inquired, "Mr. Taya, were these creatures from that ruin?" Taya nodded in affirmation. The receptionist continued, "I apologize, Mr. Taya. We misjudged the difficulty of this task. We had no idea ogres were present. We will reevaluate the task's rating and subsequently issue your reward." After hearing her words, Taya nodded and simply replied, "Very well." Yet internally he mused that it was not merely ogres he had encountered, but even an ogre boss. However, he chose not to voice this thought, as these individuals likely lacked the concept of a boss and his words would be futile. Coincidentally, the goblin slayer had returned, accompanied by the priestess. Upon noticing the trophies in Taya's possession, the goblin slayer cast a glance at him, but since he perpetually wore a helmet, it was impossible to discern his expression. Taya, uninterested, departed from the Adventurers Guild, eager to return to his tavern for a well-deserved rest. However, just as he stepped outside, he found himself confronted by a throng of individuals. Their intent was unmistakable. They sought to trouble him. As Taya pondered the situation, a rotund figure resembling a pig emerged from the crowd, pointing a finger at Taya and exclaiming, "That's him! He attacked me." To be pointed at in such a manner irked Taya, especially since he recognized this hefty individual as Iron Tiger, whom he had recently bested. Upon hearing Iron Tiger's accusation, a burly man from the crowd stepped forward, declaring, "You are the wretched Taya who assaulted our Iron Tiger." Taya dismissed their provocations, uninterested in engaging with these simpletons. He had already employed his detection spell to assess this fellow's attributes. Iron Dragon, level 3, Strength, 150, Agility, 100, Constitution, 100, Spirit, 70. Rather unimpressive statistics, even inferior to the Goblin Slayer. If this was the so-called backing of Iron Tiger, Taya saw no reason to concern himself with them. However, this very indifference ignited Iron Dragon's fury. Taya suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder, followed by Iron Dragon's voice in his ear. "Hey kid, are you ignoring me?" Taya retorted, "Release me, or you shall regret it." Naturally, Iron Dragon paid no heed to Taya's warning. Just as he prepared to teach Taya a lesson, he suddenly felt a heavy blow to his abdomen that Taya's iron fist struck him with devastating force. Although Taya now bore a human form, his stature remained imposing at 2 meters tall, rendering the scene quite intimidating. Taya's punch was delivered with full force, though not enough to kill instantly. Iron Dragon felt as though he had been trampled by an elephant, his ribs likely shattered. The excruciating pain sent him spiraling into unconsciousness. Iron Tiger and his entourage were left dumbfounded at the sight of their leader's sudden downfall. Iron Tiger rushed to his father's side, asking Dad, "Are you all right?" Hearing his son, Iron Dragon stirred, weakly murmuring, "Run," yet before he could finish, he lapsed back into unconsciousness. In truth, he wished to warn Iron Tiger to flee and never provoke Taya again, for he had witnessed Taya's strength, a force they could not withstand. Unfortunately, Iron Tiger misinterpreted his father's words, believing he was urging him to seek vengeance. Thus, he bellowed, Everyone attack. Avenge my father. Though hesitant, the others felt obligated to comply, as Iron Tiger had paid them. They reasoned that their numerical advantage might allow them to overwhelm Taya. Taya observed the reckless group before him and cracked his neck that if they sought their demise, he would be obliged to oblige. With his formidable Chilean arm, he dispatched them one by one, no one capable of withstanding his might. Each struck down, unable to rise again. Within mere minutes, he had incapacitated the majority of them. Meanwhile, Iron Tiger, sensing the tide turning, stealthily slipped away, yet Taya noticed his furtive movements. After dispatching his opponents, Taya commanded, "Big Black, pursue him." Big Black complied, dashing after Iron Tiger's fleeing form. Him now. Big Black was only level 7 and could not communicate with Taya. Once Big Black reached level 10, he would be able to communicate telepathically. For now, he could only respond with a couple of barks in a shadowy alley. Iron Tiger gasped for breath, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death. Thank goodness for my wit. I sensed trouble and fled. Otherwise, I too would be lying there. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence, startling him. Who is there? He turned to find Taya standing right behind him. The sight of Taya caused Iron Tiger to shudder. Taya then caught a whiff of something foul and glanced down to see that Iron Tiger had soiled himself in fear. Taya grimaced. This fellow was truly spineless. Nonetheless, even in his state of panic, Taya would not let him off easily. He placed his hands on Iron Tiger's shoulders and twisted. Crack! Ah! Taya rendered his arms useless, ensuring that Iron Tiger would no longer pose a threat and would be relegated to a life of impotence. Afterward, Taya returned to his tavern, no longer needing to don armor within its confines. As he now possessed a human form, he fetched a bucket of hot water from the hot spring and, after bathing in his room, succumbed to slumber. The following morning, the young woman who had assisted him with water before knocked on his door. After hastily donning some clothing, Taya opened the door and inquired, "What brings you here?" The young woman was momentarily taken aback by Taya's appearance. It was her first time seeing him in such a manner. She had expected someone like Taya to be rather unattractive, but the reality was quite the opposite. Taya was strikingly handsome, his black hair and eyes exuding an air of mystery. Moreover, his lack of a shirt revealed a well-defined physique that resembled polished marble. An artistic marvel. Adorning his back were large black wing tattoos, adding a wild allure to his presence. In awe of Taya, the young woman found herself unexpectedly bleeding from her nose. Upon noticing this, Taya was alarmed and quickly asked, "Are you all right?" "You're bleeding." The young woman, feeling the dampness in her nose, sheepishly replied, "I'm fine. I've just been a bit under the weather, by the way." "Mr. Taya, I've known you for quite some time now, yet I haven't introduced myself. My name is Mattia. I stand at 168 cm. I'm 17 years old, single, and my favorite food is beef stew." Within a minute, Mattia had divulged all her personal information, leaving Taya bewildered. What was this situation? Had she knocked on his door merely to introduce herself? However, it is fortunate that after speaking, Mattia seemed to have recalled something, and continued, "By the way, Mr. Thea, there is someone at the entrance looking for you. Would you like to go see him?" Thea responded, "Someone is looking for me. Who could it be?" He truly had no idea if he knew anyone here. Could it be the Goblin Slayer? Or perhaps Minger? Seeing Thea's puzzled expression, Mattia reassured him, "Mr. Thea, the person looking for you appears to be quite formidable." Upon hearing this, Thea became even more perplexed. He did not recognize any particularly formidable individuals. Yet he decided that he would find out for himself, replying, "Very well, I shall go." Before long, Thea arrived at the entrance of the tavern, where indeed stood a person clad in splendid attire, exuding an air of great authority. Upon catching sight of Thea, the individual was taken aback, for he had known Thea to be a figure perpetually adorned in heavy armor. Although Thea had only recently arrived in Kamiyama, he had already become something of a celebrity. Despite having undertaken only 2 missions, he had vanquished nearly 1,000 goblins in each, and during his second mission, he had even slain a considerable number of ogres, creatures of a much higher caliber than goblins. The magnitude of his accomplishments in just 2 missions attested to Thea's formidable prowess. Legend spoke of Thea as a towering figure, standing 2 meters tall, with a fierce demeanor, instilling fear in anyone who dared to provoke him. However, No one had ever truly seen his visage. Thus, upon encountering Thea, this individual felt a twinge of doubt, questioning whether this truly was Thea. Although Thea appeared to be over 2 meters tall, his countenance was surprisingly gentle and handsome, which contrasted starkly with his fearsome reputation. Yet, adhering to propriety, the individual politely inquired, "Good day. May I ask if you are Mr. Thea?" Upon hearing the stranger's words, Thea, despite never having met him before, nodded and replied, "I am indeed Thea. What business do you have with me?" The individual was taken aback by Thea's direct acknowledgement of his identity, having not anticipated that the legendary figure would appear in such a manner. He could not help but wonder why someone so strikingly handsome would choose to conceal his appearance. Then he noticed Thea's dark hair and black eyes, recalling that in certain regions, such features were regarded as omens of ill fortune, leading to discrimination against those who bore them. It suddenly made sense to him why Thea would opt to shroud his appearance. He then reflected on Thea's prior missions, both of which involved slaying goblins. Perhaps, he mused, Thea and the Goblin Slayer were akin, quietly eliminating those seemingly inconspicuous threats that posed the greatest danger to the populace. With this thought, he felt an increased sense of respect for Thea. He promptly addressed him, "Mr. Thea, greetings. I am Lurser, the head of the Adventurers Guild. I have come to discuss a matter of great importance with you. Might you have the time to visit our guild?" Thea, intrigued yet puzzled, replied, "A matter of great importance? What could it be? I do have time now, so accompanying you to the guild would not be a bother." Soon after, Thea donned his armor and followed the man to the Adventurers Guild. Upon their arrival, they immediately noticed an elderly gentleman at the counter, anxiously conversing with a young lady. Thea paused momentarily, overhearing the old man mention that goblins had invaded their village and that he was there to post a quest. After completing the posting, he departed. The young lady at the counter appeared fatigued, suggesting that there had been numerous such quests this month. Thea then took a seat alongside Lurser. "Mr. Thea," Lurser began, "I am here not only to present the reward for your last mission, but also to bestow upon you a new medal." Thea responded, "Oh, a new medal? Indeed, Mr. Thea, in light of your exemplary performance, our guild has decided to award you the Silver Rank Medal. Silver-ranked adventurers are ranked third among their peers, with only gold and platinum ranks above them. There are but a few silver-ranked adventurers in Kamiyama. Is that so? That sounds rather impressive," Thea remarked. "Yes, Mr. Thea, you're truly remarkable. Have achieved the silver rank in just 2 missions is no small feat." Lurser then produced a silver medal on a chain, presenting it to Thea, saying, "Mr. Thea, this is the insignia of a silver-ranked adventurer. Please accept it." After considering Lurser's words, Thea nodded and donned the necklace. Lurser then produced a large pouch, stating, "Mr. Thea, this is your reward for the last mission. After deliberation, the guild has classified that quest as A rank, and your reward amounts to 2,000 gold coins." Upon hearing the sum, Thea felt quite satisfied. In this world, 2,000 gold coins constituted a substantial amount. More importantly, he had now attained the title of Silver-Ranked Adventurer, a distinction held by only a handful in all of Kamiyama, among them the Goblin Slayer. Just as Thea thought of the Goblin Slayer, the doors of the Adventurers Guild swung open, and the Goblin Slayer entered alongside his childhood friend, the cowgirl. Seeing this scene, Thea felt a sense of familiarity. Recalling a moment from an anime he had watched, where the Goblin Slayer's companions would join him after completing a mission. Unbeknownst to him, the plot had already commenced. The Goblin Slayer spotted Thea and nodded in acknowledgement. Thea interpreted this as a sign of recognition and returned the gesture. Observing this interaction, Lurser remarked, "Mr. Thea, do you know the Goblin Slayer? He, too, is a silver-ranked adventurer." Thea, unfazed, nodded. He had long been aware that the Goblin Slayer had attained silver rank solely through his exploits against goblins, ranking among the top 3 adventurers in Kamiyama. Although the Goblin Slayer primarily hunted goblins, Thea did not consider him particularly formidable. Nevertheless, he held a deep respect for his dedication. After exchanging glances, the priestess entered the guild, rushing to the Goblin Slayer's side, as if conducting an impromptu examination. Thea observed them for a while before resuming his conversation with Lurser. Noticing Thea's gaze lingering on the Goblin Slayer, Lurser recognized that Thea was preoccupied with his thoughts. "Mr. Thea," Lurser said, "I have concluded my business, and I shall take my leave. Wishing you a pleasant day." With that, Lurser hurriedly departed. Meanwhile, the priestess conversed with the Goblin Slayer, asking, "Goblin Slayer, that armored individual has been watching us intently. Who is he? Do you know him?" The Goblin Slayer replied, "No need to concern yourself. He is a formidable individual, much like us, engaged in the same line of work." The priestess inquired, "The same line of work? Slaying goblins?" The Goblin Slayer nodded, affirming, "Indeed." The priestess then suggested, "Why don't we invite him to join our party?" The Goblin Slayer replied, "Because he is too strong, and no goblin could ever hope to defeat him. So he has no need for allies." The priestess was taken aback by the Goblin Slayer's high regard for Thea, as she had never before heard such praise from him. Once all the quests had been claimed, Thea and the Goblin Slayer approached the counter simultaneously, both inquiring, "Are there any quests regarding goblins?" Upon hearing their simultaneous queries, Thea and the Goblin Slayer exchanged glances. However, with their helmets obscuring their faces, neither could discern the other's expression. The young lady at the counter chuckled at the sight. Previously, only the Goblin Slayer undertook such arduous tasks. And now, there was another. "Mr. Thea," she remarked, "the previous large goblin nest quest you completed was the only one available. And now, there are 3 goblin quests. However, one has been borrowed by a newcomer. Would you care to consider the other 2? After listening to the young lady's words, Taya nodded thoughtfully. The young woman behind the counter then addressed both Taya and the Goblin Slayer, saying, "The remaining 2 tasks involve dealing with goblins at the northern village and the riverside of the southern village. May I ask if you 2 are willing to take on these assignments?" Before the Goblin Slayer could respond, Taya interjected, "I would like to take the task in the northern village." The rewards for both tasks were relatively similar, but Taya had his own considerations. He vaguely recalled that the goblins in that area were quite numerous, which influenced his choice. Seeing Taya's decision, the Goblin Slayer did not object, though it seemed he had something to say as Taya prepared to leave. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Taya had already departed. This scene piqued the curiosity of the priestess beside the Goblin Slayer, as she sensed he was unusually attentive to Taya. Although she had not known the Goblin Slayer for long, witnessing him act this way was a first, stirring her own curiosity about Taya. Meanwhile, the Goblin Slayer had received his final task, and, noticing the priestess lost in thought, remarked, "Let us go." Upon hearing this, the priestess snapped back to reality and hurriedly followed him. As Taya was about to exit the city, he spotted a familiar face at a fruit stall. Approaching the stall, he said, "Boss, I'll have a pound of apples." Hearing a customer's voice, Meng quickly replied, "Certainly, please wait a moment." She deftly packaged the fruit and then turned to say, "Hello, that'll be 5 copper coins." However, the moment Meng saw Taya, she froze and exclaimed, "Mr. Taya." Taya responded, "Hello, Meng, what a coincidence. Are you working here now?" Meng beamed with joy upon seeing Taya, as she had taken this job to have the chance to meet him and express her gratitude. Taya pulled 5 copper coins from his pocket and handed them to Meng, saying, "Please keep this." Meng quickly protested, No, Mr. Taya. How could I accept your money? If you want fruit in the future, just take it without paying." Despite her insistence, Taya remained firm, stating, "It is only right to pay for what you purchase. There is no need to refuse." Ultimately, Taya could not sway Meng, and after thanking her, he left. After all, he was uncertain if he would ever return to this world, and it was perhaps best to maintain some distance from its inhabitants. Dahe darted across the battlefield like a streak of red-black lightning, and Taya felt reassured by Dahe's presence. Although Dahe had yet to reach maturity, he was still a 6th-tier creature, more than capable of handling a horde of 1st-tier goblins. However, just as Taya was musing over this, a piercing scream from Dahe reached his ears. "Ow!" Alarmed by the cry, Taya turned his gaze toward Dahe and saw 2 massive goblins wielding iron chains as weapons. Ensnaring Dahe with their chains, they strained against each other, almost tearing Dahe apart. Taya hurriedly employed a detection spell to examine their attributes. Goblin Hero, 4th-tier creature level, 30 strength, 150 agility, 140 constitution, 160 intelligence, 90 skills. Iron Chain. Goblin Frenzy, Bully the Weak. This passive skill increases the goblin's power by 20% when facing weaker foes. Conversely, it decreases their battle prowess by 20% when facing stronger enemies. After observing these attributes, Taya found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, The bully the weak skill was quintessentially goblin-like. However, the immediate concern was rescuing Dahe. Taya swiftly grabbed 2 short daggers and hurled them at the 2 goblin heroes, who reacted quickly and dodged the thrown knives. In the meantime, Dahe seized the opportunity to break free. Taya promptly threw a healing potion in Dahe's direction, who promptly crushed the glass vial and swallowed its contents. Shards and all. Instantly, Dahe regained a substantial amount of health. Yet, Taya couldn't help but worry about the potential consequences of Dahe swallowing glass shards. The goblin heroes, realizing Dahe had escaped, were filled with rage. They swung their chains violently and hurled them at Taya. Having faced bosses before, Taya was unfazed by these mere subordinates. With a swift motion, he cleaved through the 2 chains with his ancient battle blade, then lunged at one of the goblin heroes, delivering 3 swift strikes that dispatched it instantly. Taya felled this hero. The other goblin hero found itself exposed. It swung its iron chain, ensnaring Taya. Simultaneously, several other goblins attacked from all sides, delivering a considerable amount in an instant. The goblin was sent hurtling through the air, its entire form, head and all, crashing heavily against the wall, accompanied by the faint yet distinct sound of cracking bones. The sun gradually ascended from the east, as Thea and Dahe slowly emerged from the goblin's lair. The previous night had been exceedingly intense, leaving Thea feeling a dull ache throughout her body. Dahe, too, shared in this fatigue, having exerted himself just as much as Thea. His level had now risen to 10, thanks to the copious experience points garnered from the goblins. Suddenly, Thea heard Dahe's voice echoing in her mind. "Master, will our future encounters always be so fierce?" Casting a glance at Dahe, Thea replied, "Yes, Dahe, from now on, we shall engage in such fervent battles." Upon hearing her words, Dahe sighed, realizing that their days ahead would likely be far from easy. After vanquishing all the goblins the previous night, Thea had ensured that each one received a final blow, for feigning death was one of their cunning tactics. Subsequently, she took the time to dispose of their remains and deal with their offspring, which consumed a considerable amount of her time. Now that her task was complete, Thea prepared to return to town, eager to submit her quest and rest. Along the way, she removed her armor, which was stained with blood and emitted an unpleasant odor. Thea was determined not to succumb to the noxious fumes. Finding a small pond, she fetched some water to cleanse herself before riding Dahe back home. As Dahe's level increased, so too did his size, now comparable to that of a male tiger. Thea wondered just how large he might grow in the future, considering he was a 6-tier magical beast, suggesting his size would not be insignificant. The thought of Dahe eventually reaching a length of several meters, with herself perched atop his head surveying the world below, filled her with exhilaration. Suddenly, Dahe sensed a chill run down his spine, as if something terrifying was fixating on him. Alarmed, he quickened his pace, causing Thea to feel increasingly jostled beneath him. "Dahe, slow down. My backside feels as though it might shatter." Upon hearing her exclamation, Dahe eased his speed, and the lessened jostling allowed Thea to breathe a sigh of relief. After spending the better part of the day, the duo finally returned to the town, when Thea appeared at the Adventurers Guild. Even the receptionist was taken aback, aware that Thea's quest location was quite distant. "Mr. Thea, you have returned," she exclaimed. "Indeed, I have," Thea replied, producing proof of her quest. She placed a large parcel on the counter, and upon seeing it, the receptionist was no longer surprised. She had grown accustomed to Thea's remarkable feats. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Gisa, who displayed a stark contrast in demeanor. As he entered, he caught sight of Thea, unveiling her package. The moment he beheld its contents, he appeared frozen in place, dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the priestess behind him, distracted, bumped her head against Gisa's armor, leaving a small bump on her forehead. "Huh," she exclaimed. Gisa, jolted from his stupor by her outcry, responded, "I apologize." The priestess, slightly irritated, retorted, "Mr. Goblin Slayer, please do not come to a sudden halt while walking. Your armor has caused me considerable discomfort." Gisa simply replied, "Sorry." The priestess, somewhat exasperated, recognized Gisa's nature and easily forgave him. Gisa's gaze then shifted to Thea, who was similarly clad in armor. Sensing something, Thea turned her head, Their eyes meeting, and an inexplicable sense of harmony emerged between the two similarly attired individuals. Coincidentally, a few silver-ranked adventurers were present, and the witch took a drag from her cigarette, observing the two with a subtle smile. Ultimately, it was the receptionist who shattered the awkward silence. "Mr. Thea, here is your reward. Please accept it," turning at the sound of her voice. Thea received his payment before preparing to depart. He bid Gisa farewell with a remark of "until we meet again." Gisa continued to watch Thea's retreating figure until he completed his own task and exited promptly. Once they left, the Guild Hall erupted into discussions about the two. A rotund man turned to another of similar stature, saying, "Hey, why was Goblin Slayer fixated on Thea just now?" The other replied, "It's obvious. He must have found a kindred spirit. Look at their attire, speech patterns, and interests. They resemble each other in every way." "Really? Is that so?" "Absolutely. Gisa has been slaying goblins alone for so long. It's no surprise he would take notice of someone who shares his passion." "All right, enough chit-chat. Let's place bets. I wager that beneath Thea's helmet lies an ugly visage. For a handsome appearance, I'll pay 2 to 1. For an ordinary look, 10 to 1. And a woman, 100 to 1. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to place their bets. "I bet 10 gold coins that Thea is ugly. I bet 20 gold coins that Thea is ugly. I also wager 10 gold coins that Thea is ugly. I bet 5 gold coins that Thea is handsome. I bet 100 gold coins. I believe Thea is a woman." The receptionist, witnessing the adventurers, could only shake her head in resignation. They had previously engaged in similar betting regarding Gisa's appearance, yet he had never revealed his face, leaving their wagers unfulfilled. It remained uncertain when they would finally catch a glimpse of Thea's countenance. Back at the tavern, Thea let out a sigh of relief. Intending to rest well that evening and forego accepting new quests the following day, as her gear had sustained some damage. After enjoying a warm bath, Thea decided against sleeping early, having grown weary of the tavern fare. Instead, he opted to venture out for something new to eat. Thus, he donned a set of casual attire before stepping outside. Just as he did, he encountered Mathia, whose face flushed crimson upon seeing him. Since their last meeting, she had been unable to forget Thea's appearance, praying just the night before to see him again. To her astonishment, her wish had been granted. Perhaps the divine had heard her prayers, and she resolved to place her faith in the deity henceforth. Upon noticing Mathia, Thea greeted her. "Hello, Mathia." "Hello, Mr. Thea. Are you heading out?" she asked. Nodding, Thea replied, "I'm going out to relax." Without waiting for her response, he departed. Mathia found herself momentarily stunned by Thea's swift exit. She had more to say, yet lacked the courage to stop him, allowing him to leave unimpeded. After leaving the tavern, Thea wandered through the marketplace. Passers-by paused momentarily upon glimpsing him, though he remained unperturbed, continuing his exploration. The reason for their surprise lay in his distinctive black hair and eyes, which were regarded as ominous symbols in this land. However, Thea's overall demeanor radiated comfort, contrasting sharply with the ominous image they held. Nonetheless, many young women blushed at the sight of his handsome visage. In this world, it is predominantly the girls who pursue the boys. This phenomenon arises not from a lower birth rate of males, but rather due to the presence of monsters that plague this realm. Most young boys grow up nurturing dreams of becoming adventurers to save the world, and many indeed choose this path as they mature. While the increase in adventurers has reduced the frequency of monster attacks on villages, the mortality rate among these brave souls remains alarmingly high, resulting in the periodic loss of valuable males. Thus, it is no wonder that instances of girls chasing boys are prevalent. Consequently, if one does not exert themselves here, they may find themselves without even a boyfriend. As Taya approached a restaurant, contemplating a meal, a girl suddenly dashed to his side and asked, "Sir, are you alone?" The girl wore a hint of suspicious blush, indicating that her intentions were not entirely innocent. It was likely that she was drawn to Taya's physique. However, would Taya be so easily swayed? Glancing at the girl, whose charm level stood at an impressive 80, he felt compelled to respond courteously. "I am alone. Miss is there something you need?" Notably, the charm levels of the surrounding women were all above 50, while the men languished below 20. Upon hearing Taya's response, the girl inquired, "Sir, if it's not too much trouble, could you please tell me your name?" Meeting her eager gaze, Taya replied nonchalantly, "I'm afraid not. I will be leaving soon, so it would be of no use." With that, he walked directly into the restaurant, disregarding the girl who now stood frozen in disbelief. Taya had his own considerations. He refrained from divulging his name, primarily because he found the girl lacking in physical appeal. Yet, would he have been inclined towards her had she been more attractive? Perhaps. Nevertheless, Taya's primary objective at that moment was to dine. Upon entering the establishment, he noted an available table and promptly seated himself, requesting, "Waiter, could I please see the menu?" Shortly after, a burly man clad in a snug apron approached with a menu in hand. In a melodious tone, he said, "Welcome, dear guest. What would you like to order?" With a flirtatious wink, Taya felt an unsettling chill run down his spine. The man bore a charm level of 80, leaving Taya bewildered. What kind of restaurant had he stumbled into? Goodness, who can withstand this? This establishment must be anything but reputable, he thought. Nevertheless, he managed to stammer, "Hello, may I have a menu, please?" "Of course, sweetheart," the burly man replied, complete with another wink. Upon perusing the menu, Taya found himself at a loss for words. Dishes were whimsically named: macho fried rice, brawny barbecue, seductive sweet treat, an electrifying platter. Observing the packed crowd around him, Taya resolved to stay and sample the fare. Perhaps it would prove to be delightful after all. He ordered, "Hello, I would like a large serving of macho fried rice, a brawny barbecue, and a seductive sweet treat." The burly man responded, "Certainly, darling. 1 macho fried rice, 1 brawny barbecue, and 1 seductive sweet treat. Coming right up." Taya stiffened at the term of endearment. Now almost certain that this restaurant was indeed of dubious nature, to his surprise, the dishes arrived swiftly. However, the meals did not align with their flamboyant titles. The macho fried rice was simply ordinary fried rice. The brawny barbecue was merely standard grilled meat, and the seductive sweet treat turned out to be a large cake, far from what he had envisioned. Yet, after taking a bite of the fried rice, Taya found himself unable to stop. The food was inexplicably delicious. The fried rice was remarkably flavorful, while the grilled meat was tender and juicy. The combination was nothing short of perfection. Soon, a large platter of barbecue and a generous serving of fried rice had vanished under Taya's eager consumption. As for dessert, the large cake beckoned to him, and he could hardly contain his excitement, shoving a sizable piece into his mouth. The cream cake was rich yet not greasy, delivering a delightful, fluffy sensation that was immensely comforting. After finishing his meal, Taya was left wondering about the culinary genius behind it all. But pressing matters awaited him, leaving him no time to linger. After settling the bill, Taya departed the restaurant, the burly waiter watching him go. Arriving at the marketplace, he quickly located the blacksmith shop he had visited previously. However, this time, the blacksmith did not recognize him, for Taya was without his armor, presenting himself in his true form. The owner, upon seeing Taya, promptly exclaimed, "Young man, are you here to forge a weapon?" Taya shook his head, replying, "No, I am here to purchase you remember the armored figure from last time? That was me." Realization dawned on the blacksmith. So you're that young man? We received new stock yesterday. Come with me to the warehouse. You can pick out what you like." Taya nodded, hopeful that the new inventory might hold valuable items in the warehouse. Just as before, Taya began to meticulously select his wares. This time, in addition to wanting to acquire fine iron ore, he sought materials for crafting bows and arrows. Previously, he had inadvertently activated a skill related to basic swordsmanship. He learned from the system that mastery over a weapon would unlock corresponding foundational skills, which could then be honed through practice to improve proficiency and evolve into advanced techniques. This time, he intended to forge a fine bow and craft arrows to practice archery, ideally until he could activate the basic archery skill. Ultimately, Taya selected a medium-quality piece of azure stone, boasting a purity of 40, along with 3 pieces of fine iron ore, each with a purity exceeding 25. And beyond that, there were no other noteworthy items. The total cost for these 4 pieces of ore amounted to 75 gold coins. After securing the necessary ores, Taya continued his search for materials to create bows and arrows. Not far from the blacksmith shop, he discovered a weapons store that likely stocked the materials he needed. Upon arriving, he gazed up to see the name god of war weapons emblazoned above the entrance. although the name sounded formidable. The shop's decor appeared somewhat dilapidated. Nonetheless, Taya held no reservations. All he required was the materials he sought. Stepping into the weapons store, Taya noticed a lack of personnel. "Hello. Is anyone here?" he called out twice, growing increasingly puzzled by the absence of shopkeeper. Suddenly, a voice emerged from nearby. "Hey, I'm here." Taya looked around in confusion, asking, "Where is everyone?" "I'm right in front of you. Why don't you look down?" At that moment, Taya glanced down and was taken aback to find a petite girl, no taller than 1.1 meters. Are you the owner?" he asked, incredulously at what's wrong with that. "Don't let my appearance fool you. I'm 28 years old. You might not even be older than me." 28 years old? Taya exclaimed in disbelief. How could that be possible? He quickly employed a detection spell on her. Name. Baiyuan Kyuko, age 28, level 11, staring at her profile. Taya was astonished. She truly was 28 years old, but her height was astonishingly short. This girl named Baiyuan Kyuko was even shorter than his legs. "I am indeed the owner here. My name is Baiyuan Kyuko. You can call me Sister Kyuko. Now, tell me, what weapon do you wish to purchase?" However, Taya was persistently preoccupied with the question of whether the girl named Baiyuan was a dwarf, fixating on her with a somewhat foolish gaze. Momentarily oblivious to everything else, Baiyuan, noticing Taya's stare, quickly grasped her thoughts and, somewhat exasperatedly, exclaimed, "Stop thinking such impolite things. What is it that you actually wish to purchase?" Upon hearing Baiyuan's words, Taya hastily replied, "All right, Baiyuan, I require materials for crafting bowstrings. The higher the quality, the better. I also need to buy some arrows." Baiyuan responded, "Materials for crafting bowstrings. Are you a blacksmith? You certainly don't look the part. Nevertheless, I do have some high-quality materials available." Just a moment. With that, she made her way into the weapon shop and soon returned with 3 boxes. With a smug expression, she declared, "Behold, these 3 are the finest materials in our store for crafting bowstrings. The silk of the Baigue spider, a bowstring made from the wool of a magical ram, and the sinew of a red dragon. Those are the only 3, and their prices are marked for you to see." After hearing this, Taya employed a detection spell to examine the 3 materials. Baigue spider silk, Tier 2 material, quality. High magical ram, wool bowstring, Tier 3 material, quality. Medium red dragon sinew, Tier 5 material, quality. Exceptional. After reviewing the properties of these materials, Taya feigned contemplation for a moment before stating, "I shall take the red dragon sinew and the Baigue spider silk." Baiyuan, somewhat puzzled, wondered why Taya, who could afford the dragon sinew, would not opt for the superior ram wool bowstring. But she refrained from asking. Instead, she handed the 2 materials to Taya and said 300 gold coins. Upon hearing the astonishing price of 300 gold coins, Taya said nothing, understanding that it included the red dragon sinew. Taya then continued, "Do you have any arrows for sale?" Baiyuan replied, "Of course we do, but it depends on the quality you required. I have 3 types of arrows. The lowest quality, ordinary arrows, priced at 1 silver coin per flask. The higher quality, fine iron arrows at 5 gold coins per flask. And finally, the mysterious iron arrows, priced at 5 gold coins each." Afterward, Baiyuan presented samples for Taya to examine. Ordinary arrows. Effect: ignores 5 of armor durability. 30. Fine iron arrows. Effect: ignores 20 of armor durability. 70. Mysterious iron arrows. Effect: ignores 50 of armor durability. 1000. After reviewing the attributes of these arrows, Taya had already determined how many of each type she wished to purchase. Each flask contained 10 arrows, and ultimately, Taya decided to buy 20 flasks of ordinary arrows for regular practice in combat, 5 flasks of fine iron arrows for encounters with stronger monsters, and 10 individual mysterious iron arrows for the most perilous situations. Having relayed her intended purchases to Baiyuan, she did not inquire why Taya required such a large quantity of arrows. However, given Taya's small stature, it was evident that she would struggle to carry so many arrows. Thus, Taya proactively suggested, "Please lead me to where the arrows are stored. I will retrieve them myself." Baiyuan, taken aback, did not expect this large individual to exhibit such gentleness. Therefore, she did not resist and guided Taya to the arrow storage area. Upon arriving, Taya surveyed the surroundings. Although the area appeared somewhat shabby, Each bundle of arrows was neatly arranged. However, the different types of arrows were treated differently. Ordinary arrows lay on the ground. Fine iron arrows were placed on a table, and mysterious iron arrows were supported by a separate rack. Bayuan rolled over a small cart and said to Taya, "Please place all the arrows you wish to take on this cart." Taya nodded in acknowledgement, gathered the arrows she needed, and placed them onto the cart. Upon reaching the counter, Bayuan informed Taya, "This cart is a gift for you to facilitate your return. By the way, due to the volume of your purchases, I will also gift you a purple sandalwood quiver." Taya nodded, appreciating Bayuan's business acumen and her thoughtful gesture. After settling the payment, Taya pushed the cart out of the shop, eager to return and unlock the basics of archery. Upon arriving back at the inn, Taya immediately entered her system space to prepare for crafting her bow. With all the necessary materials gathered, she anticipated creating a green bow at the very least, and under optimal conditions, a blue bow should be easily achievable. If she exceeded expectations, there was even a slight chance of producing a purple bow. Following the procedure, she began by heating the required materials until they glowed red and softened. Then, she shaped them through hammering, returning them to the furnace for further heating and repeating this process. After a day and night of diligent forging, Taya's first bow was finally complete. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have crafted a blue weapon," the Sherwood won. Blacksmithing experience gained. 500. Congratulations, host! Your blacksmithing skill has advanced to level 3. Once the forging was complete, Taya took a moment to examine the weapon she had painstakingly crafted. Sherwood primary materials: witching stone, fine iron stone, Baigue, spider silk, ogre boss blood. Effects: 20 strength, ignores 30 of armor, increases attack speed by 20, increases accuracy by 30. Special skill: armor piercing arrow, ignores armor, inflicting 200 damage, cooldown 30 minutes. Durability: 5,000. Upon reviewing the bow's attributes, Taya felt immense satisfaction. Though it was not a purple weapon, its effects were remarkably formidable, categorizing it among the more powerful blue weapons. Taya could hardly contain her eagerness to test the bow and immediately enter the archery range within her system space. The system space featured a range for practice, but required payment in magic stones to access. The system's archery range offered several options: a basic range, an intermediate range, and an advanced range. The basic range provided a 10 bonus to experience at a cost of 2 magic stones per hour. The intermediate range offered a 30 bonus for 20 magic stones per hour. The advanced range granted a 70 bonus for 170 magic stones per hour, while the elite range provided a 150 bonus for 500 magic stones per hour. After completing a previous task, Taya found herself with 4,683 magic stones that if she opted for the elite range, she could train for only 9 hours. Since her time in this world was not constrained, Taya decided to start with the intermediate range for some practice. Upon entering the intermediate range, the system began charging her automatically. It was rather stingy and did not provide any free arrows for practice. Drawing her newly crafted Sherwood, Taya approached the target, estimating the distance. She realized the target was approximately 20 meters away, not too far. Taya retrieved the quiver gifted by Bayuan, which could hold 30 arrows, and filled it with 30 ordinary arrows, preparing to commence her archery practice. With her back straightened and her right hand pulling the bowstring taut, Taya released the arrow, watching it soar like a meteor. Whoosh! Thud! She missed the target. Taya gazed at the arrow lodged in the ground, feeling somewhat disheartened. The Sherwood was supposed to enhance her accuracy by 30, yet she had still missed. However, one shot could not define her skill, so she quickly unleashed the remaining 29 arrows in succession. With ample practice, Taya gradually became more proficient, hitting the target with 17 out of the 29 arrows, particularly nailing the last 5 shots perfectly. After collecting all the arrows, Taya continued her training. Finally, after completely exhausting the durability of all 60 ordinary arrows, the familiar alert from the system rang in her ears. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have unlocked the basic archery skill. Basic archery 010-0000 increases accuracy by 20%, increases shooting speed by 20%, and enhances armor penetration by 20%. Taya felt quite satisfied with the effects of basic archery. Having mastered the art of archery, he would find it considerably more convenient to deal with ranged enemies. However, the skill's requirement for proficiency levels was somewhat excessive. Upgrading basic archery demanded a staggering 100,000 proficiency points, which seemed rather extravagant. Taya had already spent a full 2 days confined within his room. If he didn't venture outside soon, others might mistakenly assume he had perished within his home. He contemplated undertaking a quest, not only to fulfill a task, but also to breathe in some fresh air. After donning his armor, Taya set off towards the Adventurers Guild. Given that it was afternoon, most adventurers were out on their quests, leaving only a few engaged in casual conversation within the guild. Upon spotting Taya, the young lady at the counter exclaimed, "Mr. Taya, it's been several days since we last saw you. Are you here to accept a quest?" Taya nodded, replying, "It seems I shall take on a goblin quest." The young lady, somewhat embarrassed, responded, "I apologize, Mr. Taya, but we do not have any goblin quests available today. The last one was taken this morning by Mr. Goblin Slayer. However, we do have a rather challenging task. Would you care to consider it?" After pondering for a moment, Taya decided that if there were no goblin quests, he might as well take on another task for practice. He nodded and said, "What task do you have? Show it to me." The young lady promptly handed him the quest notice. Upon examining it, Taya read the following requirements. Dangerous quest. Hunt the giant troll. Reward: 1,000 gold coins. This task is exceedingly perilous. Please form a party before proceeding. After contemplating the quest, Taya weighed his options. In this world, trolls and ogres were both classified as Tier 4 creatures. The mention of a giant troll sounded formidable, likely indicative of a troll boss. Nevertheless, with significant enhancements to his attributes and the mastery of archery, he reasoned that should the need arise, he could apply poison to his arrows and gradually kite his opponent to death. Thus, Taya informed the young lady, "Very well, I shall accept this quest." Relieved by Taya's affirmative response, the counter attendant exhaled, as several parties had previously undertaken this task and had yet to return. However, no seasoned adventurers had accepted it thus far. If it were Taya, surely he could accomplish the task. The very moment he accepted the quest, a system notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations! Host has unlocked the side quest, Boss Slayer. Quest details: eliminate 5 bosses in the world of Goblin Slayer. Successful completion rewards: Advanced Lottery 3, Boss Template Class Change Fragment 1. Subsequently, the young lady informed Taya that the giant troll was located in the eastern part of the monster forest. She also mentioned that 3 parties had disappeared after accepting the troll quest, and she responsibly cautioned Taya about the task's dangers, assuring him that he could withdraw if he wished. However, now that he had triggered the Boss Slayer quest, Taya was determined not to abandon his mission. After learning the giant troll's location from the counter attendant, Taya embarked on his journey. His backpack was stocked with various potions, so he did not need to prepare anything further in the eastern part of the monster forest. A crescent moon rabbit was on high alert while grazing. Suddenly, its ears perked up, sensing something amiss. Before it could react, a swift whoosh echoed through the thud. An arrow pierced its skull, and shortly thereafter, a towering figure emerged from the nearby thicket, retrieving the rabbit's lifeless body before departing. The figure was none other than Taya, who had arrived here the previous day. Throughout the day, he had not encountered the enormous goblin mentioned by the counter attendant. However, he had made significant discoveries over the past 2 days. He had found a type of mushroom containing potent toxins and collected a substantial amount of it that morning, which he then refined into a potion. This potion, akin to a paralysis draft, could be applied to weapons. Black Mushroom Potion, Tier 4 effect. Induces a poisoned state in enemies, reducing all attributes by 20%, mental strength by an additional 20%, and having health regeneration for a duration of 3 minutes. Although Taya had not located the troll boss, he had discovered sizable footprints nearby, leading him to deduce that the owner of these tracks stood at least 8 meters tall, remarkably large indeed. He surmised that these prints belonged to the troll boss, and by following them, he would likely find his quarry. As night fell, Taya traced these colossal footprints to a riverbank, where he fortuitously spotted a massive troll drinking from the water. Species: Troll Boss. Defeating it may yield special items. Tier 4 Strength, 660 Agility, 600 Constitution, 900 Spirit, 400 Skills. Unyielding Body, Boss Skill. Rapid Recovery, Boss Skill. Tenfold Health, Boss Skill. upon observing the troll boss's attributes. Taya felt a surge of concern. Though this creature possessed only 3 skills, they were all formidable boss skills. The ogre boss he had previously encountered did not compare, as it lacked any boss skills. Taya had drawn the rapid recovery skill last time, but regrettably, he could not utilize it due to not being a boss himself. Furthermore, the troll boss not only possessed the rapid recovery skill, but also the tenfold health skill, significantly enhancing its recovery capabilities, allowing it to regain 450 health points per second instead of the previous 45 that faced with such a formidable troll boss. Taya felt a wave of relief wash over him. While this creature lacked offensive skills, it was undeniably more powerful than the ogre boss, and he was uncertain if he could match its strength. Fortunately, he had discovered the black mushroom yesterday and concocted the black mushroom potion. Otherwise, he would have been ill-prepared for a confrontation today. Having poisoned his weapon in advance, Taya drew a fine iron arrow from his quiver, knocking it against his bowstring and pulling back with full force. Whoosh! The poisoned arrow, imbued with black mushroom potion, struck the troll boss in the back of the neck. 3168, a vivid red number appeared above the troll boss's head as Taya's arrow found its mark, triggering a critical hit that instantly reduced its health by 10%. The troll boss, having been drinking deeply, suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of its neck and furiously turned to ascertain who dared to ambush it. However, as it spun around, a crimson blade pierced its belly, and a boldly daring black wolf, standing at a height of 1.1 meters, materialized before its eyes. The wolf's claws raked across the troll's eyes, unleashing an unbearable agony that clouded its vision in a sea of crimson. Ding! The black wolf attacked the troll boss's eyes, triggering a blinding effect, causing the troll boss to lose its sight for 3 minutes. Upon hearing this notification, Taya was taken aback, surprised by the unexpected turn of events. Yet, just as he was preparing to capitalize on the troll boss's vulnerability to launch his attack, bang! The troll boss unleashed a sudden counterattack, sending both Taya and the black wolf flying through the air. Taya quickly assessed the troll boss's status. The troll boss was in an unyielding body state. Effect of the unyielding body, duration: 10 seconds. During this time, it is immune to all control effects and has all negative states removed. Cooldown time: 20 minutes. Upon witnessing the effects of this skill, Thea felt a chill within. This body enhancement skill was truly formidable, as it had completely eradicated numerous negative statuses. However, there remained an opportunity, for the cooldown duration of this body enhancement skill was quite lengthy, lasting a full 20 minutes. The awakened troll boss, regaining its sight, gazed at Thea and Dahe, immediately succumbing to a state of furious rage that it charged directly towards Dahe, for its animosity towards Dahe far surpassed that towards Thea, given the substantial damage Dahe had just inflicted. Naturally, Thea would not stand idly by as it attacked Dahe. Dahe, too, was not one to remain passive. He invoked his duplication skill, and in an instant, 4 identical Dahes materialized before the troll boss, while Thea swiftly loosed 2 arrows aimed at the troll boss's throat and forehead. Although the troll boss reacted swiftly, it could not completely block the attacks. The arrow directed at its throat was successfully thwarted, yet the one aimed at its forehead caught it off guard. Thea's steel arrow embedded itself deeply into its forehead. 3567, another critical hit. However, the troll boss remained in its body enhancement state, rendering Thea's arrows devoid of negative effects. While this lack of adverse effects was inconsequential, it did not diminish the situation's gravity. After all, the troll boss's skills were limited, and it possessed no formidable offensive capabilities. Engaging in battle with the ogre boss might wear it down, but for Thea, the absence of any attacking means made the troll boss easier to handle. Subsequently, Thea switched to standard arrows, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the troll boss's vital points. Though the troll boss harbored a deep-seated hatred for Thea and yearned to tear him apart, it found itself unable to match Thea's speed, its massive size proving to be a significant hindrance. Despite possessing 600 agility points, its colossal form impeded its movements, even with the body enhancement state. A tenfold increase in health and rapid regeneration. As long as Thea maintained his distance, he could gradually whittle it down. 10 seconds swiftly elapsed, and as the effects of body enhancement faded, Thea immediately drew a poisoned arrow imbued with black mushroom extract, once again plunging the troll boss into a negative state. The troll boss, now afflicted with negative status, experienced a 20% reduction in all attributes, with its mental attributes plummeting by a staggering 40%. Except for its health, the troll boss's other attributes had evidently dipped below those of Thea's goblin form. Nevertheless, Thea remained apprehensive about this development. He switched both weapons to ancient battle blades and activated the bleeding mode on both blood blades. Then, alongside Dahe, he advanced to confront the troll boss. With his immense strength of 700 points, Thea carved a significant wound into the troll boss, causing it to enter a bleeding state. This strike not only triggered the bleeding effect, but also activated electric shock and paralysis, resulting in the troll boss losing a portion of its health due to a surge of crimson electricity, followed by a state of paralysis. Seizing this opportune moment, Thea swiftly inflicted 5 additional wounds upon the troll boss. Simultaneously, Dahe attacked the troll boss's eyes, blinding it. Deprived of its vision, the troll boss resembled a toothless tiger, and under the onslaught of Thea and Dahe's substantial output, it soon met its demise. Subsequently, Thea employed the gathering technique on the troll boss's corpse. Gathering technique. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 mysterious lottery draw. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired an elite template class change book. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a purple equipment item. Left troll arm guard. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 26,849 magic stones. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the body enhancement boss skill as before. Thea gathered a multitude of rewards, including another elite template class change book, which he naturally intended for Dahe's use. The valuable items granted by the system were not something he would relinquish to others. After all, entrusting such peculiar items to others could potentially expose the existence of the system. Thus, to err on the side of caution, Thea maintained his habit of enjoying exclusive benefits. Once he donned the troll arm guard, Thea's strength surged by an additional 120 points, and he cast a covetous glance at the body enhancement skill. Yet he found himself unable to utilize it, for he was not yet a boss, and remained uncertain of how long it would take to acquire the fragments of the boss template class change book necessary to officially become a boss. This victory over the boss not only greatly benefited Thea, but also Dahe, who leveled up to 28 and received an elite template class change book, thus becoming a formidable little boss in his own right, capable of rendering significant assistance to Thea. Finally, Thea eagerly anticipated the godly lottery, for the least valuable item in the mysterious draw was a purple item, while the best fortune could yield up to 3 orange items. With a sense of impatience, Thea accessed the system interface and opened the mysterious lottery page as before. A slot machine-like mechanism materialized before him. Thea pressed the lottery button and, reminiscent of the previous occasion, a beam of light rapidly danced across the slot machine's reward icons. After a minute, the beam of light came to rest upon an orange item icon. The odds of drawing any item in the mysterious lottery were equal, at 1 in 21, with 10 orange items available, making such a draw entirely plausible. Upon acquiring this item, Thea promptly checked its attributes. Item: Magic Stone Tree, White, Evolvable. Effect: generates 1 magic stone per minute. Evolution requirement: 1,000 magic stones. Upon discovering this item, Thea was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated the existence of such a means to produce magic stones within the system's space. For Thea, magic stones were of utmost necessity. After all, with a sufficient quantity of magic stones, he could procure items to enhance his attributes. This item was undoubtedly among the things Thea needed most, although its current output rate was slow. Producing only 1 magic stone per minute, it was evolvable. Without hesitation, Thea expended 1,000 magic stones to evolve the Magic Stone Tree to green quality. The evolved Magic Stone Tree's effect was now to generate 2 magic stones per minute. Its effectiveness had doubled, though the required quantity for further evolution increased from 1,000 to 10,000 magic stones. With 10,000 magic stones at his disposal, Thea proceeded to upgrade the tree to blue quality. Concurrently, the Magic Stone Tree's output transformed into 4 magic stones per minute. However, this upgrade escalated the evolution requirement to a staggering 100,000 magic stones, a sum Thea currently could not muster. Thus, he had no choice but to temporarily cease further upgrades. Nevertheless, the blue quality magic stone tree was already quite formidable. In 1 hour, 60 minutes. Over 24 hours, 1440 minutes. The tree would yield a total of 5,760 magic stones daily, even if Thea engaged in no other activities. Moreover, given Thea's relentless efforts to accumulate magic stones, he would soon amass the required 100,000 magic stones in no time. After placing the troll boss's body into his backpack, Thea independently severed its head, intending to return it for a quest. Following Dahe's level increase to 28, he had reached a height of 2 meters, with an impressive length of approximately 4 meters. Thea had now found it entirely feasible to ride upon his back. Thus, Thea confidently allowed herself to be carried back by Thea. After a full day's vigorous running, Thea once again returned to the small town in the early morning. However, the Adventurers Guild had already opened its doors at this hour. After all, the quest for adventurers had been posted, and to secure promising assignments, many adventurers flocked to the guild at dawn. A group of adventurers anxiously awaited the commencement of quest announcements inside. At that moment, Thea pushed the door open. If she were an ordinary adventurer, no one would have paid her much heed. However, one adventurer, glancing at the entrance, quickly exclaimed, "The brute has returned." Hearing the term brute, Thea was taken aback, bewildered by the situation. When did she become known as a brute? Confused, Thea approached the counter where the attendant stood, and upon seeing her approach, everyone hastily made way for her. After all, Thea was a silver-ranked adventurer, someone not to be trifled with. This was Thea's first experience of such treatment, and she felt both flattered and surprised. The attendant, upon seeing Thea's return, breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the task Thea had undertaken previously was perilous. Several teams had failed to return after accepting it. During this time, she had been apprehensive about Thea's safety. However, upon noticing the large package on Thea's back, the attendant smiled knowingly. It seemed Thea had successfully completed her quest once again. Subsequently, Thea placed the large package on the counter and stated, "I wish to submit my quest." The attendant responded, "Very well. Mr. Thea, may I open this package?" Thea replied, "Of course, please proceed." With that, the attendant began to unwrap the package, while the adventurers in the guild discreetly cast glances in their direction, eager to discover the contents of Thea's package. Although Thea's burden was still considerable, it was significantly smaller than in previous instances, leading many to speculate whether it contained parts of some colossal monster. However, as the attendant unveiled the package, the adventurers were left speechless upon seeing what lay within. Only the severed head of Troll Boss rested inside. It was their first encounter with such a massive troll cranium, which was indicative of the troll's height, at least 7 meters. Typically, trolls stood around 4 meters tall, thus many of the individuals present, being lower-ranked adventurers, had never before witnessed such a formidable trophy. They soon began to murmur amongst themselves, their voices low yet audible to Thea, who caught snippets of their conversation. And oh wonder they call her the brute. She even hunted down such a massive troll. Indeed, her previous quest had involved slaying numerous goblins and ogres. Hearing their remarks, Thea leaned closer to the attendant and inquired softly, "Excuse me, what does the term brute refer to?" The attendant replied, "Ah, Mr. Thea, you've been away for a few days, so you may not be aware. This title was given to you by the townsfolk." Thea asked, "A title?" The attendant confirmed, "Yes, a title. Only a select few adventurers earn such designations. Currently, all silver-ranked adventurers in the Upper Wild have titles. You see, you've consistently returned from your expeditions after vanquishing numerous goblins and ogres, sparing even the young goblins. Once this reached the ears of the townsfolk, they began to spread tales of your fierce temperament, dubbing you the brute." Well then, Thea thought, raising her hands in resignation. A title was acceptable, and the brute sounded rather impressive. She had no objection to it. Following this, amid the gazes of numerous adventurers, Thea exited the guild. Shortly after her departure, Goblin Slayer returned, accompanied not only by the priestess, but also by an elven archer and others. The main party had finally assembled. However, Thea paid little attention to this. Her sole interest in Goblin Slayer being whether the cowgirl would lend her support when the Goblin King attacked his farm, that if so, she could join in the effort to defeat the Goblin King. Upon returning to the tavern, Mattia was on duty at the counter. Upon seeing Thea's return, Mattia promptly informed her, "Mr. Thea, during your absence, someone left a message for you, requesting that you meet him at the address noted on this slip of paper." Taken aback, Thea asked Mattia, "Can you describe the person seeking me? What sort of individual are they?" Mattia replied, "Certainly, Mr. Thea. The person looking for you is taller than you, clad in gleaming white armor, and appears quite handsome, resembling a holy knight from the church." Thea pondered. A holy knight? The church? What could they possibly want with me? Despite her bewilderment, she accepted the envelope handed to her. Once in her room, Thea opened the envelope to reveal the following message. "Greetings. Esteemed Brute Thea. I am Anya, a holy knight from the Water City. We have recently heard of your remarkable achievements and wish to extend an invitation to you. Coincidentally, we are facing a pressing issue in the Water City today and would like to request your assistance." Attached was another note detailing the current location of the Holy Knight. After reading the contents, Thea hesitated. This sounded strikingly similar to the Water City incident involving Goblin Slayer. If it truly concerned that matter, then perhaps she should go, as it would provide an opportunity to slay goblins. Therefore, Thea took a bath, polished her armor, and prepared to head to the Holy Knight's address. An hour later, a figure clad in complete armor appeared before the church in the small town, which was the address given by the knight. Upon entering the church, a nun promptly approached Thea, inquiring, "Greetings. Are you Mr. Thea?" Thea nodded, replying, "That is I." The nun exclaimed, "Wonderful. Mr. Anya has been awaiting your arrival. Please follow me." Thea nodded and followed the nun to a room within the church. The nun indicated, "This is the room. Mr. Anya is inside." After the nun left, Thea pushed the door open to find a strikingly handsome man with golden hair and blue eyes, seated on a sofa, quietly reading. Upon sensing another's presence, he lifted his gaze and immediately recognized Thea. He promptly addressed her, "Greetings. You must be Mr. Thea. I am Anya." With that, Anya extended his right hand, surprised by the knight's courteous demeanor, which contrasted with her expectations. Thea took his hand and shook it. Subsequently, she voiced her curiosity. "What business does a distinguished holy knight like yourself have with a humble adventurer such as me?" Anya chuckled lightly, responding, "Mr. Thea, you are far too modest. If you consider yourself merely a humble adventurer, then there are no noteworthy adventures in the entirety of Upper Wild." Despite Anya's praise, Thea's expression remained stoic, her face obscured by her helmet, preventing any sign of joy from being visible. Thus, she queried, "Might I inquire as to why you have summoned me?" Anya replied, "There is no need for haste. Mr. Thea, we have invited another adventurer as well, one who is also an expert in this field. Once he arrives, I will inform both of you about the task at hand." Heeding the Holy Knight's words, Thea composed herself and took a seat on the sofa, patiently awaiting the arrival of the other adventurer. Deep down, Thea had a suspicion that the other adventurer could only be Goblin Slayer, for it was he who had completed the task in the original tale. They did not have to wait long before the door swung open once more. Subsequently, a figure clad in tattered armor entered the room. Upon stepping inside, Gusha was momentarily taken aback upon spotting Thea seated on the sofa. Yet he soon took a seat beside her. Once both individuals were present, Anya spoke up, saying, "Since you two are here, I shall be direct that I presume you have already surmised the nature of the task we wish to entrust to you." Both Thea and Gusha nodded in acknowledgement. They were renowned for prioritizing goblin-related quests, with Gusha exclusively accepting such missions. Thus, most of their assignments were indeed connected to goblins. Anya's next words confirmed their suspicions. She continued, "I wonder if you are aware that our Water City has experienced several cases of missing women today." Upon hearing this, both Thea and Gusha shook their heads. Gusha had genuinely not heard about it, while Thea, although aware, had been preoccupied with monster hunting and thus had little knowledge of recent events. He had no reason to feign ignorance, so he too shook his head. Seeing their reactions, Anya proceeded, "Since you both are unaware, allow me to elaborate. Starting a week ago, in our Water City, almost every night, we have discovered the bodies of women who were brutally assaulted and left to die in the alleys. However, we have yet to identify the culprits, until the night before last, when a paladin fortuitously encountered the perpetrators and managed to slay one of them on the spot. Regrettably, The woman was upon hearing the words of the Goblin Slayer. The group promptly set off. Not long into their journey, they spotted Anya waiting by a luxurious carriage. After exchanging pleasantries with her, they boarded the vehicle. As the carriage traveled a distance, an awkward atmosphere suddenly enveloped them. This was primarily due to the unfamiliarity between Thea and the others, coupled with his demeanor, which mirrored that of the Goblin Slayer, aloof and distant. The peculiar silence was ultimately shattered by none other than the Goblin Slayer himself. He turned to Thea and inquired, "Thea, when did you start slaying goblins?" Taken aback by the sudden mention of his name, Thea hastily responded, "It was just over 20 days ago when I first began my journey as an adventurer. It hasn't been long." After hearing Thea's words, Goblin Slayer nodded thoughtfully and fell silent, leaving everyone to wonder what thoughts lay hidden beneath his helmet. The forest girl and the miner exchanged surprised glances. The forest girl exclaimed, "You became an adventurer just 20 days ago. How is that even possible?" The miner echoed her disbelief. "Indeed, Thea, you've only been an adventurer for 20 days, yet you've attained silver rank. What tasks have you accomplished in such a brief time?" The lizard man stood by, speechless in astonishment. Thea gradually replied, "Oh, nothing much. That I've merely hunted some goblins, ogres, and trolls, and naturally I advanced." The forest girl gasped, "What? Trolls and ogres? Did you take them down alone?" Upon hearing her exclamation, Thea calmly nodded, feeling no need to conceal anything from this group, as they appeared to be decent individuals. However, their reactions shifted from calm to astonishment upon his affirmation. They had previously teamed up with Goblin Slayer to confront a singular troll, barely escaping with their lives, thanks to Goblin Slayer's powerful water jet spell. The idea that Thea could single-handedly defeat a troll was nothing short of shocking, especially considering the multitude of ogres he had also vanquished. No wonder he had risen to silver rank so swiftly. Due to this unexpected revelation, Thea and the others began to familiarize themselves with one another, alleviating the earlier tension in the carriage. Soon, after a day's journey, they finally arrived at the City of Water. As they disembarked, Anya addressed them. "All right, welcome to the City of Water." Just as she began her sentence, she suddenly sensed something rushing toward her. Anya quickly warned, "Everyone be cautious. We have enemies that..." At that moment, a massive black and red wolf lunged toward them from a short distance away. The group assumed defensive stances. Thea stepped forward and affectionately embraced the giant wolf. The sight of this affectionate interaction left the group in wide-eyed disbelief. Turning to the others, Thea said, "Apologies, everyone, that I forgot to introduce my companion. This is my partner. Don't worry, he is quite gentle. There's no need to fear him." After hearing Thea's words, the group shook their heads in disbelief. That very moment, as Thea turned, Dahe had cast a fierce glare at them, even mimicking a throat-slitting gesture with his paw. Observing the terror on their faces, Thea inquired, "What's the matter?" He glanced back at Dahe, who had reverted to a docile demeanor, eagerly receiving a pat on the head from Thea. The group swallowed hard, thinking it best to avoid being alone with Dahe when Thea was not present. After formally introducing Dahe, he joined them on their journey. Anya soon guided Thea and the group to the church. Upon arrival, Anya informed them, "I shall leave you here. I have matters to attend to. May we meet again if fate allows." Nodding in acknowledgement, Thea and the others bid her farewell before entering the church. Inside, a pure white figure appeared before them. Thea immediately recognized the individual as the Sword Saint. Goblin Slayer and the others looked on with expressions of confusion. The priestess, upon seeing this figure, felt a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, the Sword Saint turned to face them, her eyes obscured by white cloth, rendering her features largely indistinct, though the exposed parts of her face hinted at her undeniable beauty. "Greetings, esteemed guests," she said. The priestess, upon recognizing the Sword Saint's visage, was struck with disbelief and excitedly asked, "Pardon me, are you truly the Sword Saint?" Nodding in affirmation, the Sword Saint acknowledged her identity. The priestess, overjoyed by this revelation, was met with puzzled expressions from Goblin Slayer, who, being unfamiliar with the church's affairs, found it natural not to have heard of the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint proceeded to explain the current situation in the City of Water and directed them to take some rest. She arranged for each of them to have their own room. Although she maintained a calm demeanor before them, Thea sensed her underlying anxiety. The Sword Saint had also suffered at the hands of goblins. And with an influx of them now appearing in the City of Water, she must have felt quite unsettled. However, Thea had little energy to dwell on such matters, as tomorrow would bring battles of their own, leading him to retire early for the night. The following morning, the group convened to discuss potential hiding spots for the goblins. Despite the City of Water's vastness, the patrolling paladins were exceptionally vigilant, making it seem improbable that they would struggle to locate the goblins. Ultimately, they concluded that the most likely hiding place for the goblins was underground, as for some unknown reason, there were no rats beneath the city. And the paladins appeared quite at ease with the subterranean area. Having reached this conclusion, they prepared their gear and set off toward the underground. When they arrived at the sewer entrance, they noticed Goblin Slayer had brought along a canary. The forest girl curiously asked, "Alkabalgu, what is this?" Goblin Slayer replied matter-of-factly, "It's a bird." "How could you not know this?" The forest girl, incensed by his nonchalance, retorted, "What do you need a bird for?" before Goblin Slayer could explain. Thea interjected, "This is a canary.it serves as a warning system for toxic gases, becoming quite noisy when it detects danger. I believe that is why Goblin Slayer brought it along." Goblin Slayer seemed pleasantly surprised by Thea's insight and nodded in agreement. The forest girl, feeling a tad embarrassed, flushed at her earlier ignorance. The miner, never missing an opportunity to tease, quipped, "You're still quite young. It's important to learn from your elders," annoyed by the miner's tone. The forest girl shot back, "I'm 2,000 years old. How old are you?" The miner replied, 107. After stating his age, he fell silent. The lizard man attempted to mediate, and the group gradually calmed down. Had they compared ages, Thea would have emerged as the youngest, considering that in his world, goblins reach adulthood at 12. Having embarked on his journey merely 6 months ago, he was, in essence, still only 12. As tensions eased, they descended into the sewers together. Once inside, they occasionally engaged in light conversation, which helped diffuse the earlier tension. However, Thea remained an observer, choosing not to partake in the chatter. After all, he was soon to depart from this world, and there was no need for such profound interactions with them. Suddenly, the priestess remarked, "It seems there is something ahead." Upon hearing her words, Thea and the others hastily turned their gaze forward. Soon, a spectral image of a ship materialized in the distance. The lizard man exclaimed, "It's a ship! How could there be a ship here?" No sooner had the lizard man spoken than the vessel drew significantly closer, allowing them to discern its occupants, a horde of goblins. Upon recognizing the creatures aboard the ship, everyone instantly shifted into a combat stance, with Thea unsheathing his ancient battle knife from behind. The lizard man summoned an ancient sword, tossing it to the Goblin Slayer. As the first arrow shot forth from the forest maiden and struck down a goblin on the ship, the battle officially commenced. Thea, the lizard man, and the Goblin Slayer leapt simultaneously onto the goblin vessel. In a swift motion, however, she curiously inquired, "Just how much is that little bit?" Upon hearing the words of the Sword Saint, Thea hesitated momentarily and replied, "Well, it's merely 300.300. The Sword Saint was taken aback by this figure. She had previously thought Thea meant a mere dozen when she said a little. Consider 300 as just a little bit when there are only 6 of you is astonishing. Just the thought that these 6 individuals had vanquished 300 goblins left the Sword Saint utterly astonished. If she were to learn that nearly all of those goblins had been dispatched by Thea alone, one could only imagine the expression that would grace her face. Nevertheless, Thea did not intentionally put on airs, but she did have a notion regarding the actions for the following day, to split from the Goblin Slayers. Frankly speaking, working alongside them was proving to be exceedingly inefficient, and Thea had numerous abilities that were cumbersome to utilize in their presence. That evening, as the group gathered for dinner, Thea presented her idea, and there were no objections. The day spent with Thea had been utterly terrifying, and there was a sense of embarrassment among them. With Thea by their side, they hardly had to lift a finger. Separation was indeed the most prudent choice. After the meal, Thea indulged in a soothing bath at the hot springs to relax her body and mind before returning to rest. Lying in bed, she gazed at the ceiling. Despite having been in this world for quite some time and having slain many creatures, there remained an air of unreality about it all. After feeling a moment of melancholy and solitude, Thea returned to her usual self. This was a recurring pattern for her, feeling inexplicably somber when alone, only to later regard it as overly dramatic, a mystery she could not quite fathom that on the following morning. Thea rose early and set off. Upon noticing her awakening, the Sword Saint hurriedly greeted her. "Mr. Thea, you're awake." Thea nodded and inquired, "Have they already departed?" The Sword Saint understood that Thea referred to the Goblin Slayers and replied, "The Goblin Slayers set off early this morning." Hearing her response, Thea nodded and said, "Then I shall take my leave as well." The Sword Saint wished her safe travels. Subsequently, Thea re-entered the entrance of the sewer from her previous visit. She vaguely recalled that the Goblin Slayers had discovered something akin to a ruin within the sewer, which housed a multitude of goblins, a gigantic monster, and a mirror that led to the goblin realm. The purpose of Thea's journey was to locate that mirror. Once she stepped through it, she would find herself in the goblin world. Surely, she would encounter no difficulty in finding 1,000 goblins to slay. To prepare for this, she had meticulously packed several teleportation scrolls linking to this world, ensuring that if she found herself unable to return, she could utilize them to come back. Upon entering the sewer, Thea charged through like a rampaging rhinoceros, diligently searching for the mirror that would transport her to the goblin realm. Meanwhile, although the Goblin Slayers had departed earlier, they had yet to enter the sewer. Opting instead to gather supplies for their descent by midday, the Goblin Slayers finally ventured into the sewer in search of goblin tracks. In contrast, Thea encountered several goblin squads within the sewer, effortlessly dispatching them. She continued onward, having traversed this path the previous day. Yet the presence of so many goblins today led her to suspect that the goblin gathering point lay along this route, and that the mirror was likely situated within that gathering place. As dusk approached, Thea beheld an ancient, weathered door ahead and sighed in relief. She had finally arrived at her destination. The sight of the door evoked memories from her anime watching days. Upon pushing it open, she immediately laid eyes on the skeletal remains of a woman bound in a grotesque manner. The corpse had long since decayed into a skeleton, but the goblins had obscured its face with hair, and the armor concealed the skin, giving the illusion of a woman trapped there. However, Thea was not deceived. Upon entering the chamber, Thea approached the skeleton and swiftly dispatched the goblin lurking beneath its left side with a single strike. Despite the dim lighting, Thea immediately detected the goblins hiding in various corners of the room. The goblin she had just slain looked on in disbelief at the massive blade embedded in its abdomen. However, Thea was unconcerned with the goblin's feelings and cleaved it in two without hesitation. The goblins concealed in the shadows. Witnessing this, rushed forth to that moment. The door slammed shut behind them. Among those emerging was a goblin hero. Thea took a moment to inspect this goblin hero's attributes. Goblin hero, elite, level 29 strength, 260 agility, 240 constitution, 300 spirit, 100 skills. Goblin frenzy, bloodlust. Upon seeing the goblin hero's attributes, Thea felt a momentary surprise. She had not anticipated encountering an elite creature. Yet, in her eyes, its attributes and skills were no different from those of lesser foes. There was nothing a single strike could not resolve. If there were, then 2 strikes would suffice. The goblin hero charged forth. It let out a cacophony of shouts that It howled, and they all approached Thea with sinister grins. Thea regarded them with cold indifference. And as the goblin hero drew near, she struck. Thud. The goblin hero fell. After dispatching the creature, Thea calmly scratched her ear, causing the ordinary goblins around her to freeze in terror. They quickly realized they were no match for Thea, prompting some to flee while others feigned death. Thea dispatched all those attempting to escape before methodically dealing with the pretenders. Observing the goblins, who held their breath in a desperate act, Thea could not help but admire their performance. Were it not for the negative affinity radiating from their heads, she might not have discerned which goblins were feigning death. Nevertheless, even without the ability to assess affinity or utilize detection skills, Thea ensured to deliver a finishing blow to each, taking them down one by one. After eradicating the goblins, Thea employed a detection spell on their group and continued deeper into the chamber. Aside from the entrance she had come through, this room also contained a door at the far end. Clearly, this door led further into the depths. Upon pushing it open, Thea was greeted by a sight that offered no goblins in wait. Instead, a long, dimly lit tunnel lay before her, an ideal ambush site for goblins, creatures adept at navigating the darkness. However, this posed no hindrance to Thea. After a brief pause, Thea's muscles began to swell, and a green spot appeared on her skin. This spot rapidly expanded, soon covering her entire body. Looking down at her goblin form, Thea smiled. This shape suited her much better. She twisted her body, producing a delightful sound akin to crackling beans. Each time, she transformed back into a goblin. She felt an invigorating surge of strength as she entered the tunnel. Thea could clearly see that at least 100 goblins were concealed within the shadows. Upon her arrival, those goblins gradually began to encircle her. To be frank, Thea's form bears no resemblance to the goblins of this world whatsoever. Presently, Thea resembles a goblin that has undergone 2 evolutions in the realm of the cute king, with a physique akin to that of the village chief in that world, albeit far more handsome. Thus, despite being a goblin, Thea's appearance is entirely distinct from that of the goblins in this world. After this group of goblins surrounded Thea, they gradually closed the large door, and he felt the last vestiges of light around him fade away. Once the door was shut, the goblins revealed malevolent smiles. Thea, in turn, displayed a sickly grin, since these goblins seemed so intent on severing their own escape routes. He felt compelled to oblige them. Subsequently, as the first goblin lunged at Thea, a chilling scream echoed through the interminably dark tunneled ah. As the final scream faded away within the tunnel, a pair of emotionless, crimson eyes gradually emerged from the shadows. These eyes belonged unmistakably to Thea, who had spent 2 hours eliminating all the monsters in this place. To be honest, after enduring 2 intense battles, even with his mental fortitude at an impressive 360 points, he found himself somewhat fatigued. He retrieved 2 vials of yellow vitality potion from his backpack and consumed them in quick succession, gradually restoring some of his energy. Once rejuvenated, Thea continued his journey towards the far end of the tunnel. Reaching its deepest recesses, before him stood a massive stone door. If Thea's instincts were correct, the enormous eye creature guarding the mirror should be within. He recalled that in the original narrative, the protagonist had not traversed this lengthy tunnel. After defeating the goblin hero and recovering, he had directly reached the chamber, housing the eye creature upon his second visit. Thea remembered that the protagonist had seemingly utilized an explosion of flour to dispatch that eye creature. However, such a tactic was evidently unfeasible here. For reasons unknown, the monsters he encountered were noticeably stronger than those depicted in the anime. That it was likely that this eye creature would not be easily dealt with as in the original tale. Slowly, he pushed the stone door ajar and peered through the crack to observe the interior. Indeed, Thea spotted the gigantic eye creature within the chamber. He hastily employed his detection spell to assess the creature's attributes. Black Magic Eye, 4th tier, special boss health points, 1000 decomposition ray. The ray emitted by the eye can instantly annihilate monsters of the 4th tier or lower. It reduces the health of 5th tier monsters by half with each attack. And for 6th tier monsters, it reduces health by a quarter each time, and so forth. Defense ray projects a defensive barrier in one direction, capable of withstanding attacks from 4th tier creatures or lower. Upon reviewing the eye creature's attributes, Thea found himself in a state of dismay. This eye creature was particularly counteractive to him. It might very well be the most formidable adversary he had encountered thus far, not due to its strength, but because it was exceedingly effective against him. Thea, being a 3rd-tier monster, could have his attacks perfectly countered by the creature's barrier. Moreover, should he inadvertently be struck by the decomposition ray, the battle would swiftly conclude in the creature's favor. For a moment, Thea genuinely felt at a loss regarding how to contend with this foe. Yet despite the peril posed by this eye creature, there remained a glimmer of opportunity, with only 1,000 health points. Thea surmised that he could vanquish it with merely 2 successful attacks, given his strength. However, he feared he might not secure those 2 opportunities to strike. If sensing Thea's presence, the eye creature gradually shifted its gaze towards him, prompting Thea to swiftly evade in that instant. A laser shot towards his direction, leaving a perfectly round hole in the door that had previously shielded him. The creature then redirected its focus towards Thea. Unleashing another laser, Thea retreated hastily, escaping the lengthy tunnel and emerging into the outer chamber. Had he failed to pay attention for even a moment, he might have met his demise at the hands of that creature. Fortunately, his reflexes had been sharp enough to avoid its devastating attack. After 2 encounters with the eye creature, Thea realized that he was not entirely incapable of overcoming it. From their recent skirmishes, he had discerned at least 3 of the creature's weaknesses. Firstly, and most evidently, the eye creature seemed unable to leave its inner chamber for reasons unknown. Thus, Thea understood that by retreating in time, he could ensure his safety. Secondly, the creature's attack range was limited. Through their previous exchanges, Thea estimated its maximum range to be approximately 50 meters. However, within the confines of the narrow chamber, this distance was more than sufficient. Lastly, the creature's turning speed was notably sluggish, and it was clear that it could only emit rays from the center of its eye. Thus, armed with this knowledge of its weaknesses, Thea felt confident that as long as he maintained his speed, the eye creature would not pose a significant threat. He retrieved his quiver filled with dark iron arrows and food-grade poison from his backpack, intending to engage the creature in a decisive archery duel. With the penetrating enhancements of the dark iron arrows and the poison, Thea hoped to see if he could eliminate the creature with a single arrow. This was entirely plausible, as the system had established parameters for Thea's attacks. If his penetrating power exceeded that of the enemy's defense, the excess would convert into damage. For every 10 of penetration, 5 of damage would be inflicted. Given the eye creature's likely frail defenses, it was reasonable to assume that a single arrow could indeed suffice. However, the creature's abilities remained exceedingly perilous. Out of an abundance of caution, Thea decided to enter the system's store once more, spending approximately 6,000 magic stones to acquire some buffs. He purchased beginner's speed potions, strength potions, agility potions, constitution potions, perception enhancement potions, mental potions, visual enhancement potions, resurrection potions, berserk potions, and 2 dispel protection talismans. Among these, the resurrection potion served its literal purpose. Costing 4,000 magic stones, it allowed for revival upon death, but would result in the loss of all acquired items, including levels and ranks, effectively reverting Thea to his initial state upon entering this world. A single dispel protection talisman could negate any one attack. Thus, with these preparations, Thea would have at least 3 opportunities to defeat the eye creature. And if things went awry, he could always retreat, that if he were to be struck, it would merely mean starting anew. However, the likelihood of failure was minimal in general circumstances, after consuming all the colorful potions in one go. A series of system notifications chimed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host up beginner speed potion used successfully. Speed increased by 20. Ding! Congratulations, host up beginner's strength potion used successfully. Strength increased by 20. Ding! Congratulations, host up beginner's agility potion used successfully. Agility increased by 10. Ding! Congratulations, host up beginner's constitution potion used successfully. Constitution increased by 10. Ding! Congratulations, host up beginner's perception enhancement potion used successfully. Perception increased by 10. Ding! Congratulations, host up beginner's mental potion used successfully. Mental capacity increased by 10. Ding! Congratulations. Host up beginner's visual enhancement potion used successfully. Vision has been enhanced. Thea's status bar had transformed into something akin to that of a dungeon crawler game. The effects of these potions lasted for 10 minutes, making it perfectly fine for him to drink them now. After consuming the potions, Thea could distinctly feel a marked increase in his capabilities, as if his entire being were brimming with newfound power, and everything around him had become remarkably clearer, particularly regarding his vision. After utilizing primary sensory enhancement potions and primary vision potions, he was nearly capable of perceiving the slow motion of any creature, with everything around him appearing unprecedentedly clear. The primary agility potion and primary speed potion endowed him with the means to keep pace with this enhanced vision, while the primary mental potion further sharpened his focus. The primary strength potion, which augmented his power by 20%, ensured that this time he could undoubtedly eliminate the large-eyed monster with a single arrow. Subsequently, Thea traversed the tunnel once more, pushing open the grand door of the large-eyed monster. Whoosh! At the very moment Thea opened the door, the monster's disintegration attack shot towards him. However, Thea had anticipated this and was naturally prepared. Making it impossible for him to be easily caught off guard, he swiftly released a dark iron arrow from his hand, which flashed before the monster's eyes. A barrier materialized in front of it, directly intercepting Thea's arrow. Yet, this scene did not surprise Thea. He had foreseen it. He began to maneuver swiftly around the large-eyed monster. Just as he had surmised, the monster's movement speed was sluggish, while Thea's range of motion was significantly greater, allowing him to outpace it. However, Thea was not excessively faster, for the large-eyed monster merely needed to rotate. Thea had to revolve around it as the center, which made it somewhat challenging to completely circle behind the monster. Moreover, numerous small tentacles sprouted from the monster's eyeball, each topped with a diminutive eye that surveyed the surroundings with a 360-degree vigilance. Thus, Thea's every move was within the monster's sight, just as Thea managed to maneuver behind the large-eyed monster. He swiftly released 3 dark iron arrows in succession. Simultaneously, the small eyes on the monster illuminated the barrier appear behind it, albeit significantly thinner than the one projected by the monster's large eye. The first arrow struck the barrier, creating numerous fine cracks. The second shattered it, and the third penetrated the large-eyed monster's body. Due to its lack of a mouth, the large-eyed monster was incapable of producing sound. Thus, even as Thea's dark iron arrow pierced its eyeball, the creature emitted no noise. Concurrently, a damage notification of -1,000 appeared above the monster's head, indicating a fatal strike. As the monster succumbed to death, Thea exhaled in relief. It had been perilously close. Had he miscalculated, his life could have been forfeit. Approaching the corpse of the large-eyed monster, Thea employed his gathering technique, subsequently receiving the following items. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a mysterious lottery ticket. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an item. Eye of Desolation. The large-eyed monster did not drop any magic stones, yielding only these 2 items. However, Thea harbored no complaints. He was exceedingly satisfied with this outcome. After all, if one were to assess the monster's strength, it was not particularly formidable. He had dispatched it with a single arrow, although it posed a danger. In comparison to other ordinary bosses, the large-eyed monster was relatively easier to handle. After vanquishing the large-eyed monster, Thea had completed 3/5 of his boss task, with the defeat of 2 more bosses. His mission would be accomplished. He had already contemplated one of them, the Goblin King, while the other remained undecided. He had no intentions regarding the brown bear boss he had previously encountered, considering it a 5th-tier boss. The disparity between 5th-tier and 4th-tier bosses was substantial, and for the sake of his own safety, Thea resolved to avoid provoking that creature. With the battle concluded, he turned his attention to the spoils. Detection Technique. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully used the detection technique. Experience points 5,000. Detection technique level increases. Current level. For that, upon hearing the system's prompt, Thea was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated a skill upgrade, as it had been a while since he last checked his skill proficiency. He then examined the Eye of Desolation, which he had just acquired. The Eye of Desolation, an orange-tier item, increases mental skill by 200 points, rendering mental skills ineffective against entities with mental power less than twice that of the host. It also granted dynamic vision. Upon viewing this item, Thea found himself at a loss for words to express his astonishment. This was astounding. With this equipment, he could nearly disregard the attacks of mental entities. Additionally, it provided dynamic vision. Truly remarkable. Following this, it was time for the customary lottery draw. S is well known. The worst outcome in the mysterious lottery could yield at least purple-tier items, ensuring that Thea would not incur a loss. Upon entering the mysterious lottery interface, the familiar slot machine appeared before him. With practiced ease, he pressed the draw button, and the machine began to spin rapidly. Despite having participated in numerous draws, excitement still bubbled within him. After all, even the least desirable prizes among purple-tier items included things he was less inclined to acquire. Yet it seemed fortune smiled upon Thea once more, as the light beam above the slot machine ultimately settled upon an orange item. Upon seeing the color of the item he had drawn, he could not contain his exhilaration. The system was exceptionally generous. Another orange item. This was a tremendous win. Item: Boss Template Transmutation Book Fragment 2. Collecting 7 boss template transmutation book fragments would yield a complete boss template transmutation book. After acquiring this reward, Thea felt a sense of satisfaction. He had drawn 2 fragments in one go. He had previously perused the prizes available in the slot machine, and this reward ranked as his 3rd most desired. After all, once he became a boss, he would be able to utilize his body of dominant skill book and rapid recovery skill book. Currently, he had gathered 3 fragments, requiring only 4 more boss template transmutation book fragments to synthesize the transmutation book and transform into a boss at that point. He would truly step into the realm of the powerful. However, pondering such matters was futile, as he still needed 4 more fragments. Silently claiming his reward, Thea utilized the Eye of Desolation, which transformed the color of his right eye into a deep purple, contrasting sharply with his left black eye, significantly elevating his overall presence. Having received his reward, Thea did not forget the purpose of his expedition. He continued deeper into the chamber, pushing open a small door, revealing a mirror that linked to the goblin world. Upon seeing the mirror, Thea attempted to use his detection technique to ascertain its properties, but the result indicated that the item's level was too high to discern any information. Although he could not successfully detect it, Thea peered through the mirror to observe the world on the other side, where the goblins were living ordinary lives, cooking, hunting, and crafting tools. After witnessing all that unfolded within the mirror, Thea was certain it served as a conduit between his world and that of the goblins. He subsequently stowed the mirror away, contemplating the need to find a secure location to enter it. Otherwise, should the goblins approach and shatter the mirror, he would be unable to use his scroll to return, leading to an awkward predicament. Just as Thea tucked the mirror away, fortuitously, the goblin group arrived at the entrance of this very chamber. Upon stepping through the door, they were greeted by the aftermath of Thea's rampage. Goblin corpses littered the ground, and blood stained the walls. Faced with a scene reminiscent of hell, the familiar method of slaughter invoked vivid images of Thea in their minds. The priestess spoke slowly. It seems this place has already been visited by Mr. Thea. Upon hearing her words, the trio of forest dwellers nodded vigorously. The unmistakable crime scene confirmed Thea's involvement without a doubt. Suddenly, the goblin leader cautioned, "Be alert. Something is approaching." His warning. The group fell into a state of vigilance, their minds racing with possibilities. Is it possible that there are still some overlooked creatures in the territory graced by Thea? That fellow must possess extraordinary cunning to have survived Thea's presence. However, as they discerned the appearance of the newcomers, their anxious hearts gradually began to settle. Thea, upon witnessing the group, led by Gosha, was equally astonished. Though his helmet obscured his face, a fleeting expression of surprise was unmistakable. Thea couldn't help but feel relieved that he hadn't ventured directly into the mirror earlier. Otherwise, should Gosha and his companions shatter the mirror, his fate would have been sealed. Upon seeing Thea, Gosha and his companions greeted him warmly. Thea remarked, "Let us proceed. I believe I am now eligible to claim my reward." The group paused in confusion, uncertain of his meaning. Thea quickly clarified, "No new goblins will emerge here henceforth. A few scattered goblins remain, and the holy knights can deal with them, that we are now free to depart from the City of Water." With Thea's explanation, Gosha and his party finally grasped the implication behind his words. The lizard man exclaimed in astonishment, "Thea, did you single-handedly obliterate the entire goblin lair?" Although phrased as a question, his tone was laden with conviction. He firmly believed that Thea had indeed eradicated the goblin stronghold. Thea nodded in acknowledgement, tacitly affirming this assertion. The group fell into a state of incredulity. Thea was truly a figure of formidable prowess, his strength almost unfathomable. Yet, despite their shock, they had no choice but to accept this reality. Subsequently, Thea and Gosha's party returned to the church, and after collecting their rewards, Thea took his leave. That evening, Gosha and his companions celebrated in a quaint tavern within the City of Water. The forest girl remarked, "I wonder what Thea is so busy with. He left in such haste." The priestess replied, "Perhaps Mr. Thea has pressing matters to attend to." Upon hearing this, the forest girl downed a large mug of beer in one gulp, her face instantly flushing crimson. Tipsy, she lamented, "How is it that Thea managed to complete the task alone and even secretly shared half of the reward with us? We have our dignity. How can we accept this reward without contributing anything? Honestly, Taya is infuriating. Bartender, another round. Hearing the forest girl's words, the others exchanged wry smiles. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, it was undeniable that Taya had accomplished the task single-handedly, yet he had still chosen to split the gold with them. They couldn't help but wonder what Taya was so urgently attending to. Their gazes gradually shifted towards Gosha, who appeared utterly bewildered by their scrutiny. Meanwhile, in the world of goblins, those creatures stared bewilderedly at the mirror, which had now turned pitch black. The goblins poised a step through were at a loss. What was happening? It seemed the mirror had not always looked like this. Would venturing through present any dangers? At that moment, Taya was racing atop his steed, towards a small town he was familiar with. Entering the goblin realm from there should pose no threat that a day later, Taya returned to the small town on Dake. Upon his arrival, he hurried back to the tavern, where he encountered Madia. The moment Madia spotted Taya, she excitedly dashed over, exclaiming, "Mr. Taya, you're back." Though only a few days had passed, it felt to Madia as though years had elapsed. Observing her reaction, Taya paused. He understood the implications of Madia's exuberance. She was still quite young, and soon she would depart this world, with no certainty of return if he were to accept her feelings now. He risked irrevocably altering the course of her life. It was best to address this matter sooner rather than later. Thus, Taya said to Madia, "I have something to discuss with you." His words. Madia suddenly became flustered, her speech stammering. What do you wish to say, Mr. Taya? I am not ready." Seeing Madia in such a state tugged at Taya's heart, but he resolutely urged, "Follow me." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Madia blushing fiercely as she gazed at his retreating figure. Internally, she was in turmoil, contemplating, what should I do? Should I follow him? If he truly has feelings for me, how should I respond? Is it possible that Mr. Taya genuinely likes me? As Madia pondered these thoughts, Taya had already distanced himself. Realizing this, she hurriedly followed after him. Before long, Taya led her to a secluded alleyway. Upon seeing the location, Madia felt a surge of anxiety, a stark contrast to her previous feelings. Alleys often evoked unsettling associations. While she harbored feelings for Taya, she was not at the point of yielding to him without hesitation. If Taya intended to take advantage of her in this secluded place, she would definitely resist. Once in the alley, Taya halted and turned to face Madia, who stood with her arms crossed defensively, regarding him with wary eyes. Taya couldn't help but chuckle at her demeanor, thinking how endearing she was. Even in the presence of someone she fancied, she maintained her composure, aware of appropriate boundaries and refraining from impulsive behavior. Madia, noticing Taya's sudden gaze, felt her heart race. She stammered, What are you doing, Mr. Taya? I am not that kind of girl. Just because you're handsome doesn't mean you could do as you please. Stay back. Please don't come any closer." Taya burst into laughter at Madia's reaction. The previously serious atmosphere now transformed by the antics of this charming young woman. Madia's face grew even redder at the sound of his laughter. "Mr. Taya, please stop laughing. You mustn't laugh. Why do you still find this amusing?" Madia's shyness had morphed into irritation, but Taya found her indignation only more delightful. However, he had serious matters to discuss with her, so he forced himself to regain his composure. This was indeed a serious matter, and Taya's expression turned serious once more, his helmet concealing his face, yet his voice conveyed his earnestness. "Taya, Madia, I hope you can approach what I am about to say with a sense of calm." Taya's words. Madia's heart raced, sensing the gravity of the moment. Was he about to confess? Though she had received declarations of affection before, this was different. This was from someone she admired. In an instant, her previous composure and restraint evaporated. Taya, noting Madia's readiness, slowly continued, "I'm sorry, Madia, but my wife has sent me a letter urging my return home. Therefore, I will soon be leaving this place and will no longer be able to stay at your inn." Taya deliberately refrained from mentioning that he was aware of Madia's feelings for him. Casually introducing the topic of his wife to encourage her to withdraw, he had made his intentions clear. Having chosen a secluded alley to convey this message, he claimed that he had not discerned Madia's intentions, likely believing that Madia himself would not trust him. Upon hearing Thea mention that he had a wife, Mattia reacted quite differently from Thea's expectations. Thea had anticipated Mattia would be utterly heartbroken, wailing and lamenting. Yet the reality was starkly different. Mattia remained remarkably composed. In fact, after listening to Thea's words, he seemed to exhale with relief. Observing Thea's stunned expression, Mattia remarked, "Mr. Thea, I am grateful that you shared this with me today. I thought you had brought me to this alley for some nefarious purpose. With such words, my image of you remains intact, and I thank you, Mr. Thea, for being such a good person." With that, Mattia dashed away. After his departure, Thea found himself repeatedly reflecting on the phrase, "You are a good person." It took a considerable time for him to regain his composure, as he never anticipated that there would come a day when he would receive such commendation. This unexpected turn of events left him somewhat flabbergasted. Although at a loss for words, Thea considered the matter to be resolved perfectly. Eagerly, he retreated to his room, locked the door, and retrieved the mirror that led to the goblin world. Stepping through it without hesitation, on the other side, in the goblin realm, a group of goblins stood before the mirror, their curiosity piqued by the altered scene within. They wondered why the imagery had changed from what it was previously. Just as they pondered this, the scene within the mirror transformed once more, revealing a tastefully decorated room. Shortly thereafter, a figure clad in full armor appeared before them, marking Thea's arrival in their world. The moment he emerged, the goblins were momentarily taken aback. They had never anticipated the presence of a visitor in their realm. However, Thea remained unfazed upon encountering the goblins, as he had drawn forth the mirror. He noticed numerous familiar green creatures before him, goblins, which sparked his curiosity. In an instant, he unsheathed his ancient war blade and swiftly dispatched two goblins standing directly in front of him. Even the slowest of the goblins soon realized that this newcomer was undoubtedly their adversary, and they surged forward to launch an attack on Thea. Yet their strikes inflicted a mere trivial amount of damage upon him. Thea's attributes had not only improved, but his skill levels had also seen significant enhancement. After enduring many battles, his blocking skill had risen by 2 levels, now capable of negating 30 points of damage. Given that the goblins could inflict only minimal force damage, the upgrade rendered them incapable of harming him, even with a critical hit. Moreover, Thea maintained the habit of slaying 1 or 2 enemies with each precise strike, primarily due to his lack of widespread destructive abilities. This approach had its advantages, as it minimized the likelihood of leaving any foes unscathed. Surrounded by numerous attacking goblins, his proficiency in blocking was rapidly increasing. Each time he was struck, his blocking skills mastery advanced incrementally. To be honest, he had maintained his blocking skill at level 2 for some time, and level 3 was not far off. It was entirely plausible that after this excursion through the goblin world, he might elevate it to level 3. Or even level 4. As the battle persisted, the goblins began to sense that something was amiss. This cunning intruder's body seemed unnaturally resilient. Their weapons appeared to merely bounce off him, as if they were striking iron plating. The sensation was akin to attempting to pierce a steel sheet with a wooden spear. Their weapons simply lacked the necessary force to penetrate Thea's defenses. Some goblins found their weapons splintering upon impact. And realizing the gravity of their predicament, they recognized that they were no match for this being that resembled a human. Panic set in, and the goblins began to flee. However, many were too slow. Unable to escape Thea's grasp, hundreds of goblins met their end due to their sluggishness. Upon surveying his surroundings, Thea noted the absence of goblins. He then decided to engage in a game of hide-and-seek with them. Thea took on the role of the seeker, while the goblins became the hunted. In the goblin world, he felt no need to conceal his identity. Thus, he unfurled a pair of wings he had seldom used. Whispering the words "dark wings" in his mind, massive black feathers erupted from his back, elevating his presence to an entirely new level. Gazing at his striking wings, Thea finally understood why so many players were willing to spend money on aesthetic enhancements in games. Previously, he had considered those who spent money on such things to be foolish. Now, however, he saw things differently. The allure of his magnificent black wings was undeniable, and for their sake, he found that any previous reservations could be set aside. With this newfound ability, he soared into the sky. Strangely, despite it being his first experience with these wings, he maneuvered with an ease that suggested they had always belonged to him. Once airborne, he began to survey the landscape for his quarry. The goblin world, composed predominantly of rocks, offered little in the way of cover, allowing Thea to swiftly detect the movements of fleeing goblins. Thanks to his recent level up, his vision had also improved significantly, though this enhancement was not explicitly recorded in his attributes. High above, he had no difficulty seeing, and he refrained from hastily attacking the isolated goblins that, to be honest, he found little interest in pursuing individual goblins, as it would be a waste of time to descend for just one. Thea sought efficiency, aiming to eliminate large groups of goblins in a single sweep. Thus, he continued to search for a goblin congregation, hoping to expedite the completion of his mission to slay 10,000 goblins. His urgency stemmed from the imminent threat of a goblin assault on the livestock farm. He recalled that after completing the Water City quest, the goblins had begun to encroach upon the farm. In order to protect the beloved cow maid, he would need to enlist the help of adventurers from a guild. Therefore, Thea was keen to act swiftly, fearing he might miss the chance to confront the Goblin King amidst the horde. Fortunately, the aerial vantage point afforded him a significant advantage, and he soon discovered a gathering of goblins. This group was gathered around campfire, singing and dancing, seemingly in celebration, with several human female corpses lying nearby. The sight ignited a surge of anger within Thea. He could hardly believe that these beasts had brought human women into their realm. Unsurprisingly, Thea had no intention of sparing the goblins. With a swift motion of his wings, he dove towards the gathering at breakneck speed. His descent mirrored that of an eagle swooping down to catch its prey. And before the goblins could react, he had already landed within their midst. Faced with this sudden intruder, the goblins were thrown into disarray. Though Thea appeared human, they had never encountered one before due to their isolation from the human world. Fortunately, the goblins had a couple of shamans among them, who serve as their leaders, albeit significantly weaker than goblin heroes or kings. Nevertheless, they were still stronger than the average goblin. After all, they still have skills to utilize. Among this group of goblins, there are no goblin heroes or any such figures. Hence, their numbers are not particularly large. A rough estimate suggests there are only around 100 of them. Such a small-scale tribe naturally poses no significant threat to Thea, who effortlessly dispatches them. Once she has collected the bodies, Thea tirelessly begins her search for the next target, leading a life of relentless repetition. 4 days later, Thea, as usual, is surveying the goblin realm, seeking out larger goblin tribes. Today, after flying for merely 2 hours, she suddenly spots a massive green figure ahead. Upon seeing this verdant behemoth, Thea swallows hard, pondering whether this too could be a goblin. Beneath her, sprawled on the ground in slumber, lies a colossal green mound of flesh, towering at least 12 meters high. Its appearance is that of a supersized goblin, and this green creature is currently fast asleep. Seizing the opportunity while the beast rests, Thea employs her detection skill to examine its attributes. Goblin Giant, Boss, Mutant, Level, 70 Strength, 9546 Agility, 7006 Constitution, 105679 Spirit, 4350 Skills, War Stomp, Roar, Giant's Body, Rapid Regeneration. Description: initially, Goblin Giants bore no distinction from ordinary goblins. However, their growth rate is several times that of regular goblins. With each evolution, their size increases by an additional meter. Due to their enormous stature, every movement they make consumes a considerable amount of energy. And on the resource-scarce goblin planet, food is scarce. Consequently, they spend the majority of their time in slumber. Upon reviewing this creature's attributes, Thea is entirely disinclined to provoke it. This mutated boss is far too formidable. She has no doubt that a single swipe from this monster could reduce her to a mere pancake. Yet, Thea makes a mental note of the existence of such a creature on this planet. Should she ever return to this world, she would undoubtedly seek to eliminate this foe. For the moment, however, Thea decides against any confrontation and departs from the vicinity. After encountering the Goblin Giant, Thea subsequently comes across numerous other tribes. Like a bandit, she plunders these villages and, ultimately, she has slain 10,000 goblins. Now, only the Goblin King remains, and with its defeat, she will complete her quest. Concurrently, a notification chimes in her mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying 10,000 goblins. Achievement unlocked. Goblin Slayer. Reward, skill, Goblin Summoning. Ding, congratulations host for slaying 10,000 goblins. Reward, title, Goblin Slayer. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Thea receives 2 rewards. First, she inspects the Goblin Summoning skill. Goblin Summoning, 050. Effect, summons 10 goblins to fight for you. Cost, 100 mana points. Duration, 1 hour. Cooldown, 10 minutes. This skill can be upgraded, and while it may seem rather inconsequential at present, it is certainly better than having nothing at all. Then, Thea examines the effect of the Goblin Slayer title. Goblin Slayer, unequipped. Effect, increases damage dealt to goblins by an additional 10%. Note, multiple titles can be equipped simultaneously. After reviewing the effect of the Goblin Slayer title, Thea promptly equips it and learns the Goblin Summoning skill, deeming this journey a success. Subsequently, she returns to the mirror where she first arrived in this world and, through it, re-enters the realm of Gosha, due to the synchronized passage of time between Gosha's world and that of the goblins. A week has elapsed in both realms. Upon her return, Thea hastens to the Adventurers Guild. In her previous life, while watching anime, she had neglected to note the precise timing of the Goblin King's attack on Gosha's pastures. From this moment forth, Thea resolves to wait at the guild daily until Gosha seeks their assistance. As she steps outside, she encounters Mattia, who appears somewhat awkward upon seeing Thea, given the incident that transpired a week ago. However, Thea greets Mattia and continues on her way, entirely oblivious to her companion's feelings. After all, slaying the Goblin King is of utmost importance. She cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Otherwise, who knows when the next Goblin King might appear? After spending over 10 minutes making her way to the Adventurers Guild, she discovers it largely empty at this hour. The receptionist spots her immediately upon her entrance. As Thea approaches the counter, the receptionist exclaims, "Mr. Thea, it has been quite some time since we last saw you." Thea nods and inquires, "Hello, may I ask if you have seen the Goblin Slayer?" The receptionist shakes her head and replies, "Mr. Thea, are you here to accept a quest today? We happen to have a task that only you can complete." Initially, upon hearing that the Goblin Slayer has not returned, Thea considers turning back. However, the mention of a task that only she can undertake piques her interest, prompting her to halt. If the task can only be completed by her, it is likely a boss fight, and she still requires 2 more bosses for her Boss Slayer side quest. The Goblin King counts as one, and it appears the other has now come to light. Thus, Thea asks, "Excuse me, what is this task that only I can undertake?" The receptionist replies, "It is a quest to slay a ground dragon." A massive ground dragon has appeared south of Weno, attacking numerous merchant caravans and causing significant damage to the area. Several adventurer teams have already accepted this task, but they all failed, while most managed to flee. The issue remains unresolved that if no one addresses the ground dragon, we may have to mobilize the adventurers from the guild to hunt it down. Thankfully, you have returned. Will you accept this task? Hearing the receptionist's words, Thea begins to contemplate whether to accept the quest. That a week has passed, and Gosha should be returning soon. Will she be able to complete the task before Gosha arrives? What if the Goblin King decides to attack Gosha's pastures while she's engaged in slaying the ground dragon? After much deliberation, Thea ultimately decides to accept the quest, reasoning that she can always fly back if necessary. "Thea, I accept. Please provide me with the bounty notice for this task." Upon hearing Thea's response, the receptionist breathes a sigh of relief. If Thea had declined, the Adventurers Guild would have had to expend considerable resources to address the beast. With Thea's acceptance, they can save a great deal of effort and cost. Naturally, the reward offered will be commensurate with the quest's difficulty a day later. In the forest south of Weno, a figure clad entirely in armor confronts a towering wolf, standing at a height of 2 meters as they face off against a massive lizard. This armored individual is none other than Thea, and the creature she is confronting is the ground dragon required for her task. Remarkably, Thea has arrived at this location in a single day. And just as she is about to search for the ground dragon, it appears before her. Ground dragon, level 4 boss, strength, 700 agility, 630 constitution, 1000 spirit, 550 skills, rapid recovery, boss skill, tenfold life, boss skill, hardened shell, magical shell, hell sandstorm, earthclawed. In truth, the so-called ground dragon is merely a large, yellowish lizard. This immense lizard is the strongest level 4 boss Thea has encountered thus far, surpassing both trolls and ogres in terms of attributes. Moreover, it possesses two passive defensive skills, Hardened Shell and Magical Shell. This signifies that both physical and magical attacks are unlikely to have a significant effect on him. Moreover, he possesses the standard skills of boss, including rapid regeneration and tenfold health. Taya could not help but shake his head. Yet again, he faced an adversary that would prove difficult to conquer, and defeating this foe would likely consume considerable time. However, there was a way. During this period, Taya had slain over 8,000 goblins, thereby stacking the Dark Harvest to an impressive 1,040 layers. Taya's strength had soared to a remarkable 942 points. Although he lagged in other aspects, in terms of strength, he was unlikely to be outmatched by any Tier 4 boss, with the exception of mutated species. Roar. The Earth Dragon seemed to sense that Taya posed a potential threat to its life, and the imposing presence of Dahe beside Taya constantly weighed heavily on it, making it reluctant to engage in combat. Consequently, it let out a furious roar, attempting to intimidate Taya. However, Taya's response was a black iron arrow imbued with the essence of a black mushroom potion. Whoosh! The iron arrow accurately pierced the Earth Dragon's right leg, plunging it into a state of poisoning. Taya's luck was exceptional, triggering a paralysis effect that left the creature immobilized, ensnared in an embarrassing predicament. The Earth Dragon did not possess a skill to break free from control, and Taya swiftly unsheathed his ancient battle knife, charging at the dragon alongside Dahe. The paralysis would last approximately 5 seconds, but the boss would likely only be immobilized for 2, granting Taya a singular opportunity to strike. Thud. Taya's ancient battle knife activated its bleeding effect, plunging directly into the Earth Dragon's right eye. The immense agony compelled the Earth Dragon to cry out, desperately striving to repel Taya. Yet upon colliding with Taya's strike, its claws were forcefully repelled. Staggering back 2 steps, the Earth Dragon could scarcely believe this reality. It was incredulous that it had been overpowered by a mere human. Previously, any human it encountered could be easily dispatched with a single swipe of its claw, yet this one had effortlessly forced it back. Feeling a slight numbness in its right arm, disbelief washed over it. However, Taya would not grant it respite, swiftly inflicting 5 substantial wounds on the creature's body with his battle knife, that he then activated the Bloodblade skill, shifting into a blood-draining mode to engage in close combat with the Earth Dragon. Simultaneously, Dahe leaped onto the dragon's back, opening his massive jaws to bite down ferociously. As Dahe bit down, he also unleashed one of the 4 skills from his new domain, Venomous Strike. Venom, 105,000 coating claws and teeth with poison. Any laceration inflicted upon the opponent's skin would plunge them into a venomous state, reducing all attributes by 20%, having defense, and draining 200 health points per minute for 2 minutes. Upon witnessing Dahe's Venom skill, Taya had marveled for quite some time, acknowledging that it was indeed the mark of a Tier 6 creature, with abilities far surpassing those of ordinary beings. Boom! With each successive attack, Taya triggered the electric shock for the 11th time. Dash 60 minus 140 minus 781 minus 1024 minus 432 in an instant. 5 damage values erupted from the Earth Dragon's massive form, representing the combined assaults from Taya and Dahe, along with the bleeding, electric shock, and venom damage. Concurrently, the Earth Dragon's colossal body collapsed to the ground. Observing the slowly descending Earth Dragon, Taya's eyes betrayed no emotion. After a prolonged period of slaughter, he had grown utterly indifferent toward life. It appeared that he had employed the gathering skill on the Earth Dragon boss. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the blue skill. Hardened Shell. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the blue skill. Magical Shell. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a fragment of the Boss Template Class Change Book 1. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired Magic Stones 35, 260 that unlike previous occasions, Taya did not receive a mysterious lottery this time. However, he had acquired a fragment of the Boss Template Class Change Book, bringing his total to 4 fragments. He needed only 3 more to possess the complete book. Upon utilizing the skill books from Magical Shell and Hardened Shell, Taya's defensive capabilities received a substantial enhancement. Nevertheless, his data did not specify his exact defensive power, leaving him unaware of his current defensive statistics. Hardened Shell doubles physical defense, cannot be upgraded. Magical Shell reduces received magical damage by 20%. Both skills were commendable, and Taya was quite satisfied. This brought him one step closer to his grand ambition of becoming a boss. Although he was merely an elite creature at present, he was significantly more powerful than other bosses of the same level, or even those of a higher tier. Taya found himself envisioning what he would become upon evolving into a boss. Yet the pressing matter at hand was returning to the town. After severing the Earth Dragon's head, Taya hastened back to the settlement. A day later, Taya returned to the town, where Goblin Slayer had also made his return. In fact, he had returned 2 days prior, just as Taya had departed. As usual, the crowd marveled at Taya's quarry. However, just as Taya was about to leave, he was unexpectedly intercepted by Lursa. Upon seeing Lursa standing before him, Taya felt puzzled. What was the meaning of this? How dare this individual block his path? Was there some urgent matter? Nevertheless, Lursa maintained a serious expression as he addressed Taya. Mr. Taya, I have something of utmost importance to discuss with you. Noticing Lursa's solemn demeanor, Taya recognized that there might indeed be significant news. He responded coolly, Speak. What is it? After Lursa explained, he led Taya to a private room and earnestly informed him, Mr. Taya, due to the quality and quantity of the tasks you have completed, your merit points have now reached the level of a gold-tier adventurer. You are likely to become the first gold-tier adventurer in Shangya. Of course, you must pass the assessment first. Upon hearing Lursa's words, Taya finally understood why Lursa was so serious. This was indeed a significant development for Shangya. After all, the region had yet to produce a single gold-tier adventurer, which was rather embarrassing. Now that the possibility of one emerging was at hand, could they not be excited? Meanwhile, Taya also heard the system's voice in his ear. Ding! Side quest triggered. Pass the gold-tier adventurer's assessment. Quest reward. Boss template class change book fragment 1. Upon receiving this task, Taya inquired of Lursa, Lursa, when will the assessment take place? Lursa replied, It can be conducted at any time, Mr. Taya. Due to the insufficient strength of our people in Shangya, a gold-tier powerhouse from the imperial capital has been sent to assess you. As long as you can withstand his prowess for 20 minutes, you will be recognized as a gold-tier adventurer. After listening, Taya said, Very well, then take me to meet this so-called gold-tier adventurer. Lursa nodded and subsequently brought Taya to a room, stating, Mr. Taya, the gold-tier adventurer from the imperial capital is inside. You may enter now. Upon hearing Lursa's words, Taya pushed open the door and walked in. Inside, he saw a handsome young man seated on the sofa, eyes closed in meditation. Taya immediately recognized that this individual was indeed the gold-tier adventurer. After staring at the man for 2 seconds, the latter slowly opened his eyes, casting a disdainful glance at Taya, and coldly remarked, So you are Taya? Not much to look at. Follow me. Taya was taken aback by the man's words. What was the meaning of this? Was he a pretentious show-off? This was the first time anyone had so openly belittled Taya. He had intended to greet the man, thinking that if he were amicable, perhaps he would allow Taya to hold back a little and they could reach an amicable stalemate. However, given the man's haughty demeanor, Taya saw no reason to show any leniency. Lursa felt awkward witnessing the adventurer's behavior, but he followed closely behind as both the adventurer and Taya proceeded. After all, he is the arbiter of this ascension battle. Thea casually glanced at the attributes of this arrogant fellow. Wali, a level 43 warrior of the 5th tier, possessed the following: Strength, 268, Agility, 212, Constitution, 245, Spirit, 359, Skills, Celestial Blade Technique, and Heavy Blade Slash. After examining this individual's attributes, Thea felt a surge of confidence. Wali's stats were commendable among his peers of the same tier, yet when compared to his own, he fell woefully short. Before long, Thea followed this boastful character named Wali to a dueling arena. Upon entering, Wali, brimming with arrogance, declared, "Brat, I advise you to surrender quickly. Otherwise, you may find yourself injured." Hearing Wali's taunts, Thea instinctively furrowed his brow. What was wrong with this guy? How could he possess such poor character? He recalled that during his previous ascension, character assessments were mandatory. How had this individual managed to rise? Lursa feeling somewhat embarrassed, interjected, "Lord Wali, please refrain from provoking him. Now, I declare the Ascension battle to commence," with Lurcer's announcement. Wali drew his sword and charged fiercely at Thea. Thea, observing Wali's reckless advance, found no need to even unsheath his ancient battle blade. As Wali lunged at him, Thea deftly sidestepped the attack, bending his knee to deliver a powerful strike to Wali's abdomen. Thea utilized a full 80% of his strength in this blow. Though it did not inflict any fatal injuries, it surely must have been quite painful. To Thea's surprise, Wali experienced not just pain, but an overwhelming sensation akin to being trampled by a six-tier mammoth. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his bones might shatter. Wali promptly succumbed to unconsciousness, leaving Lurcer astounded. Although he had suspected Thea's power might exceed that of a golden tier adventurer, he had not anticipated such a vast disparity in strength. Wali could not even withstand a single strike from Thea. Recovering quickly, Lurcer announced loudly, "I declare the Ascension battle won by Thea. From this day forth, Thea shall be recognized as the first golden tier adventurer of Weno." After his proclamation, Lurcer presented a golden adventurer's necklace to Thea, stating, "Congratulations, Mr. Thea, on becoming our first golden tier adventurer." Simultaneously, Thea received a fragment of a boss template transfer book, acquiring 5 pieces in total. Thea graciously accepted the necklace with both hands, expressing his gratitude before departing. Soon, news of Thea's ascension to golden tier adventurer spread rapidly, making him a household name throughout Weno. His fame even reached the imperial capital, inspiring wandering poets to weave his tale into collections of poetry that circulated widely. The following day, as Thea re-entered the Adventurers Guild to check on the arrival of Gosha, he was met with the intense gazes of all present. Various expressions were directed at him: jealousy, infatuation, admiration, most reflecting a sense of envy. That it was clear that they were aware of Thea's recent elevation to golden tier adventurer. To be honest, Thea felt a slight thrill under such scrutiny, though his helmet masked his expression. Otherwise, his aloof demeanor would surely be shattered. Upon entering the guild, he quickly found a table to sit at. Like everyone else, quietly awaiting the day's tasks. Before long, Gosha entered the guild and approached a silver-tier adventurer, pleading, "Please, everyone, I need your assistance." Typically, Gosha maintained a cool and detached demeanor, rarely initiating conversation. Thus, his sudden outburst captured everyone's attention. The silver-tier adventurer, a peer of Gosha, looked astonished and exclaimed, "What on earth is going on? What do you need help with?" Responding to this inquiry, Thea recounted the goblin scout's incursion into the pasture, stating, "I implore you all. There are at least 500 goblins attacking the pasture, and among them, there must be a goblin king. That I cannot face them alone. I beseech your aid." The mention of at least 500 goblins sent a wave of shock through the crowd. While goblins are indeed weak, the sheer number posed a significant threat. No one, save for Thea, felt confident in defeating such a horde. The silver-tier adventurer retorted, "What are you doing? This is the Adventurers Guild. If you want help, you need to post a request." After hearing this, Gosha replied, "Very well, I will post a request. Adventurer, what about the reward?" "Gosha, everything I have, adventurer, including your life." At this, Gosha paused momentarily before responding. "I'm sorry, but I promised someone yesterday that I would survive, so my life cannot be placed at your disposal." Suddenly, the receptionist interjected, "Everyone, our Adventurers Guild has also posted a task to eradicate the goblins. You will receive 1 gold coin for each goblin slain." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with excitement. The prospect of earning a gold coin for each goblin was an opportunity too good to pass up. All eagerly accepted the task, including the silver-tier adventurers. However, not all were motivated solely by gold. For many, the coin merely provided a sense of security in their decision to assist, and of course, some were indeed driven by monetary gain. Thea approached Gosha and stated, "I have but one request. The Goblin King must be slain by my hand." Gosha, taken aback by this seemingly arbitrary condition, hesitated not to TO him. A goblin was a goblin, and it made little difference who delivered the final blow. He readily agreed to Thea's stipulation. After everyone consented, Gosha began to outline their strategy. Given the sheer number of enemies, the meeting was taken very seriously, and Thea was no exception. However, once the meeting concluded, Thea gained a more comprehensive understanding of Gosha. While he had previously perceived Gosha as a tactical genius from anime, experiencing his strategic mind firsthand was different. Gosha meticulously predicted every potential goblin location, their weaknesses, habits, and so forth. He had truly studied the goblins to their utmost detail. The meeting lasted a full 3 hours, after which tasks were assigned, and everyone dispersed to their ambush positions. Thea followed Gosha, who would lead him to the Goblin King. Soon, night fell, and all were concealed around the pasture. Thea and Gosha positioned themselves on a vantage point atop a hill, ready to spring into action as soon as the goblins appeared. It wasn't long before they spotted a group of dark figures advancing swiftly from the forest toward the pasture. With Thea's keen eyesight, it was clear that the shadows were indeed goblins. Gosha, having identified them, turned to Thea and said, "Let us go. Our target has arrived." How Gosha could discern that those figures were goblins from such a distance puzzled Thea, but he dismissed the thought. Soon, he would leave this world, and pondering such matters was futile. During their trek, the goblins launched their assault, and their numbers far exceeded Gosha's expectations. In the anime, Gosha had anticipated around 100 goblins. But in reality, the number had swelled to at least 2,000. Only about 100 adventurers had arrived at the guild, leaving each to contend with 20 goblins. Among these adventurers, at least 15 were of the lowest tier. The porcelain adventurers. The pressure exerted by the 2,000 goblins is indeed considerable. Fortunately, the strategy devised by Gosha is remarkably meticulous, resulting in losses far less severe than anticipated. From the vantage point of the Goblin King, the battlefield is laid bare, and upon observing the unfolding situation, he promptly commands his elite Goblin Battalion and Goblin heroes to charge forth. The elite Goblin Battalion comprises 100 members, and the number of Goblin heroes reaches 10. A staggering 5-fold increase compared to their anime counterparts. This time, the adventurers are likely to suffer substantial losses. Thea, positioned on elevated ground, has a clear view of the battlefield. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Thea addresses Gosha, saying, "I have pinpointed the Goblin King's location. You must assist on the battlefield at once. Delay further, and the adventurers will incur significant losses." Gosha, after a moment of hesitation, responds, but Thea interjects, "There's no room for buts. Remember, I am also an experienced goblin slayer. I will not let that Goblin King escape. You may rest assured and go." After a moment's doubt, Gosha ultimately chooses to trust Thea and swiftly departs. Once Gosha is gone, Thea lets out a whistle, prompting the concealed Dahei to dash out. Mounting Dahei, Thea points towards the distant Goblin King and inwardly declares, "Dahei, that creature is our target. Pursue him." After surpassing level 10, Dahei is able to communicate with Thea and promptly responds before charging ahead. That moment, the Goblin King furrows his brow as he surveys the battlefield. Although the adventurers have sustained some casualties, they are significantly fewer than his own forces. Meanwhile, the Goblin Slayer arrives at the battlefield, and upon witnessing the thousands of goblins before him, Gosha unhesitatingly retrieves a hidden scroll. One Goblin hero, recognizing Gosha, seems to recall something and rushes towards him in a frenzy. However, Gosha pays him no heed, retrieving another scroll from his backpack and unleashing it upon the advancing Goblin hero. Sleep! A powerful jet of water erupts from the scroll, cleaving the Goblin hero into pieces. The adventurers, witnessing this spectacle, are instantly invigorated. Thea turns his head back, affirming Gosha's prowess in dealing with goblins. With him in the fray, it is undeniable that the Goblin horde will not seize the pasture. As Thea draws closer to the Goblin King, the latter begins to sense something amiss. It appears his army is no match for the adventurers. Realizing this, the Goblin King makes a hasty retreat. His ascent to the position of Goblin King has been predicated on survival. As long as he remains cautious, he can continue to evolve. Observing the frantically fleeing Goblin King, Thea internally scorns him, deeming him unworthy of his attributes. The Goblin King, a 5th-tier boss, possesses the following stats: Strength, 600, Agility, 470, Constitution, 900, Spirit, 1800, with skills in Deception, Command, and Goblin control. Thea is taken aback to discover that this creature is of an intellectual nature. However, Upon consulting his own evolution chart, he notes that his fifth-tier evolution form does not correspond with the Goblin King, suggesting a discrepancy in the Goblin evolution sequence within this realm. Nevertheless, the Goblin King's combat prowess appears somewhat lacking, akin to that of an ordinary fourth-tier boss. This is advantageous for Taya, as it simplifies the task at hand. Due to the Goblin King's relatively low agility, it is not long before Taya, riding to hay, catches up with him. Sensing movement behind him, the Goblin King turns, startled by the sudden presence of this pursuer. Yet, the situation leaves him no alternative. He cannot continue fleeing indefinitely and must prepare to confront his challenger. Utilizing Dehay's remarkable speed, the Goblin King swings his spike club towards Taya's head. However, Taya has been closely monitoring the Goblin King's movements. As soon as the latter makes a move, he reacts swiftly, delivering a punch that collides with the Goblin King's club. The moment their weapons connect, the Goblin King experiences an overwhelming force emanating from Taya's strike. Taya's strength exceeds his by a staggering 300 points, in addition to possessing the Goblin Slayer title, which inflicts an extra 10% damage to goblins. Consequently, the Goblin King loses his grip, his club clattering to the ground, while Taya seizes the opportunity to draw his ancient war knife, cleaving off the Goblin King's right hand. Aya, the Goblin King, emits a piercing scream, astonished at having endured such torment. Yet, Taya shows no inclination to grant him mercy. Instead, he presses his advantage, inflicting further damage. As the Goblin King's health plummets to 50%, he collapses before Taya, weeping profusely. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. I will never invade human cities again. I shouldn't have done this. Please, spare me. I promise I will never return here. Please, have mercy." Taya regards the Goblin King's tearful visage with indifference, primarily due to his grotesque appearance. Despite the Goblin King's sorrowful display, Taya finds himself even more inclined to eliminate him. Without a moment's hesitation, he raises his knife and brings it down towards the Goblin King's head. With a resounding clash, Taya's ancient war knife strikes the Goblin King,